Chapter 1, starting by blocking the bullet. Time, August 8, 2000. Location, Nanshan Town Police Station, Liangcheng County. As usual, everyone hand in your phones. Each person gets one walkie-talkie. Set to channel 6, said Chief Wang Wei. According to intelligence, there's a gambling ring in Hozhuang Village, Xiangbu, where each round of mahjong involves bets of 2 yuan per point, with additional raises. A single game can result in wins or losses of at least 30 to 40 yuan. This constitutes serious illegal gambling and may even amount to the crime of gambling. Tonight, our mission is to dismantle this operation. Understood? Understood. Get ready now. We depart in 10 minutes, Wang Wei commanded with a wave of his hand. All regular officers and auxiliary police rushed out of the office, heading straight to the equipment room to collect police gear, mainly including rubber batons and riot shields. Hey, Xiao Wei, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and get your gear. Wang Wei couldn't help but remind Wei Lini when he saw him still standing there dazed. The guy is usually pretty proactive, isn't he? Why is he acting like a dumb goose today? Chief, is that you? Are you still a cop in the underworld? Wei Lini stared straight at Wang Wei, his eyes filled with disbelief as he asked, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm alive and kicking, why would I be in the underworld? Hurry up and get ready. Wang Wei snapped irritably, delivering a solid smack to the back of Wei Lini's head with his large, fan-like hand. Ouch, damn. That really hurt. So I'm not dreaming? Wei Lini looked utterly bewildered, still unable to believe what was happening. That slap was as real as they come, just like the ones the chief used to give back in the day. 30 years ago, Wei Lini retired from the Special Forces and was assigned to the Nanshan Town Police Station. His first station chief was Wang Wei, a kind-hearted elder in his 50s who treated him exceptionally well. Unfortunately, good people don't always live long. During a gambling raid, the deranged organizer unexpectedly pulled out a homemade gun and fired at the unprepared crowd. Chief Wang Wei, being the first in line, was instantly riddled with bullets and died before even reaching the hospital. Other officers, auxiliary police, and the gamblers on site all suffered injuries of varying degrees, including Wei Lini. Who would have thought that a seemingly minor gambling raid could lead to such a major incident? Who could have imagined that one of the gambling den's organizers was a patient suffering from post-meningitis sequelae, commonly known as a mental disorder? Who would have thought he had a homemade gun hidden at home and dared to use it for violence? After that gunshot, how many people were held accountable? Even Wei Lini, a rookie cop who had just been assigned here a few days ago, ended up stuck in Nanshan Police Station for life. What are you standing around for? Go get your gear now, Wang Wei said impatiently. Right. Chief, just one last question, what's the date today? Wei Lini asked stubbornly. What date? You're asking me the date? August 8th. August 8th. Got it? August 8th. Wang Wei emphasized loudly. Okay, I got it. Wei Lini dashed off to the equipment room, his mind in turmoil. It's actually August 8th. Today is actually August 8th. Considering today's gambling raid in Hozhuang, isn't this the day of the tragedy? Wei Lini was utterly shaken, unsure how to describe his emotions or his current state. A final radiance before death? The last moments of life? Was this a dream, or reality? At this moment, he fully grasped the meaning of Zhuangzi's confusion between dreaming of being a butterfly and awakening, because now he couldn't tell what was real, what was fake, what was actual, and what was in a dream. However, when he saw the bulletproof vest hanging on the wall, he instinctively put it on, then picked up a riot shield and a rubber baton before walking out of the equipment room. Damn, Xiao Wei, how scared of death are you, even wearing a bulletproof vest? No one's worn this thing since we arrived in Nanshan Town, Instructor Li Sai teased. Ha, it looks cool, just wearing it for fun. Wei Lini wasn't angry. Seeing Li Sai's eyes still intact, he felt somewhat relieved, because that one shot had not only taken away Chief Wang Wei but also blinded one of Li Sai's eyes. From then on, the instructor became one-eyed. His temperament drastically changed. He was transferred back to the logistics office as a powerless director within 2 years, effectively ruining his entire career. Get in the car, let's go. With Captain Wang Wei's command, everyone boarded the vehicle and headed towards Hozhuang. Gambling in Liangcheng County was straightforward. When playing mahjong, players could eat pong or kong, and the winning hand was calculated based on the rules. The most basic winning hand was 10 hu, with 1 hu worth 2 yuan, making 10 hu 20 yuan. Winning from 3 players meant 60 yuan per round. If someone bought in, the stakes doubled, and if someone topped up, the winnings or losses quadrupled. When everyone bought in, a single round could involve 200 to 300 yuan in winnings or losses, which was already considered a very large gambling amount. After all, in those days, the average person's monthly salary was only about 300 yuan. Losing or winning a month's wages in a single game was terrifying to think about. During the New Year holidays, Wei Lini would also play mahjong with villagers for entertainment, but the stakes were usually just a few cents per hu, with a maximum of 10 cents per hu. Even with everyone buying in and topping up, it was only 40 cents per hu, resulting in about 10 yuan in winnings or losses per game, not too much, and conveniently below the minimum threshold for police intervention in gambling. As for Hozhuang's gambling den, it hadn't been operating for just a day or two. The reason Wang Wei hadn't taken action yet was to let it grow now that it was ripe. It was naturally time to reap the rewards. For this operation, Wang Wei specifically borrowed 2 minivans from the town government, plus the Santana sedan reserved for the police station chief, making a total of 3 vehicles. Sitting in the bumpy car, Wei Lini felt this dream was incredibly real, almost identical to his memories, with everyone's expressions, words, and actions exactly the same. Master, what's the date today? Wei Lini asked Lu Pailan beside him with a smile. He still felt something was off. It didn't seem like a dream but more like the rebirth described in novels. August 8th. Ha? You've only been working for a week and you're already confused? Lu Pailan said with a laugh. Only been working for a week, so it really is August 8th. Was this just a hallucination at the brink of death, like in the movies, or had he truly been reborn? Wei Lini admitted he couldn't tell the difference, but that didn't stop the cars from moving forward. Soon, the 3 vehicles arrived at Hozhuang. Just like in his past life, they stopped before entering the village. Household Registration Officer Li Qian and Auxiliary Police Officer Zhang now were assigned to guard the cars, while the remaining 5 officers and 5 auxiliary officers, led by the station chief, began their foot patrol into the village. Wait, Xiao Wei and Xiao Bin will lead the charge. The rest follow. Old Lu and Xiao Lu, you 2 are responsible for the area outside the courtyard wall. If anyone dares to climb over, you take them down. The rest, charge with me, Wang Wei said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Chief, Wei Lini and Hua Bin said in unison. Wei Lini, a former Special Forces operative, and Hua Bin, who trained at Shaolin Temple, were the natural choices for the front line. Wang Wei assigned them the task of leading the charge. Anyone who dared to resist would be taken down immediately. Hogwafu and Hogwaqiang were brothers who had been skilled fighters since childhood. By their teens, they were the undisputed bullies of the village. No one dared to cross them. Hogwafu, who had suffered from meningitis as a child, had slight aftereffects. When his temper flared, he recognized no one and would fight to the death, making him even more untouchable. Thus, the 2 brothers established their dominance over the region. They'd beat up the east neighbor, curse the west neighbor. Even a dog passing by their doorstep would get dragged over and slapped twice. That's how tyrannical they were. However, while they treated their own villagers poorly, they were quite loyal to outsiders, earning them many friends, though mostly fair-weather drinking buddies. These people were idle and indulged in all vices: gluttony, drinking, whoring, gambling, drugs, swindling, cheating, and stealing. So when these people gather together, can anything good come of it? Playing cards, landlord, pai gao, or mahjong, these are all common pastimes. And tonight, at Hogwafu's place, 4 mahjong tables were set up, with 16 people playing and over a dozen more watching on the sidelines. That adds up to a total of 20 to 30 people. While other households turn off their lights and sleep at night, only Hodafu's home is brightly lit and filled with noise. The neighbors around them dare to be angry but not to speak up. They fear offending these idle social parasites and bringing irreversible harm to their own families. However, it's worth mentioning that although Hogwafu is mentally challenged, he's the type who's foolish in some ways but shrewd in others. When he and his brother invite people to their home to play mahjong, it's not for free. First, they charge a tea fee, 10 yuan per person. With nearly 30 people present, that's almost 300 yuan. Moreover, he even brought cigarettes from outside to sell here, monopolizing the business with a black heart. While a pack of huazi costs 50 yuan outside, he charges 100 here, straight up doubling the price. Outside, a pack of purple tree costs 5 yuan, but here it's 20. Small tribute is 10 yuan outside, but 30 here. Large tribute is 20 yuan outside, but 50 here. He's not afraid you'll find it expensive, he's afraid you won't have a choice but to buy. So by the end of the night, one thing's for sure, he's raking in the dough. Hogwaqiang not only participated in gambling but also lent money on the side. If anyone was short on cash, they could borrow from him as a temporary solution. He didn't ask for much interest, just 90 out, 130 in, meaning the money had to be repaid the very next day. The meaning of 90 out, 130 in is quite simple. If you borrow 100 yuan, you only get 90 yuan, but the next day you have to repay 130 yuan. The 40 yuan difference is the interest. So, the 2 brothers relied on this scheme, making no less than 1,000 or 800 yuan every night. Absolutely ruthless. But if you dare to borrow money and refuse to pay it back, the brothers aren't afraid of you. After all, Hogwafu has mental illness, a sequelae of meningitis, and killing someone wouldn't make him legally accountable. Go ahead and try if you don't believe it. So, among those who gamble here, no one dares to mess around with these brothers. From afar, the lights in Hogwafu's house were brightly lit, and the noise was overwhelming. Lu Pailan took up position to the east, Lu Xiaocheng to the west, while Wan Wei led the remaining 5 straight to the main gate. Huabin charged ahead, ready to kick the door open, but Wei Lini grabbed him and told him to wait. As luck would have it, someone opened the door and stepped out at that moment. Seeing this, Wei Lini couldn't help but feel a surge of joy just as in his memory. Someone had indeed opened the door. Imagine the psychological trauma of stepping outside only to find a group of police officers blocking the doorway. Before the man could even shout, Wei Lini swiftly struck him with a karate chop, knocking him unconscious. Ren Jie, quick on the uptake, took over and secured the handcuffs properly. Wei Lini stepped forward to unlock the door, then charged in alongside Huabin, with the others following closely behind. 8 officers, each armed with a rubber baton and a riot shield, suddenly filed in one after another, creating such a commotion that those inside were utterly bewildered, unable to tell how many had arrived. Many were repeat offenders, savvy enough to duck under the tables, keeping their heads down and staying perfectly still. However, while most were honest, there were exceptions like the stubborn Hogwafu. Unnoticed by everyone, he had slipped into the room and emerged carrying a homemade gun, looking fierce and ready to kill. Wei Lini rushed in searching for him but couldn't find him. When Hogwafu charged out of the room with the homemade gun, Wei Lini didn't hesitate and immediately lunged at him. Hogwafu never expected someone to leap at him. His finger was on the trigger, and in his panic, he pulled it without thinking. Bang! A loud noise erupted, followed by thick smoke dispersing in the air. With a thud, Wei Lini was flung several meters away, vomiting a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious. At that moment, everyone at the scene was stunned. Isn't this just a gambling raid? Why are guns involved? What are you standing there for? Take him down now, Wang Wei shouted in frustration. Call 120 immediately. Huabin and Rin Jie snapped out of their daze and charged toward Hogwafu, but the latter was no pushover either. Though his homemade gun had run out of bullets, it was still a solid 5-foot-long weapon. Wielding it like a club, he fearlessly held his ground against the 2 charging men, and for a while, the fight was fierce and evenly matched. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and Li Sai quickly rushed to Wei Lini's side. His entire body was covered in blood, wounds gushing everywhere, and blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. The two exchanged a glance, overwhelmed by a wave of lingering fear. The homemade shotgun Hogwafu was holding was all too familiar to the 2 officers, who had been on the force for years. They even knew how to make one themselves. It used seamless steel pipes with a wooden stock, loaded with gunpowder and steel pellets, ignited by red paper fuses. Once fired, its range was only about 40 to 50 meters, but the spread was massive, capable of hitting a wide area in one shot. If Wei Lini hadn't used his body to block the muzzle, not a single person at the scene would have escaped unharmed. Everyone would have been hit. Wang Wei and Li Sai were also quite close to Hogwafu, making them the first in the line of fire. Wang Wei had just witnessed Hogwafu's move, and his legs instantly went weak. He never expected Wei Lini to be so brave as to physically block the shotgun's muzzle. Call 120. Did you call? Wang Wei said tremblingly. Yes, they're on the way. Li Sai was also extremely nervous. We can't wait any longer. Tell Li Chen to bring the car over. We'll move forward to meet them, Wang Wei said solemnly. Okay. Chapter 2. It was actually a rebirth. Time, the morning of August 9, 2000. Location, surgical ward, Liancheng County People's Hospital. The moment the gunshot rang out, Wei Lini felt as if his chest had been struck violently by a sledgehammer. A sweet taste rose in his throat, followed by a surge of blood, and then excruciating pain that plunged him instantly into unconsciousness and endless darkness. When he woke again, he was already lying on a hospital bed. Was it really just a dream? But even if it was a dream, it was enough. At the very least, in the dream, I saved the station chief and all my brothers at the station. Even if I were to die now, it wouldn't be such a great regret. Countless times at midnight, he secretly hated himself for being so close yet failing to block the gun muzzle, causing the loss of more than half of his brothers at the station. Since then, the Nanshan Town Police Station has become an indelible disgrace in the public security system of Liancheng County. Now it's better. At least there's some comfort. You finally woke up, kid? A familiar voice rang in his ears. Wei Lini couldn't help but shudder. Was he dead already? Is this what death feels like? Chief, have you come to take me away? He opened his eyes, saw the chief looking as young as in a dream, and said with a smile, You dumbass, with injuries this severe, how the hell could I catch you? Luckily, you've got 9 lives. Your thighs were nearly shredded, but your vital parts stayed untouched. Ha ha, I don't have to worry about your future happiness anymore. Wang Wei's hearty laughter filled the entire hospital room. Ha, Wei Lini was completely baffled. What kind of nonsense was this? You really are blessed. I mocked you for wearing a bulletproof vest, but turns out you had foresight. Instructor Li Sai chuckled warmly. Wait, instructor, your eye, it's healed? Wei Lini was stunned. Seeing the instructor's left eye intact was unbelievable. Hadn't it been blind when alive? Did souls get restored after death? No, the political instructor was already 70 when he died, old and frail. How come he looks so young now? In an instant, Wei Lini seemed to realize the issue. Could it be that he had actually been reborn? What nonsense are you spouting? What's wrong with my eyes? They're perfectly fine, good enough to check out pretty girls and young wives. Why are you worrying about that? Li Sai said with a chuckle. This guy was acting a bit off yesterday. Last night, he even pulled me and old Lu aside to ask what the date was. Funny, right? Wang Wei said with a smile. Stop overthinking it and focus on recovering. The report for the completed mission has already been submitted. When the bureau chief heard about your selfless, fearless spirit, something worthy of learning for every officer in our county, even nationwide, he decided to nominate you for a first-class individual merit award at the provincial level. Though it might be tough, even if the first class doesn't come through, you'll at least get a second class. You're in luck, kid. Also, the propaganda department has heard about your deeds. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be named one of Liangcheng County's top 10 outstanding youths this year. Instructor Li Sai said enviously. For grassroots civil servants, such honors are all bonus points, indispensable and unignorable assets for future reputation, promotions, and salary raises. However, as the two of them happily discussed these good news, Wei Lini honestly couldn't care less, because he could now confirm that he had been reborn, truly reborn. If not for this rebirth, none of these hospital scenes would have happened. Not only did he save the station chief, but he also saved everyone at the station. What more could he possibly want? After the station chief died in his previous life, every auxiliary officer at Nanshan Police Station was dismissed, and the officers who didn't die, except for the instructor, all worked at Nanshan Station until old age without ever being transferred out. As for him, he spent his whole life longing to leave Nanshan town, but unfortunately, he never got his wish even by retirement. A deep regret weighed on his heart, causing him to collapse onto a sickbed shortly after retirement, passing away with unfulfilled wishes. Perhaps by the grace of heaven, he was reborn on the night of the gambling raid, and fought desperately. Just as his mind fully relaxed, a sharp pain struck, hurting all over his body, making him unable to hold back a groan. Chief, what's my condition now? Why does it hurt so much? Wei Lini couldn't help but ask. A bullet hole isn't that easy to block. It truly was a life-risking effort. Had he known from the start he was reborn, he might not have had the courage to do it. Pain is to be expected. Just look at your bulletproof vest and you'll understand. Li Sai picked up the vest Wei Lini had worn the night before, smiling bitterly as he said, I originally mocked you for being afraid of death, but the irony came so quickly. Without this vest, you'd really be gone. I counted, it stopped over 80 steel pellets for you. The impact of all 80 pellets was absorbed by the vest, right where your stomach would have been. How could you not be in pain? Another 40 or so hit your legs, but thankfully, no bones or tendons were damaged. The muscle pain is unavoidable, though the doctors have removed them all. The only downside is that your legs will probably be left with a lot of scars. Over 40 steel pellets struck his legs, yet not a single one hit his thighs. Whether you call it luck or a miracle, it's nothing short of astonishing. As long as you're alive and not disabled, that's what matters. Wei Lini let out a long sigh, though he claimed not to care. Deep down, it meant everything to him. If he had just been reborn only to lose his sworn brother, what would be the point of living? Starting off by losing the second in command? What's going on? At that moment, a group of people knocked and entered the room, led by none other than Liangcheng County Deputy Magistrate and Public Security Bureau Director Lin Jijun. Behind him were Deputy Director Wei Sixian in charge of criminal investigations, Deputy Director Wang Jiangwo overseeing Nanshan Town Police Station, and Political Department Director Gung Kan, carrying flowers into the ward. Director Lin, Deputy Director Wei, Deputy Director Wang, Director Gung, Wang Wei and Li Sai, seeing all the bureau leaders arrive, immediately stood at attention and saluted. Wei Lini instinctively tried to stand up, but unfortunately, his lower body was wrapped in bandages, and with many monitoring devices attached. He couldn't rise before Lin Jijun pressed him back down. Don't get up. You're injured now, your health comes first, Lin Jijun said gently. Just a few words, yet they truly warmed the depths of one's heart. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Wei Lini couldn't hold back, tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you for your concern, Chief, Director, leaders, this is our hero comrade Wei Lini. At the moment the criminal raised his homemade gun, disregarding his own safety. He lunged forward to block the muzzle, using his own flesh and blood to build a human shield for his colleagues. Wang Wei recounted with deep emotion.
This was the first time Wei Lini realized that Wang Wei had this side to him. The duties of a station chief had hindered him from becoming an outstanding orator.
Comrade Wei Lini, you are outstanding. On behalf of the Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau, I extend our heartfelt condolences and gratitude to you. You are the pride of our Liangcheng City Public Security Bureau. Your spirit of selfless dedication in the face of life and death is worthy of emulation by every one of our comrades. You are a hero of our Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau, Lin Jijun said earnestly. The photographer nearby seized the perfect opportunity, clicking away to capture over a dozen shots of director Lin consoling the injured hero. Several leaders took turns delivering motivational speeches, and the photographer captured every moment without missing a shot. After the formalities were completed, the leaders finally left in a leisurely manner. What do you mean? Is that it? Wei Lini asked, feigning surprise. What else do you want? A few kowtows? Li Sai retorted irritably. Instructor, you know that's not what I meant. Wei Lini was aware of Li Sai's sharp tongue and chose not to take it personally. Youth, just you wait, kid, the less they say about the reward, the bigger it'll be. Didn't you catch the bureau chief's hint? A first-class merit might be a stretch, but a second class is practically guaranteed. Aim for second, push for first, that's the usual drill, Wang Wei said with a laugh. Keep up the good work, and you'll have no problem making deputy station chief next year. Nanshan Police Station is a small-town precinct with only 6 full-time officers, including the station chief and political instructor, plus 6 auxiliary officers, making a total of 12 personnel. Among them, Officer Li Qian doubles as both the household registration officer and administrative officer, with auxiliary officer Zhang Na assisting her exclusively. They're rarely involved in field operations, and even when deployed, they're usually left babysitting the vehicles. The rest have to take turns on the front lines, no exceptions, not even for the station chief or political instructor. Chapter 3, awarded second-class merit. The three were chatting when another knock came at the door. Come in. The door opened, and several people entered armed with cameras and microphones. They were reporters. Hello, Officer Wei. We are reporters from Liangcheng County TV station. We've been assigned to interview you. Would it be convenient to do an exclusive interview now? Host Shin Xin asked with a smile. Since you're already here, it's not like I can say no. Before Wei Lini could respond, Wang Wei quickly nodded and said, Of course, please come in. Reporters. Li Sai also promptly stood up to offer his seat. Officer Wei, hello. We were dispatched by the County Party Committee's propaganda department to interview you. May I ask, when the criminal raised that homemade gun, what were you thinking? What was your mindset at that moment? Shin Xin asked with a smile. To be honest, I didn't have time to think. During the arrest operation, I was charging at the front. Only my colleague and I were closest to the suspect. The moment he raised the gun, I acted purely on instinct. I just lunged at him. My only thought was that I absolutely couldn't let him fire into the crowd. We've all seen those homemade shotguns before. They're scatterguns, capable of hitting a wide area. At that distance, even a random shot without aiming could injure everyone. The consequences would have been unthinkable. So my only conviction was, even if I had to sacrifice myself, I couldn't let everyone else get hurt. Wei Lini spoke earnestly. Of course, this mindset was also shaped by the gradual influence of our precinct captain and political instructor. Although I haven't been at Nanshan Police Station for long, both leaders often remind us to prioritize the interests of the people, to always remember our duties and responsibilities as police officers, and to act accordingly. Nearby, Wang Wei and Li Sai's eyes lit up when they heard Wei Lini unexpectedly praising them. If this made it into the newspapers or onto TV, it would be a huge boost for their chances of promotion. Sure enough, after interviewing Wei Lini, the two of them also got their moment in the spotlight. Shen Xian pulled them aside for interviews as well. Comrade Wei Lini is an outstanding comrade with excellent conduct and strict discipline. During his time in the military, he was an elite soldier. After returning to civilian life, he remained humble, eager to learn, and united with his colleagues, getting along well with everyone. In the face of lawbreakers, he led by example, always charging ahead on the front lines. Wang Wei spoke eloquently, fully showcasing his oratory skills. Wei Lini is an exceptional comrade. His resilience, bravery, and selfless dedication are qualities every comrade should learn from. He is a source of pride for all our county's public security officers and the most trustworthy colleague to every officer. Although Li Saibi usually has a sharp tongue, when facing the camera, he racked his brains to praise Wei Lini generously. After 2 hours of interviews, Shen Xian and her team left satisfied, having naturally filmed the three individuals extensively during the process. Upon returning, they worked overtime to meet the deadline, ensuring that Wei Lini's heroic deeds would be published in the next morning's news program and the Liangcheng Daily. Hey, Chief, Instructor, am I really as outstanding as you say? If so, I'd better take some pride in it, Wei Lini said with a laugh. Oh, come on, Don't flatter yourself. I've used every compliment I could think of for you, and you actually believe it? You wish, Li Sai retorted irritably. Ha ha ha, just take it as a joke. If you take it seriously, you lose, Wang Wei also said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, a week passed, and the date arrived at August 16th, the Grand Hall of Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau. Today, a commendation ceremony was held to honor police officer Wei Lini from Nanshan Town Police Station for his outstanding performance in the August 8th gambling raid case, where he shielded others from gunfire with his own body and bravely saved everyone present. After applications by Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau, approval by Jiangdong Provincial Department of Public Security, and verification by the Ministry of Public Security, Wei Lini was specially awarded the second-class Meritorious Service Medal and an honorary certificate. That's right, it's a second-class merit citation. The first-class merit citation was rejected. But even a second-class merit citation is highly prestigious. It's something Liangcheng County hasn't seen in years. Therefore, today's commendation ceremony was attended not only by leaders from the public security system but also by Su Gongcheng, a member of the County Party Committee Standing Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, who personally came to present the award. At 9 a.m., the auditorium was packed. All the station chiefs and political instructors from every township in the county, as well as the top leaders of every squad and department, were present. Comrades, good morning. Today is August 16th, 2000. We gather here for one reason. A hero has emerged from the Liangcheng County public security system. Faced with a criminal's raised gun, about to fire, he resolutely threw himself at the muzzle to protect the lives of the people and the safety of his comrades behind him. With his own body, he built a great wall of flesh and blood for the people and his fellow officers. He is today's protagonist, Comrade Wei Lini. Let's give him a round of applause, said Executive Deputy Director Zheng Tai solemnly. Wei Lini, who had been preparing backstage for a long time, walked onto the podium with unsteady steps. Because the knife wound had not fully healed, Wei Lini walked with a somewhat cautious gait. Upon reaching the podium, Wei Lini first bowed to the assembled leaders in gratitude, then bowed to all the leaders in the audience below. Next, we invite County Party Standing Committee member and Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary Su, along with Deputy County Chief and Public Security Bureau Director Lin Jijun, to conduct the medal awarding ceremony for Comrade Wei Lini, Zheng Tai announced solemnly. At this moment, the two leaders approached Wei Lini, holding the pre-prepared medals and certificates in their hands. Interestingly, Su Gongcheng held the certificate, while Lin Jijun held the medal. First, Lin Jijun presented the medal to Wei Lini, who didn't dare to slack off and immediately stood at attention and saluted. As his legs stiffened, the wound reopened, causing a sharp pain that instantly covered Wei Lini's forehead with sweat. You've worked hard, Comrade Lini. I am proud of you, and so are the over 600 police officers in Liangcheng County, Lin Jijun said solemnly. At the same time, his hands didn't stop moving as he pinned a second-class medal onto Wei Lini's chest. Serve the people. Wei Lini was instantly enveloped in honor, his face flushed with excitement. Next was Su Gongcheng, the Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary, who solemnly presented the certificate of honor to Wei Lini. He then patted Wei's shoulder lightly and praised. Well done. Keep up the good work. The organization will not forget your contributions. Thank you, Secretary Su. Unsure of what else to say, Wei Lini could only stand at attention and salute. In both his past and present life, Su Gongcheng was likely the highest-ranking official Wei had ever spoken to, even if it was just this one sentence. Next was the leader's speech. Su Gongcheng spoke first, highly praising Wei Lini's spirit of fearless sacrifice and dedication. Then came the speech by Director Lin Jijun, which was more practical and down-to-earth. Unlike Su Gongcheng's empty rhetoric, Nanshan Police Station remains a team capable of winning battles, proving reliable in critical moments. This demonstrates that comrades Wang Wei and Li Sai are still worthy of emulation. In light of Nanshan Station's outstanding performance, the Bureau has approved a new police vehicle for them, and new recruits will be prioritized for assignment there. Comrade Wei Lini's spirit and deeds deserve our study and promotion. His exceptional performance in this case has put Liangcheng County in the provincial spotlight. The provincial department has specially allocated 5,000 yuan as a consolation payment, and the municipal bureau has sent a congratulatory message, approving 3,000 yuan as a reward. Our county bureau won't be stingy either, will contribute 2,000 yuan to round it up to 10,000 as a reward for Comrade Lini. Additionally, after deliberation by the bureau's party committee, Comrade Wei Lini is appointed as acting deputy director of Nanshan Station, with a probationary period of 6 months. If his performance remains outstanding, he will be confirmed in the position afterward. First a vehicle, then money, and finally a promotion to deputy director, albeit acting. But every single officer at Nanshan Station owes their lives to Wei Lini.
His confirmation after 6 months is practically a done deal,
isn't it?
indeed. Those who are reborn are always favored by the heavens, making them the envy of others the moment they appear.
Chapter 4, The Case of the Floating Corpse of a Young Girl on August 20th, Part 1. Promotion and Wealth. This is the truest portrayal of Wei Lini's life after rebirth.
The honors he received for saving everyone in the station not only didn't provoke jealousy but instead earned him everyone's gratitude. Even the usually talkative instructor Li Sai showed unusual leniency toward him.
Both Hogwafu and Hogwaqiang, the two brothers, were sent to the detention center.
This case was originally just a minor gambling bust, with a maximum detention of 3 months.
With some connections and money, they might have gotten out in half a month. But Hogwafu,
suffering from sequelae of meningitis,
single-handedly ruined this favorable situation.
The moment he fired the gun, his younger brother Hogwaqiang collapsed to the ground, completely unable to stand up no matter how much they tried to help him.
Truly,
success and failure both stem from the sequelae.
Mentally ill patients are unreliable. After spending another 3 days in the hospital, on August 20th, Wei Lini couldn't stand staying any longer and hurriedly went through the discharge procedures. Director Wang Wei,
along with the political instructor and all the officers from the station,
personally came to pick him up. This was quite the honor. Wow, is this our station's new police car? Wei Lini exclaimed, looking at the brand new minivan with a Shinchi badge. Instantly thrilled. Can you believe it? In his past life, because of this shooting incident, Nanshan Station didn't get a single new vehicle for a whole decade.
That old Santana truly lived by the saying, new for 3 years, old for 3 years, and patched up for another 3 years.
The main selling point is that one car can last 3 generations. The owner may pass, but the car remains. 3 police chiefs have come and gone, yet the car hasn't been replaced once. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise,
Wang Wei's words were cut off by Wei Lini.
Chief, please don't say that. The credit belongs to everyone. I just did the right thing at the right moment. I believe every one of us here,
if they had reacted as quickly as I did, would have rushed forward without hesitation.
I was just lucky to be closer to the situation. Wei Lini said sincerely. Ha ha, good. Neither arrogant nor impatient.
You're starting to sound like a deputy director,
Wang Wei said with a laugh. Yeah, no matter what you think, we all appreciate your sentiment.
That bastard Lu Zhaocheng even conducted a gun experiment, fired a shot at the same angle.
Guess what?
Li Sai said with a grave expression.
Starting from the muzzle, the bullet spreads in a fan shape. Within 20 meters, the lethality is enough to be fatal.
And you know the courtyard was only 10 meters wide and 10 meters long.
Do you realize what that means? Before Wei Lini could answer, Wang Wei cut in.
It means everyone in that courtyard would either die or suffer severe injuries.
If it hit a vital spot, the fatality rate would still be very high. In truth, no one understood the danger of that single gunshot better than he did. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lunged forward like that. I don't care about others, but at that distance, I'd have been dead or at least severely injured. Xiao Wei, you're my lifesaver, Wang Wei said sincerely. Chief, this topic is a bit heavy. Let's talk about something happier.
Wei Lini quickly changed the subject.
Has my bonus been deposited? I'm a bit short on cash lately. Stop talking nonsense.
I believe others might be short on cash.
But you? Don't think I don't know your military discharge benefits were quite substantial. With everything added up, it's at least 80,000, if not 100,000. Wang Wei said with a laugh. Wei Lini was born in 1972,
enlisted in the military in 1988, was selected to serve in the Special Forces in 1990, and was discharged in 2000, a full 12-year veteran.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned a job. It's not enough to spend. I'm thinking of buying an apartment in the county town. I'm almost 30 and still single.
Buying a place and marrying a city girl sounds good,
doesn't it?
Wei Lini said with a laugh.
Oh, our deputy chief Wei is thinking about marriage. Li Qian, do you know any suitable girls in your family to introduce to our deputy chief Wei? Li Sai joked. I'll have to give this some serious thought.
Our deputy chief Wei's qualifications are too good, most people wouldn't be a match for him, Li Qian said with a smile.
Sister Qian, I don't need someone too perfect, someone like you would do, or even slightly less attractive. You're the face of our Nanshan police station. I've had my eye on you since the day I joined,
Wei Lini said with a laugh.
Oh, stop it, always teasing your sister,
Li Qian scolded playfully,
though the corners of her mouth were practically reaching her ears. The car ride back to Nanshan police station was filled with chatter and laughter. As soon as they got out of the car, 6 auxiliary officers swarmed around them, putting on a hero's welcome.
If Li Sai hadn't mentioned that Wei Lini's wound hadn't fully healed yet,
they would have tossed him into the air in celebration. Nanshan police station is really small,
with only 6 regular officers and 6 auxiliary officers, not a single person more.
It's not that they can't recruit more, but that they can't afford to. Regular officers are directly funded by the National Treasury.
with salaries deposited into their bank cards, while auxiliary officers are supported by the station's own funds, supplemented by some allocations from the town government. As a result, auxiliary officers' salaries are low, and the hiring decisions are entirely in the hands of the station chief. For example, Song-woo got in through connections with Mayor Song of the town. Huabin simply bought his way in, and Zhang Na's father is the deputy mayor of the town, and so on. Wei Lini's partner, Ren Jie, got in through Li Sai's connections. They're from the same village, and coincidentally, Ren Jie was even Wei Lini's elementary school classmate. So, never underestimate the grassroots level. The intricate web of relationships there is something only the sharpest can navigate successfully. With the bonus distributed, Wei Lini didn't hold back. He first hosted a feast at the town's Grand Hotel, with a table overflowing with chicken, fish, meat, and eggs, truly a spread where leftovers were inevitable, including cigarettes and alcohol. The total came to over 300, which was already equivalent to a month's salary for an auxiliary police officer. Additionally, they gave Wang Wei and Li Sai each a carton of hard China cigarettes, which cost another 900 yuan. Finally, Lu Pailan, Zhou Lin, and Li Qian weren't left out either. Each received a carton of small tribute cigarettes, costing another 300 yuan. A rough calculation shows that the total expense was 1500 yuan, effectively winning over everyone at the station. Who wouldn't praise Chief Wei for his generosity? His approachability made him incredibly popular, and his reputation at the station soared to new heights. Comfortable days never last long. Just as we settled down, we received an emergency call. Captain, the command center called. A passerby reported finding a female corpse by North River. The command center ordered us to cordon off the scene immediately and wait for the criminal investigation brigade to take over. Zhang Na rushed over to report. Then what are we waiting for? Standard procedure, Wang Wei commanded. Except for Li Qian and Zhang Na staying behind, the entire station mobilized. 2 police cars sped out with sirens blaring and arrived at the scene surrounded by onlookers in just 5 minutes. Without needing to ask, it was clearly the crime scene. The Chinese people's fondness for watching spectacles has been a tradition for thousands of years, and it seems unlikely to change anytime soon. Fortunately, the crowd was gathered by the roadside, while the female corpse remained in the water, one arm stretched high as if pleading for help. On the way, Wei Lini carefully recalled the case. It happened right after the shooting incident, and he had some vague memories of it, though not many, because at that time, the station chief Wang Wei had just sacrificed himself. The instructor was injured, and the station was left leaderless. This case didn't even go through Nanshan Station and was directly taken over by the county criminal investigation team. It took a long time before the case was solved, and it was said to have been cracked by sheer coincidence. He really couldn't recall the specific details anymore. Arriving at the scene, Lu Xiaocheng, Ren Jie, and other auxiliary police officers skillfully set up a cordon. Since the body was still in the middle of the river and difficult to retrieve, everyone could only maintain some order. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Local police stations can manage minor incidents, but once it involves a homicide, it's usually handed over to the criminal investigation team. Chief, this female corpse doesn't look very old. Do you think her clothes resemble the school uniform of Nanshan High School? Wei Lini asked. You know what? They really do. Could the victim be a student from Nanshan High School? But why isn't there any police report? Let me make a call and check. Wang Wei quickly dialed the station and asked Zhang Na to look up any missing person reports from the past few months, especially for female students. Upon hearing this, Zhang Na immediately checked the records and soon found one. Zhao Yuquan from Zhaozhuang village had previously reported his daughter missing. Since it was just the start of summer vacation, everyone assumed the girl had gone to work elsewhere, so no one paid much attention. Besides, with the vast sea of people, the police aren't miracle workers. Where would they even begin searching? And so, the case was shelved. At that moment, a man in his 50s or 60s came running over, sobbing uncontrollably. He stood on the bridge and looked down. What he saw made him wail even louder, crying out in anguish. It turned out that this man was Zhao Yuquan. The identity of the victim in the river was immediately confirmed. She was Zhao Youchuan's daughter, Zhao Man. Although it was summer, the temperature at the bottom of the river wasn't high, only around 10 degrees Celsius. As a result, the victim's body took over a month to surface. By then, it had swollen beyond recognition. But it wasn't surprising that a relative could still identify it. Zhao Yuquan cried and shouted, insisting on jumping down to retrieve his daughter, but the nearby auxiliary police officer had been keeping an eye on him and quickly stepped forward to stop him. Just then, the county criminal police team's vehicle arrived, with the head of the criminal police team, Xing Daolei, leading the way. Captain Xing, you've had a long journey. Wang Wei greeted him with a smile. It's all part of the job. How's the situation at the scene? Xing Daolei replied briefly before getting straight to the point. The identity of the deceased has been basically confirmed. It's Zhao Man from Zhaozhuang village, a senior high school student. The man crying on the bridge over there is her father, Zhao Yuquan. He reported her missing at the station over a month ago, but you know how it is. Wang Wei smiled awkwardly. Missing person cases are impossible to investigate. It's practically an unwritten rule among police nationwide. Let's retrieve the body first, and keep Zhao Yuquan under temporary control for now, Xing Daolei said. Got it. Wait, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider, do you? We're the same rank. Got it? The same rank. Wang Wei snapped irritably. He just didn't like the commanding tone of Xing Daolei's order. They were both deputy section chiefs, who was afraid of whom? Chapter 5, The Case of the Floating Corpse of an 8-20 Blossoming Girl 2. Soon, 2 officers from the Criminal Investigation Brigade brought out an inflatable kayak. After pumping air into it for 2 minutes, a kayak appeared before everyone. They gently placed it into the water, and 2 fully armed officers rowed to the middle of the river to carefully retrieve the female corpse. Meanwhile, all onlookers on the bridge and along the roadside were pushed back to a distance of over 100 meters. On one hand, he was afraid of scaring them, and on the other, he feared they might desecrate the victim's body. Even from a distance, the pungent stench of decay was overwhelming. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, Wei Lini still found the smell utterly unbearable. Here, put this on and come with me to see for yourself. Li Sai handed him a gas mask, which could effectively block the odor. Wei Lini quickly put it on and followed behind him. The criminal police team members looked at the 2 wearing gas masks with a mix of envy and disdain. Is it really necessary? If you can't even handle the smell of a corpse, what kind of police officer are you? Wei Lini didn't say a word, just followed behind Li Sai. In his previous life, he had been a police officer for 30 years, yet the number of homicide scenes he'd encountered could be counted on one hand. After all, in a small rural town, how many homicides could you expect? And if there really was a homicide case, it wouldn't be handled by a small-time beat cop like him. It would be the professionals from the Criminal Investigation Brigade taking charge. The deceased was around 17 years old, had been assaulted before death, and suffered a heavy blow to the head, likely from a blunt object like a stone. However, the cause of death was drowning. In other words, she was first assaulted, then during the struggle or afterward, someone struck her head with a blunt object like a stone, rendering her unconscious before she was sunk into the river. The ligature marks on the body suggest she was tied to something and submerged at the riverbed, where the low temperature helped preserve the body so intact. The forensic examiner explained while performing the autopsy. This is utterly depraved. A classic case of rape followed by murder. The brutality of the method is downright appalling. Wang Wei said gravely, Lao Xing, this case must be solved, or what's the point of me being the chief of Nanshan Police Station? Solving it is a must, but it won't be easy, right? Xing Daolei said with a solemn expression. If it's someone the victim knew, the investigation would be simpler. What's worrying is if it was a random attacker, that would be a nightmare. This is a rural area, the middle of nowhere, no surveillance cameras, not even streetlights. Upon hearing this, Wei Lini initially had no clue, but the mention of someone familiar committing the crime immediately sparked a thought in his mind. However, it slipped away before he could grasp it. This left him feeling extremely frustrated, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Someone familiar committing the crime. Someone familiar committing the crime. Someone familiar committing the crime. And who is this? Xing Daolei turned and saw Wei Lini, finding him somewhat familiar, but with a large pig-nose gas mask covering most of his face, he genuinely couldn't recognize him. This is Deputy Director Wei from our station, Wang Wei said with a smile. Oh, Wei Lini. Hello. Xing Daolei suddenly realized and specifically extended his hand to shake Wei Lini's hand in greeting. This left him utterly confused. Since when did he have this kind of face? Prestige? Hello, Captain Xing. Wei Lini quickly responded. Director Wei, do you have any ideas you could share with everyone? They might just help crack the case, Xing Daolei said with a smile. Oh, Captain Xing, you flatter me. It was just a flash of inspiration, and I've already forgotten it. You guys go ahead. You go ahead, I'm still in the learning phase. Wei Lini scratched his head and said sheepishly. No worries. Solving cases mostly relies on flashes of inspiration. If you have any new insights, please don't hesitate to share them. Officer Wei, Xing Daolei said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. Wei Lini knew his own limits. Being a neighborhood cop was fine, but becoming a detective? Forget it. He just wasn't cut out for it. Xing Daolei didn't say much more. He was just laying the groundwork for goodwill. After all, this was the first officer in 10 years to earn a second-class merit, and one without any exaggeration at that. No matter how his career went, it couldn't turn out too badly. As for the corpse, very few clues could be obtained since it had been submerged in flowing water for over a month. Most of the finer details were essentially lost. 2 divers went down and retrieved the large rock tied to the body, along with the rope, both of which were common household items found in every rural home, offering little investigative value. Captain. Based on the interview with the victim Zhao Manman's father, the deceased left home on June 20th, claiming she was going to work with a classmate to earn tuition money. She disappeared after that. Around June 30th, Zhao Yuquan tried to call Zhao Manman but ended up contacting her classmate instead. The classmate said Zhao Manman had never gone out to work and had no idea where she was. So, Zhao Yuquan went to the local police station to file a report. The information from Nanshan police station's records largely matches this account, reported a detective as he approached. In other words, the victim Zhao Manman could have been killed shortly after leaving home on June 20th. Xing Daolei said gravely, the timeline generally fits. This river is about 5 meters deep, with a temperature difference of over 8 degrees Celsius between the bottom and the surface. Combined with the flowing water, the gap can exceed 10 degrees. So, it's not unusual for the body to surface only after 2 months under such conditions. The only silver lining is that there aren't any large fish in this river, the forensic examiner added. Wei Lini somewhat agreed with this point. The annual dragnet operations had nearly wiped out all the big fish. Within 50 meters, conduct a thorough search. Within 200 meters, carry out a precise search. Within 500 meters, proceed with a door-to-door inquiry, ordered Xing Daolei. Captain Wang, please have our colleagues from Nanshan coordinate with us. No problem with that. Humph. It's not like you couldn't have spoken properly from the start. Wang Wei retorted irritably. It's hard to imagine that a man pushing 50, and so small in stature, could still be so stubborn. Door-to-door searches are something Wei Lini is quite familiar with, essentially walking around and looking for anything suspicious, then examining it more closely. However, this method tends to be somewhat superficial, especially since the scope is so broad. Under normal circumstances, it doesn't achieve much and is more for psychological comfort. Besides, it's currently summer, with abundant rainfall and lush vegetation. A glance along the riverbank reveals nothing but dense plants, making it impossible to spot anything at a glance. If you want to search, you'll have to comb through inch by inch. A scream came from beside them. It was Lu Xiaocheng. The people nearby all turned to look. What's wrong, Xiao Lu? Wei Lini quickly asked. Did you find something? Does finding a big spicy strip count? Lu Xiaocheng said sheepishly. Never mind, Wei Lini said irritably. You're a grown man, and you screamed at the sight of a spicy strip? Unbelievable. As expected, after searching until nightfall, no substantial leads were found, and the case hit a dead end. Wei Lini had already guessed it in his heart. Although he hadn't been involved in this case in his previous life, he had heard a little about it. It wasn't until several months later, by sheer chance, that the suspect was apprehended. But he couldn't recall what that opportunity was. Damn it! Back at the station, it was already dark. Wei Lini washed up and lay down on the bed, slowly replaying every detail of the day in his mind, especially when Xing Daolei mentioned the possibility of an inside job. His mind suddenly opened like a floodgate, and countless memories came rushing back. Could it really be him? Wei Lini suddenly sat up in bed, recalling an important phrase in his mind, the prostitution king Zhao Yuqian. Speaking of this Zhao Yuqian, he was absolutely a character. During the county's public security team's crackdowns on prostitution, 9 out of 10 times they would catch him, a typical case of incorrigible behavior. Many officers in the security team even recognized him by now. It was also by chance that 2 members of the security team were discussing him when Xing Daolei happened to pass by and overheard. At first, he thought it was Zhao Yuquan and muttered to himself, how heartless can this father be? His daughter's body isn't even cold yet, and he still finds the time and mood to visit prostitutes? Later, when reviewing the case files, he confirmed that Zhao Yuquan and Zhao Yuqian were 2 different people, which put his mind at ease. However, adopting a hit or miss approach, he decided to have Zhao Yuqian brought in for interrogation. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuqian became extremely frightened upon hearing that the criminal police wanted to interrogate him, displaying abnormal behavior. This raised suspicions for the seasoned detective, who then probed indirectly. Under pressure, Zhao Yuqian broke down and confessed to the entire process of assaulting and murdering his niece, Zhao Manman, thus solving the case. If not for the serendipitous coincidence and Xing Daolei's vigilance, the case of Zhao Manman's murder might have remained unsolved forever. A young girl in the prime of her life might have forever remained wronged at the bottom of the river, her injustice never redressed. Wei Lini secretly resolved to keep a close eye on Zhao Yuqian. Since he already knew Zhao was the perpetrator, he absolutely wouldn't let him escape justice. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Xing Daolei, captain of the criminal police brigade, arrived at Nanshan police station with 7 or 8 officers. Old Wang, we'll need your full cooperation in the follow-up investigation work, Xing Daolei said with a smile. Don't worry, Lao Xing, since the case happened in our jurisdiction, it's our duty. Director Wei will personally lead the team in the field visits.
and the personnel are at your disposal, Wang Wei assured him, patting his chest. In the past, it was always the instructor who coordinated everything, but now with a deputy director in place, it's naturally Wei Lini, the deputy director, who accompanies them. Otherwise, wouldn't the instructor lose face? Then many thanks. Let's briefly assign the tasks. Our criminal investigation team will still be responsible for the on-site investigation. As for the deceased's family background, relatives, and school matters, we'll leave that to your Nanshan station, since you're the locals and it'll be easier for you to handle, Xing Daolei said with a smile. Rest assured, Captain Xing, we'll take care of this task, Wei Lini nodded in assurance. Normally, homicide cases are taken over by the criminal investigation team, but local police stations still have their responsibilities and need to provide full cooperation. In the past life, the failure to solve this case in a timely manner was partly due to the lack of cooperation from Nanshan Station, as the influence of local powerhouses should not be underestimated. Chapter 6, The Case of the Floating Corpse of a Young Girl on 8/20, Part 3. Wei Lini called Zhou Lin and Lu Pailan, along with their respective auxiliary police officers, making a total of 6 people. They first arrived at Zhouzhuang village and divided into 3 groups to conduct interviews in the village. Aimless investigation is definitely not advisable. We should focus on those who frequently engage in illegal activities, Wei Lini said. That makes sense. Ordinary people rarely have the audacity to commit such brutal crimes. Wei's reasoning is sound. Zhou Lin nodded in agreement. Master, focus on breaking through Zhao Yuquan. Primarily ask him about any enemies or disputes he might have. Make him the main breakthrough point, Wei Lini said. Got it. I'll handle him. Lu Pailan nodded in acknowledgement. He was Wei Lini's mentor, the senior officer guiding the rookie, primarily responsible for daily patrols and teaching methods for handling various situations. Brother Zhou, let's split up. You carefully search eastward, and I'll go from east to west. If you spot any suspicious individuals, note them down first, and we'll focus on investigating them after compiling the information, Wei Lini said. No problem. After assigning the tasks, the 3 teams began to take action separately. Sir, we are police officers from the local station. We're here mainly to conduct a survey and learn about the village affairs. We appreciate your cooperation, Wei Lini said kindly. However, the elderly man he questioned didn't find it friendly but rather felt an overwhelming sense of authority, which made him nervous. I'll cooperate fully. Cooperate fully. Don't be nervous, we're just having a casual chat. Say whatever comes to mind, and don't deliberately hide anything. I'll keep it confidential afterward and definitely won't say it was you who told me, Wei Lini said with a smile, simultaneously handing over a white packaged red cedar cigarette and lighting it for the old man. The latter took a puff of the cigarette and visibly relaxed. Wei Lini began chatting with him, rambling and asking about all sorts of things. The old man gradually loosened up and started talking freely. Who in our village is known for being a bit wild, daring when it comes to shady stuff, or likes petty theft and illegal small businesses? Wei Lini asked deliberately. The old man jolted and immediately looked at Wei Lini. Officer, are you here to investigate the case about Man, that girl? Hearing this, Wei Lini exchanged a glance with Ring Jie, then smiled and said, the older, the wiser. Yes, that's exactly what we're here to look into. Man was such an unfortunate child. Her mother died soon after she was born, and she was raised by her grandmother until she was 8 or 9, when her grandmother passed away too. Her father, Zhao Yuquan, is a good-for-nothing who only drinks and gambles. All these years, the girl had to earn her own school fees. It wasn't easy. The old man sighed. If you're asking who in our village might have harmed Man, I honestly can't think of anyone. Everyone sympathized with her plight. The girl was so hardworking, always at the top of her class in school, and could have easily gotten into university. Who would have thought this would happen? As he spoke, the old man's voice choked up a bit. We understand what you mean, but as the police, we can't handle cases based on mere speculation like you suggested. We must make bold hypotheses but verify them carefully, never wronging an innocent person, yet never letting a guilty one go free. So, we still need your full cooperation, sir, Wei Lini said solemnly. I know. To be honest, the troublemakers in our village aren't many, just the 3 Zhao brothers, Zhao Yuqian, Zhao Yuquan, and Zhao Yuliang. They're close cousins, usually on good terms, and all fond of having a good time. Yuquan, Man's father, loves drinking and gambling. Yuqian is well versed in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. This guy is especially lecherous. He's even made advances on young and married women in the village and has been beaten up a few times for his behavior. As for Yuliang, that kid is harder to pin down. Rumor has it he's mixed up with gangs outside the village, but the specifics aren't clear. Anyway, it's nothing legitimate. The old man successfully steered the conversation toward Zhao Yuqian, and Wei Lini couldn't help but feel a flicker of satisfaction. Then, Sir, could you tell me more about this Zhao Yuqian? Wei Lini said. You said he's got money? That kid actually doesn't have any bad intentions. And he's quite timid. His only vice is lust, can't help it. He earns a bit working in the county town, makes decent money, but his motto is earn in the county, spend in the county. Not a single penny makes it back home. It all goes to the foot massage parlors. Everyone in our village knows about him. His wife has dragged him out of those parlors countless times, but he never changes. He's notorious for his lechery. All the young women and married ladies in the village avoid him. Once the topic turned to Zhao Yuqian, the old man couldn't stop talking. After some conversation, Wei Lini shifted the focus of the investigation directly to Zhao Yuqian. Knowing the answer and looking for clues, it was like hitting the bullseye every time. Chief Wei, are you saying this Zhao Yuqian is a prime suspect? Ren Jia couldn't help but ask curiously. Not necessarily. I just find this guy a bit interesting, worth keeping an eye on. Wei Lini replied. We can't just label someone a murderer because they're lustful. That would be way too rash. I think so too. It seems personal reputation is still very important. Otherwise, someone like Zhao Yuqian might not even have done anything bad yet, but you've already got your eye on him. Ren Jia said with a laugh. Ever since Wei Lini became the deputy director, Ren Jia's tone had noticeably changed, less familiar than before, with an added touch of reverence. Ha ha, actually, it's not all bad. Otherwise, the world would be full of hypocrites. A true villain isn't so bad, at least you know to be wary of them, right? Wei Lini said with a smile. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived at Zhao Yuqian's home. The moment she saw two police officers at the door, Zhao's wife, Wang Xiujuan, visibly tensed up, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. Officer, our family's Yuqian has been very well behaved at home lately, not going out to play. Really, he's been at home every day, Wang Xiujuan said nervously. Seeing this, Wei Lini couldn't help but smile. Madam, don't be nervous. We're not here for Zhao Yuqian. No, I mean, it's not that Zhao Yuqian is in trouble again. We're just conducting a routine investigation. Your village's Zhao Manman was murdered, right? We're here for that case. Oh, I know about that. I even went to see her. The girl was really nice and close to our family. Who would have thought that she would? Wang Xiujuan cried for a while, calming herself before continuing. I'm really sorry. When you came, I thought he had been out whoring again. As long as they weren't here to investigate Zhao Yuqian's prostitution activities, she wasn't as nervous. To talk about her own man, he was like a dog that couldn't stop eating poop. He just loved going to foot massage parlors and indulging in prostitution. He had been detained and fined by the police station countless times, but he never changed. She really had no way to deal with it. Over this matter, she even went so far as to break Zhao Yuqian's leg at her worst. But unfortunately, once he recovered, he went right back to it. Let's briefly go over your whereabouts these past 2 months. Starting with you, Ren Jie. Take notes, Wei Lini said with a smile. Think carefully. Around late June or early July. Did you go out, or come into contact with any strangers, or notice anyone around you behaving unusually? Wang Xiujuan looked utterly bewildered. Who the hell could remember things that happened 2 months ago? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she knew absolutely nothing. Then let me ask you differently, have you gone out at night at all in the last 2 months? Wei Lini knew this was asking too much. Forget Wang Xiujuan, even he himself couldn't remember what he was doing 2 months ago. Unless you did something extremely exciting, those kinds of memories tend to stand out. Absolutely not. What would I go out at night for? My man may be lustful, but I can't be like him. How many decent people go out at night anyway? Wang Xiujuan retorted angrily. You're right, sister. Let me ask your husband then, has he been staying at home recently? Wei Lini smiled as she changed the subject. That's right, he's been home for 2 months now. He's been very well behaved. Hasn't stepped out in 2 months. He even helps with chores at home. When friends called him out, he didn't go. Wang Xiujuan said with satisfaction. 2 months? Are you sure? Wei Lini's heart tightened. Absolutely sure. He came back on June 21st, I remember clearly. It was the summer solstice. It's been 2 months now, and he hasn't left once. He even told me he's turned over a new leaf and won't go out to fool around anymore. At first, I didn't believe him, but when I saw you just now, I was afraid something had happened. Good thing you're not here for him, now I can relax, Wang Xiujuan said with a laugh. Wei Lini and Ren Jie exchanged a glance, both with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Firstly, Zhao Manman left home for work on June 20th and then went missing. The exact date of her death is uncertain. But one thing is clear, the likelihood of a murder occurring in broad daylight after the evening of June 20th is quite low, given the busy farming season with people coming and going. Zhao Yuqian, on the other hand, returned on June 21st. And his behavior afterward was as if he had become a completely different person. This was evident from his wife's account. His temperament had drastically changed, so much so that he stayed holed up at home for 2 months without stepping out. Were there any unusual circumstances when he returned? What time did he come back? Wei Lini asked with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Xiujuan froze.
She wasn't foolish, she immediately thought of Zhao Manman, whom Wei Lini had just mentioned, and her face instantly turned pale.
Ma'am, I advise you to answer carefully and truthfully. Otherwise, we might have to invite you to the police station for questioning, and it won't be as pleasant as talking to me,
Wei Lini said with a sinister tone.
At the same time, his gaze bore into Wang Xiujuan, exerting immense pressure on her. After all, after 2 lifetimes of being a police officer for so many years, even if it's just a piece of police, the sense of oppression towards the ordinary people is still full. Chapter 7-8. 20 Floating Body of a Young Girl in Flower Season 4. Sure enough,
Wang Xiujuan could not stand Wei Lini's eyes.
Stammered. That day he arrived home early in the morning. I just got up.
I haven't had time to wash. Almost 6 o'clock out. There is still a lot of dirt and weeds on the body. Said that it was a walk when he fell.
I didn't care. Do you believe it? Wei Lini asked rhetorically. Do you think he fell? Wang Xiujuan didn't know how to answer. He usually works in the county town, right? Normally, the first bus from the county town to Nanshan is around 6 o'clock, and it's almost 6:40 when he arrives at Nanshan. And then from the station to your house, it's almost 10 minutes by bicycle,
which means that the probability of him arriving at home before 7 o'clock isn't very high.
Don't you think so? Wei Lini speculated.
And you said he arrived home at 6 o'clock.
So how did he get back?
What kind of car did he take? Wang Xiujuan was directly confused. She was so scared that her face was pale and her mind was in chaos.
At this time,
Zhao Qian's voice came from the yard. Wang Xiuwan,
what are you doing dead at the door?
Stealing a man. Also wait for your husband is not at home.
Comrade police. When seeing 2 uniformed police officers chatting with their wives there, in an instant, Zhao Qian's face went white, and with 2 warring strands, he wanted to leave first. However, it was held back by him. He knew deep down that he couldn't run, and if he did, he would be exposed. So, he forced out a smile that was even worse than crying. Comrade police. Hello, what's the matter? You're Zhao Qian, right? Come here, looking for you to understand something.
Wei Lini beckoned and greeted Zhao Qian over. The latter had no choice but to pinch his nose and walk over.
What's the matter, comrade policeman? Come on, squat down. Looking for you to understand the situation. You do not be nervous. Just tell the truth. Do not bull *******,
or do not blame me for asking you to go back to live for 2 days.
Wei Lini threatened. Don't worry.
I'll know everything and guarantee not a single false word. Zhao Qian hurriedly nodded his head and said,
only. At this point, he didn't even realize how pale his face was and how scared he was sweating profusely. What kind of work did you do in the county before?
The one who makes the cement poles in the cement pole factory.
Mainly driving the forklift, Zhao Qian said. When did you leave? Why did you leave? I left my job on June 19th. I had a fight with the workshop director. Plus it was hot, so I resigned from my job.
Zhao Qian said helplessly.
So when did you get back? What time did you get home? I came back as soon as I resigned. And when people saw that I had resigned, they rolled me over and let me go. So I came back.
Zhao Qian said with certainty.
Did you go straight home? Did you go anywhere else in between? Wei Lini pursued.
At these words, Zhao Qian was visibly shaken, his eyes darting around as he prepared to lie.
I went straight home. I didn't go anywhere in between.
Zhao Qian said sheepishly.
It's not right, is it? Think about it again. You've thought about the consequences of lying to me.
Wei Lini droned in a cold voice.
What are you thinking? This is the deputy director of our Nanshan Institute.
Ren Jia reminded in a cold voice.
This statement,
Zhao Qian's heart cannot help but a thump.
When the officials are out, I admit it.
I went out to play one night before I came back.
I played until after 10 at night,
and there was no car to come back.
So I opened a room, slept, and immediately came back the next day. There is absolutely no mistake,
Zhao Qian said with certainty.
You mean, you left your job on the 19th, had a night out, and came back on the 20th? Wei Lini asked suspiciously. Are you sure?
Sure,
I'm sure.
Zhao Qian hurriedly nodded his head in agreement.
So on your way back on the 20th, did you run into anyone? Said anything? Anything different or special?
Wei Lini didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and continued to pursue.
At these words, Zhao Qian instantly panicked. The sweat on his forehead couldn't stop flowing down.
He couldn't help but wipe it with his hand.
No, I guess. I don't remember too well,
Zhao Qian said with a flustered expression.
That's not right, is it? Your wife, however, said that you arrived home at 6 in the morning on the day of the summer solstice. And the summer solstice was on the 21st, which is obviously a day later than the 20th you said. So may I ask where you went on this day? When Wei Lini said this, Zhao Qian completely panicked. He didn't expect his mother-in-law's mouth to be so fast, and such a big loophole was discovered by the police. What to do?
Looking at Zhao Qian's panicked appearance, Ren Jie immediately came behind him and took a defensive stance. Wei Linyi also secretly prepared an offensive stance. For a while, the atmosphere was unusually dull. Do you believe me when I say that my daughter-in-law remembered it wrong? The corner of Zhao Qian's mouth unexpectedly revealed a smile. A cruel smile. Wei Linyi screamed in his heart that it was not good. Before he was ready to strike, Zhao Qian had already taken out a spring-loaded knife of more than 10 centimeters and aimed it at his wife Wang Xiujuan's neck. Don't come over, all of you, or I'll kill her, Zhao Qian shouted frantically. Wei Linyi and Ren Jie quickly drew their telescopic batons and took defensive positions. At this time, Wang Xiujuan, who was being held hostage, was in a daze and hadn't reacted to what was going on. When she reacted, though, it was with a heart of gold. She didn't realize that her husband, who had shared the same bed for so many years, had a heart like a snake and was holding her hostage. In the past, she had hated Zhao Qian for his immodesty and was angry at him for making young and old unable to hold up their heads in the village. However, when Zhao Qian took the knife and pointed it at her neck, at that moment, there was no greater sorrow than death. Don't be impulsive, Zhao Qian. Speak slowly, she's your married wife. What's the use of comparing her with a knife? Now we're withdrawing and letting you go. Can you run away? Even if you can, what will you do in the future? You'll spend your whole life on the run, and when you hear the sound of a police car or see a policeman, you'll be too scared to speak for yourself? Wei Linyi persuaded. Wake up, now is not the 80s, cannot run away? The Public Security Bureau is the whole country network. Wanted notice, even if you run to the country, but also to catch you back. Do you think? I don't care, let me go. I don't want to kill her either. She's so young, but I asked her to give it to me once and she wouldn't agree to it. It's not like I won't give her money. How much money can you make working outside the home? I give her much more than she earns, much more. She even want to call the police to arrest me. Who will die if she doesn't? Ah, Zhao Qian said frantically. Is that why you killed her? Wei Linyi said in a cold voice. Ha ha, her father is just like that. He's been a loser all his life. Their family is so poor. I want to subsidize her, but she doesn't want it? She has a backbone. Well, I'll let her have a backbone. I'd like to see how hard her head is. Ha ha. Zhao Qian directly fell into a maniacal stage. Unbeknownst to him, behind his back, Lu Xiaochang was leaning up step by step, then suddenly clutched his hand holding the spring knife, and then clutched it to death. At this time, Wei Linyi also took an arrow step forward, pulled Wang Xiujuan over, and at the same time gave Zhao Qian a kick. Kicking the latter's nose and eyes all came out, and his mouth was open like a dead fish. Breathing heavily, Ren Jie took the opportunity to go up, pinning him down hard and handcuffing him. What the hell? He's Zhao Manman's murderer? Lu Pailan asked in surprise. Obviously, he admitted it himself. Wei Linyi nodded and said, the conversation just now. I had Ren Jie record it all. There are some things that still need to be proven, but basically it can be determined that this guy is the murderer of Zhao Manman, and he, or Zhao Manman's uncle who didn't get out of the 5 suits. Really hateful. Unexpected indeed. Bring it back to the office first. Lu Pailan nodded his head inside. To be able to solve the case is a good thing. I originally thought that this case has the potential to become an unsolved case. So far, there is no strong evidence and clues on the side of the Interpol brigade. And your side directly solved the case? The future generation is fearful. Ah, Master, we are our own family. If you praise me as a disciple, aren't you still praising yourself for teaching you well? Wei Linyi smiled and said, Ren Jie, go get the police car. Let's withdraw. Okay. At this time, the criminal police brigade have a number of people, but also in the hot sun, in the river along the edge of the search for evidence. The captain of the criminal Dao Lei hand smoke did not stop. One after another dazzle. There are no useful clues, which is most frustrating, knowing that the scene of the crime is nearby, but after 2 months of rain, the hair is not left, which cannot help but let the criminal Dao Lei a headache. Tick-tock, the cell phone sitting next to him rang. Hey, old Wang, what's up? Hindu Lei reluctantly picked up the phone. Old Xing, any clues? This case is a bit difficult, Wang Wei said with meaning. It's a bit troublesome, it's been too long, and there are hardly any clues collected at the scene. Hindu Lei said helplessly. Well, that's true. Looks like there's no good news from your side, Wang Farin Yang said. This tone of voice instantly lit up the fire of Hindu Lei. Oh, mind your own business first. Do you have any new discoveries on your side? Interdictor Thunder said without a good mood. There is not much in the way of new discoveries. It's that we have caught a suspect who has admitted to himself that he killed Zhao Manman. Wang Wei said lightly, only the tone of his voice could not hide the complacency. What? Caught the suspect? Really? Criminal Dao Lei simply couldn't believe it. When did the Nanshan police station also have such a strong fighting force? If you don't believe me, just come and take a look. The person is in the interrogation room and is taking a statement. Wang Wei was emboldened and said,
I'll be right there. Without saying a word, Interdiction Lay started the car and drove towards the police station. Chapter 88. 20 Flower Girl Floating Body Case 5. At this time, in the interrogation room, Instructor Lee Sai was personally sitting in the room. Lu Pailan and Zhou Lin were responsible for accompanying him, and Wei Linyi was accompanying Wang Wei in the office on the phone. Looking at the smug Wang Wei, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. How did he not realize in his previous life that this little old man was still a comedian? You kid is a talent. I admit that I looked away. Wang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. He. I'll take that as a compliment from you, Director, Wei Linyi said with a smile. It is supposed to be bold and careful, know how to advance and retreat, not greedy. Will come to things, you such a talent, in the future will be designated to go to a higher leadership position, Wang Wei exclaimed. Then I'll borrow your good advice. When the time comes, if I'm in a higher position than you, I'll definitely promote you well, Wei Linyi said with a smile. Then I'll be waiting, Wang Wei said with a smile. Unbeknownst to the two, their joking words later became true. Soon, the criminal Dao Lei rushed into the police station, went straight to the interrogation room. At this time, Zhao Qian is explaining the process of his crime. At that time she fiercely resisted. I did not expect her to react so fiercely. A moment of nervousness? I used a stone to knock her out. To calm down, I still could not hold back to violate her. Hey, do not say, the little girl just 16 or 17 years old, but the place that should be big, the place that should be small, crunching strong. Saying that, Zhao Qian even issued a lewd laugh. Be serious, Zhao Qian. This is an interrogation room. Not listening to your speech. Li Sai slapped the table, startling Zhao Qian, who immediately tightened up. After violating her, I realized that things were a bit off. When I smashed her, I probably smashed her hard. Blood flowed all over the place, and the person was unconscious. I was so scared that I was afraid of being found out. So in a moment of haunting, I tied her to a rock and sank her in the river. You're a ing beast. She's your niece, Zhou Lin said hatefully. Things have come to a head. Zhao Qian also knows that he is considered a waste, and directly swing, and after half a day of listening in front of the door, Interdiction Ray also understood that the case was indeed solved by Nanshan Institute. This is a bit hard to bear, as if everyone is participating in the Olympic mathematics competition. I am a Qingbei University majors even buy you a secondary school girls to counter. This Nima who can carry? Yo, Team Xing, why are you here? Li Sai, who had come out of the interrogation room, happened to bump into Interdictor Lei, who was at the door, and immediately said with a smile, oh, I also just arrived. Congratulations this case is solved on your Nanshan Institute. Criminal Dao Lei said reluctantly. Hey, it's all chance and coincidence. Besides, what's the difference between the cases solved by our Nanshan Institute and those solved by the Criminal Police Brigade? They are all family, Li Sai said with a smile. That's right, old Xing, you still have to open up this pattern. Don't say that the world's police are one family. We're still in the same bureau, a brotherhood unit. What's the difference between you and me? Ahahaha, you say right, Wang Wei said with a laugh. Although the words are well spoken, but every sentence in the ears of the criminal Dao Lei is like a thorn in the side. Never is the criminal police brigade to eat meat. The police station followed the soup. Now suddenly reversed, the criminal Dao Lei's heart is naturally mixed. Do not know what to say. Good. Old Wang, you're right. It's me who's superficial. Give me a chat about this case. What's your police station's idea of solving the case? Criminal Dao Lei would like to see where he lost. Little Wei, you do it. Wang Wei was about to release Wei Linyi with a big wave of his hand. Okay, Mr. Wang, Team Xing, it's like this. This morning, after arranging our respective tasks, we began to visit the residents of Zhaozhuang village one by one, and in the process of questioning, we focused our main efforts on those who are usually more tasty and lazy, with complicated social relationships and previous convictions. It just so happened that when I came to Zhao Qian's house, his wife was very talkative, so I asked a few more questions. Wei Linyi recounted all the causes and consequences. Grass. After hearing this, Hindu Lei was silent for a long time, and in the end, he only uttered the name of a plant. Ha, Team Xing, the closure report will be handed over to your criminal police brigade. Leave the professional things to the professionals. This is a perfect cooperation between our Nanshan Institute and the criminal police brigade, isn't it? Wang Wei said with a smile. Yes, what else could criminal Dao Lei say? Only one word could be uttered through gritted teeth. Then, make the call, notify the Interpol members on the riverbank, and close up the team. With the members of the criminal police brigade returned and lifted Zhao Qian, the transfer of this case is naturally handed over to the criminal police brigade, but both Wang Wei and Wei Linyi are not the slightest bit worried that the criminal Dao Lei will swallow the credit. After all, the criminal Dao Lei, as long as his head is not kicked by a donkey,
He cannot do such a disgusting thing. From the time of the crime to solving the case and arresting the suspect, in just 48 hours, the South Hill office has created a miracle. To know, the deceased but in the water under the dead body for nearly 2 months, and then there is no favorable clues in the case, within 48 hours of detection, and quickly arrested the suspect to the case, which definitely set the fastest record in Liangcheng. No wonder Wang Wei will be so pleased, and the criminal Dao Lei can still hold back not to spray him. Soon, that 8/20 floating body of a young girl in flower season case was closed. All the evidence, mainly confessions, were transferred to the prosecutor's office, prosecuted, and tried by the court. In the end, Zhao Qian was sentenced to death with immediate execution for rape and intentional homicide under extremely aggravating circumstances, a peanut of pure steel and free body piercing surgery to end his life of sin. Zhao has the money to find a place to be reborn. The living must continue to live. Because of this rapid solving the case, Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau directly to the Nanshan Police Station declared a collective third-class merit, and for Wei Linyi alone applied for a personal third-class merit. This time it is very fast, because it involves the life of a live underage girl. The provincial department attaches great importance to the aspect of the audit. After the audit, and immediately gave approval to the request for a third-class merit, but in order to take into account the feelings of the criminal police brigade. This time, the Nanshan Police Station did not hold a grand recognition ceremony, but instead, the material rewards in place. Therefore, the director Wang Wei happy to bring a new car, Santana 2000. His old Santana is given to the instructor Li Sai, and as the protagonist Wei Lin Yi, has the right to enjoy the van, although only a van, but always 4 wheels is not. In just a month's time, South Hill is pleased to mention 2 police cars, in addition to cash incentives and so on. We all fall into a favorable, and as a result, Wei Lin Yi has completely stabilized himself in Nanshan Institute, becoming a veritable Wei Institute. Wei, didn't you say you want to buy a house? It's just right. Your sister-in-law's school opposite the newly opened neighborhood. The location is good. The environment can also be. To give you 2 days off, you go to take a look, Wang said with a smile. In addition, your sister-in-law's class has a substitute teacher. The little girl looks old and beautiful. I'll let your sister-in-law to introduce you to it. The first to become a family, after the establishment of a career. Hey, your kid is not want a daughter-in-law well. Then I'll be respectful. Wei Linyi rubbed his nose and said helplessly. After 2 days of vacation, Wei Linyi did not rush to buy a house in the county, but decided to go home first. What should come is always going to come. Should face is always going to face. Experience this case. Wei Linyi looked at Zhao Man at a young age. Suddenly have a kind of realization. People live. There will always be a day will go as nothing more than morning and evening only. Or to frankly face, cherish the person in front of you. In the supermarket next door, I bought a van full of things. Fried rice, oil, salt, ginger, vinegar and tea, as well as pastries and snacks and milk, and spent more than $500. Judas remembered his previous life. Even the new year did not dare to spend so. Too bold. In fact, Wei Linyi's home is not far from Nanshan Institute, 7 or 8 miles away, driving 5 or 6 minutes. The car stopped steadily in front of the house, because it was a police car. The grandmother sat under the tree in front of the door to cool off, hesitant to look at the police car parked in front of their house, did not dare to go forward to ask, milk, what are you doing? Wei Linyi smiled and got down from the main car, netting some choking as he spoke. Son, why are you back? How's the work arrangement? Grandma opened as Wei Linyi came back. Immediately in the heart of great joy, ran up and said, the job has been secured. Nanshan Institute as a police officer. Look, this is my police uniform. Handsome or not? Wei Linyi said with a smile. Well, it's nice. It's nicer than a military uniform. Grandma said in praise. It's not the same. This is a police uniform. That's a military uniform. It means different things. Wei Linyi smiled and said, where's my grandfather? Watching TV in the house. The dead old man will enjoy the blessing Lu. Lying in bed not down, said can not move. A move on the gasping. Grandma seems to complain like angry said. Hey, old age is like that. It's so hot outside. It's good that he doesn't come out. Wei Linyi nodded and said, turn around and I'll install an air conditioner. The house won't be so hot. What's the point of installing that thing? It costs a few $dozen more a month for electricity. What family can afford to build it like that? Grandma said, waving her hand repeatedly. There is not much money. Home electricity is cheap. 30 or 40 cents a degree. A day is only $2 or $3 is enough. $40 or $50 a month is enough. A year is only the hottest and the coldest time to hit a dozen. In fact, there is not much money. Wei Linyi said with a smile. Then don't. A few $dozen isn't money? Isn't it money to buy an air conditioner?
There is a bushel fan is good. Cannot be wasted. Grandma said in a serious tone, you are 2089. You have to economize a little bit. The tens of thousands of dollars of retirement fees still have to stay to marry a daughter-in-law. Do not dare to mess around. Don't worry, Grandma, I know in my heart. Wei Lin smiled and said, I bought some food. It's in the car. Bring it down for you. Yeah, why did you buy so many vegetables? It's gotta be a couple $100, right? I just finished talking about you. Why are you so wasteful? How can we live like this? Grandma took a look at the van full of stuff and remembered sweating profusely. Can we still return it? Can we take it back and return it? What are you talking about? Grandma, not to mention that people do not give back, even if they do. I'm a police officer in the set, but also a dignified figure. How can I do this thing? Wei Lin to understand the grandmother. A mouth directly to the old lady will live. Well, what can we do? You kid, you're so wasted. Chapter 9, Buying a House-Style Blind Date. Time, August 28, 2000. Venue, Ryojo County No. 1 Middle School Playground. Wei Lin early in the morning by Wang Wei was called to the first middle school in Liangcheng County, because his daughter-in-law Su Jingsu teacher to help Wei Lin arranged a blind date. Wei Lin since needless to say, the old king has praised him as a heavenly rare. On the ground is difficult to find a good man, and he himself is also good-looking. 1.8 m big, 6-pack abs good body. The other party's name is Lu Xiaoyu, a substitute teacher who teaches language in MS. Su Jing's class, a senior graduate of Jiangdong Normal University, 24 years old this year. Lu Xiaoyu was also helpless, having been called up from her blanket by Su Jing first thing in the morning, but there was nothing she could do about it. Who made Su Jing not only her current homeroom teacher, but also her homeroom teacher back when she went to school in the first middle school. It's this love that makes her stand out from the crowd of trainee teachers. A blind date? Mom Su, why are you arranging a blind date for me too? I haven't wanted to get married that early. Lu Xiaoyu said helplessly. What kind of kid doesn't get married? I don't help people to introduce easily. This time there is a good seedling. If you miss it, it's really too bad. Su Jing said with a smile. My husband is not the director of the Nanshan Institute. This young man is his hand under the police, just transferred back from the army, which is just less than a month's time. A continuous second-class merit and a third-class merit. The future is boundless. The key is to have been raised to the deputy director. We must know that people are only 28 years old, has been regarded as the best of their age. You can grasp in that case, it's still a bit interesting. Then fine, let's go and take a look. Lu Xiaoyu developed a hint of interest. She would like to see, what kind of god was it that was so great? For young talents, everyone definitely likes them. Lu Xiaoyu is no exception. She just doesn't like those childish peers. It's not like she doesn't like men. So, at 8 o'clock in the morning, a middle school playground on the side of the shade. Wei Lin has been waiting for a long time. A height of 1.6 m or so, looks white and clean little girl walked over, only to see her wearing a white dress, simply tied a small ponytail, feet a pair of white sneakers. It seems that the whole person is a little bit of fairy air meaning. For a moment, the whole crowd looked a little dumbfounded. Hello, my name is Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu introduced himself greatly. Hey, hello, my name is Wei Lin. Lin as in Kiran, E as in Empress Dowager E. Nice to meet you, Wei Lin said hurriedly. How happy? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly asked. That's, happy. At once, Wei Lin was almost confused by the question. Fortunately he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have made a fool of himself. After all, this body contained a combination of an old soul and a young soul that hadn't quite blended to understand. Hey, haha, you're still really funny. Lu Xiaoyu was amused by Wei Lin's behavior. This is a 28-year-old man? It's kinda goofy and cute. In Liangcheng County, the marriage age for boys who go to college is usually 24, and the marriage age for those who don't go to college is usually 20, and those who are not married at 28 like Wei Lin, besides the Diamond Bachelor, are the older leftover men, and if there are no accidents, the ones who are looking for another one later on will be the ones who have second marriages or the ones who are married with babies in second marriages. But the good thing is, Wei Lin is barely a diamond king, so he is qualified to get married a little later. Alright, not to tease you, I heard that you're a cop? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Yes, I just returned from my career change in August this year, and my placement is at the Nanshan Township Police Station. Wei Lin nodded and said, Oh, so have you thought about transferring your job to the city? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Transfer is definitely want to transfer, but certainly not so simple. After all, I just arrived at the Nanshan Institute. Want to work transfer, according to the usual practice, at least more than 2 years, Wei Lin said. In his previous life, he was in the Nanshan Institute lying 30 years. Who understands? Oh, then let's go out for a walk, Lu Xiaoyu said with a nod. Yes,
Honored. It just so happens that this time when I go into the city, I am planning to look at houses. Are you interested in looking with me? Wei Lin, he said with a smile. Well, what the solid ruler wishes. Do not dare to invite the ear. Lu Xiaoyu was worthy of being a language teacher. The literary language came with his mouth open. This phrase means, I would have been embarrassed to say that this would have been my wish, but to Wei Lin Yi's ears, it was. Since that's what you think, I'm sorry to say no. Wei Lin Yi politely returned. Thank you. Rather, it could be right too, haha. Wang recommended to Wei Lin Yi community in a middle school across the door, was originally a middle school's family home, and then was bought, demolished and built the current district, called Dawn City Garden. There are only 2 buildings in the whole neighborhood, but the distance between the buildings is a full 100 meters, which is considered very conscientious. Building 1 is on the south side, the first and second floors are storefronts, and only the third floor and up are residential, while building 2 is on the north side and is all residential. As soon as he entered the sales department, a salesman immediately greeted him. Miss, look at the house. Please come inside. When I came to sit at the card table, the salesperson immediately brought over the flyer and explained it. We are now all models are divided into a total of 98 square feet of small 3 rooms, 108 square feet of large 3 rooms, and 128 square feet of 4 rooms, 2 halls and 2 baths. This model is currently our Liangcheng County's largest model, and the common area is extremely small. The use of the area of the oversized. Our current home price then is 600 yuan a square. If you buy 128 square feet of household type, you can also send a storage room and a parking space. Our neighborhood area put here. There is no underground garage, so there is no parking space in the future. Then, certainly cannot enter the community, so there is a parking space is still very convenient. $600 a square foot. So expensive? It's almost caught up with my 2 months salary. Lu Xiaoyu said in surprise. What about you? I don't know yet, but I've heard that my salary is only $300 to $400, counting benefits and whatnot. It won't reach 500. Wei Lin, he said with a smile. In his previous life, he remembers that when he first started working, his salary was only $400 a month, and now it's obviously a little better than before. How there is a deputy director's position, plus he will soon be able to rise another level of rank, and the welfare benefits can be adjusted upward a little bit, and 500 is probably not a problem. A month's salary buys less than a square foot. This is indeed a bit expensive. Lu Xiaoyu said with some surprise. It's okay, miss. We support the loan to buy a house. As long as your side can pay 30% down payment, we can support your side to sign the purchase contract, and then the house is mortgaged to the bank, borrowing the bank's money to pay for the house, and then slowly pay back the bank's money in the future. The salesman said with a smile. Doesn't that mean you have to pay back a lot of interest? Lu Xiaoyu wasn't stupid and immediately thought of the key point. Almost half of it, that is, a set of house say 100,000. If you take out a loan to buy, almost spend $80,000 more. Wei Lin, he said with a smile. Isn't that a loss? Might as well save up to buy a house. Lu Xiaoyu said innocently. Then you will realize that the money you save every year is only enough for that part of the house price growth, and you can never catch up with the house price. Wei Lin, he smiled and said, okay, please help us calculate how much this 128 square feet house costs, and then show us the current house. This was said to the salesgirl. Are you crazy? A house costs $70,000 to $80,000. Where did you get so much money? It's not going to be a loan, right? Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled him back and said worriedly, did you forget that I'm a military veteran? I'm a 12-year veteran, and I still have a bit of savings from my discharge fees. Wei Lin, he said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu then responded that people had been earning money for more than 10 years. Soon, the salesgirl did the math. Sir, miss, the total amount of the house payment is around 80,000, which includes the deed tax, land tax and other related taxes, which are also slightly different depending on the area. Well, thanks a lot. Let's take a look at the current house then. Just looking at the model, it doesn't make much sense. Wei Lin, he said with a smile. Okay, please follow me. These days there are very few people who buy houses. Renting itself is cheaper. So many urban villages, and there is no restriction on households or anything. So houses are built before they are put up for sale. Basically there are very few pre-sales, like the kind of thing that builds a facade and sells out the house. Basically it won't happen. But in the end, it was a rough house with only stairs and no elevator yet. So I had to climb up to see it. Building 1 is divided into 6 units, and the 128 square foot ones are all the center units of each unit. So there are 2 large balconies, one in the front living room, and one in the back kitchen, adding up to about 10 square feet, all for nothing. Wei Lin Yi has no requirements for the floor, but taking into account the downstairs is a storefront, so still decided to buy a little higher. Preferred a 6-story?
Elevator, elevator? No elevator. Climbing stairs can also go up and down. What do you think of the 6th floor?
Wei Lin he asked with a smile.
What's it to me if you buy a house?
Lu Xiaoyu said with a red face. But the 6th floor is just right.
Not too high and not too low. Even if the elevator breaks down, it won't delay commuting to work. So would you say Unit 1 or Unit 2 is better?
Unit 2.
Right. Unit 2 is facing the gate of the first middle school. Good significance. Lu Xiaoyu whispered. Her face was all red and cute. Originally two people's relationship is awkward. The first time out to meet on a blind date. Not how to speak it. Which ran to book the house. This is too fast, right? That's fine. Listen to people and eat your fill. Then let's talk about the second unit. Room 602. Let's talk about the price specifically. Wei Lin nodded and said, okay, Miss, please come with me. Let's talk in detail in the sales department. The salesgirl said happily. This single, 80% to be successful, or young people buy things cool, said fixed, unlike those on the age of the people, grading, difficult to deal with to death. Only, soon she couldn't laugh anymore, because Wei Lin Yi's difficulty would soon be experienced by her as well. Chapter 10, Buying a House, Dating. Back to the sales department. Wei Lin Yi and Lu Xiaoyu sitting on the card seat. The saleswoman is holding a pen and paper in that writing and counting. In a short while, all the figures are listed out. Miss, the actual area of room 602 of the second unit we are looking at is 130 square meters, which is 2 square meters larger than the marked area. We will calculate according to 130 square meters. The current house price is 600 yuan a square meter, which means that the total house price is 78,000 yuan. In addition, we will send you a storeroom and a garage, which are located on the first floor, and the two are connected together. The total area is 20 square meters. If you want to open up the use, in which a simple decoration, install a door, it is also possible to live, the salesgirl said with a smile. Are there any deals on our side? Wei Lin asked curiously. Well, it's like this, on our side, as long as you sign the contract, we can give you a double-door refrigerator or a large 26-inch color TV. Either one of the two. They're both things worth over $2,000. Definitely considered a dump. Only the first 100 owners will get it. The salesgirl looked like you were taking advantage of a great bargain. Wei Lin, on the other hand, wanted to say back to her, look at your unseen appearance. What's so great about a TV? A double-door refrigerator isn't uncommon. Is that what I'm missing? It's money. It's money. Let's talk about the house price. $600 a square meter is really a bit expensive. Discount it. Wei Lin said with a smile. I don't have this authority. Why don't I apply with the manager and see if I can let a $500 before there are customers so let. Any more is probably difficult. The young lady said with a difficult face. I'm buying a 130 square foot house and you're letting me have $500? That's $3.84 a square foot? Do you think I'm short of your $3.84? Wei Lin looked at the salesgirl in surprise and made the 666 gesture on his hand. One time the salesgirl will not be able to straighten out the salesgirl. It does make sense, haha. Lu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, laughed unkindly. But, we really can't let that much go, the salesgirl said in an aggravated manner. Then call your manager for a chat. Wei Lin said with a smile. That'll do. Not long after, a young man in his 30s walked out of the office and came to Wei Lin's side and said with a smile, Hello sir, I'm the sales manager of the sales department. I'm glad to be of service to you. This house, 130 square feet, you give me a minimum price. Can now full payment? Cannot we withdraw? You as we did not come, we also as they did not come. Simple it, Wei Lin said with a smile. I absolutely do not haggle. You directly report a minimum price that can be reported. Haggling, Wei Lin thinks he is not very good at it, but he can negotiate, and with 2 lifetimes of experience, he has a good grasp of the human psyche. The houses here are newly built, and the elevator hasn't been installed yet, and at this time of the year, it's probably going to be a tough sell, so he's in a position to haggle. And this scene, precisely the sales manager is also confused. Dry so long, he or the first time he encountered such a customer, which came up directly to light the bottom of the card. You can't just grind it out first? However, considering that Wei Lin was still going to buy the largest type of house, he could only bite the bullet and make an offer. If we can sign the contract now on our side, $75,000 is the lowest price. No lower, the sales manager said through gritted teeth. Deal. I just like your atmospheric look. Brother, I'm optimistic about you. Trust my eyes. I'm absolutely right, Wei Lin said in his serious manner. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, what does the gentleman do? The sales manager was also confused by his confident tone. Oh, me? The people's police, Wei Lin said proudly.
I didn't expect you to be a police officer. I'm really sorry for not recognizing you with my eyes.
So can we sign the contract over here?
The sales manager said with a smile on his face.
Of course, you get the contract ready. And by the way, I heard we have freebies over here? Color TV and refrigerator, right? Keep mine for me, haha. I'll come back for them after the house is decorated.
Wei Lin said in his serious manner.
Okay, just give you the same one. We are all bought by the developer here. There is a number. If I give it to you, I will have to give it to someone else for less later. You don't want to help me publicize it, haha. The sales manager laughed bitterly. Don't worry. We know the confidentiality regulations. Soon, the contract was drawn up. The two sides agreed on the date of delivery, and then signed the contract.
Wei Lin directly brushed POS transfer. $75,000 to buy a suite. If you put it in 10 years later,
plus a zero are not necessarily buy. Coming out of the sales department, Lu Xiaoyu looked at Wei Lin dumbfounded. It was unbelievable that he was so good at bargaining. What's wrong, teacher? Do I have flowers on my face?
Wei Lin asked with a smile.
How? Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but blush for a moment, unexpectedly committing nymphomania and being discovered. It's looking like noon. Why don't we go get something to eat?
I'll treat you to a movie this afternoon, Wei Lin said with a smile.
Yeah, let's go eat cold skin then. There's a new cold skin store that's quite tasty, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Yeah, listen to you. Dating time always passes quickly. The time has swung to more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Wei Lin have to hurry to take the car to rush back to Nanshan town.
After 6 o'clock, the last bus can be gone. Then I'll go back first, so slow down when you go back on your own. Wei Lin and Lu Xiaoyu bid farewell reluctantly. It's time to say no, no matter what the age. Dates are always fabulous and time flies by. Wei Lin now has only one idea. That is to hurry to buy a car. Want to play a few days to play a few days? That is happy. Coupled with the later life driving is also driving habit. Just reborn back do not feel. This after a period of time. Go out always need to catch the shuttle bus. This trouble suddenly came up. He decided, hurry to get a car to open. This is actually simple. And the DMV traffic police team to get a good relationship.
Want to cheaply purchase a car from their hands?
It is still possible to achieve. If placed in the latter part of the world, can be picked by you?
And now slightly more difficult.
After all, fewer cars. Back in Nanshan town, it's not even 7 o'clock, and it's still light out. As soon as he entered, he was shouted to the office by Wang Wei. How's it going? Did you get a good look? Does the little teacher have a crush on you? Wang Wei hurriedly asked. Sure enough, gossip doesn't discriminate. It's okay, a brief chat, buy a house and go shopping, and then come back. Wei Lin said lightly. Holy, you bought a house? Took someone else's teacher along to buy it? There's really something about you, kid. I underestimated you.
Just met and desperately showing strength.
Is there any reason why this won't work? Wang Wei hit the nail on the head. Do you believe me when I say I don't have this idea?
Wei Lin rubbed his nose and said helplessly.
Heaven and earth. He just wanted to buy a house. As for the blind date, it was just incidental. If you were me, would you believe it? Wang Wei exposed him without mercy. Unbelievable. By the way, how's the little girl? She's a good-looking girl, isn't she? How many years ago was your teacher Sue's students? On the teacher training university, back into a middle school. Family conditions are not bad. The county people, parents are dual income. There is a younger brother. This is a little bit of that. The future of the family property you will not inherit.
Wang said with a smile.
Can we still expect people to do this?
Wei Lin said with a smile.
By the way, the director of the traffic police force DMV have any acquaintances? Get me a used car at a special price. There are acquaintances, but this thing is not cheap. It has to be $20,000 to $30,000. Do you still have money? Wang Wei asked suspiciously.
20 to 30,000 is still there,
but that's it.
Wei Lin said with a smile.
It's not convenient to date without a car, and we can't drive a police car to date, can we? That's a problem. I think back in the day, I rode my family's 2/8 carry all over the place for the sake of dating, or else could I have married you? MS. Sue, okay, I'll take care of this. I'll contact the contacts for you. Wang Wei nodded and said, but this thing can come and go. If you're in a hurry, that 212 downstairs can still be driven if it's fixed. If you don't mind, the institute will pay for you to fix it? That's a good feeling. I don't have a problem with it anyway. Wei Lin naturally begged for it. This 212 is still a product of a damn special era. Almost 30 years old. Parts are not so good to find anymore. But if you want to fix it and are willing to spend the money, you can certainly fix it. Since the institute pays for it, why not? Soon, there is a car repair store people came to pull the 212 to repair to go. Wei Lin also specifically explained. Try to clean out the interior. The replacement. Don't mind the money.
The master who repaired the car was naturally full of promise. Once again, life at the South Hill Institute returned to quiet days. After all, homicides don't happen very often, rare once or twice a year. Soon the time will come on September 1st when the town's elementary, middle and high schools will be in session. Students can be seen on the streets again, dressed in school uniforms and full of youth. Nanshan Town every 3, 6 or 9 fairs. Every day of the fair, the police station also have to come out on the streets to patrol, maintain order. After all, more people, pickpockets will be more than one. Catch a fare to drop a wallet is normal, but our civilians, there was not a lot of money, and then drop 100 or 80, really can cry all morning. So Wei Lin and a new job, that is, patrolling the streets. This is not, there is a big mother was stolen, sitting on the ground is crying, but she was stolen not money, but a basket of eggs. Steal her is not a serious thief, but the streets of the student gangsters, they in order to get together a little bit of money for the internet, often take advantage of the time of the festival, to steal something on the street for money so that to go to the internet. Wei Lin did not remember the wrong words. These 2 years the computer has just begun to rise. Open the internet bar is still very lucrative. Nanshan Town, there is no serious internet bar. Our small black bar, 5 or 6 computers, a small room, make a mess, but also can make money. Mainly the machine does not idle. Even if $1 an hour of the internet, there is not a small profit. Chapter 11 Open Source, Income Generation. Time, September 2nd, 2000. Location, Nanshan Police Station, Renjie. Inquire about how many unlicensed black internet cafes there are in our Nanshan town. Wei Lin said. Wei, I'm familiar with this. The internet cafes in our town are all unlicensed, large and small, a total of 8, with as few as 3 or 5 computers, and as many as 10 or so computers. Renjie said with a smile. Well, not bad. I'm going to check these unlicensed internet cafes. After all, internet cafes belong to the people-intensive places. All kinds of security risks are more. So, Wei Lin did not finish his sentence, but the meaning was obvious. Wei Xiao, are you going to start with the black internet cafes? Renjie looked like he wanted to say something. What's wrong? You'd better inquire more about this matter. It's all about relationships. It's not very convenient to engage. Renjie whispered. I see what you mean. You mean instructor? Wei Lin said with a smile. I didn't say anything, just so you know. It's a matter of TSK, 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 TSK. Renjie said with a smile. Alright, I know. Wei Lin nodded, indicating that he was clear. Half an hour later, Wei Lin wrote a plan and gave it to the director. Wang Wei, are you preparing to open an internet cafe? Wang Wei asked in surprise. Director, I think so. We'll soon enter the network era. Computer penetration rate is getting higher and higher. The other day I saw in the county town that the new internet cafes over there are full. What is this? This is a business opportunity. Not to mention, on our town those small black bar, there are 7 or 8. This shows what? It shows that you can make money. Wei Lin said with a smile, our funds have not been generous. The treatment of the brothers is the county's number of poor. Of course, I'm not blaming you for the meaning of this is not thinking about how to open source, to increase a little bit of the brothers' income. I'm not that careful. Tell me, how do you plan to mess it up? Wang Wei was a bit interested. Other than that, there is a sentence Wei Lin said right. Nanshan Township Police Station Auxiliary Police Welfare is really not very good. The official police are not enough to eat, but also can care about the auxiliary police? It is not that Wang is stingy to put the money greedy. The annual funding is so much. The daily expenses are tight. The landlord's family does not have surplus food. The first step is definitely to offend people. Those small black bars a good check, can be banned or outlawed. The seizure of all the seizure. The second step, you find someone to do the relevant documents. We open a serious legal compliance of the internet cafe. Welcome the masses to come out to the internet openly and honestly. The legal representative of the random individual can be. I do not believe that he dares to greet us. I don't believe that he dares to covet the property of our police station. Wei Lin said with a smile. We have almost 7 or 8 black internet cafes in the town, plus together with 50 or 60 computers. But so, or business is full, often because some people cannot line up the number of fights and brawls. So I predict that our internet cafes can get 100 computers per day in accordance with the calculation of the 15 hours a day. A day will be able to income of 1,500 yuan. A month is 45,000 yuan. In addition to all the expenses, net profit of 20,000 to 30,000 no problem. When this big cake was drawn, Wang Wei was immediately moved.
$20,000 to $30,000. How much does the Nanshan Township Police Station get?
The whole year added together less than 100,000
yuan. Plus other income, the average monthly is only 10,000 yuan. He is the director of the difficult Otherwise, they would not be so poor as to have only one police car and one police officer with only one auxiliary police officer. What do you need me to do? Wang Wei asked bluntly. First, do the formalities. Second, talk to the people below. Our next step to focus on the investigation of black internet cafes. The reason I have helped you to find a good. This is since last year. The fights and brawls in the black internet cafes. The police are 18 times. And how many times did not report to the police? Countless. Black internet cafes are places where dirt is hidden, with great security risks. So we have to fight with all our might to maintain the safety of the people's lives and property. Really have you? Okay, this is left to me. The other operations, you get your own. And the most critical, where to get the computer. What about the startup capital? Wang Wei reacted. And the ING capital? I think so. Director, I still have 30,000 yuan. First take out to use, and so make money, and then draw out. We first assembled 10 computers, probably more than 20,000 yuan, and then rent a storefront, and do not have to decorate. The network cable what run? Basically enough, and then it is the problem of the black internet cafes to investigate and deal with the issue of as long as the investigation is strict, they do not have the profit. Naturally they will find ways to sell computer. By then we find intermediaries to take over. Change a shell, pull over can use. Wei Lin eloquently. Asterisk to say sinister. It has to be you, Wei. I admit that I underestimated you. Wang Wei said meaningfully. Are you praising me? Wei Lin laughed bitterly. Don't care if it is. I'll take it as a yes. Asterisk off. That afternoon, Wang Wei found Li Sai's secret talks for an afternoon. And then that night, Li Sai personally led the team, investigated and punished the Nanshan Town 8 black internet cafes, each of which is a warning penalty, without an immediate fine, which is also mindful of the people of that incense love. You can't pick up your bowl to eat and put it down to scold the cook. You can't put up your pants and turn your back on them, either. The next day, a few black internet cafe bosses with cigarettes to find Li Sai to help, but this time, the instructor strictly refused, and told them to operate legally compliant. No license to rush to do the license. The place of business if the front room of the house and other commercial nature of the house cannot be nested in the home to open the internet cafe, in addition to ventilation facilities, fire safety facilities and so on, must be equipped with, and warn them that the next time to check into the, will be fined cloudy. The next time they are found, they will be fined. A few black internet cafe bosses were immediately dumbfounded. Don't look at the usual look at each other, have a competitive relationship but, now the accident. They can't escape, but a little bit of the same enemy feeling. There's something going on here, black bar owner A said. That's right, which time didn't he? Li Sai, eat and take, eat from the bowl and look at the pot. This time he didn't even want any of it. It seems that something is wrong. Black bar boss B said in a deep voice. Could it be something on Wang Shou's side? After all, as powerful as Li Sai is, there's still a Wang Shou above him. Black bar boss C said in a deep voice. Don't say, it's really possible. But the old king is not into it. He is also not bad for us. This 3 melons and 2 jujubes. Give less. Do not see the eye. Give more. We have this scale. Also not enough to come. Black bar boss A helplessly said. That's it. It's just a small business. What's the point? This is not giving us a way out. Black bar owner B said helplessly. Only earn the money of the black bar. You know that the money comes so easily. Although his family only 8 computers, but every day can create more than $100 of profit for him. A month down is 3 or 4,000. How much is a part-time job? $300 to $400 is a lot of money. Several people discussed half a day, but did not discuss a clue. Can only be 8 immortals over the sea, each looking for someone. So, in the past few days, people have been coming over every day to find connections and intercede. Li Sai and Wang Fu are promised on the mouth well. The night still take people out to sweep 8 black internet cafes, one by one. Every day is not peaceful, especially for minors on the internet. It is stuck dead. Once found, immediately fined, and the internet minors brought back to the police station, asking parents to come over to the people. In less than a week, several black internet cafes were churned out. Anyone who comes to the internet, in less than half an hour, the police will come to check the ID card. You are still happy to go on it? So, a few black internet cafes all lay down, can only play at home, occasionally a few adults quietly over to play, but also have to be scared. At this time, in the police station diagonally across from a storefront room, a signboard quietly hung up. which engaged in 10 assembled computers, bright and open, revitalize the internet cafe. I don't know about revitalization or anything, but it's really a proper internet cafe. The first day of opening, holding an ID card can play for free for an hour. Inside directly full. The line can be lined up to the latter half of the night. A few black bar bosses the first time to receive the news, ran over to take a look. It was called a liver, and then immediately dialed the police to report the revitalization of the internet cafe. 2 minutes later, Wei Linyi arrived at the scene with Renjie. What's going on? Officer Wei, it's like this. This internet cafe has incomplete formalities, and there are minors entering the cafe. That's why we reported it to the police. It's really abominable. Black bar owner said with righteous indignation. Oh, I'm not allowed to open my black bar, and neither are you. Okay, boss, is the boss there? Wei Linyi shouted. Hey, coming, Wei, what are the instructions? Inside ran out a young man, named Lu Xiaolin, is an auxiliary police officer Lu Xiaoqing's cousin. The young man learned to repair the computer work, but no money to open their own store, and no money to do this. Just this opportunity, was pulled over. Is your store open and do you have all the papers? Take it out and take a look. Wei Linyi said in a pretentious manner. Well, the documents are complete. You please see, said Lu Xiaolin from the bar out of a pile of documents. In turn is the business license, network security level protection license, internet access service business premises network security review license, etc. Everything. Wei Linyi pretended to look at it, and then said, the documents are complete. Now the internet users are adults? Oops, see what you say. We installed the ID card detection system. No ID card. Even the machine cannot open. And we opened the first day of business, our free internet access, so ensure that all are adults, Lu Xiaolin said with conviction. Wei Linyi again looked specifically, and then make sure that they are all adults, which said to the black bar boss, Ja boss, people, this internet cafe is legal compliance. There is no problem. Next time the police pay attention to the point. And besides, this internet cafe is so close to our police station. It would like to commit crimes also have to have the guts. Black bar owner was surprisingly speechless. Chapter 12 Attacked. Time, September 11th, 2000. The 14th day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar. Location, along the River Road, South Hill Township. Have you come? It's getting dark. Why isn't anyone here yet? A yellow hair asked anxiously. Don't be anxious. Their police station today to send the Mid-Autumn Festival gifts. It is inevitable to be a little late. Let everyone calm down. After this vote, we go directly to the internet cafe to live for a month. The money cannot be used up. At that time, make a strong high. The leader of the yellow hair Lu Yao said excitedly. As soon as they heard him say so, the others were all agitated, their eyes glowing, and the sticks in their hands couldn't help but tighten again. This time someone found them. The price of 5,000 yuan. To buy a police station of a small police Wei Linyi a leg and an arm. Broken can be. Originally Lu Yao is not dare. Extinct their source of happiness, so suddenly from the heart of the anger, coupled with the people to give too much indeed, even if all of them together, have not seen the 5,000 yuan looks like, so a few people a combination of ideas. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I want to do it. Originally, they intended to ambush directly on the side of the road, waiting for Wei Linyi to come back from work, directly rushed out to him. Who knows that the plan has changed. The police station's jeep was repaired, but also became Wei Linyi's car, so a few people together, decided to put on a good show, while the revenue from internet cafes hasn't. Several black bar owners are also human, naturally understand that this newly opened internet cafe is inextricably linked to the police station, but they can't do anything about it, seeing that the old hen that laid the golden eggs is about to become someone else's. I am in a great hurry. A few people cannot help but hate Wei Linyi. So many days have passed. Where in the world there is an impermeable wall? As soon as they inquired, they knew that this internet cafe was recommended by Wei Linyi to Wang Wei, and knowing that the source from the beginning to the end was in Wei Linyi, they were immediately on fire. A few people conspired and decided that one person would contribute some money to buy a lesson for Wei Linyi. Although the income of the internet cafe has not yet arrived, but the current daily full of the scene and income, or gave Wang Wei a lot of self-confidence. Just 10 machines, every day can earn nearly $200. A month down, at least 5 or 6,000. Then a year? Not 6 or 7 million. What if we add 10 more computers? What if we add 20 more computers? Wang Wei had never thought that money could be earned this way. It simply subverted his perception of doing business. Because of these revenues, Wang Wei decided that this Mid-Autumn Festival, Nanshan also brought a hand. In addition to the original plan of 100 yuan per person holiday fee,
rice a package of noodles, in addition to 6 pounds of 5-flour meat, together is basically worth $200, which in the history of the Nanshan Institute is unparalleled. Even if the new year has not been so atmospheric, everyone in Nanshan Institute knew that it was thanks to Wei Linyi's blessing, so they were all grateful to him as well. Wang Wei also specially spoiled him a day off. Tomorrow Mid-Autumn Festival. Let him stay home with the old man to have a festival. After all, for so many years, has been in the army, roughly counted, has 13 festivals have not been together. Wei Linyi naturally will not refuse, with gifts, driving the repaired 212 Jeep, and headed for home. It should be said not to say, this 212 Jeep and tractor is not much difference. 3-gear manual transmission, you dare to think? The key to fuel consumption is also high, wearing down the fuel tank pointer. If it is not reimbursed by the public funds, Wei Linyi killed are not open. At least 15 oil 100 kilometers, halfway down the road. From a distance, we saw a bicycle overturned on the ground, and 2 teenagers wearing school uniforms in the form of student hitchhikers lying on the ground. Life and death unknown. Wei Linyi instinctively stopped the car, and then rushed forward to check. According to his idea, the 2 children probably fell down on their bicycles. But how did you fall unconscious? Hey, little friend, how are you? Wei Linyi asked carefully as he crouched down to check it out, only to be greeted with a blow to the head, only to see the 2 students lying on the ground, coincidentally pulling out a half-meter-long wooden stick, without saying a word, smashed it against Wei Linyi's head. To be honest, Wei Linyi really did not think it would be the case. Instinctively backward, but also just barely flashed a stick. Another stick solidly smashed in his shoulder, only to hear a bang sound. A burst of pain came. Spare Wei Linyi, a 7-foot man, cannot help but the pain of the screams. Don't come out yet. Lu Yao gave an order. From the bushes suddenly rushed out 6 more students wearing school uniforms, although they all covered their heads with clothes and only showed their 2 eyes. But by listening to their voices, they knew that these people were not very old. When Wei Linyi took a look, where did he not understand that he had been ambushed? Although it is a sneak attack succeeded in hitting him a bit, but that, after all, he did not have the slightest defense, right, and now only with the 8 lads in front of him, is not a little bit did not put him in the eyes of this special forces, seeing that 8 young men are going to surround him in the middle. Wei Linyi how will be in their favor, directly an arrow step, while the leader of the Lu Yao has not yet reacted to, empty-handed white stick, has been in his hands to get the stick in the hands of the hand. At the same time a hand will be twisted to the back of his arm, and then forced to endure the pain of the shoulder. Lifting up his hand in the joints of his shoulder to pull, a click, Lu Yao's arm was unloaded. He was sweating profusely from the pain. Egu straight scream, shaking him off. Wei Linyi turned his eyes to attack the other young man who had just missed him, also one of the actors lying on the ground, smashed the stick out of his hand, and then a neck, directly put him down on the ground. Click 2 sounds, also removed his arm. Before the other 6 people could react, they realized that 2 of their own people had fallen, and they were too scared to charge forward. I advise you to throw away your sticks now. Hold your heads and squat down. When the time comes, it's nothing serious, otherwise all of you will be sent to reform through labor, gathering a crowd to attack the police. This crime is punishable by 3 years. Are you ready? Wei Linyi coldly drank. At the same time the eyes emitted a cold light, to the remaining 6 people to form an extremely strong sense of oppression. 6 people. You look at me, I look at you. There is one who took the lead to throw down his stick and crouch down with his head in his hands. The other 5 people also followed suit and hurriedly threw down their sticks and crouched down with their heads in their hands. ******** your mom. You all. The leader Lu Yao did not expect the little brother under his hand to be so unbearable, and for a moment he did not hold back and directly cursed. Wei Linyi where will be spoiled him. Directly a slap thrown in the face. Slap sound, hit Lu Yao too starry-eyed, and immediately look at Wei Linyi's eyes are with 3 fear. Who gave you the courage to attack the police? Was it Liang Jingru? Wei Linyi roared. Who's Fish Liang? Lu Yao said he really does not know. But who gave them the courage? It must be the 5,000 Ocean to give up. Wei Linyi called the office, and it was Zhou Lin who was on duty tonight, and 3 minutes later, he drove over in his van. Wei Xiao, what's the situation? Zhou Lin asked curiously. Hey, by this group of little brats to the set, took a hit, mob assaulted the police, take back to the trial, to see who is behind the mastermind. This big holiday, do not let me live in peace, we cannot let him have a good time, Wei Linyi said in a cold voice. There's a mastermind behind this? Zhou Lin came to be a bit interested. It's raining and hitting the kids and being idle. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. There's nothing to do tonight, so it's a good time to interrogate these little brats. They don't learn how to behave, but they learn from others to stop and rob, and attack the police? Soon,
2 cars with 8 bear children back to the institute. 8 pairs of handcuffs, all handcuffed to the fence. The height is they just tiptoe heel to be able to reach. Otherwise the top of the strangler hand. Brother Hailong, save me, I don't dare anymore. One of the yellow hairs cried and said. He was really scared. He usually had a fight or something, but he had never been in the police station before. Who the hell is your brother? Don't climb relatives. From the time you dared to rob and attack the police, you're my brother. You're so brave. I have to give you guys credit, Joe Hailong said without any good humor. How courageous is that? Dare to rob our director Wei. He's a special forces transfer. Just a few of you hairy kids. You still want to rob him? Brother Hailong, we really didn't want to rob him. We just wanted to beat him up. Yellow hair said accusingly. You want to beat up our director? Why? Who's behind it? Give an honest account. Don't play tricks, or you'd better think about how you'll spend the next few years in jail, Joe Hailong threatened. We really don't know. It was all contacted by Liu Yao. We only know that someone offered 5,000 yuan to buy Wei Linny an arm and a leg. Broken are fine. We really don't know anything else. Soon, the other juniors sold Liu Yao cleanly. Someone paid you to rob and injure Wei Xiao? This is to buy murder and injury? Have the ability to bear legal responsibility. I advise you to hurry to explain the person who bought you. Otherwise this crime will have to be borne by you alone. Do not dare to say anything else. Your situation. 3 years to start. The highest is 10 years. Do you believe it or not? Do not even need to speak to us? The court will be able to sentence you to a 10 years 8 years, Joe Hailong calmly said. The more calm he is, the more bottomless Liu Yao's heart is. The more afraid he is only thinking about people offering $5,000. How to get this $5,000? Although he knew that hitting people is against the law, but he did not expect to have to bear such a large legal consequences. Suddenly confused, a wave of remorse filled his heart. I confess all. I confess to leniency. I want leniency. I want merit, Liu Yao hurriedly said. At that moment, Wei Linny and Zhou Lin walked in. Just returned to the office. He first asked Zhou Lin to take pictures of the bruises and redness on his shoulders to keep as evidence, then ran to the hospital to open a certificate and took bruise medicine to rub it, before coming back and preparing to interrogate Liu Yao. I didn't expect Joe Hailong to be so forceful that he had already scared this group of punks enough. Brother Zhou, your family Hailong is good, quite resourceful, Wei Linny complimented with a smile. Joe Hailong is Zhou Lin's own nephew, and it is also Zhou Lin's face that he can enter the auxiliary police force. Ha ha, there's only a bit of wit left. Chapter 13, Catching People for Mid-Autumn Festival. Before even being tortured or utilizing the great memory recovery technique, the 8 brave teenagers all confessed. The finger is pointed at the black bar owner A and others. So what are you waiting for? Wei Linny took Zhou Lin and Zhou Hailong and drove the police car straight to the home of the black bar owner A to carry out the arrest. Black bar boss A is waiting anxiously at home, because he also knows that tonight Liu Yao and others acted. Even the plan was given by him to counsel. Otherwise you expect a few 16 or 17-year-old hairy children can think so thoughtfully? Only, he counted 1,000 times. Did not count. Wei Linny is actually a special forces origin. The reaction of the so fast took a moment to Liu Yao counterbalance. If casually changed to any other person, I guess these 2 sticks down, directly to dry confused, and then others then rushed up, punching and kicking Emil. That really is also suffered in vain. Even if the murderer was found after the incident, that Wei Linny's face is also lost to the home. Hearing the sound of parking under the building, the black bar boss A heart cannot help but a thump. These days, there are not many people with a car. The whole town in addition to a few particularly rich master. That is, the town government and police station has a car. A bad feeling welled up. Wei Linny first arranged for Zhou Hailong to ambush the back of the house to prevent anyone from escaping. Then only then did he bring Zhou Lin over to knock on the door. Knock, knock. The light knock on the door was like a heavy hammer hitting the heart of the black bar owner A, causing him to shiver. Fighting back his fear, he asked, "Who is it?" From the police station, looking for Zhu Dachuan to find out something. Zhou Lin said, "Black bar owner A, my name is Zhu Dachuan. Finally I have a name." "What is it?" Zhu Dachuan didn't even realize that his voice was starting to tremble. "What have you done? Don't you know? Hurry up and come out honestly to cooperate and get credit and reduce your punishment, or else suffer the consequences," Zhou Lin said in a good-natured manner. Zhu Dachuan directly had no voice. At this moment, he really regretted his death. Why did you get so obsessed with getting Wei Linny? I don't know if it worked or not, but the point is that I've hitched my wagon to it, so what a loss. Zhu Dachuan's first reaction is to escape, but just turned around. He thought, can't run away from the monk, can't run away from the temple. This time he ran away. In the future, it will be difficult to come back. So he settled back on his heels and eased the door open. A miserable smile appeared on his pale face. "Officer Zhou, if you had known it would come to this, why would you have done it in the first place?" From the time you were looking for someone, you were already on the path of breaking the law. It's a good thing that it didn't cause too many consequences. Just confess and be lenient. Zhou Lin sighed. Alas, I was also blinded by lard for a while. Wowo Zhu Dachuan didn't know what to say. See Zhou Lin behind the Wei Lin Yi. A sudden burst of panic, only to see him put directly on his knees. Wei, you let me off. I was wrong. I'm sorry for you. It's my lard-blinded heart. I compensate for the money. You spare me. I kowtow to you, said, thumping and kowtowing on the ground. At this moment, Zhu Dachuan really regretted it. What are you doing? Get up first. If you have anything to say it properly. What era is it? You still engage in this? Wei Lin, he said in a bad mood. Now go with me to the police station. Let's have a good chat. This is not no room for maneuver. But if you're here to mess with me, then don't blame me for public affairs. Well. I don't make a scene. I cooperate. I confess to leniency. Zhu Dachuan scrambled to his feet, nodding his head repeatedly and said, What's going on? What's the commotion? Dong Jia? Zhu Dachuan's daughter-in-law's voice came from the house. It's fine. I have something to do at the police station. I'll call you back. Zhu Dachuan wanted to pretend as if nothing had happened. Only his trembling voice betrayed him. What the hell is going on? Is this about the internet cafe? We're not going to open it, okay? We'll give you all the computers. Just don't arrest anyone, okay? Zhu Dachuan's wife immediately panicked and hurriedly said, Big sister, it has nothing to do with the internet cafe thing. The specific thing we are still investigating. You can just wait for news at home. We will call you if there is any progress. Zhou Lin said, How can that be? I'll go with you. It's just a trip to the police station. I'm not afraid. If you want to arrest me too. Zhu Dachuan's daughter-in-law is also out of the box. In her heart, only thought because of the opening of a black internet cafe thing to catch them. Do not know Zhu Dachuan by murder and hurt people. Don't make a scene. Stay at home. Wait for my news. Zhu Dachuan angry. His wife immediately honest. A moment did not dare to squeak. It is also a thing of the past. Bring Zhu Dachuan to the car. Zhou Lin, which returned Zhou Hailong over. Zhu Dachuan saw the situation cannot help but be shocked out of a cold sweat. Fortunately, I did not run, or designated to be ambushed by the Zhou Hailong to take down. Not yet returned to the police station. Zhu Dachuan told all the things in the plate, including a few other black bar bosses BCD. So, one night, Wei Lin Yi and Zhou Lin are not idle. The remaining 7 black internet cafe bosses all brought back. At one time, the interrogation room and detention room were all full. Wei Lin Yi was not in the mood to go home, and slept directly in the office, ready to go back in the morning. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Lu Pailan brought Lu Zhaochang over for duty, while Wei Lin Yi and Zhou Lin briefly handed over to him, and then went back to their own homes. After all, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day off it, cannot be smashed in the hands of these unscrupulous people. When I got home, Grandma was pushing her tricycle out the door, ready to go up to the town police station to see how busy it was, and not letting anyone go home for the holidays. Luckily Wei Lin Yi came back just in time. This is the police car from the police station? It's been a long time since I've seen this car. It's so grand. Grandma looked at the old 212 that Wei Lin Yi drove back and was instantly happy. The institute's car, and not their own family. When I have money, buy a, specializing in driving to take you to the market. Wei Lin Yi said with a smile. Then I'll have to look forward to it. Grandma was so happy she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Have the old man and the others returned? Wei Lin Yi asked. No, went to his mother-in-law's, not to mention him. Alas, Grandma sighed. Again? That's good. I don't want to make you angry at home, but I'm back now, right? I'll accompany you to spend the holidays from now on. Wei Lin Yi said with a smile. Well, your grandfather and I are just living your life. If there is no you, there is no point for us to live. Now your grandfather is looking forward to holding a great-grandson. You have to hurry up, Grandma said with a smile. Don't worry, your grandson is so handsome. Can he still worry about his daughter-in-law? Wei Lin Yi said with a smile. During this period of time, his mental age slowly transitioned from 60 back to 30. He himself had a kind of obvious discovery. He seemed to have recovered the vigor of 27 or 28 years old. The whole person is obviously much more lively. You just blow it. By the way, I asked someone to tell you about a girl. Your cousin's cousin, 24 years old this year. A family of young and old are honest and decent people. When do you have time? Meet? Grandma said happily. Their family is honest. How can they be interested in our family? Let's forget about it. It's better not to see this face. Wei Lin Yi said in a bad mood. The family knows its own business. The old man of the family married 4 and left 3. Who does not know his name in the 8 villages? It's been stinking for a long time. Even if she's a bad girl, she can't be pushed into the fire. What kind of family is this? In his previous life,
Wei Linyi also went on a blind date.
The results did not chat for a few days, no movement.
And then realized that people ran to inquire about his family's honorable composition.
And then directly said bye-bye. Policing is a good profession,
but it can't stop the reputation of stinking up the streets.
What's wrong with our family? You have people. You have people. You have a son. We have a job. Why is it bad? Grandma said with a glare,
but her tone was still a trifle understated.
There's no way around it.
Her son narrowed the path. This is also the grandparents worried about the matter of night and day.
The family knows its own business. Wei Linyi looking for a daughter-in-law, want to find a neighborhood. The possibility is not very big. Don't sigh. Our director helped me to introduce one. The teacher of the county. Chatting.
Wei Linyi said with a smile.
Really? Then when will you take it home for a visit? Grandma's red envelopes have been saved up for years, just waiting to be sent out. Grandma instantly returned to her senses.
Her voice an octave higher.
Don't be anxious, which is not so fast.
This is not just chatting. Wei Linyi said with a smile, with you.
Do not worry about the daughter-in-law. And then again,
I have just been promoted to deputy director of the future, may also be able to climb up it.
Oh, you've been promoted? Deputy chief?
Our old Wei family's ancestral tomb has gone up in smoke.
Grandma trembled with excitement. Old man, our grandson has become a deputy director. God bless.
Grandpa was carrying a big rooster in his hand and was about to give it an execution, but I didn't expect to hear the good news at first glance.
The hand was loose, and the big rooster ran away with a poof, dodging this certain death. Really? Great. That fortune teller said that our family's eldest grandson is the one who eats the country's rice. I thought I could stay in the army, but I didn't expect to come back, and even be promoted to the cadre. Grandpa is also very happy this big rooster will not be killed. It deserves to escape. Let's get fish. Irma bought a big fish and killed it. Let's cook fish for dinner today. I think it's fine. A few more dishes for the big day. Grandma quickly nodded in agreement.
God knows that the old couple because of the son is not good.
Married away. Away from the marriage. Married again away. Away from the marriage. In other families, marrying a daughter-in-law is an honorable thing. Happy thing. In Wei Linyi's family,
the son to marry a daughter-in-law is no exaggeration to say that the old couple of disaster.
Fear of like a tiger. Now well, grandson not only become a police officer, but also can become a deputy director. Do not care about the future promotion or not. Deputy director is already the ceiling in the perception of ordinary people. When they went out in the future, the old couple would finally be able to straighten their backs again. Chapter 14 Handling. Time, September 13th, 2000. Location, Nanshan Township Police Station. Early in the morning to work in the institute. In addition to Lu Pailan and Lu Xiaoqing, 2 people went back to rest. The other people are here. Generally the institute is on vacation duty. All day and night, 24 hours. After the duty back can rest for a day. 8 a.m. Regular morning meeting.
Wang Wei briefly said a few words, and everyone got to work.
Mr. Wei, come with me to the office. Okay, director.
Wei Linyi nodded in agreement. He guessed it was because of that case.
Well, is it badly hurt? Wang Wei asked with concern. It's okay, it's just that I got a stick. I guess it'll take half a month to get better.
Wei Linyi said truthfully.
To this day, the shoulder is still swollen, and he didn't lie. Discuss something with you.
This matter we deal with it privately.
Of course, the compensation for you will not be less.
I try to help you fight for some more. Yesterday a day inside the town, a few major leaders have called me here. I have not yet given them a reply.
Mainly to consider your side of the meaning of the word. Since there is nothing to do,
let's engage in some more material compensation.
Do you think so?
Wang for the discussion said.
Of course, said the discussion. In fact, has set things down.
Wei Linyi, if the injury is very serious,
naturally, is another argument,
but since there is no such serious injury,
Wang Wei is also happy to sell a personal favor to the town inside. After all, the institute's funding, half of them still rely on the town appropriation, make too much of a stalemate.
There is still a certain impact on the follow-up work. Wei Linyi is not the previous life of the rash.
Naturally understand the key points. Plus, Wang Wei is really good to him, so he nodded his head and agreed. Director, this is what you said, or not to them to death. After I do this, deputy director, of the meaning of doing it, I'll listen to you. I believe you won't let me suffer. Ha ha ha, you kid. Is a person fine? Rest assured, compensation is not less. Just right, someone said, and, to sell the computer cheaply, I'm not also planning to add 2 machines to our internet cafe, but also coincidentally, just doze off, this pillow on the door to the door.
Wang said with a smile,
8 computers, plus a total of 40 units in a piece, all sold at half price to the internet cafe. As for the money, at least one to compensate you for $2,000. How do you think? I've said that I'll listen to you, so I'll definitely listen to you. Wei Linyi said with certainty. One family pays 2,000 yen, 8 families together is 16,000 yen, not a small amount, even if it really hurt him. It's just like that. By the way, director, what about those student punks? Wei Linyi asked. They all notify the parents, wait for their parents to arrive and then say it. Cannot be thrown to the re-education through labor center? Anyway, I looked at it, all full 16 years old, but also enough to be sentenced. Such punks, sooner or later is the dregs of the society, early to the state education, but also for their own good, Wang Wei said in a good-natured manner. This group of small yellow hairs, the security of the town of Nanshan really caused no small trouble, stealing chickens and dogs to pull garlic seedlings, although it does not constitute a crime, but it is quite disgusting, often can see them stealing. Fights, the key is only constitute a violation of the law, does not constitute a crime, more to mostly persuasion and education, the key to these people, which can be solved by persuasion and education of the Lord. Wei Linyi did not say much after hearing this, because he is the party concerned. It is really not suitable to say anything more. Listen to the leader is right. As expected, in the afternoon, the Revitalization Internet Cafe purchased another batch of second-hand computers, exactly 40 units, making up 50 computers, becoming the largest internet cafe in Nanshan town. It only cost $40,000 for all 40 computers, and the other 8 little black bars disappeared with them. Zhu Dashuan's daughter-in-law was the first to pay the fine and compensation. The fine was paid to the police station, 2,000 yuan, and the compensation was paid to Wei Linyi, 2,000 yuan, and after paying the money, Zhu Dashuan was released. Everyone else followed suit and paid the 4,000 in restitution and fines, which saved them from jail time. It's a win-win situation for them in terms of money lost and money gained, and for the police station in terms of fame and fortune. Wei Linyi also received handsoft. This stick cannot be in vain. Sometimes, Wei Linyi even thought, if not to few students punks, maybe I can still come up with a set of house money. But the thing is more or less a loss of conscience. After all, neither 2,000 nor 4,000 is a small sum of money in this day and age. Many students' parents work outside the home for only $300 a month, which means that they certainly cannot save up $300, or $3,000 or so a year, and taking out $2,000 at one time is like drinking blood and digging up meat. So, Wei Linyi is still soft-hearted yet. In the afternoon, Wei Linyi was taking a nap in his office when he heard Lu Pailan come over and knock on the door. Hey, master, why are you here? Didn't you go home to rest? Wei Linyi asked in surprise. Hey, don't mention it, that Lu Yao who led the blocking of you, turned out to be our Zhuang's kid, not far from my family's relationship. This is not. His parents came to the door. I'm too embarrassed to refuse. I can only come over here with a thick skin, Lu Pailan said helplessly. Yesterday and this day, he did not recognize that Lu Yao is actually still their Zhuang. Of course, this is also because of his occupation. Zhuang Juniors easily dare not close, so he does not know much. This is not a good thing to do it. Master, do not lie to you. Yesterday this 8 children. Is this Lu Yao the most wild? This stick is he smashed. I also see out. He is the leader of these 8 children. Wei Linyi said with difficulty. Master, not that I don't give you face. If the other children, train a meal, educate and let go, also let go. This junior of your family, if you don't educate properly, in the future, you may have to eat on the national rice. Surprisingly, I didn't expect this child to be like this. Then I won't make things difficult for you. Rebuff them, Lu Pailan said with a somewhat ugly face. Hey, master, don't be anxious. We have this relationship here. How can I also can't let you lose face? This thing I think so. You see we can be like this, and then like this, that, and then that. The punishment is not the purpose. The purpose is to let this child to change his evil ways, or else the future is really dangerous. Wei Linyi spoke out what was in his mind. Well, what you said makes sense. This I think it's okay. Let's do it. Lu Pailan also did not expect the peak turnaround. He was ready to lose face. Did not expect Wei Linyi and gave him this face, so for a time, to Wei Linyi more grateful. Soon, the parents of the other children arrived. Once they heard that their son even stopped the road to rob and beat the deputy director of the police station, each one of them was really shocked and angry. Who gave you the guts to do this? Fish Liang? One by one. The parents couldn't care less that the police were right next to them, and they were punching and kicking their children, slapping them with big slaps. Don't look at the outside. One by one, the wildest of the student gangsters, the results to the front of their parents, that or a bit also dare not move. Hit a few times have to suffer, including the charging Lu Yao. His mouth was ing slapped and whistled and bled, and he froze and didn't dare to return the favor. Mom, don't hit. I don't dare. I won't dare anymore. Being beaten sharply, Lu Yao finally couldn't help but shrink back and begged bitterly. Do you know how big a mistake you've made? You're breaking the law. If you're sentenced, your life will be ruined. Your father and I work hard to earn money for you to eat and drink, for you to go to school. This is how you repay us? How dare you rob and beat up someone when you know they're a cop? I really don't know if you're stupid or just stupid. I don't know if you're stupid or just stupid. How did I raise such a stupid child like you? Oh, Lu Yao's mom couldn't help but lose her voice and cry. Lu Yao was also overwhelmed by his mom's crying and didn't know what to do. Mom, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I don't dare anymore. Don't cry, please, don't you cry. Similarly, the other 7 student punks were all in the same scenario, and the entire interrogation room was a mass of crying. Adults crying and children crying. It was simply a sad scene on earth. Wei Linyi couldn't stand such a scene and simply fled back to his office, leaving the matter to Lu Pailan to resolve, who naturally had no problem with it. 2 hours later, things were finally taken care of, and every student's parents came back from the outside, regardless of whether they had borrowed or already had at home, all in bits and pieces, to make up for $000. Then one by one came to the office, by the student punks beasts to count the number of money, hand over to Lu Pailan. These children say big, say small is not small, are 16 or 17 years old, the understanding of the age of the understand, a one-time payment of $4,000 in fines. This is what they never thought of, when one by one 10 20, and finally put together a pile of $100, a total of 40 piles, just handed over to Lu Pailan's hands. A student mongrels also know the heartache, do not want to give up. Lu Yao, your mom who scrubs dishes for people outside saves less than $300 a month. If you make a mistake this time, your mom has scrubbed dishes for nothing for more than a year. Think about it yourself, Lu Pailan said in a deep voice. Every word of his was like a heavy hammer hitting Lu Yao's heart hard, and when he saw the calluses on his mom's hands from years of scrubbing dishes, his heart couldn't help but twitch. For the first time, I felt an overwhelming sense of remorse over the money. Second grandpa, what will happen if I don't pay this money? Lu Yao asked undeterred. He really couldn't give it up. Intentional wounding, anyone who intentionally inflicts bodily harm on another person shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention or control. Assaulting a police officer, anyone who violently assaults a people's police officer who is carrying out his duties in accordance with the law shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention or control. Robbery, anyone who robs public or private property by violence, coercion or other means shall be sentenced to imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years and shall be punished by a fine. To sum up, you'll probably face about 3 years in jail. Go in now and spend 3 years in jail. You'll be 20 years old when you come out, and then you'll carry the name of a prisoner of labor. Who's going to marry you? What can you do? Registered companies as a boss cannot. Loans to buy a house you cannot. Dealing with the government, you cannot. But there is a wind blowing grass. The police station first to find you. This is what you want to live it? Lu Pailan asked in a bad mood. It's really a question without a squeak. Lu Yao that is not able to say a word. The first is the first time I've ever seen a person who has been in a hurry to get out of the house. In the end, the 8 student gangsters were all led back by their respective parents, one by one, hanging their heads in shame, no longer have the arrogance before. I just don't know how many corrections can be made after going through this. The 8 parents came back to the police station the next day and received a refund of 2,000 yuan each, which had been discussed between Wei Linyi and Lu Pailan and agreed to by Wang Wei. Fines are not the goal. Persuading these kids to turn over a new leaf is the most important thing. This time Wei Linyi took a stick, not only to the institute of 24,000 yuan, but also to their own 24,000 yuan, plus the money in the pocket, and can make up 60,000 yang, which if you buy a set of houses, is still more than enough. However, he is not stupid, will not go to buy commercial housing again, find a more remote place, buy a private house, sit and wait for the demolition. That is also excellent. This way, not only do you get a cheaper buy, but when the time comes, you get to pay out for a few more sets. Doesn't that smell good? Now life has reached the peak of Wei Linyi's previous life. A car, a house, a deposit, but also as a veritable deputy director, the proper life winner. In a flash, the time came to September 28, 2000. That afternoon, Zhang Na held a pile of documents in the household registration room and walked to the comprehensive office. Just as Wei Linyi was blowing awesome with Zhou Lin several people. Wei Xiao, the latest wanted list has come down. This year there are 38 new Class A wanted criminals and 68 Class B wanted criminals. Take a look everyone. Good luck, Zhang Na said with a smile. Oh, this thing, see also see in vain, our place, say not remote, say not rich, Wanted criminals as long as not stupid, will not come to us, Joe Lin said indifferently. Since February, the wanted list will be updated every month. At the very beginning, he will also think of taking his chances. In case he catches a wanted criminal, won't it be both a promotion and a fortune? And there is also the possibility of getting a first, second or third class merit. However, the wanted criminals are not so good to catch. Since they can be wanted, it is all have a superior sense of detection and the ability to escape. So doomed Zhou Lin nothing. Hey, Nana, show it to me. In case you catch a wanted criminal, you mustn't be rewarded with tens of thousands of dollars. Wei Lin, he said, pretending to be impressed. Ha ha, Mr. Wei, you are drilling into the eye of money. Zhou Lin couldn't help but laugh out loud. According to reason, you're not too bad off. There aren't many people in our institute who are richer than you. This is true. Some time ago, a stick makes 24,000 yuan. Before the second class merit, the bonus is 10,000 yuan. And then crack the 820 girl floating body case and a third class merit, the bonus in 5,000 yuan. This rough calculation, Wei Lin this from the police for more than a month. Froze bonuses are drying up a little. $4 million. Where's the justification for this? Hey, who needs more money? I have a wife and children, hotbed one not, which is like you. Brother Zhou, son is almost in junior high school. We are only a few years difference. The next generation is more than a round difference. The younger brother is also anxious. Wei Lin, he said with a smile. Ha ha ha, this is also true. Now everywhere to spend money. Recently married daughter-in-law, and began to ask the county to buy a house. But not too small clouds. Bride price money also went up. Before we will be only 800,000. Great. Now have risen to 8,000, 10,000. This is only a few years. By the time my son married daughter-in-law, not 100,000, 80,000. Where can I get so much money to go? Zhou Lin laughed bitterly. Hey, he didn't even notice that he was sidetracked by Wei Lin Yi's sentence. He's gone all the way to his grandma's house. Wei Lin Yi did not have time to bull asterisk with him, took the wanted notice and went back to the office, picking and choosing, and finally found a man named Zhu Kehua in a pile of Class A wanted notices. Yes, that's him. Zhu Kehua, male, 40 years old, born in 1960, had committed many crimes in Xikang province, armed robbery, resulting in 2 deaths and 4 serious injuries. But since the crime, he disappeared, and the national police repeatedly wanted and froze to find his trail. By chance, Zhang Wenxiang, a newly graduated trainee police officer of Jinling Police Academy, when he was practicing in Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau, accidentally found that the old man Wang Laohan, who was selling newspapers in the newspaper kiosk in front of the entrance of the Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau, even resembled this Zukua. So he paid attention to him, and he quietly got one of the hairs of the Wang Laohan, and sent it to the provincial office to do a DNA comparison, and it confirmed that the Wang Laohan was Zukua. He was arrested. Because of this successful capture of Zhu Kehua, Zhang Wenxiang not only won a first-class merit, but also with the entire criminal police brigade won a collective second-class merit. It can be said to be out of the limelight, and Zhang Wenxiang also received a reward of 100,000 yuan by the Ministry of Public Security directly to his account. Think of Wei Lin Yi, our greedy tight. Who would have thought that a Class A wanted criminal actually hid in a newspaper kiosk in front of the County Public Security Bureau to sell newspapers, incidentally selling some novels, big magazines, and everyone loves to read novels. And most of the police officers in the Public Security Bureau are still familiar with Zhu Kehua. Frozen did not think that this old man Wang is actually a wanted criminal. Calculating nowadays, Zhang Wenxiang should be close to discovering Zhu Kehua, leaving little time for himself. Thus, Wei Lin Yi hurriedly took the wanted notice to Wang Wei's office. It so happens that Wang Wei just came back from the town meeting. He is not only the director of the Nanshan police station, but also serves as the deputy mayor of the town of Nanshan. Some of the meetings should be attended still have to attend. What is it, Wei? Wang Wei deliberately pronounced the word Wei very softly. At first glance it sounded like obscene. It seemed to be cursing, but in actuality it was cursing. The key Wei Lin Yi had no evidence. Chief, look at this. Wei Lin Yi didn't have time to bull asterisk with him. Getting credit was important. What? Isn't it just a wanted notice? Wang Wei said with a smile. He was tired of seeing this stuff. Since February, the implementation of the wanted notice to pursue absconders, almost every month, and each time there are still updated some people, but the sea of people, want to catch a wanted person. How easy it is. I've seen this person before, Wei Lin Yi said with certainty. If you've seen it, you've seen it. What? You've seen it? Where? Wang Wei instantly reacted, his mouth unable to close in surprise. There's an 80% resemblance. I guess 89%. It's him.
Wei Lin, he said with certainty. Where? Wang Wei asked with a deep breath. Chief, where do you think you'd run if you were a wanted man? Wei Lin, he did not answer his question, but instead asked in return. Deep mountains and old forests. Ah, primitive forests. It's best to run abroad, once and for all, Wang Wei replied without hesitation. Then do you know that there is an old Chinese saying, those who know what's right are? No, it's that the most dangerous place is the safest place, Wei Lin, he said with a smile. What do you mean? Wang Wei was a bit confused. Guess where I saw this person? Wei Lin, he paused and said with a smile. There's a newsstand in front of the county office, you remember, right? The one selling cigarettes. Old man Wang. Asterisk. You're talking about him? Don't say it. There's really a few resemblances. Wang Wei immediately reacted. He is the director of the Nanshan Institute but not less to go to the county meeting, but to be honest, really did not pay attention to the problem of the looks of the old man Wang. This is the first point. And secondly, to kill him would not have thought that a wanted man is blatantly in front of the county bureau to sell newspapers. Looking at the police who are coming in and out of the county bureau, all cannot catch themselves. That is how smug In fact, Shu Kahua is this mentality. Only he did not expect that he would fall in the hands of a trainee police officer. And now, this chance was taken by Wei Lin, who had been reborn and returned. Then what are we waiting for? Take him down tonight, detain him first, then send him to the DNA comparison database. Surely he can't run away. Wei Lin smiled and said, Director, this Class A wanted criminal should be able to send you further, right? At these words, Wang Wei was immediately filled with fire and his eyes lit up. Previously, a collective third-class merit for solving the case, and now if he catches a Class A wanted criminal, at least it must be a collective second-class merit. So much credit, and then not give him a promotion. Is it not too much to say? The bureau doesn't give him more than one deputy director, does it? Even if the deputy director cannot, at least must give a city police station director and the party committee members of the position it. If I go up, there will be no shortage of benefits for you, kid. Wang Wei hadn't even gone up yet, so he started to draw a big pie. Then I'm serious, huh? Wei Lin, he said with a smile. Wei Lin, in fact, there are not so many requirements. Can be promoted who is not happy, cannot be promoted also have nothing to say? That 100,000 bonus to him on the line. He just loves money. Money makes the world go round. So, Wang Wei immediately ordered all the men, the whole office, 2 police cars straight to the county bureau. Wei Lin was in charge of driving, and several official police officers, including instructor Li Sai, Lu Pailan and Zhou Lin sat in the new Santana as Wang Wei gave the 3 of them assignments. This time, thanks to the blessing of our Wei Institute, our institute is going to make a big achievement again. The Ministry of Public Security's Class A most wanted criminal Zhu Kahua has been discovered by our Wei Institute, and our task now is to go over to arrest him. Wang Wei said excitedly. What? It was really found? Zhou Lin's surprised voice rang out. When Wei Lin took the wanted notice away in the afternoon, he had even taunted him. He didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly, and the clown turned out to be himself. That's right. I'm sure we're all no strangers to the old Wang Tu in the newsstand in front of the county office. Like it or not, Wang Wei said with a smile. Don't say it. It really looks like him. It's him. Where in this world can there be so many people who look alike? 80% it's him. Li Sai also said in surprise. That's right. It does look similar. But Shu Kahua is not a simple person. He might have a gun. Lu Pailan said in a deep voice. So, we must be quick and accurate this time, and win with a single strike. We can't give him a chance to counterattack. Otherwise once we move the gun, it's over, Wang Wei said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Director. We can definitely finish him off if we have the intention to do so. Wei Lin said with a smile. If Zhang Wenxiang could catch him in his previous life, it didn't make sense that he couldn't. Wait, let's do this. Wei Lin stated his plan. Chapter 16 Arresting Zhu Kahua. Time, September 28, 2000. Location, in front of the Ryojo County Public Safety Office. The western sun shone directly on the newsstand, and despite the thick newspaper glued to the glass and the books hanging from it, it was still unbearably hot inside. But the old king's head in the newsstand is still reluctant to come out of it because the outside doesn't give him a sense of security. Old Wang Tu is a very self-disciplined person. Every day just stay in the newsstand does not come out. Who come are smiling, with the county bureau of police officers are also very familiar with. Who see will call old Wang. Only, no one knew that the smiling, charitable old Wang Tu would be the murderous robber Zhu Kahua. Zhu Kahua, male, 40 years old, born in 1960, unmarried, April 22, 1994, around 12 noon, Jinling City, a hotel cashier and accountant, 2 female employees, to the north of the new district of a bank to withdraw money, was robbed by armed robbers. The robbers shot 1 person, injured 1 person, fled, robbed 20,000 yuan in cash.
The case was named 422 armed robbery. On May 16, 1995, at about 9:35 a.m.,
An armed robbery occurred in front of a beef restaurant in Jiangnan district,
Jinling City,
in which the suspect followed two cashiers, a couple,
shot and wounded two cashiers,
and the sound of gunshots startled a passing man,
who then shot and wounded him,
and then fled after snatching 20,000 yuan of cash from the two cashiers,
which was named 516 armed robbery. The case was named 516 armed robbery. June 12, 1995, at about 1300 hours noon, Gusu City, Fuxing Road, a bank in front of the armed robbery case. The suspect injured just out of the bank withdrawals show, and robbed him 10,000 yuan, fled. The case was named 612 armed robbery, through on-site investigation and evidence collection, according to the shell casing detection. Finally, Jiangdong Provincial Public Security Bureau to determine that the three robberies are one person.
The use of firearms for the same gun. The three cases are merged by the Jiangdong Provincial Public Security Bureau to set up a joint investigation team. The Jinling Police and the Gusu Police were sent to participate in the investigative team of elite personnel.
After a month of investigation, the suspect was finally determined to be Zhu Kua. Only, at this point, if you want to find the shadow of Zhu Kua again, you can't find it anymore. In those days there was only a warrant. There was no such thing as a wanted notice, so the suspect ran away. Basically a sea of people can't be caught. But this case, because the nature of the extremely bad, so the Jiangdong Provincial Public Security Bureau has not given up on tracing. In February this year, the Ministry of Public Security issued a wanted notice to start. Jiangdong Police once again organized the file, reported to the Public Security Bureau. Zhu Kua is wanted nationwide, at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It is the time of the day when people are tired. Two police cars whistling, parked in front of the Public Security Bureau. The car down 7 or 8 police officers, standing in 2s and 3s in the shade of the roadside, chatting, smoking cigarettes, laughing and joking.
The old Wang Tu in the newspaper kiosk has already seen this is not strange.
After all, it is the door of the Public Security Bureau. If there is no police car, it would be strange. Old King's Head, a long way from the newsstand.
Wang Wei's loud voice rang out. The old Wang Tu in the newspaper kiosk sat up from the bench, hesitantly looked at Wang Wei, who came over. First froze, but immediately remembered. This is the director of which township below. Often come to the meeting, also surnamed Wang, half of the family. Gu, Mr. Wang, rare guest. A mission? Elder Wang said with a smile on his face.
Hey, don't mention it. The security brigade's internet cafe calves have to engage in some kind of joint law enforcement. It's a hot day, and it's annoying as hell. Not to mention, I have to keep it a secret. Old Wang too.
Wang Wei suddenly realized that he had said too much,
so he reminded, Don't worry, I'm a little old man, what do I know?
Old Wang Tu hurriedly said with a smile.
That's fine. Come to give me 2 boxes of mineral water, 2 small gong, chewing gum have it, come to a 5 or 6, the latest version of the storytelling, get 4 or 5 books of Dodoluzi.
Wang Wei said with a smile, said at the end also did not forget to squeeze his eyebrows.
No at all, no problem.
Old Wang Tu revealed a smile. Isn't it just Liu Bei? Only to see old Wang Tu rummaging through the newsstand, handing over 5 after-dinner books of words, and then taking out 2 small gongs and 5 sticks of chewing gum, slowly and leisurely, fully displaying his old age and decrepitude. Old Wang Tu, hurry up, you haven't even reached 60 yet, why are you so impatient? Xiao Wei, Xiao Bin, you come over to take the water, Wang Wei said impatiently. Coming, director, Wei Linyi promised, and the two hurriedly ran over. You two each have a case of water, the rest I'll take, Wang Wei commanded. Old Wang Tu, you hurry up and move the water out. Such a small kiosk, I really don't know how you put so many things. Hey, squeezing is squeezing, more money is more money, you are serving the people, I am serving the RMB, almost, Old Wang Tu said smilingly, then laboriously carry a case of mineral water and back away from the newsstand, exiting one step at a time. Wei Linyi rushed to hold his back, obviously can feel the old Wang Tu stiffened, but he also as if he did not know, but said with a smile on his face, Master Wang, pay attention, do not fall down. Hey, thanks a lot, little officer, people are old and useless, Old Man Wang said with a smile on his face, and his entire body relaxed, just that he didn't expect that just in the moment he relaxed, Wei Linyi and Hua Bin launched their forces at the same time, one arm each, instantly twisting him behind his back and pressing him to the ground. Old Wang Tu was first stunned, but immediately reacted, his body instinctively wanted to struggle, with full force, where there was still the feeling of the group of children in the southern village deceiving my old and powerless just now.
Freeze, Zhu Kahua, you're under arrest,
Wei Lin he shouted in a cold voice.
This sentence, directly the old king's head dry confused. First a meal, followed by a violent struggle. That amplitude, even if it is the New Year's Eve to kill a pig, the slaughtered old sow is not as difficult as him to press. Wei Lin he saw so, afraid of alarming too many people, directly to the back of his head. A moment,
the old Wang Tu, Zhu Kahua, fainted. Hua Bin hurriedly put handcuffs on him, and still brought 2 pairs,
for fear that he would break away. Wang Wei from his pocket, slowly and methodically pulled out a black gauze bag, to his head as set, followed by Zhou Lin and Zhou Hailong quickly ran over, will be pulled and dragged to the car.
The whole thing took less than 3 minutes.
Not that anyone noticed.
Wang Wei Lin he stopped it just as Wang Wei was about to say that he was closing the team.
Chief,
search it. I figure the murder weapon is in the newspaper. Stop.
And given his character, he wouldn't keep a gun away from himself. I just tried it and it's not on him. Makes sense.
Search. Wang Wei Lin and Hua Bin directly rushed into the newsstand at Wang Wei's command,
and threw everything inside out with a brain. Finally, in a hidden compartment under the collection box, a replica 5.4 pistol was found with only 1 round left in it. It seems that Zhu Kahua is also carrying out the spirit of saving the last bullet for himself. In addition to the 5.4 pistol, there were 2 spring-loaded knives and a machete with a 40-centimeter blade, so it looked like Zhu Kahua was still very insecure. After a search, several people quickly evacuated the scene,
making the newsstand look like it had been ransacked. The security guard of the Public Security Bureau's guardroom thought that someone was bold enough to rob to the door of the Public Security Bureau,
but the results of tuning the monitor to see, but it is the Nanshan police station's men and women, the leader or the director Wang Wei.
The camera can also see the instructor Li Sai and Deputy Director Wei Lin Yi's silhouette.
So the call from Wang Jiangwo,
the deputy director in charge of the 4 southern towns,
followed. Wang Wei, what the hell are you doing? Catching someone in front of the Public Security Bureau? Ha. Wang Wei didn't say anything. Just one word laugh. What the are you laughing at? Honestly explain, what are doing private things?
Wang Jiangwo said in a bad mood.
Bureau Wang, caught a big fish, preparing to eat ground pot fish. Do you want to come over and try it? Wang Wei said smilingly. What big fish?
Still fishing for your entire Nanshan town.
With you, Mr. Wang, personally commanding?
Wang Jiangwo came down with interest.
If you want to eat fish before it's too late, or else there will only be soup left. Don't say we're unkind. Wang Wei's teeth are very tight. Just do not say. Wang Jiangwo has a premonition in his heart. If he does not go, this time can be a big loss. So, without saying a word, drove the police car to the Nanshan police station. And at this time, the old Wang Tu, oh, no, is Zhu Kahua, has been handcuffed in the interrogation room. The ankle chain handcuffs are double. The whole person is fixed in the interrogation chair. It is difficult to move. No wonder Wang Wei was not careful.
This bull with a gun who had committed 3 major cases in a row and had 2 dead and 4 injured under his hands.
In case he broke free, he was afraid that the entire Nanshan Institute would be unable to escape his fate. In this world, the most dangerous place is the safest place.
A wanted man ran to the door of the Public Security Bureau to sell newspapers.
The infernal path was played by you clearly. Wang Wei couldn't help but sigh. It's really the Taoist is high. The devil is high. So it's still in your hands? Let me die with a clear understanding. How did you guys discover me?
Zhu Kahua also knew his situation,
and laid it out straight away.
But what he couldn't understand was exactly how he was discovered.
If it was a few years ago,
it would have been fine if he had been discovered. But in the past 2 years he had been acting more and more real in his identity as the old king's head. And even he himself was sometimes a little bit confused about who he really was.
But he was actually discovered by Nansancho. It's so puzzling. It was me who found you. When I got the wanted notice in the afternoon, I realized that you and Zhu Kahua look alike. Although you have kind eyebrows, but that feeling still can't be changed. The first time I saw the wanted notice, I was sure that I had seen you before, and after careful recollection, it was you.
Wei Lin he smiled and said,
remember when I reported to the Public Security Bureau on August 1st? I had a few chats with you, and you even helped me quite a bit, so I have a deep impression of you. After all the days of hunting geese, you've been pecked out by them after all. Villains really do die from talking too much, Zhu Kahua exclaimed. Chapter 17, Another First-Class Merit. Wang Jiangwo rushed to the Nanshan Township Police Station in a hurry, and as soon as he entered, he saw that there were people around the door of the interrogation room. He coughed twice on purpose. Bureau Chief Wang, you're here,
Wei Lin he said in surprise.
Well, Wei what are you getting? Wang Jiangwo asked curiously.
Hey,
take a look at this.
Wei Lin he smiled and handed him Zhu Kahua's wanted notice.
Is this one? Is it? Wang Jiangwo had a jolt.
As a person in the industry, he naturally understood what the big fish in Wang Wei's mouth meant, only that he didn't expect that Wang Wei had really caught a Class A wanted criminal without saying anything. This was really a pie in the sky. That's right, that's him in there. Guess what? Zhu Kehua even hid in front of our county bureau to sell newspapers for several years. As soon as Mr. Wang heard about this, he said that he could not make a big fuss to arrest people, otherwise the impact is too great, and it is not good for our bureau's reputation. Wei Lin, he said with a smile. Nonsense. How can a reputation be good? Class A wanted criminal lurking in front of the county office for several years without being found. This ing is a wanted criminal will hide. Or Liancheng County Public Security Bureau is too wasteful? There's a reason for the lights being down. But it's also a good indication of the incompetence of the Ryerson County Public Safety Department. Or the kind of incompetence that can't be discerned. Well, your Wang Institute is very considerate. It really can't be publicized. Wang Jiangwo nodded, deeply impressed. Bureau Wang, you've arrived. And you didn't greet me. I'll go pick you up. Wang Wei walked out of the interrogation room with a smile, and that smugness could be seen from a distance. You kid, you can do it. Made a big achievement again. Wang Jiangwo said unabashedly. It's all because you taught us well. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to capture such an important person. Wang Wei smiled and said, of course, the first credit goes to our Wei Institute. He was the first one to discover Zhu Kehua, and also the one who got the big credit for capturing him personally. Little Wei is good. A talent. Worth cultivating. Wang Jianglo said in surprise, it's a pity that the seniority is too shallow. Otherwise this merit as a police station chief is more than enough. Thanks for the compliments from Bureau Wang. It's all because of your good teaching and Wang's good guidance. We're all following orders. Wei Lin, he said modestly, the organization has already taken good care of me. Ha ha, young man, don't be too modest. How about it? Confess to the crime? Wang Jiangwo asked with a smile. This is a big deal. Make sure it's foolproof. Don't make a mess. Already admitted it and is in the process of confessing. A replica 5.4 pistol was found in his newspaper kiosk. And not surprisingly it was the same one that was used in the consecutive crimes back then. Wang Wei said. Then took an evidence bag and handed it to Wang Jiangwo. The latter took a look at it. And it was really an imitation of a 5.4 pistol with rough workmanship. But it was a murderous weapon. And he was overjoyed. Good. It's good if you confessed. I'll report it to Lin Bureaus right away. Today our Nanshan Institute is going to make a big achievement again. You kid, just wait to laugh. Wang Jiangwo said excitedly. Hey, Wang Wei burst into a giggle. Waiting is not this sentence. Said 40 minutes later, police car after police car huffed and puffed and pulled up in front of the Nanshan police station. Where is Wang Wei? Where is this kid Wang Wei? As soon as he entered the door, Public Security Bureau Chief Lin Jijun shouted. Behind him, there is the Executive Deputy Director Zheng Tai. Deputy Director of Criminal Investigation Wei Sixian, Criminal Police Brigade Captain Criminal Dao Lei, all the upper echelon leaders of the Public Security Bureau, all arrived. Hey, Bureau Chief, you're here. Wang Wei licked his pussy face and ran out. Bureau Zhang, Bureau Wei, Criminal Brigade, hey. Behind them is also a black press. In addition to the Deputy Director Wang Jiangwo, there are Instructor Li Sai, Deputy Director Wei Linyi and the only 3 official police officers. There is no way. All the leaders at this level, the auxiliary police are really not qualified to move forward, not waiting for everyone to stand at attention and salute in greeting. Lin Jijun said excitedly, your kid has put a big satellite for me again. Old Wang just said that your kid has done a good job this time. It's time to give you more burden. When Lin Jijun said this, Wang Wei was so excited. Thousands of years of daughter-in-law boiled into a grandmother. Wang Wei thought that this life cannot mix Nanshan Town. Bureau Chief, you are my regenerative parent. In the future, when you see my performance, if you say east, I will never face west. If you say hit the dog, I will never shoe the chicken. Wang Wei was so excited that he was on the verge of tears. Screw you, just catch a few more wanted criminals, Lin Jijun said without a trace of anger. This is a bit difficult. Wang Wei snapped. This time, the first one to discover Zhu Kehua was our Deputy Director Wei, and the arrest plan was also made by our Deputy Director Wei. Bureau Chief, to say that you are the one to recognize people with a discerning eye. If you do not send this tough general to our Nanshan Institute, we cannot be a success. In the final analysis, it is the seat of your command is good, discerning eyes. Wang Wei said that this horse's ass was patted again, and also brought Wei Linyi out in a smooth manner. The key is also shot Lin Jijun very comfortable. Think about it, or very reasonable. After all, the whole bureau of the police are under his command, and now his subordinates have made a merit. He, the director of the department, also has face. Well, Wei is indeed good. Do a good job, and I'll give you more burdens in the coming year as well. Our grassroots need young and talented cadres like you. Lin Jijun said with a smile. Many thanks to the bureau chief. It's all because of the bureau chief's good leadership, our chief instructor's good guidance, and our colleagues below us cooperating with the right degree that we can form the fighting force of the Nanshan Institute.
And I can't make things happen by myself, Wei Lin said humbly. Good, not arrogant, a good comrade. Come on, let us big guys see.
Lurking in front of the Public Security Bureau for 5 long years, rubbing our Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau's face on the ground for 5 years.
What kind of god is Zhu Kehua in the end? Lin Jijun sneered. This is not a ing slap in his face. It's like stepping on his face, stepping on the devil's pace and rubbing it in. Luckily Wei Lin found him. How to say is also under his hand soldiers. If the change of other places of the police to Zhu Kehua arrested, that damn Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau is considered a waste. After he Lin Jijun absolutely is a joke. It is not too much to say that it is not guaranteed at the end of the day. It was only after 2 hours that a group of leaders left the Nanshan police station, during which a group of people were conferring in the conference room about how to make up a small story to embellish the story of catching Zhu Kehua, or how to keep the face of Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau. It's impossible to report truthfully. There is always a need to be tactful, so that everyone looks good. So, the arrest process shifted to become the Nanshan Township Police Station Deputy Director Wei Lin in the process of patrolling, found Zhu Kehua's hiding place, and then contacted all the police station to support, and successfully arrested him. Details and so on do not pursue. The important thing is the result. That night, Lin Jijun reported the successful capture of Zhu Kehua, a Class A wanted criminal of the Ministry of Public Security, to the Pengcheng City Public Security Bureau and the Jiangdong Provincial Public Security Department. Subsequently, within 2 hours, the Pengcheng City Special Police Brigade drove up to Nanshan Institute and took over Zhu Kehua's escort duties, transporting him overnight to the provincial hall in Jinling City. Mr. Wei, the SWAT team is damn handsome. Using assault rifles, Ren Jia looked at the back of the distant SWAT team in awe. Unlike our office, there's only one pistol, and the director still can't bring it out. It's useless to be envious. It's only prefecture-level cities that have special police. We don't have any in Liangcheng County at all. Wei Lin said with a smile. When will our county bureau also be able to set up a special police brigade? I have to sign up and try it then, Ren Jia said enviously. You can pull back. No 10 or 8 years. Unlikely. By the time you are 40 or 50. Still sign up for. Wei Lin said with a smile. I was born before you were born, but you were born when I was already old. Don't blow it off. Hurry up and wash up. It's 2 o'clock at night. Wei Lin said helplessly. How can you still sleep? Honorable first class, second class, and third class merit recipient Comrade Wei Lin, please give your acceptance speech. Wang Wei said playfully. Director, we haven't even started yet? Isn't it too much to brag about this? Wei Lin laughed bitterly. Let's still study the 100,000 reward. How much are you going to give me? You're so money-minded. Why do you need so much money? If others don't know, do I know you? Your family is very rich, Wang Wei said contemptuously. What do you think of that small amount of money? Wouldn't it be enough for you to casually covet it? Wei Lin said with a smile. Screw you, brat. Can you say this nonsense? My old Wang's reputation will not be ruined in this broken mouth of yours. Wang Wei pretended to be nervous and said, what are you afraid of? No one's going to report you. Don't worry. Ha ha ha. Wei Lin said with a smile. This high cannot nag. Hurry back to bed. Tomorrow still have to continue to work it. Wang Wei hurried to terminate this sensitive topic. He still wants to go further, but do not want the Discipline Inspection Commission to invite him to drink tea. Okay, soon. The Jiangdong Provincial Public Security Bureau verified the identity of Zhu Kehua. The DNA comparison was completed, and the latter also gave an account of all the course of the crime without concealment, so that the 5-year-long pursuit of the murderer's action finally came to an end. Jiangdong Provincial Public Security Bureau soon issued a notice. 4. 12 armed robbery. 5. 16 armed robbery. 6. 12 armed robbery officially declared solved. At the same time, the case report reported to the Ministry of Public Security. The Ministry of Public Security not only timely payment of 100,000 yuan bounty, but also approved the Jiangdong Provincial Public Security Bureau for Liangcheng County Nanshan Township Police Station declared a collective first-class merit once. Wei Lin individual first-class merit once. Bonuses and certificates are also quickly approved down. Unlike the last time, the third-class merit low-key can no longer low-profile. This time is the collective first-class merit and individual first-class merit. Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau not only to do, but also to do big. This time, not only the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee Su Gongcheng to participate in the commendation conference, even the new county governor Li Lianshui also said that he must come to join in the fun. As a result, the compulsion of this commendation meeting was raised by a big step. Chapter 18 First Class Merit Recognition Ceremony. Time, October 8, 2000. Venue, Ryojo County Public Safety Department Auditorium. Program, First Class Recognition Ceremony. Moderator, Mr. Lin Jijun, Deputy Governor of Liangcheng County and Director of the Public Security Bureau. Honored by Wei Lin and all of Nanshan Township Police Station. Main guests, Li Lianshui, Deputy Secretary of Liangcheng County Party Committee and Mayor of People's Government. Su Gongchang, Standing Committee of County Party Committee and Secretary of Political and Legal Committee. Audience, all public security police officers at the unit level and above in Liangcheng County. Honorable leaders, colleagues, good afternoon. Today we are full of pride, here to hold a commendation meeting. To this glorious moment, Liangcheng County People's Government County Governorly, the Political and Legal Committee Su Secretary came together to our County Public Security Bureau to celebrate our Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau to achieve such a brilliant result. Everyone please give the warmest applause to express their gratitude. Director Lin Jijun was so happy that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Clamor, intense applause instantly. I believe we all know it. The Ministry of Public Security issued a Class A wanted notice to hunt down the absconding suspects of major cases. We Liangcheng County Police successfully arrested a fugitive Class A wanted criminal. He is 12 armed robbery 5, 16 armed robbery 6, 12 armed robbery suspect Zhu Kahua, and successfully seized an imitation 5.4 pistol he carried with him, greatly defending the people's property. He is the suspect of 12 armed robbery case 5, 16 armed robbery case 6, 12 armed robbery case Zhu Kahua, and successfully seized an imitation 5.4 pistol he was carrying, greatly defending the people's property safety. Lin Jijun briefly recounted the case and arrest process, and then said, after our Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau declaration, Jiangdong Province Public Security Department approval, the Ministry of Public Security approval, Special Award Nanshan Town Police Station Collective First Class Merit once, the first discovery of Zhu Kahua, and call for support for the successful capture of Zhu Kahua's most meritorious individual comrade Wei Lin First Class Merit once. Everyone applauded and congratulated. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Next, please invite County Governor Li and Secretary Su to present awards and honors for the Nanshan Police Station and Comrade Wei Lin. Whoa, whoa, whoa. County Governor Li Lianshui was just transferred to Liangcheng County a week ago as the Deputy Secretary of the County Party Committee and the People's Government Acting Governor. Of course, some of the ceremonies are just ceremonies. Call him the governor has no problem at all. Wei Lin followed behind Wang Wei and quickly walked up to the podium. County Governor Li Lianshui was in charge of the awarding of the honorary certificate for the collective first-class merit, while Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee Su Gongchang was in charge of the awarding of Wei Lin's individual first-class merit. Prefect Li Lianshui softly encouraged Wang Wei with 2 sentences, then handed him the certificate, and the latter immediately stood at attention and saluted with tears of excitement. Over here, Su Gongchang was talking softly with Wei Lin. Comrade Wei Lin, we meet again. Yes, Secretary. It's an honor to see you again, especially for this occasion. Wei Lin said with a smile. Ha ha ha, little comrade, you're very good. If I remember correctly, you've only been transferred to the military for 2 months. Just 2 months. First-class merit, second-class merit, and third-class merit to take all. The younger generation is formidable. Su Gongchang marveled. It's just a fluke. It's all because of the leadership's good teaching and the comrades' cooperation. Otherwise I would not be able to finish these tasks even if I were to die of exhaustion just by myself. Wei Lin said humbly. Ha ha, the young man is very modest. Do a good job. I think highly of you. Su Gongchang handed the certificate to Wei Lin, then hammered his shoulder and said with a smile. The latter, in turn, stood at attention and saluted before receiving the certificate with both hands. Oh, Secretary Su, this comrade is actually so outstanding? Prefect Li Lianshui unexpectedly poked his head over. Good day, Prefect. Wei Lin, regardless of anything else, first stood at attention and saluted. That's right, Comrade Wei Lin not only has a fearless, self-sacrificing spirit, but also has a fine mind, possessing a keen insight. Just 2 months from the police, not only solved a murder case, but also caught this Class A wanted criminal, which can be described as an elite cadre in the police. Su Gongchang introduced Wei Lin without sparing any compliments. Well, nice lad, very discreet. Military background? Li Lianshui asked tentatively. The governor has a discerning eye. Comrade Wei Lin is not only a 12-year veteran, but also a soldier king who has been a special forces soldier for 10 years. This is not to catch up with the disarmament. Otherwise it is not a problem to work in the army for another 10 or 8 years. Wang Wei said with a smile. Good comrade. Not bad. It's gold that shines wherever it goes. It's talent that excels wherever it goes. Secretary Su, such a good comrade must be focused on cultivating. Li Lianshui smiled and said. Comrade Lin Yi. I look forward to your growth. Once this statement was made, the people present looked at Wei Lin Yi's eyes were suddenly different. Not only did he receive a first-class merit, but he also received the favor of the governor. The future is boundless. Thank you for the governor's compliments. In the future work, I will do my duty, do my job well, and live up to the organization's trust. Wei Lin Yi said firmly. Good, I like your drive. Go for it, Li Lianxue said in praise, but of course, that was all. After all, the gap between the two identities is too great. Wei Lin Yi is not even a small police officer who is not even a unit level. He really does not need to say too much, otherwise it will become a cudgel. After the awarding is completed, naturally, it is the leadership speech link. First of all, the county governor Li Lianxue. His identity is the highest. Naturally he was the first to speak. Comrades, I feel honored to come here today to participate in the first-class merit recognition ceremony. I've just arrived for a week. Honestly, this is still my first official day on the job, and to be able to welcome such a great joyous event is also a good omen for me. So here I would like to thank Director Lin Jijun. It can be seen that the Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau under your leadership is a team that has fighting ability and can win battles, Li Lianxue said with a smile. Clap clap clap, there was a burst of intense applause. It's a compliment from a county government official, and it's still valuable and meaningful. Thank you for the governor's compliment. Serving the people and maintaining social security is my unshirkable duty and obligation, Lin Jijun said with a smile. Being praised is a good thing, but Lin Jijun does not want to stand so early. After all, Li Lianxue has only been here for a few days, and it is not certain whether he can stand firm behind him. In Liangcheng County, the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Su Gongcheng, is all the way with the secretary of the County Party Committee, Xing Aigua, while Lin Jijun is the director of the Public Security Bureau of Pengcheng City Public Security Bureau directly sent over, and is not appointed by Xing Aigua, so there is a little bit of embarrassment between Lin Jijun and Su Gongcheng. Speaking of this matter, which still has a lot of stories, the County Public Security Bureau by the local government and the higher municipal bureau of the dual leadership, the former Public Security Bureau chief more listened to the county party, almost ignoring the city's orders, so was taken down by the municipal bureau. Liangcheng County Party Committee and the Pengcheng City Public Security Bureau of the relationship between the once tense county party and the appointment of a new Public Security Bureau chief, do not get the city's approval, so even a police uniform cannot get. The key is the city council. The meeting is also more often go up to the meeting. This time it is embarrassing. Others are all a police uniform. Just you a vegetarian. You say you how out of place Therefore, the former director of the Public Security Bureau even 2 months did not do, resigned, which led to Lin Jijun's appointment. The good thing is that although he is directly appointed by the city council, but also listened to the greetings of the county party committee, so this is to do a few years of peace and quiet director. But listening to greetings does not mean that it is all the way. So the commendation assembly are Su Gongcheng over to grab the face, in order to steal the limelight of Lin Jijun. Good thing the latter performance simply do not care, especially this time. The new governor and the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee grabbed together. Lin Jijun is more than happy to see the two fight, but want to pull him down. Then forget it. The governor briefly spoke a few sentences, and then handed the microphone to Su Gongcheng. But the latter also has a self-awareness. The governor as vice-class president are shallow. He is naturally too embarrassed to say much more. So, simply said a few words of encouragement, and then handed the microphone to Lin Jijun. Thank you very much for the encouragement and expectation of County Governor Li and Secretary Su. Today's commendation meeting is not only for the Nanshan Township Police Station, but also for our entire county police officers. The smooth operation of Liangcheng County, the social stability of the work cannot be separated from your hard work. Here, on behalf of the County Bureau Party Committee team to say to all of you, hard work. Saying that, Lin Jijun also bowed to all the dry police on the stage. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Everyone on stage immediately stood up, and intense applause resounded throughout the room. What should be said or not said? From this we can see that Lin Jijun in the eyes of the entire county police, is still considered a good director, very prestigious. In the next work, I hope that comrades continue to work hard. All the police officers in Nanshan Institute is our common goal. What makes people third-class merit, first-class merit round to get? We're not that bad, right? Therefore, I hope that everyone is like the Nanshan Township's Wang for the director, bold and careful, always put the people first, then you will do a very good job. A commendation meeting was held until 11 o'clock, and a noon meal was served in the county office cafeteria, which was an extraordinarily tasty day since both the governor and the secretary of the political committee stayed for dinner. Wei Lin Yi and Wang Wei had the honor of sitting at the leadership table. The members of the Bureau Party Committee basically arrived, and then it was Li Lianxue on the main seat and next to Su Gongcheng. Comrade Jijun,
Good comrades like Comrade Wang Wei and Comrade Lin Yi, be sure to give them additional burden. Focus on training. For this kind of comrades who can fight and fight and fight, be sure to give them hope, so that they can play a leading role. At the dinner table, Li Lianshui did not mince words to help Wang Wei and Wei Lin Yi to ask for an official, although some inappropriate matters, but the governor has spoken. Lin Jijun naturally not good enough to refuse. It's just as well that while the party committee members are all here, let's add more burden to the Wang Institute and Deputy Wei Institute in front of County Governor Li and Secretary Su, Lin Jijun said with a smile. We don't have a problem with that, Zhang Tai said with a smile. That's fine. It just so happens that 2 days ago we weren't discussing the fact that the director of the City South Police Station, Mr. Li, will be retiring soon. That's just right. Wang Wei is good. Let him take over old Li's shift and do a term as the chief of the police station in the south of the city. How about it? Lin Jijun said with a smile. Although they were words of solicitation, those present did not dare to refute them and nodded their heads in agreement. As for Comrade Wei Lin Yi, just raised the deputy director. Less than 2 months, and then raised is not faster? My opinion is that the police ranked to a level, to solve the problem of welfare benefits, in addition to bonuses issued more, and then solve its cadre status, set as a unit-level cadres. Chapter 19, Promoting Yourself and Finding a Wife. What's the concept of a stock exchange rank? Simply put, ordinary civil servants, clerks in section, and even the director of the section are not really the meaning of the official. The Yanhuang country in the current administrative system, the main section level is actually the official, at most, plus a few deputy section level. These people are strictly speaking is considered to be an official. For example, in the town, only the secretary of the town committee, the mayor of the town is an official. Extended, deputy secretary and deputy mayor is barely counted. But the question arises, what about the head of the town hall office, the chief of the police station, the chief of the industrial and commercial office? These seem to be officials, but in reality they are not officials in charge of the unit, so a brand new rank was extended. The unit cadre. Unit-level cadres is the beginning of the real sense of cadres. Many deputy section-level cadres are mostly from the unit-level cadres up. Really from the third level of the chief of staff to the deputy section level is, after all, a small number of, and it's mainly from the county party committee and the county government office of these directly under the organization. There are certain limitations. For example, the director of the urban police station is generally a unit-level cadres. We see the deputy section level is generally because of the high allocation of a deputy section level position, such as the deputy director of the street office or deputy mayor of the town. The position is a deputy section level, so people will think that the director is a deputy section level. Nanshan police station is also only Wang Wei is this situation. As for the instructor Li Sai, is a real unit level cadres. Wei Lin Yi this time the biggest gain is actually to determine the identity of its unit-level cadres. Although, he is still career, but whether career or administrative, our ordinary civil servant status, establish the identity of the unit-level cadres, means that he has the qualification to climb up again. Moreover, the difference between career cadres and administrative cadres at the grassroots level is not great, and they can even be used in tandem with each other, and mixing of staff and posts is a regular problem. Unlike the chairman of a state-owned enterprise at the head office level who wants to transfer to a prefecture-level city as a cadre at the head office level, that's basically a fool's errand. Back at Nanshan Institute, Wang Wei went straight to the spoils-sharing meeting that everyone loved. Wei Lin Yi's first-class merit. The bonus is 20,000 yuan. This is his exclusive. Naturally, there is no problem. The bonus for collective first-class merit is 30,000 yuan. Which theoretically can only be used as funds and cannot be distributed directly, but there are policies at the top, and there are solutions at the bottom, so if you want to distribute it, you can still do so. Wang Wei also did not dare to send all of them. Auxiliary police each 1,000 yuan bonus, official police officers each 2,000 yuan bonus, the rest directly to the public purse. In addition, there is a Class A bounty. If Wei Lin Yi alone to capture Zhu Kahua, this money must be his alone to enjoy, but after all, this arrest can be said to be the whole of the action, and then all to him, really a little bit cannot be said, so Wang Wei and he discussed it, to give him 60,000 yuan, the rest of the 40,000 yuan of the whole people divided up, the reign is equalized. Wei Lin Yi naturally has no problem, this money is like picking up for nothing. What is not satisfied? Arresting a Zhu Kahua, solving the status of a unit-level cadre, and netting a bonus of $82,000, not to mention the year 2000, even 10 years later, is a very explosive and very pleasant surprise. It's just a shame that such a good thing only happens once, maybe once in a lifetime, and this kind of bug isn't that easy to get stuck with. Originally, after the purchase of the house,
plus the last third-class merit bonus. Wei Lin hand only 30,000 out of the beginning, plus this more than 80,000 in one fell swoop and broke the 11 million. Wei Lin that call a beauty. Sure enough, every reborn person is favored by God, rising to the top and getting rich at the same time. At this time, in the first middle school of Liangcheng County, inside an office of the junior high school, little Lu I give you that object. Talk about how? Wang Wei's wife Su Jing asked with a smile. She and Lu Xiaoyu sit opposite desk office. That is, two desks leaning together, the two face-to-face office kind, chatting, often texting and chatting. Lu Xiaoyu said with a little blush, two people this talk of the funds is not low. A text message 10 cents, a night to send 10 is $1, a month down, $30 or $40 it. She is a little reluctant to chat. Hey, not about to come out to shop and eat and watch movies? Su Jing said helplessly. This is a golden son-in-law. You can grasp. This is not. 2 days ago, Wei and caught a Ministry of Public Security wanted criminals, made a first-class merit. This can be extraordinary. Fame and fortune double income. Can be foreseen. It will not be long. This young man is going to take off. You have to grasp. I can harm you? Mother Su, how can I take the initiative in this kind of thing? Lu Xiaoyu said with embarrassment. Why can't he take the initiative? Silly girl, he is now the deputy director. Mention the director is not to say come. You do not know. Just more than 2 months after the transfer. 1, 2, 3, all take all. If he is not promoted, that is no god. Then you if you marry him, that can be the official wife. Not to mention, you are what work not to do, to where people do not have to be respected to you respectfully? Su Jing said helplessly. You listen to me. Just say congratulations to him for capturing the wanted man. Is a big hero. Invite him to dinner, shopping, out to play. What? Good man to grasp. Su Jing look in the eyes, anxious in the heart. If not their own age, all hate to personally on. Okay then. I'll try. Lu Xiaoyu nodded helplessly, his face unusually flushed and indescribably shy. Who doesn't like a good man, like Wei Lin so prominent gentleman? Lu Xiaoyu say not move that is false, but let her take the initiative to ask Wei Lin. She is really a little shy. In case of rejection how to do? How embarrassing is that? However, for the sake of her future happiness, she still summoned up the courage to send Wei Lin a text message. At this time, Wei Lin is reviewing the documents in the office, because Wang Wei often attends some meetings. So he gave Wei Lin the right to sign some documents that are not important, but it is not possible to sign without signing, so the latter has a job to do. Ding dong, it's a cell phone text message alert. Wei Lin opened it. Congratulations, big hero, can I buy you dinner? So seconds back, yes. When? Mr. Lu, are you free this afternoon? Other people looking for no time. Mr. Lu I must be free. Then at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in front of no. 1 middle school. I won't see you there. Yes. So, for 30 cents a person, the date was finalized. How's it going? Is it okay? Su Jing asked nosily. Well, I said we'd have dinner together tonight. Mom Su, let's do it together. Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. You can't be serious. You youngsters are having a party. Why should I, an old woman, go there? Why should I go as an old woman? I'm not going. If I do, you'll probably hate me to death. Su Jing said, shaking her head repeatedly. Which is not true. Lu Xiaoyu said non-compliantly. An hour later, in front of the first middle school in Liangcheng County, Wei Lin drove 212 cokes to come. The car engine can only be said to be louder than a tractor. If it is not really no suitable second-hand car, Wei Lin designated to replace it. There is also a fuel consumption. Is also a very powerful place. 100 kilometers of 15 oil. The key tank is not big. Basically more than 300 kilometers will have to add a time. Is really troublesome. Now the monthly 500 yuan oil expenses. 212 will have to account for half of the heartache of Li Qian's straight shivering teeth. Good day, teacher. Looking at teacher Lu, who was still immortal, Wei Lin's eyes went a little straight. Hello uncle, Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Where are we going to play? Didn't you say you'd buy me dinner? Not going to dinner? Wei Lin asked in feigned surprise. What time is it? Just eat. Go play first and wait until dinner time. Lu Xiaoyu said without a trace of anger. It's just after 4 p.m. What's the point of eating when you're not up and about? That's fine. Or look at the house to go. Find a decoration company to decorate the decoration. After the wedding good to live. Wei Lin said with a smile. This thing he has been pondering for a long time, but has not been able to get off to get, coupled with the shyness of the bag, cannot spend all the money, so it is not installed for the time being. Asterisk 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 you. Who's going to marry you? Bugger. Lu Xiaoyu said shyly. Who do you want to marry if not me? Any relationship that doesn't aim at marriage is just hooliganism. Do you want to be a hooligan? Wei Lin pretended to be lewd and intimidating. You're the one who's being a hooligan. Badass. That's scaring me. Lu Xiaoyu rolled his eyes and said, let's go. Let's get down to business first and get the renovations done.
Wei Lin said with a smile.
Yes. So, the two looked for a decoration company. Field measurements for a while. The specific requirements are all set again, which is to negotiate a good price. The decoration company took a look at Wei Lin as a police officer, but also more polite, promised to use the best materials. Now it is already October. The fastest will have to be the end of November can be renovated. Renovated to drying. Almost have to be after the new year can live in. Once the house is decorated, you can move in and live here. The room is whatever you choose.
Wei Lin said with a smile.
Screw you. No way. My family has a house and it's not far. Lu Xiaoyu said without a trace of anger. Her home is in the county, and it's only about 3 kilometers from the school. A 10-minute bike ride. I mean, when it's cloudy and raining and stuff, when it's inconvenient to go home. Right.
Wei Lin laughed and said, where did you think of that?
I didn't talk to you about living together. Screw you. The hell I want to live with you. Hurry up and eat. Tossing and turning until now. I'm hungry. Lu Xiaoyu said. Yeah, it's 7:30. Go eat.
Our colleague said that the mixed fish in the big square is well roasted.
Go over and try it? Alright, let's go to the main square. It'll be closer to home later. That's fine. I'll take you back later. So don't ride the car. Let's drive. Alright then.
Lu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. So the two of them drove all the way to the snack street by the Grand Plaza. It's all about some big barbecue stalls with a lot of smoke and a lot of people. Simply spend $30 to $50 and pack 2 cases of beer and you can have a good drink.
Chapter 20, Lu Xiaohua gets beaten up.
Wei Lin led Lu Xiaoyu to find a random table, ordered a few small dishes and began to eat and chat.
Just chatting, not far away from the quarrel, attracted the attention of the two or the surrounding people.
A few yellow hairs are surrounding a pair of small young people in that drinking and cursing,
and even intensified. At any time there may be a fight looks like. What's wrong?
Seeing Lu Xiaoyu looking lost in thought, Wei Lin asked with a smile.
That boy over there looks a bit like my brother. Logically he should be at school right now for evening study. Maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. Then go over and take a look. It looks like a fight is about to break out.
Before Wei Lin could finish his words, a few people over there were fighting. Accurately said a group of yellow hair around people, a young man in the fight. Bottles, stools and so on. Do not life to greet. Around the people watching the scene instantly back a few steps, for fear of being heard innocent. Go over and take a look. Don't fight out a big problem. Wei Lin said instinctively. His identity is a police officer. For these fights and brawls have long been strange, but out of professional habits, he still has the habit of taking the initiative to pipe in. You find a place where no one is around and fight to the death. He can't see it and surely won't mind his own business, but in front of so many people to fight, if he does not care. After the incident was found to be exposed, there is also a certain impact on him. Good thing that now is not the age of self-media, or else public opinion can crush people to death. Hurrying to settle the bill with the owner, the two of them ran over. Halfway there, Lu Xiaoyu panicked. Quick, that's my brother. Quick, save him. Which one? Which one is your brother? The one who's getting beaten. Quick, please, Lu Xiaoyu said anxiously. Seeing his brother being surrounded and beaten, he couldn't help but rush straight up. Wei Lin look, how dare you let her to rush up? People know her, bench legs may not know. Quickly pull her. Let me. Stop, all stop. Hands on your head and crouch down. I'm a police officer. Wei Lin rushed up with a bellow. It's true that the word police is still a deterrent. A few little yellow hairs subconsciously had to stop when they heard about the police. However, when they turned their heads and saw that Wei Lin was in civilian clothes and was alone, they suddenly felt unafraid again. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
slightest intention of putting Wei Lin in his eyes. This time, all eyes were on him, all subconsciously wanting to see what Wei Lin would do with it. A second warning. Everyone hold your heads and crouch down, Wei Lin said to himself as if he didn't hear Yellow Hair's words. Asterisk 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 you. What kind of big tail wolf are you pretending to be? Feeling that his authority had been provoked, little Yellow Hair swung his bench leg and rushed over. Seeing this, Wei Lin, afraid of hurting Lu Xiaoyu, immediately pushed her away, and then quickly stepped forward, dodging the little Yellow Hair's oncoming bench leg, grabbing his arm and pressing it downward, and at the same time lifting his knee upwards, directly on top of the Yellow Hair's stomach. Ah! With a miserable scream, the little Yellow Hair directly on the ground, holding his stomach, twitching half a day to climb up. The other few Yellow Hairs subconsciously stopped when they saw how fierce Wei Lin was. third warning to you all.
Throw down your weapons and crouch down with your heads in your hands, Wei Lin said in a cold voice.
This moment of warning seemed like an ultimatum, ready to strike the next second.
A few yellow hairs, once they saw this, looked at each other, then threw all the guys in their hands, and honestly squatted aside. And at this time, Lu Xiaohua, who was surrounded and beaten, was already bloody-headed and confused. One look at it and it's a bad beating. Xiaohua, how are you? Lu Xiaoyu also reacted at this time and immediately rushed up to ask, his heart aching with tears.
Sis, I'm fine, why are you here?
Although Lu Xiaohua's injuries looked scary, in fact, it was only a break on his head, and the blood flowed down before he had time to wipe it.
And ask me, shouldn't you be in school studying right now? Why did you run here, and got into a fight? Lu Xiaoyu questioned. Before Lu Xiaohua could say anything, he was interrupted by the arriving police. Nobody move. What's the situation? Who called the police? Chai Dongfeng, a police officer from Chengdong Police Station, said in no uncertain terms, and he was followed by 5 or 6 auxiliary police officers, who hurriedly ran over. Chengdong Police Station is only 100 meters away from here. Fighting in this place is really not giving the Chengdong Police Station a little bit of face. Looking down on who? Yo, Officer Chai, are you on duty today?
Wei Lin said with a smile.
Wei Xiao, rare guest. This is?
As soon as Chai Dongfeng saw Wei Lin, he immediately greeted him warmly. The two sat together yesterday when they had their recognition meeting, and I didn't expect to run into each other again today.
Hey, this is not to bring friends over for dinner. Saw someone fighting, came over to stop it. These kids are very wild. If not I put down one, deterred them. I guess tonight I cannot fall good. Wei Lin laughed and put on the eye medicine. Don't worry, we can't spare them.
Chai Dongfeng is also a human savant and understood Wei Lin's meaning in seconds.
Cuff all of them and bring them back to the office. Officer Chai, the one who was beaten is my friend's younger brother. Do you think it's convenient to arrange for him to be sent to the hospital for treatment first?
Wei Lin said with a smile.
As it should be, Xiao Lu.
Drive the injured to the hospital for treatment first, and cuff the others first.
Yes, Officer Chai.
An auxiliary police officer next to him hurriedly answered.
Then thanks a lot. I'll treat you to dinner later.
Wei Lin said with a smile.
It's okay, they're all on their own. Little things. So, Xiao Lu drove the east of the city police station Santana police car. The 3 people with, straight to the People's Hospital. Road. Lu Xiaohua, give me an honest explanation. What's going on today? Lu Xiaohua asked seriously. Originally, Lu Xiaohua didn't want to say anything, but Lu Xiaoyu threatened to call his parents if he didn't tell the truth, so she couldn't care less. Hey, isn't this night off? I just a friend to come over to play together. Who knew that I ran into Yang Kong those people? Before in the school, the 2 of us are not against each other, just happened to meet outside. Yang Kong deliberately find my fault.
This is not a fight, Lu Xiaohua said helplessly.
Will you run then? Are you stupid? Fight with others?
Lu Xiaoyu was also speechless.
I'd like to run. Can't you see they've got me surrounded? It's impossible to run away. Lu Xiaohua was also speechless. Today is also his own alone. If the usual brothers in a group, today it is not certain who will live or die. This is brother-in-law, right? Hello brother-in-law, Lu Xiaohua asked curiously. It was the first time he had seen his sister out on a date with another boy. Before Lu Xiaoyu could retort to him, he was interrupted by Wei Lin. Hello, my name is Wei Lin. Brother-in-law, you're a cop too? That cop just called you Wei Xiao. You're the director? Lu Xiaohua said excitedly. It's a police officer, but it's just a deputy chief.
Wei Lin said with a smile.
That's pretty impressive too.
If they knew that my brother-in-law is the chief of the police station,
which one of them would still dare to beat me up?
Lu Xiaohua said excitedly.
****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** hasn't agreed to it.
You two have a mouthful of brother-in-law.
A mouthful of brother-in-law. Presumptuous or not? Polite? Don't you squeak. Big men talk. What's the matter with you?
Lu Xiaohua's voice directly raised 3 degrees.
Just handsome but 3 seconds. Hey, sister, let go, gently, I'm wrong. As it turned out,
Lu Xiaoyu directly lifted his ear up,
not forgetting to turn it around.
And immediately a fiery sensation came out from his ear.
Brother-in-law, you don't care about your daughter-in-law either. Laying your hands on your own brother? Seeing that Lu Xiaoyu wouldn't let go, Lu Xiaohua decisively turned the battle to Wei Linyi's body.
Before the latter could speak, Lu Xiaoyu glared his eyes over, and Wei Linyi directly stopped speaking,
heaping a smile. Watch what you say in the future. If you dare to talk nonsense again, your ears will be ripped off for you,
Lu Xiaoyu said without a good breath. But the good thing was that the movement of his hand was also loosened. The latter gave Wei Linyi a grudging look. which seemed to mean, you can't do this either. Wei Linyi helplessly spread his hands, the meaning of which seemed to say, when I meet a tigress,
I don't dare to move. What are you two mumbling about? Don't want to mix?
Lu Xiaoyu said without a trace of anger. The two of them immediately sat upright at the words,
honestly not daring to speak. Soon the police car arrived at the People's Hospital, and the only way to get to the emergency department at this point was to go to the emergency department. As soon as he entered the emergency surgery office, the sitting doctor inside, Li Jia, recognized Wei Linyi. Gee, Officer Wei, you need something? Hey, Dr. Li, I'm here to trouble you again. My brother was injured by someone. I want to ask you to take a look.
Wei Linyi smiled and pushed Lu Xiaohua over.
Hit your head? Then you have to be more careful. The wound is okay, not too big. I guess 2 stitches are enough. Is there any dizziness, vomiting, or any other feeling? Li Jia asked. No, it just hurts a little, Lu Xiaohua said honestly. Well, good, that's good. I'll help you treat the wound first to prevent infection, and then give a tetanus shot to prevent any other problems. Li Jia smiled and said, if you don't mind, it's best to do a head CT, check it for peace of mind. After all, the brain is not compared to other places, in case there are any problems, so that they can be eliminated in time. All at your service. Lu Xiaoyu sealed the deal. Dr. Li, please write the order. Yes, soon. After paying the money, Li Jia personally helped Lu Xiaohua to deal with the wound. Surprisingly, 3 stitches, although anesthetized, but also the pain of his teeth grimace, also had a hangnail and a CT. Well, nothing is wrong with it. It was 12 o'clock at night after this toss. I'm really sorry. I wanted to celebrate you, but it turned out, Lu Xiaoyu said with embarrassment. Hey, we're all on our own. It's out of place to talk about this, Wei Linyi said with a smile. Bah, who's on your own with you? Chapter 21, Getting It. Brothers, trouble you followed here with so long. Go, I invite you to eat, Wei Linyi said with a smile to the auxiliary police Xiao Lu who followed. Mr. Wei, don't bother, this is what I should do, Xiao Lu hurriedly said with a smile, just in time to go back. Officer Chai is on duty today, right? Yes, Xiao Lu nodded. That's just right, call Officer Chai out together, as well as a few other auxiliary police brothers in your office. Call them out to have a meal together. There are many people, Wei Linyi said with a smile. Without waiting for Xiao Lu to refuse, Wei Linyi found Chai Dongfeng's cell phone number from his cell phone and made an appointment with him. Eat a meal together to spend not much money. But Wei Linyi knows that he and Chai Dongfeng nodding acquaintance. There is no friendship. Lu Xiaohua's matter can be big or small. To ask people to help cannot be empty sets of white wolves. It is better to eat a meal together to do things, but also to increase the feelings between each other, and later always have to use the place. For Wei Linyi's invitation, Chai Dongfeng is also very happy. He knows that the former of the first 2 or 3 merits in hand, the future on the leadership position that is inevitable. Such heroes do not get promoted. That is absolutely no god. That is, Wei Linyi is now just a few months of the transition. The seniority is too shallow, such as turning over a year. The high rise can be expected in a matter of days. Can make good with it, not to say that in the future can pull him a hand. By the time there is something to beg to his head, can have a fire love is good. A meal was eaten until 2:30, during which Chai Dongfeng patted his chest to ensure that this matter of Lu Xiaohua was handed over to him, and guaranteed that the latter would not suffer. Brother-in-law, why don't you stay at my house? My parents have gone on a trip and aren't home. Seeing that it was almost 3 o'clock, Lu Xiaohua said, hey, you are really my good brother. In the future, brother-in-law will cover you. Wei Linyi laughed wildly in his heart, but on his lips he said hesitantly, it's not convenient, is it? What's so inconvenient about that? We have a lot of rooms in our house, and it's 3 o'clock at night. You can't go back again, can you? What a waste to open a hotel. There aren't many hours left in total, Lu Xiaohua said without a care in the world. Why don't I go to an internet cafe to deal with it? This was said while looking at Lu Xiaoyu. What are you looking at me for? Go if you like. Where the latter didn't understand what he meant. We're all adults now. Ha ha, he. Then I'll go visit your home. I'll just sleep on the couch later. Wei Linyi hemmed and hawed. Or what? Where else do you want to sleep? Lu Xiaoyu said without a trace of anger. Although the two have been chatting for a long time, but also about a few times, but ultimately there is a layer of window paper in. Is it tonight? Wei Linyi got into his old jeep, took the siblings, and soon arrived at her house. Lu Xiaoyu home is a private house, built 3 small buildings. The first floor is their parents' live. Another kitchen living room what are in the first floor. The second floor is 2 siblings live. Very spacious. There are spare rooms. The third floor is rented out, and a month can get a $200 to $300 in rent money. Oops, my head is a bit dizzy. I'll go back to bed first. As soon as she entered, Lu Xiaohua ran back to her room with great eyesight. Follow me, there's a guest room over here that isn't often occupied. You can stay in this one, Lu Xiaoyu said as he brought Wei Linyi to an empty room. Ha, I live here? Wei Linyi asked in surprise. He thought he had a chance to get a kiss tonight, and this is it? Might as well go back to Nanshan Town. Or what? Where do you want to sleep? Lu Xiaoyu looked at him with a smile and asked meaningfully. This stoner was sparse. Wei Linyi put his heart in the right place and directly swept her into his arms. The latter was caught off guard and almost screamed out. Where do you think I want to live? Wei Linyi whispered in her ear, and the hot breath exhaled from his mouth instantly made Lu Xiaoyu's ears hot, and her face instantly reddened to the roots of her ears. The two of them were embracing each other, and with their thin summer clothes, they could feel each other's heartbeat thumping violently. Then who knows? Oh, Lu Xiaoyu's words didn't fall out of his mouth, but he was blocked by Wei Linyi. And then there was a burst of passionate kisses. After a long time, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly pushed the former away with force, panting heavily. You want to suffocate me to death? Hey, I didn't know that kissing is so suffocating. It's all learned from TV, Wei Linyi said with embarrassment. It was the first time in his previous life that he had ever kissed so sweatily. Humph, you'll sleep here honestly tonight. I'm going back to the house, Lu Xiaoyu said without a trace of anger. Hey, that's okay, can I come inside your house? I've never been in a girl's boudoir in my entire life, Wei Linyi said pitifully. Okay then, don't you dare mess around. I know you're not a casual person. Lu Xiaoyu gave Wei Linyi a high hat. That's for sure. I'm definitely not a casual person, the latter said with a solemn nod, while adding in his heart that I'm not a person when I'm casual. When he came to Lu Xiaoyu's boudoir, as soon as he entered the door, there was a light fragrance, like the scent of lilies, which smelled very good. But it smells so good, it would be nice to sleep here, Wei Linyi said with feigned intoxication. Sima Zhao's heart is well known. Q. Hurry back to bed. What time is it? Lu Xiaoyu pouted. Well, then I'm going to sleep. Saying that, Wei Linyi collapsed towards the boudoir bed. The aroma was so strong that it hit my nose. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly went to pull him. Who knew that he was instead yanked and embraced into his arms? Oh, in the end, all that was left was the sound of two people panting heavily. At 8 o'clock the next morning, after sending Lu Xiaoyu to school, Wei Linyi drove back to Nanshan Town. It was a refreshing ride. Not sleepy at all. Reflecting back on the yoga poses from a few hours ago, Judas is not done. If it were not for Lu Xiaoyu's first time practicing yoga, Wei Linyi could not wait to take her until dawn. But forgive me, Lu still limped when she went to work, and a teacher asked her how she was, and replied that she had broken her foot. Back to Nanshan Institute, Wei Linyi was happy all day. Your kid had a successful date yesterday? Wang Wei asked with a smile. Had. Successfully taken, Wei Linyi said with a smile. Ha, there are old me back then a few points of elegance. Waiting to drink your wedding wine. Oh, your sister-in-law personally said the matchmaking. You cannot play people, Wang Wei admonished. That's a must. Don't worry, director. I'm not just anyone, but you boys are not human when you get casual. Chapter 22 South Mountain Reservoir Corpse Fishing Case 1. Anglers never have an air force, and are likely to catch anything but fish. In the past, Wang Ming didn't believe in this statement because he often came home from the Air Force. Yesterday, when he was playing in the mountains, he was surprised to find a wild pond. The key is that there are still a lot of fish in it, and he was tickled to death. Just threw down the first rod, caught a big guy. A hand did not pull. Wang Ming instantly excited. This pond do not know how many years, but there is such a big fish. So, Wang Ming riveted, gently tugging back. As many years of fishing man, he knows that this time cannot be anxious. Slowly walking, and so on the big fish tired, and then find a way to pull it up. But after slipping for a while, he had the feeling that there seemed to be something wrong. The weight was a little heavier, but obviously there was no tension. As if the fish he caught was not a fish, but hooked into something. Regardless of what is hooked, it is impossible to lose. It is definitely necessary to pull up to see. With the curiosity of the unknown, Wang Ming withdrew step by step, and dragged it up as hard as he could. But as a result, when he saw clearly what he pulled up, he was scared less, and ran away with his legs spread out. An hour later, police from the Nanshan police station arrived at the scene and a long cordon cordoned off the neighborhood. Wei Linyi naturally will not be absent. He drove the old jeep with 4 auxiliary police were the first to come to the scene. From a long distance, we could see a body wearing a black and white Nanshan school uniform half floating in the water, with short hair, basically confirming that the deceased was a boy. The color of this school uniform is very familiar to Wei Linyi. The Zhao Man in the case of the floating corpse of the flower girl some time ago was wearing a school uniform of this color. Another human life. When the body was fished out,
Wei Linyi's mind thought about the course of the case at once. In his previous life, although this case is the responsibility of the criminal police brigade, but then about the dossier, Wei Linyi or carefully read it. So I know that this case is not complicated, accurately said that the school's bullying events, but also very bad and cruel events. The deceased had suffered extreme abuse during his lifetime, with multiple fractures on his body and his head being smashed raw into 3/8 centimeter long nails. The key to this is not a fatal injury. The real fatal injury turned out to be drowning. That is to say, the deceased had suffered so much abuse during his lifetime that he was sunk and drowned in the water when he was not completely dead. What is even more inconceivable is that the ones who did this were 3 of the deceased's classmates, and these 3 children also went through 2 screening tests, none of which showed any difference, which is evident in their strong psychological qualities. Later, during the 3rd screening, one of the students revealed himself, as there was a slight discrepancy between his statement and the previous 2, which was detected by the CID team, and under a surprise interrogation, which led to the solving of the case. The case was a sensation in Liangcheng County, and schools in all towns and cities in the county conducted a major mapping of bullying incidents in schools, thus dealing with a large number of problematic students and contributing greatly to the stability and safety of schools. Soon, the criminal police brigade rushed to the scene. The forensic pathologist immediately launched the autopsy. Other personnel also launched a survey around. Less than half an hour. Found the dumping site is close to the side of the road, but because of the time problem, the scene is almost no clues found. Old Wang, what have you found? Hindolei asked. This time, he was much more polite. After all, the performance of Nanshan Institute during this period of time could no longer be described as traitorous luck. People's achievements were all real. There are no useful clues at the scene. I think we still have to start from the identity of the deceased. Just now I have notified the office to check whether there is anyone who has recently reported a missing case, Wang Wei said in a deep voice. In addition, the school side can also start. After all, the deceased is a student of Nanshan Town Middle School. I think there are no students missing. The school side is the most clear. Well then, both directions are what your police station is best at, so I'll leave it to you, and the scene will be handed over to our criminal police brigade. No problem, right? Criminal Dao Lei said. Don't worry, leave it to us. Wang Wei nodded and said. At this time, the preliminary autopsy results from the coroner's side also came out. The deceased, male, bone age between 13 to 15 years old, time of death between about 30 to 40 days, multiple fractures in the body, suffered from intense beatings and abuse during his lifetime. The head had a steel nail head smashed into the skull, but it was not a fatal injury. The lungs were inflated in size and filled the chest cavity. In addition, the mouth and nose entered into a large number of inhaled mud and sand and other foreign objects. Therefore, it can be determined that the deceased was drowned. What kind of vendetta could lay such a heavy hand on a teenager? It's too cruel, Wang Wei said in surprise. Before Zhao Manman was insulted and killed and sunk in the river, and now there are teenagers were brutally killed and sunk into the pond. For a time, Wang was even some self-doubt. In their own governance, Nanshan Town in the end what is wrong? How one murder case after another? I suspect that this case doesn't look like it was committed by an adult. The technique is too rough, and I suspect that at the very beginning the murderer may not have wanted to kill. It's very likely that the forced murder caused by the riding of the tiger and then hastily dumped the body. Wei Linyi issued his own insight. Oh, what else does Wei Xiao have to say? Why don't you say it together? Criminal Dao Lei said. To be honest, from the deceased's autopsy results, I'm more inclined to the murderer is to vent their anger before the deceased was beaten and abused. As for why they would be overly murderous, which may have a reason that we do not know. And then I'm more inclined to the direction of school violence, this direction to investigate the direction of victimization of the deceased. If it is an adult, even if it is a blow to the retaliation, generally will not be under such a cruel hand. If it's an adult, even if it's revenge, it's usually not this vicious. If the murderer is also a student, it's hard to say, Wei Linyi said in a deep voice. This is the advantage of the Reborn. Know the answer to find the process, even if the process is a bit of a problem, but the result is good on the line. Anyway, it is not to do math problems. Do not pay attention to the idea of solving the problem in specific steps. That's a direction. Just are the students nowadays that ruthless? Wang Wei was a little disbelieving. Wang Shou, there are more ruthless than this. You don't often read the file, don't know. Teenagers are the wildest age. Only you cannot think of. No, they dare not do. Criminal Dao Lei exclaimed. Wang is the head of the police station. The main aspects of the business are household registration management, legal propaganda, discovering and mastering suspects, educating and reforming those who have violated the law and committed crimes, preventing and stopping illegal and criminal activities, managing the special industries, maintaining public order, and preventing public security disasters and accidents.
For criminal cases in terms of understanding is far less than the professional's criminal dowlay. The latter is the real body of 100 cases. Have seen the file, do not know how many.
So the scope of vision are not the same.
Chapter 23 Nanshan Reservoir Fishing Corpse Case 2. Soon.
The Nanshan Police Station duty room Zhang Na checked the September 6th received the alarm record.
The missing person named Li Su,
14 years old this year,
in Nanshan Middle School on the junior high school.
The alarm is the parents and teachers of the deceased.
It is said that Li Su disappeared in the evening of September 4th.
Li Su's parents thought he was playing to the home of his classmates, so did not take it seriously. The results of 2 days in a row did not find people. The school teacher also called to say that Li Su has been 2 days did not come to the school class. Li Su's parents felt that something is not right. Under the leadership of the teacher,
to the Nanshan Township Police Station to report the case. However,
because it is a big living person disappeared,
it is not good to find
At that time, Zhou Lin received the alarm also specially brought people to Li Su's class to understand the situation.
Because it is only missing, no one will think in the direction of bad,
so it is not taken seriously.
The South Hill Institute was already very busy.
The disappearance of this matter is also put on the shelf. I did not expect that when this matter is brought up again, it will be linked to the murder case, which is not expected by anyone.
At this time,
Li Su's parents are around a few counties to post a missing persons notice.
It is looking for Li Su's missing persons notice.
They all chalked up Li Su's disappearance to greed in running out to play,
and beat them to death,
unwilling to believe that their son had gone to hell.
When Lu Pailan went to find Li Su's parents, he did not find. He found his aunt and uncle, came to identify the body. The two men arrived at the scene, immediately confirmed that the deceased is Li Su, so that the identity of the deceased, with the name of the deceased, Wei Linyi took Rinjie to Nanshan Middle School, which is the only middle school in Nanshan town, with 6 grades from the first year to the 3rd year of high school, about 6,000 students, and is considered a really big school. Li Su is a junior class 13 students. Classmates are the first year of the 2nd year up together. The class teacher and teachers are the kind of class to go with the class, so the investigation is also relatively simple. Class teacher named Yang Kuan, 30 years old, a male teacher, once heard Wei Lin Yi's intention. First a shock,
then full of regret straight sigh.
A fresh life is gone just like that. Too bad. Yang Kuan sighed. Mr. Yang,
according to the autopsy results,
the victim Li Su died of homicide. According to the preliminary inference, it should be a vendetta. So we need to sort out Li Su's interpersonal relationships, which requires your cooperation. Wei Linyi said.
Please rest assured Director Wei, our school side will definitely fully cooperate with the police investigation work.
What needs? You just command. Yang Kuan said cooperatively.
That's good. Let's go to the class first. All of Li Su's seats are still there, right?
Yes.
Before this we didn't even know that Mr. Li Su had been killed, so his desk and textbooks were all still there and hadn't been moved.
Teacher Yang nodded and said, all right then, let's take a look in the class. In addition we need Mr.
Yang to cooperate with us on one more thing.
Wei Linyi said. No problem, I will definitely cooperate fully. Yang Kuan hurriedly nodded his head and said, came to the class. At this time is on the language class. The whole class is listening to the lecture.
Yang Kuan went in to talk to the language teacher, briefly said 2 sentences.
The latter left the class early.
Then Yang Kuan stood on the podium to maintain order,
which invited Wei Linyi to come in. Seeing Wei Linyi a police uniform,
the whole class exudes surprise. Only 3 students do not have a flash of panic in their eyes,
just quickly covered up by them. Wei Linyi stood on the podium. Every position below was in full view, including the empty seat, which was particularly abrupt and should be Li Su's seat.
Wei Linyi specifically focused on observing a few classmates around Li Su, and he had to say that his deskmate was very pretty,
with bangs and white skin, a proper beauty embryo,
and it was no wonder that Li Su would die because of her. There was a seating chart on the podium with the names of all the students. Wei Linyi found Li Su's name first.
Then according to the seating chart,
he saw that his classmate's name was Huang Tingting, and another name also caught his eye, Yang Deshang.
Yes, it's this kid, or rather this guy is an unadulterated demon.
And those 3 nails in Li Su's head were smashed on by his own hands,
and they went in alive. Students, I'm a police officer from Nanshan Police Station. I've come over today to find out more about a case. Now I need all of you to cooperate with me properly. I hope you all can do it.
Wei Linyi stood on the podium and said in a deep voice,
now take out your exercise books. Find a blank page and tear a piece of paper down. The students on the stage couldn't help but stare, not understanding what Wei Linyi meant, and only very few of them did as they were told. What are you all waiting for? Cooperate well with the police uncle's request.
Yang Kuan stood beside him and gave the word, and the students below immediately reacted,
one by one taking action. 2 minutes later, everyone was ready. From now on, all of you are not allowed to talk to each other. When you hear my question, Write the answer that you think in your own mind. There is no right or wrong. There is only what you think is true or false. So write your own. Don't ever talk to each other or don't blame me for taking you to the police station and detaining you for a few days. Wei Lin Yi threatened. Seeing that the students below all quieted down, not daring to breathe a breath, Wei Lin Yi then opened his mouth to ask a question. First question. What kind of person is Li Su's classmate? Everyone write your own. Don't discuss with each other. Now start writing. Sit up straight when you're done. I'll know you've done it. The students below immediately buried their heads in their hands, and none of them dared to speak. Second question. Who plays better with Li Su's classmates? Third question. Who didn't play well with Li Su's classmates and had a fight? Fourth question. What kind of girl does Li Su sound like? Or who does he like? Or who likes Li Su's student again? Fifth question. Who has argued and fought with Li Su's classmates? Wei Lin Yi asked 5 questions in a row. Then when everyone had written, he immediately asked Rin Jie to collect all the papers. Looking at the following puzzled students, Wei Lin Yi said in a deep voice, to tell you an unfortunate news, your classmate Li Su has unfortunately passed away, and the cause of death is judged to be homicide. Our police found him in a pond in Nanshan Mountain. The death is very miserable. So far, we have mastered a number of evidences, and we can judge the murderer to be a student of our school. I hope that everyone can actively cooperate with the police. If you have any questions or know anything, you can come to the office and report it to me, and I will keep it a secret for everyone. Thanks a lot, students. The whole class was abuzz with this statement. No one could have imagined that their classmate had been killed. How big of a news is this? Who is the murderer? It was a classmate close to us. A fine thought. Chapter 24 Nanshan Reservoir Fishing Corpse Case 3. Just when everyone is discussing a lot, Wei Lin Yi, but the eyes on Yang Deshang, staring at him, watching his every move, the latter as if a thief in general, looked at Wei Lin Yi immediately put his head down. After all, is a student, in the strong psychological quality, which cannot withstand Wei Lin Yi this move to beat the bushes. I can't believe it's already been determined that the murderer is right here with us. Have the police already found something? What can we do? For a moment, Yang Deshang almost lost his temper. The other 2 accomplices were also panicked, as if they were about to be caught when they were blocked at home for stealing. The 3 couldn't help but look left and right, giving each other the wink, unaware that all of this was seen by Wei Lin Yi, and it was also his intention to do so. Ren Jie, call down to the facility and get a couple of guys over here and tell them you found something. Okay, I'll go right away. Ren Jie was first stunned when he heard this, but he immediately reacted and immediately agreed. Since the last time quickly solved the case of Zhao Manman, Wei Lin Yi in the heart of Ren Jie has become synonymous with God Detective. For Wei Lin Yi can so quickly found the murderer that is not the slightest doubt. Holding the worksheets handed in by the class in his hand, Wei Lin Yi casually flipped through a few pages before coming outside the classroom and saying to Yang Kuan, Mr. Yang, help me maintain order in the class. By the way, I need to ask for news about some of my classmates. No problem. I will fully cooperate with Wei's work. Yang Kuan asked suspiciously, could it be that Wei has something to discover? The discovery is a little bit. It still needs to be verified. Wei Lin Yi smiled and said, Teacher Yang, this student named Huang Tingting call out for a moment. Okay. Looking at Wei Lin Yi's confident eyes, Yang Kuan didn't know what he had discovered, but he did as he was told. Everyone be quiet. From now on we will have self-study. The students whose names I call, come outside and cooperate with the police uncle. Huang Tingting, you come out first. Yang Kuan said in a deep voice. The words just fell. The classroom instantly quieted down. It seems that Yang Kuan is still very intimidating, and Huang Tingting, whose name was called, went white in an instant and sat there motionless. Hey, Huang Tingting, go out. Director Wei is still waiting for you, Yang Kuan urged. Ow. Huang Tingting slowly got up from the seat and moved to the door step by step, and Yang Deshang watched Huang Tingting being called out. He couldn't help but feel a pang of nervousness. To have checked Huang Tingting so quickly? No, it's just information. Yes, it's just information. You can't panic. You can't panic. If you panic, you're liable to blow your cover. As for the doorway, Wei Lin Yi was already talking to Huang Tingting with a smile. Huang Tingting student, don't be nervous. I know you're not a murderer, and I'm looking for you just to understand the situation. After all, Li Su is also your classmate, and now that he's been murdered, you can't just watch him die unjustly and the murderer get away with it, right? Wei Lin Yi said softly. Well, Uncle Policeman, if there's anything you want to ask, I'll definitely say whatever I know. Huang Tingting nodded her head as if she had eaten a tranquilizer pill. Some classmates said that you like Li Su? Wei Lin Yi laughed lightly. At these words, the latter's face swished red to the roots of her ears, but she still nodded gently. So does Li Wook like you? Or who does Li Wook like? I don't know. Huang Tingting shook her head slightly and said softly. Some other students said that there are many boys in the class who like you, right? Wei Lin Yi continued. Maybe. I didn't think about falling in love. I just want to study hard, Huang Tingting whispered. In fact, she knew that most of the boys in her class were very fond of her. There was no way. Natural beauty is hard to abandon. Then how is the relationship between Yang Deshang and Li Su? I see that some of my classmates said that Yang Deshang likes you and you like Li Su. So Yang Deshang and Li Su's relationship is not good. This is not good. To what extent? Wei Lin pursued. Naturally, he didn't ask all these things in response to the little notes written by his classmates, but rather he already knew the reasons for them, and now he was just taking them to task. Yang Deshang and Li Su's relationship is average, I guess. They've mixed up a few words and argued a bit more. Huang Tingting whispered. Have they ever fought over it? I don't know. I haven't seen it. Huang Tingting said in a small voice. She really hadn't seen it, but she had heard about it, saying that Yang Deshang was going to find someone to beat up Li Su. The key was still because of her, and she was bitter about it. Although Yang Deshang's grades are very good, and her relationship with her is also good, but she just treats him as an ordinary classmate, and has no other ideas, but she cannot stop people like her. Okay, MS. Huang Tingting, please keep our chat a secret. It's about your personal safety, okay? Wei Lin intimidated. Yes, I know, Huang Tingting said with a face of fear. She is also not a little cutie. From Wei Lin's questioning, it occurred to her that he was suspecting Yang Deshang, but how could that be? How could Yang Deshang, such an ordinary person, dare to kill someone? Next, Wei Lin pretended to ask a few more people, and then called on Huang Hu. Huang Hu is about 1.75 meters, strong body, a little bit of people tall horse feeling, in the junior this age, is considered more sturdy. He is also one of the murderers of Li Su. From the previous life's file, this guy belongs to the accomplices of the accomplices. Yang Deshang to implement the whole process of the crime. He is the whole process of witnessing, and to plan and control Li Su. He is the main force. When Wei Lin found him, said not panic that is false, but a strong psychological construction let him a little calm. He recognized a point, as long as the handcuffs do not wear in their own hands, that they are not afraid of. There is a key point. They are under the age of 14 years old. Even if they go in, not a few years can come out. How much is the matter? Therefore, Huang Hu walked out of the classroom with a straight face, as if he didn't have any problems at all, with an attitude of indifference. And Wei Lin at this time also in the rapid rotation of the brain, he pondered how to make these three people to reveal themselves. When Huang Hu came to his side, Wei Lin did not speak, and his eyes looked straight at him, full of pressure. Huang Hu was initially calm and composed, but ultimately a child, coupled with a weak heart. Was Wei Lin looked sharply, couldn't help but ask, police uncle, what are you looking at? What's the matter? You just say you are called Huang Hu, right? Wei Lin's mouth corner does not have an upturn, not afraid that you are in a hurry, just afraid that you do not react. Yes, where were you when Mr. Li Su was murdered? Wei Lin asked. I'm in school, Huang Hu affirmed. What class? How am I supposed to know that? It's been so long, who remembers? Huang Hu asked rhetorically. Chapter 25 Nanshan Reservoir Fishing Corpse Case 4. What you said makes sense, but I am curious. How did you know when Li Su was killed? I don't think I've said anything about this, right? Wei Lin smiled and asked back. Huang Hu had a dang moment, and a wave of panic couldn't help but spread across his face. Mr. Huang Hu, can you explain it to me? I can tell you for sure, even our police, so far, have not deduced when Li Su was killed. How do you know the time? Wei Lin smiled and asked back. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I guess he didn't come to school, so he should just be killed. Huang Hu forced a defense. Well, I ask you again. Li Su was the night of September 4th after school disappeared. At that time there are students recalled that saw you and Yang Deshang. Song Kaiwei 3 people followed him, and in this day at noon, someone saw him and another named Yang Deshang students because of Huang Tingting classmates and a big fight. And Yang Deshang also put out a cruel word to clean up this matter. What do you think about this? Wei Lin asked. This question directly broke down a large portion of Trance's mental defenses, leaving him standing in place novo half unable to speak. Coincidentally, at this time, Lu Pailin and Zhou Lin, with 3 auxiliary police officers came over. Wei Lin directly gave Lu Pailin a wink. The latter almost understood in seconds. After all, they had been together for a few months, and often went on missions together, so they had a tacit understanding with each other. Ren Jia and Lu Zhaosheng immediately stepped forward to bring Huang Hu under control. What are you doing? I didn't kill anyone. What are you arresting me for? Huang Hu instantly panicked and couldn't help but yell in terror. However, Ren Jia and Lu Zhaocheng didn't spare them in the slightest and directly pulled him aside. At this time, sitting in the classroom, Yang Deshang and Song Kaiwei saw the scene, not have more panic, liver and gall, and exactly at that moment, Wei Lin came into the classroom. Which student is called Song Kaiwei? Come out here. Song Kaiwei, who was sitting in his seat as an ostrich, couldn't help but bury his head so low at this moment that he couldn't wait to burrow into his desk. Song Kaiwei, what are you waiting for? Come out quickly. Yang Koan couldn't help but urge. Seeing that Yang Koan had spoken, Song Kaiwei couldn't hide and had to walk out slowly and with a pale face. Just now Huang, who was taken down by the police scene on him, is undoubtedly a heavy blow. 3 murderers, in fact, he is the best breakthrough. The previous life dossier and the first breakthrough was him. Originally Wei Linyi also intends to be the first to look for him, but taking into account the more to create a bit of pressure on him, so he put him in the second place. As expected, Huang, who was taken down, and Song Kaiwei's mind was on the verge of collapse. When he came outside, Wei Linyi's first words almost dry-kneed him. Huang, who has confessed, are you still going to hide it? This sentence, for Song Kaiwei, is no less than a bolt from the blue. How can Huang, who confess to leniency, the bottom of the prison, resist from severity? Our policy you should have heard of. Huang, who, but everything is explained. It is you and Yang Desheng together to Li Su killed. He wanted to stop. You all did not agree. Wei Linyi said in a deep voice. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was clearly him and Yang Desheng who did it. Why say it was me? Song Kaiwei directly exploded. Without thinking, blurted out. At this moment, even the mentality of an adult must surely have to collapse, let alone a junior high school student. The psychological construction is well prepared, but also cannot stop the descending blow. Lu Pailin and Zhou Lin sniffed, immediately shocked. They are old, naturally know that this is Wei Linyi and the bomb Song Kaiwei, but I did not expect that it really bombed out. Without saying a word, Lu Pailin and Zhou Lin stepped forward and handcuffed Song Kaiwei to the ground. At this time, Yang Desheng, who was paying attention to the outside of the classroom, at the sight of the 2 brothers, were successively arrested by the police. His mind could not be tensed even if he was in a good state of mind, and he suddenly stood up from his seat, and then rushed out of the classroom from the back door without looking back, and ran with his legs spread out. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Linyi had long been observing his every move, and when he just got up, Wei Linyi moved, and when he rushed out of the classroom, he was directly crushed by Wei Linyi in a flying lunge. Let me go. You let me go. On what grounds do you arrest me? What evidence do you have? Yang Desheng struggled desperately. It's not you. What are you running for? Wei Linyi asked with a smile. In the end, under the eyes of everyone's surprise, Yang Desheng 3 people were arrested back to the police station, and the class teacher Yang Koan followed to the police station with a face full of shock. Mr. Wei, could there be a mistake? They are all just children. Yang Koan said with a face full of incredulity. He shuddered to think that students who were usually docile as lambs had joined forces to kill another student. Li Su is also a child. Wei Linyi said quietly. Yang Koan was surprisingly speechless. In the interrogation room, Yang Desheng 3 people were separated from the interrogation. Originally 3 people still want to die in the end. The results of Wei Linyi, a sentence to break the defense. They've both confessed. Are you sure you want to carry on? Properly masculine. 2 peaches kill 3. The key is to use it well. Soon, the 3 of them gave a clean account of the whole process of how to kill Li Su. Very bloody things. Yang Desheng, Song Kaiwei and Huang, who play well. All 3 of them are in love with Huang Tingting. Especially Yang Desheng is the deepest. But on the contrary, Huang Tingting likes Li Su. So Yang Desheng is extremely antipathetic to Li Su. And the 2 of them often quarrel because of this, and even almost fight. And Li Shuming know Yang Desheng like Huang Tingting, so often stimulate Yang Desheng, especially during the summer vacation, often about Huang Tingting to play. And Huanghu and Huang Tingting is a village, out of the 5 services of the distant same family relations. As soon as I saw this situation to tell Yang Desheng was so angry that he waited until the beginning of the school year. Li Su had nothing to do to stimulate him, which sowed the seeds of his own murder. September 4th after school, Yang Desheng, Huanghu and Song Kaiwei Li Su about the foot of the South Mountain, ready to teach him a good lesson. But the scale is not grasped. Li Su beat Li Su half dead. Li Su is also a talent. Do not know to beg for forgiveness, but instead to call the police to arrest the 3 of them. Yang Desheng angry. Let Huanghu and Song Kaiwei Li Su pressed from the bicycle basket to find the 3 iron nails. The birth of the Li Su smashed into the head of Li Su. The first one is to let him live forever, and then casually tied a few stones and threw it into the rare water pond. Only, man's plan is not as good as heaven's plan. Fishing man is everywhere. Who knows that Wang Ming, this fishing man, will fish out Li Su, which has led to today's sinking. If it takes a while for the body to rot completely and be digested by the decomposers, you really won't be able to find it then. Chapter 26 Xing Daolei's solicitation. When the case was solved, Xing Daolei with the Criminal Police Brigade is still in the South Mountain crime scene exploration although it is already the middle of October weather, but the weather outside is still hot, although already close to the foot of the mountain.
froze without a trace of wind, not to mention a group of criminal police officers. Even criminal Dao Lei, the first captain nestled in the shade of the tree, had a dry mouth and did not want to speak. Tick-tock, the phone rang. Ding. Dao Lei took it out and looked at it. It was Wang Wei. I don't know why, he suddenly had a feeling that he didn't want to answer the phone. This is his sixth sense. It's very strong. Hey, old Xing, any progress? Wang Wei's haha laughter came from the other end of the phone. There are no new discoveries for the time being. We are stepping up our line of investigation. Is there any news from your side? Hindu Lei asked. He had a vague bad feeling. Well, the progress on my side is okay. I've caught just 3 suspects, Wang Wei said lightly, but in his tone, the smugness could not be hidden. What? You got him? So fast? Criminal Dao Lei stood up from under the big tree in a flash and said in surprise. It is not fast. We Weijo school in 2 or 3 hours before the people caught. 3 people on their own crime process confessed. Afternoon we are ready to take over to identify the scene. Wang Wei said with a smile. Your people are over there to check again. Or come back for a noon meal. Let's go over together. Then what's the point of checking? The people have all been captured. We're still here for the trouble? Interdictor Lei said without a trace of anger. Prepare the meal. We're going back now. Alright, waiting for Team Xing, Wang Wei said smilingly. God knows how happy Wang Wei is now. To be this feeling, you Interpol Brigade is not powerful it? To our Nanshan boundary. Let you eat a good defeat. And after interdiction Ray hung up the phone. A long time failed to squeak. This feeling, too damn hard. Close ranks. Ah, Captain, no more searches? Haven't finished searching yet? First Squadron Lieutenant Zhang Jie asked in surprise. Check my ass. Nanshan Institute's finished interrogating the suspects. What's the point of checking? Interdictor Lei said without a trace of anger. Ha? So soon? Wasn't the body just found? Zhang Jie said in surprise. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Go and see and you won't know. Interdictor Lei said without a trace of anger. Good. You're the boss. You call the shots. Zhang Jie said helplessly. Soon, the car of the criminal police brigade drove to the Nanshan police station, and the others all went to eat, leaving only Zhou Lin here to wait for the criminal Dao Lei them. Criminal brigade. Our director is slightly preparing thin wine next door. Let's go over and have some dinner first. Zhou Lin said with a smile. Xiao Zhou you'd better tell me what's going on. Otherwise I can't eat this meal. Just now Lao Wang said that it's another case solved by your Wei Institute? Criminal Dao Lei asked. Yes, we Wei led people to Li Su's class at Nanshan Middle School to investigate his situation, with the cooperation of the class teacher in the class. Zhou Lin briefly described the specific process of how Wei Lin operated. You also know that these students' psychological quality and then strong. In the face of our Wei this cunning 2 peaches to kill 3 soldiers under the scheme, or not have to obediently on the account. Zhou Lin said Wei Lin is also admired. You cannot imagine. The suspect is actually 3 children, are less than 14 years old, but the painkillers brutally killed the victim. Speaking of which, Zhou Lin couldn't help but shiver as well. These 3 little devils had simply brought the evil of humanity into full play. What exactly is the situation? Interdictor Thunder also came to be interested. The motive for the crime is actually very simple. It is the teenage youth ignorant period, the relationship of the love triangle to the girl, after which a series of contradictions were triggered. And the contradiction escalated after causing this serious consequences now. When the group walked to the big hotel in the town, Zhou Lin has already told the process of Yang Deshang 3 people's crime in detail. Interpretation Dao Lei is also very shocked. What's wrong with the children nowadays? Surprisingly, they do not take human life so seriously. The key is, after the murder, they can still calmly go to school, go home, play. This is how strong psychological quality Team Xing, come and take your seats. Just waiting for you. As soon as he saw Interdictor Lei, Wang Wei immediately said with a big smile, Mr. Wang, you're moving fast enough. In the future, the murder cases on this Nanshan territory will not need our criminal police brigade to take action. You guys will just digest it internally. Criminal Dao Lei laughed bitterly. Where is the line? There are specialties, solving cases, or you guys are better at it. We still can only do some piece of work done by the police. Wang Wei waved his hand and said with a smile. Although the words were a refusal, the tone of them could not help but be full of smugness. Hindu Lei didn't get angry when he saw this, but turned his head to look at Wei Lin. Officer Wei, are you interested in coming to our criminal police brigade? Within a year, I'll guarantee you a position as a deputy brigade commander. Criminal Dao Lei said solemnly. Before Wei Lin had a chance to speak, Wang Wei became anxious. That's too much. Old Xing, I'm still sitting here? You're prying me away? Don't you say anything? What future is there for Wei's ability to harbor in your police station? Your position. When can you give it to him? Criminal Dao Lei said without good humor. This word, Wang Wei really can't take. although he himself knows that he can certainly move a next step, but after all, he still has a guide below Li Sai in the Eye of the Tiger. In order to Wei Lin Yi's seniority, want to directly take over the position of the director of the possibility of minimal, unless Li Sai is also transferred away. Previously Wei Lin Yi has already made clear the identity of the unit-level cadres, coupled with the merits on his body. Only as a deputy director, it is clear that it belongs to the condescension. And the criminal Tao Lei gives the promises first to the criminal police brigade as a squadron leader, within a year to the deputy captain. Deputy captain can be a unit level, can also be deputy section level, which belongs to the transition position. If Wei Lin Yi can maintain the current ability to solve crimes, that deputy captain can be expected. Therefore, once Interdictor Lei's words came out, Wang Wei directly did not know what to say. He had to put his eyes on Wei Lin Yi to see what he had to say. Thank you for your love, but I really can't promise you. Being able to go to the criminal police brigade is definitely a very meaningful decision for my future. But, as you know, I've just come back from the military. Whether it's Wang, the instructor, or any of our other siblings in the institute, all of them have been taking very good care of me, and I really like the working atmosphere of the Nanshan Institute, as well. So please also ask Brigade Xing to forgive my short-sightedness. I still want to stay in Nanshan Institute. Wei Lin Yi smiled and said, Criminal Brigade, once again, thank you for valuing me and taking care of me. In the future, if you need me, just ask. I promise to be at your beck and call. Wei Lin Yi's words, not only the criminal Dao Lei to the high, but also take care of Wang Wei and Li Sai's mood, can be described as all aspects, so that people cannot help but praise Wei's emotional intelligence is really high. In addition, this conversation can also create an image of Wei Lin Yi as a man who values his feelings. As expected, both Interdictor Lei and Wang Wei are very satisfied with Wei Lin Yi's attitude, especially Wang Wei, putting his heart in the right place. If it was himself, I'm afraid that he couldn't wait to go with Interdictor Lei, the lieutenant of the criminal police brigade. Not only is the criminal police brigade of the real power figure, the key is still in the county office. Unlike their nest in the township inside, go back to a trip, at least more than half an hour's drive. Criminal Dao Lei saw Wei Lin Yi refused, also not angry, but said approvingly, this commitment is valid for a long time, as long as you change your mind, at any time to report to the criminal police brigade. Many thanks to Brigade Xing, I'll drink to you, Wei Lin Yi said gratefully. Together, I didn't drink much at lunch, after all, I had work in the afternoon. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, by the criminal police brigade and the Nanshan police station jointly escorted Yang Desheng 3 people to the scene of the crime for identification. Due to the time from the occurrence of the crime to the time of the crime, only a few hours interval, so know that the case is not too many people, did not cause too much congestion. In his previous life, Wei Lin Yi has personally experienced being surrounded by several villages to watch the scene of the identification of the scene, said that the sea of people that is not the slightest bit too much. In the process of identification, the victim Li Su's parents finally rushed back from the field. The husband and wife outside the whole search for their children for more than 40 days. They prefer to believe that their son is running away from home, was abducted and sold, but also do not want to believe that it is the 3 little devils to the living to be killed. Li Su's father even took out the hammer. Taking advantage of the people do not pay attention to rush up to Yang Desheng 3 people to understand. Fortunately Wei Lin Yi quick hands and eyes, a hand to stop, don't be impulsive, the law will give you an explanation. I want a bull explanation. My son is gone. My son is gone. Li Su's father's eyes were red and glaring. His voice hissed and he was almost hoarse and couldn't speak. Li Su's mother is even crying, cannot help themselves. They have not seen Li Su's tragic situation, because the body has been pulled to the county criminal police brigade to go. Not only need an autopsy, but also need a cold coffin to store the body, to solve the case until the end of the case. Just everyone did not expect. The case is so simple to solve just. After a bit, it was dark. Old Xing, it's better for you guys to write the report of this case. There are specialties in the art, and we're not good at this piece. Wang Wei said with a smile. Screw you, you're not good at this piece. When it comes to receiving credit, you guys are good at it. Last time you guys ate meat, we even got a soup. How can you be good at it? Xing Daolei said without a good mood. Wang knew that he was talking about the case of the floating body of a young girl in the flower season. That Nanshan got a 3rd-class merit. The criminal police brigade nothing. It is a little bit unreasonable, so he said with a smile, this time the credit is divided into 1/3 of you. Okay, don't say that I'm not righteous. That's more like it. They're all being bosses, and I've got a bunch of brothers watching below me. Xing Daolei said. He did not have to share the credit. The key is that every time you go out, large and small dozen of mouths, cannot be every time to drink the northwest wind it, time is long. The people scattered. Then his team cannot be good to bring back to the office. Wang Wei specifically said this matter to Wei Lin Yi. After all, This case is he solved, without saying anything to share the credit. It is not appropriate.
See what you said. You are the director. If I don't listen to you, who do I listen to?
Wei Linyi smiled and said,
do whatever you say. Ha ha, I've known that your kid is good. These 2 packs of cigarettes, take it over and smoke it, said. Wang Wei threw over 2 boxes of yellow box, text with a golden dragon cigarettes, 9 to 5. Yoo-hoo, these cigarettes aren't cheap. I'll just laugh it off.
Wei Linyi grabbed it and said excitedly,
sometimes, in front of the leader should be reckless. The more reckless, the more shows that it is their own people. The previous life of decades of experience summed up the truth. You kid, by the way, what Xing Daolei said today, you can consider it. Going to the criminal police brigade is not a good path, Wang Wei said in a deep voice. I know, but we know our own family. I know their own things. I have this ability to solve cases, really is very general. These 2 cases are blind cat meets dead mouse. Good luck only. To really rely on this to eat? Surely not. I am a wild road can be compared to others who come from the class, Wei Linyi said with a smile. Or stay in Nanshan. When you transfer away, the instructor took over. I'm just as good days, even if the new director, as long as I bomb thorns, he cannot put me how, isn't that right? What's more, don't I still have you behind me? Can you still sit back and watch me being bullied? Ha ha ha, you kid, or you see through. Don't worry, really have that day. I will transfer you. Which institute I am in? I will transfer you to which institute?
Wang Wei said with a smile.
For Wei Linyi can take over to the director. Wang Wei is not hope,
whether it is the ability to coordinate the overall situation,
or from the police experience and seniority. Wei Linyi are too far away, and instructor Li Sai is simply not comparable.
As long as the bureau leadership is not blind, will not give up Li Sai and directly choose Wei Linyi.
Unless, say, transfer both of them, Wei Linyi to take over the director of the institute, and then transfer a guy from outside.
But the possibility of changing 2 institute leaders at once is slim.
The possibility is almost zero. Wang Wei is not hopeful, and Wei Linyi made up his mind in Nanshan not go. That is also because in comparison, he is more familiar with Nanshan. The size of the previous life have experienced, with the advantage of foresight, can be thick and thin, but once the transfer into the county criminal police brigade, his advantage will become almost nothing, and then there is no hold on the right thighs. There is no need to blindly floundering. Want him to believe in himself, honestly do a few years, surely can rise to the director, then hang a deputy mayor of the post. You can go up to the deputy section level, and later follow the pace of Li Lianshui, in case you can get his appreciation. Want to mix a director is not necessarily, but the deputy director is certainly not a problem. Therefore, Wei Linyi also has his own set of intentions. As a grassroots, life can be mixed to the main section level cadres, has been very good, well aware of the officialdom road Wei Linyi, and did not think like the protagonist in the novels, a step up. First of all to set a small goal for themselves, when the director to say, Chapter 27 Saving People. After the Nanshan fishing body case, Nanshan town finally returned to the previous day's calm. Just 3 months 2 consecutive murders, which is everyone did not expect. More eye-opening is that the 2 cases are Nanshan town police station to break access to the first credit people are also Wei Linyi. Therefore, without realizing it, Wei Linyi's name has already gained notoriety in Liangchun County's public security system, and the fact that Xing Daolei, the brigade commander of the criminal police brigade, dug Wei Linyi in front of the director of the Nanshan Institute has also been rumored, making people feel more valuable. During this time, because of the Nanshan body fishing case, Nanshan Township Police Station has an important task, that is, strengthen the legal system publicity, in-depth every corner of the campus, focusing on publicizing the impact and consequences of school violence and school bullying incidents, while in the doorway of the police station hung on the director of the mailbox, specifically for school violence incidents. Wei Linyi subdivided into 4 villages in the western part of the town has 4 elementary school, which need him to run down one by one. A talk in the afternoon, the top of a big sun, said that a mouth dry tongue. It so happened that at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon of this day, Wei Linyi came to the last elementary school, Shanxi Village Primary School, which is also his alma mater, and was just about to enter the gate when a Santana sedan with Liangchun County's number 5 license plate stopped next to him. Hey, little cop, how to go to Nanshan Orchard? The main car window came down, revealing the boyish face of a young man in his 20s, a student's look at first glance, because he simply did not have the steadiness of a leader's driver on his face. Which leader, as long as he didn't have a fever, wouldn't dare to look for a youngster like him to drive? And its passenger is a young girl, looks like a student dressed like. The back row can be seen vaguely the same as a few girls dressed girls. Really should be the old saying, a car of warblers and swallows. Ayo, follow this road to the east. The first intersection to the south is the road up the mountain, but the road is narrower.
and there are a lot of pools of water on both sides, so you guys make sure to slow down a bit, Wei Lin Yi reminded. Don't worry, my skill is not comparable to anyone's. Several years of driving experience, old driver, the young man boasted. Thanks a lot. Words fall tone, a foot throttle. Even people with the car has scampered out a long way. Wei Lin Yi looked at the distant Santana sedan. Always feel we're a little wrong. The fifth car. Is the secretary of the political and legal committee Su Gongqing's car? And just that young man looked at the car is not less open. It is clear that the secretary of the family Su's children Wei Lin Yi pondered for a moment, always feeling that something was wrong. He seemed to have forgotten something. However, it did not come to mind for a moment, and it was put down for the time being, because the students of Shanxi Village Primary School were already assembled in the playground, ready to hold a meeting to promote the rule of law. In this era, elementary school do not have a large conference room, not to mention the ladder classroom. A large meeting, a short time, the students gathered to stand and listen to the long time. The class as an organization carried benches to the playground to sit and listen. Shanxi Village Elementary School principal named Wu Jianhe, so many years, or he, when Wei Lin Yi on the elementary school, he did not say that the wind is in full bloom, at least is also full of black hair, and now there are only a few remaining white, a bright top of the head, quite a bit of around the wire mesh, in the middle of the stadium, the sense of vision. Good day, old principal. Seeing Wu Jianhe, Wei Lin Yi hurriedly walked up quickly and greeted him respectfully. Officer Wei, I'm troubling you again, Wu Jianhe said with a smile. You're welcome, this is my job and duty. As long as the students can learn from this, our work will not be in vain, Wei Lin Yi said with a smile. Yes, yes, Wu Jianhe nodded his head. The safety of students is larger than life. An accident is a big deal. A summer vacation this year, an abnormal attrition of 7 people, are swimming in the river and drowned. Pity, drowned. Wei Lin Yi suddenly had a thump, and in his heart, he remembered exactly what was wrong just now. In his previous life, it is this time, they are still trying to investigate the murder of Li Su. Suddenly came the news. The county political and legal committee secretary's son with a few official second-generation classmates to play in Nanshan, accidentally drove to a fish pond. A car of 5 people all drowned. The accident can be said to be a sensation, because these official second generation are the only seedling of the family. The background of each one is not small. The worst is also the child of the deputy secretary. This drowning is a heavy blow to every family. The key is that among them there is the governor Li Lianchui's own niece Li Shaoqing, to Liangcheng County to play, as a result of the life left in Nanshan Town, which makes the governor Li Lianchui on the Nanshan Town. This place can be described as abhorrent. The whole county are developed. Nanshan Town is also poor famous. To say in this matter has nothing to do with. That's the ghost do not believe. Wei Lin Yi thought of this. Where would he dare to slack off? Old principal. I suddenly remembered a very important thing. We rule of law publicity pushed back a day. I now immediately have to go to deal with. Human life is at stake. You take it easy. Wu Jianhe took a look at Wei Lin Yi's deep feeling does not seem to be a fake. Reasonable said, you have to go busy first. I'll arrange. Wei Lin Yi also did not have time to be more hypocritical. Ran all the way to the parking place, drove on the police car and ran out in a puff of smoke. And at this time, Su Chenglong is leading 4 female students in the orchard picking apples, fighting and having fun. Suddenly, Li Shaoqing broke the lively scene with a scream. What's wrong, Shaoqing? Yang Yang hurriedly ran over and asked. I was bitten by a poisonous snake. Li Shaoqing directly cried in fear, speaking with a tremor in her voice. Just now, suddenly a hot bar drilled out of the grass. Li Shaoqing accidentally stepped on it. Her foot slipped, followed by a sharp pain. 2 blood pressure marks appeared on her leg and stomach, which was turned black. Quickly suck out the poison, Yang Yang said. But 4 people, you look at me, I look at you. No one dares to suck. This is a poisonous snakebite. If you swallow a little bit, your own life cannot be saved. Seeing this, Li Shaoqing didn't make things difficult for them. Let's hurry to the hospital. Yeah. So a few people rushed down the hill and ran for 10 minutes before reaching the car. At this time, Li Shaoqing's face has been white, lips vaguely some black, dizziness, can run to the front of the car are full of desire to survive to provide a breath of support. Once in the car, she couldn't hold on any longer and simply passed out. Hurry. Shaoqing fainted. Yang she urged. The person was crying in fear. They're all 18 or 19 years old. Where have they been through the scene? Su Chenglong hurried to fire. Step on the gas. Due to nervousness, light a starter stalled several times. What's wrong with you? Can you still drive? Zhang Wanwan urged. Usually blowing awesome blows old and loud, only to drop the ball when it counts. Okay, don't rush. The more you rush, the more hasty you get. Su Chenglong, drive properly, don't rush. Yang Yang hurriedly gave a round up. she also saw that the more rushed the slower it got. Good. This technology, you rest assured, must be the fastest speed to send Xiaoqing to the hospital. Su Chenglong was also very nervous and said, he is also dry, anxious, not sweat. Driving this thing cannot panic. The road up the mountain is not good to drive. Are potholes? And still dirt road. Both sides of the road are deep ditches or ponds. More dare not be careless. Come up slowly and leisurely. Do not feel the road is poor. Do not feel the speed is slow. Now a rush. Immediately feel the road is poor. The speed is slightly faster, so the car has the feeling of taking off. And the steering wheel are a little out of control feeling. Following the mountain road all the way down. Finally about to turn from the small road to the main road. The roadside grass suddenly sprang out a goat. Directly in front of the car. Su Chenglong's instinctive foot stepped on the brake, while jerking the steering wheel to the left. Several screams sounded at the same time, followed by a puffing sound, a huge splash sound. The black Santana car directly into the roadside fish pond, fell into the water, creating a huge sound. At this moment, everyone was baffled, but then they immediately began to start saving themselves, trying to push open the car door and run out. But the huge water pressure, so that the car door directly cannot open, and the water along the door crack began to pour. The whole car is rapidly sinking downward. Infinite fear gripped everyone's hearts, and they knew that it was over. It's really over. At that moment, Wei Linyi just happened to drive a police car to the main road at the foot of the mountain, just in time to witness the whole process of the car driving into the water. He did not dare to slow down. A foot of gas rushed over, and then quickly put the neutral gear, pull the hand brake, turn off the engine. Clothes did not have time to take off, directly jumped into the water to save people. By now, only one roof of the Santana sedan was still above the water, and the entire body was submerged. Wei Linyi quickly swam to the passenger side, and tried his best to open the door, and then pulled out the passenger side of the girl. At this time, the passenger side of the girl has been suffocated with a red face. See Wei Linyi to save her, full of desire to live, eyes full of thirst. When Wei Linyi grabbed her, she obediently embraced the former as if she were holding a life-saving straw, and she was deathly afraid to let go of her hand. Wei Linyi was so hugged by her, almost did not have time to doggy style, hard to drink a large amount of water. When he reacted, did not dare to slow down, directly a hand knife to cut her fainted, which dragged her to the shore to swim. Brothers who often go into the water to save people know that the drowning person's ability to struggle in the water that is absolutely capable of dragging the rescuer to death of the existence of the rescuer. Not how bad the rescued person. Purely instinctive reaction. The first girl saved up. Wei Linyi immediately went to save the second. After a few minutes of tossing, at this time the other 4 people in the car are all fainted. Wei Linyi do not dare to delay. Directly pull open the door of the back seat, pulling out of one to the shore to support. Although the car rushed into the water is not far, but the fish pond is dug specifically for the artificial, so the depth is not shallow. So, Wei Linyi swim up. It is also very laborious. Saved 4 people in a row. Spare the special forces origin. He is really cannot eat, but the main driver there is a boy in. If not unexpected, this should be the secretary of the political and legal committee Su Gongqing's son. The previous life of his and Li Xiaoqing's drowning directly led Li Lianshui and Su Gongqing completely to the opposite side, and then Su Gongqing was taken out, eclipsing the scene. Originally Wei Linyi was thinking of saving him first, but considering that he had to hug Li Lianshui's thighs, but he couldn't tell which girl was Li Xiaoqing, so he could only put him at the end of the line. After all, he was a man, and holding it for a little while longer shouldn't be too much of a problem. Using all his strength, Wei Linyi was able to open the main driver's door and then fished Su Chenglong out. It was hard to swim to the shore, and Wei Linyi was paralyzed. It was just about that time that the old man herding the sheep finally arrived. "Grandpa, call the police. I have a cell phone in the car," Wei Linyi said while gasping for air. Now he was weak and had no strength at all, and being able to get 5 people out of the water was almost at his limit. The goat herder was still confused, but seeing Wei Linyi in a police uniform, he obediently ran to the direction of his car and went to find a cell phone to call the police. And Wei Linyi also knows that now is not the time to rest. Hurriedly climbed up to give Su Chenglong for cardiac resuscitation. At this time, his stomach has been drinking full. Every time under the pressure, there will be lake water from the mouth spit out. After a dozen consecutive times, the latter finally coughed twice. Have independent breathing. Wei Linyi saw this, pressed a few more times, and left him alone. The other few girls are also unconscious at this time, but they were in the end rescued quickly. Although they are unconscious, but their faces look much better than Su Chenglong. Wei Linyi didn't dare to slow down. One by one, doing cardioversion, squeezing their chests and pressing the water out of their stomachs. Although these 4 girls are not wearing much, coupled with the water soaked is even cooler, but Wei Linyi now where to care about this. The 4 girls are saved over.
he directly collapsed on the ground. Comrade, after calling 911, what else is there to do?
The old goat herder asked carefully.
Call 120. Just say that someone drowned.
And then there's a girl who was bitten by a pit viper.
Wei Lin said breathlessly.
When he had just administered the aid, he had seen that one of the girls was clearly not in the right state,
with a face full of black and blue, similar to the state of a snake bite. In his previous life,
Wei Lin had seen this state of someone bitten by a snake more than once, so he was familiar with it. The snakes on the South Mountain are all pit vipers,
and when bitten, they can usually be saved in no more than a day.
But of course, the sooner they are treated, the better. Wei Lin hurriedly insisted on crawling next to the girl with the most ugly face,
peeled off her pants leg, and soon saw the place bitten by the snake. Red and swollen, the wound was already blackened,
and it was obvious that it hadn't gone through the process of drug use. So, Wei Lin is not shy,
directly climbed up, and vigorously inhaled a mouthful.
A fishy smell immediately filled his mouth, where he dared to slow down,
and hurriedly spit it out, and then inhaled again, and then spit again,
until the inhalation was all red blood.
After doing all of this,
Wei Lin was truly out of strength and lay on the ground,
panting heavily. That's when the old stockman finally finished his phone call,
and from a distance he could be heard saying that he couldn't say the address clearly and remembered to spin around in circles.
This ing Wild Lake.
The nurse at the reception desk asked him for the door number.
How could he understand? Chapter 28. Take Li Lianshui.
Wang For just returned from the county bureau meeting,
just on the bridge, saw Wei Lin's phone.
Hey, Wei, what's up?
Director, something big has happened. You hurry over.
I'm at a fish pond under the South Mountain orchard,
and the county commissioners know. 5 car drove into the fish pond. Wei Lin. This sentence does not matter. As if in Wang Wei's brain hit a big thunder, the kind of rumbling. The number 5 car of the county party committee? That's the car of Su Gongchang, secretary of the political and legal committee. Dying. Is Secretary Su going to graduate? 2. What the hell is going on? Wang Wei swallowed hard and said with difficulty. 5 youngsters drove the car. Not Secretary Su. I have saved people up, out of life-threatening danger, but all are still in a semi-consciousness. Need emergency rescue. In addition, there is also a girl was bitten by a poisonous snake. Need antidote serum. The boy driving the car should be the children of the Secretary Su's family, and the remaining few I'm afraid that is also non-wealthy. You hurry to arrange for rescue and ambulance to come over. And also, the car is still in the fish pond. Want to fish up? I'm afraid I have to large equipment. Wei Lin said. Okay, wait, I'll be right over. Wang Wei couldn't even speak well with his nervous words, as long as Secretary Su didn't drown. Wang Wei took a few deep breaths, and then took out his cell phone to Su Gongcheng call. To say the usual, he a small police station director is not qualified to give the secretary of the political and legal committee to call. This also has to talk about the last time of the capture of the A-class wanted criminal Zhu Kehua. Su Gongcheng purposely left a number for Wang Wei. The phone rang 4 times before it was picked up, and it was Su Gongcheng's voice on the other end of the line. Hey, this is Seo Kung Sung, Secretary Su. I'm Wang Wei from the Nanshan police station. It's like this. Today there are 5 youngsters driving your car to Nanshan for fun, and accidentally drove into the fish pond. What? How are the people? Is there any problem with the person? Su Gongcheng, who was sitting in his office chair, stood up at once and asked nervously, because the drive is his son Su Chenglong, accompanied by a few of his classmates, but also the county's second-generation officials. The other most significant is the niece of the county governor Li Lianshui Li Shaoqing. That is the governor brought up niece, not a daughter. Better than a daughter. The people have been rescued for the time being, but they're not completely out of danger and need medical support. One of the girls was also bitten by a poisonous snake. There is no anti-venom inside the town, so it still needs. Before Wang Wei could finish his sentence, Su Gongcheng interrupted him. I'll arrange the rest. Make sure you keep an eye on the people. Su Gongcheng said nervously. Okay, you don't worry, Secretary Su. Before the rescue comes, I guarantee that people are fine. Wang Wei patted his chest and guaranteed. The first to arrive at the scene is still the colleagues of the Nanshan Institute, Instructor Li Sai and Li Qian, and others have gone out to the school to arrange legal propaganda to go. Wei Xiao, how are you? Li Sai asked. Instructor, I'm okay, just off my game. Check on these kids, try to wake them all up. Wei Lin said. Okay, Instructor, Mr. Wei, this girl's condition isn't right. Her breathing is a bit weak and her face doesn't look right. Li Qian was talking about Li Shaoqing. She was bitten by a poisonous snake. Wait for the ambulance to arrive. Focus on giving the doctor an explanation. The poison I've already sucked out, but it's still important to grab the treatment. Wei Lin nodded and said. I don't know if he was tired or what. He was a bit dizzy and had a feeling of weakness. Wei Lin also wondered if he had slacked off during this period of time, and his physical fitness had dropped so much? Soon, Wang Wei rushed to the scene, and the town's ambulance also arrived. But a few doctors also know that these people are not ordinary people by and large, and surprisingly, they do not dare to resuscitate. Fortunately, the county's first People's Hospital's 5 ambulances also arrived at the scene successively, and lifted all 5 young people into the car. At this time, everyone realized that Wei Lingyi's face was frighteningly white, and his lips had a touch of purple darkening. Wei, just now the snake venom is not your drug use? Wang Min, the doctor of the town hospital, had seen Wei Lingyi and was quite familiar with him, so he dared to go up and say a word. Yes, Wei Lingyi nodded, uncertain. You should also be poisoned. The pit vipers in our South Mountain are still ruthlessly poisonous. In your case, it's best to go to the county hospital to inject protein serum. Otherwise you won't be able to get well without 10 days and half a month. And it's even a not so small damage to your body. Wang Min said in a deep voice. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get in the car. I'll send you to the hospital. Wang Wei said hurriedly. Today Wei Lingyi saved this car official second generation. Can be predicted. In the future, even if not take off, at least in Liangcheng County can also walk sideways. The identity of these official 2 generations he has some understanding. Leaving aside the identity of Su Chenglong, the other 4 girls, in addition to Li Shaoqing, are the county's important section of the deputy director's daughter, but also the only seedling. Their parents are 44 or 15 years old. Say big, say small, if so a single seedling out of the way, cannot give birth to a second child is still to say it. Wei Lingyi, this is not a life-saving grace. It is simply the grace of saving the whole family. So, predictably, these people would definitely give Wei Lingyi full face in the future. Wang Wei Lingyi think about some envy. This kid is not only full of ability. This luck is no one. This good thing can be encountered by him. Wang Wei and Li Sai, one on each side, personally helped Wei Lingyi into the Santana police car. Then, Wang Wei drove. Li Sai was responsible for taking care of it, and the 3 of them quickly drove to the county people's hospital. Along the way, Wang Wei directly turned on the siren. The sound is turned up to the maximum, ignoring all the intersections and red lights, all the way wildly, froze to catch up with the ambulance running in front of the 2 sides almost at the same time to arrive at the emergency hall of the county people's hospital. At this time, Su Gongchang and several other parents all rushed to the emergency hall, and as soon as they saw Wang Wei assisting Wei Lingyi in, they immediately welcomed him. What's the situation, Mr. Wang? Wang Wei and Li Sai took a look at Su Gongchang, and instinctively stood at attention and saluted. And when this hand was loosened, Wei Lingyi directly could not even stand, and collapsed on the ground. What time is it? What's this? This is? Su Gongchang asked in surprise. The children are no big deal, mainly because of the shock, but also catching a cold. This is the rescuer Wei Lingyi, the deputy director of our Nanshan Institute, poisoned one of the girls while sucking the snake venom. Wang Wei made a long story short and brief. Comrade Wei Lingyi, thank you so much. I'm thanking you on behalf of the children for saving their lives. Su Gongji immediately went forward to help Wei Lingyi up and said excitedly. Just now, his son Su Chenglong has given him through the phone. Know about a thing. Also know that someone saved them. Otherwise specified finished calf. And Wei Lingyi saved not others. It is the niece of the county governor Li Lianshui Li Shaoqing. Predictable. Wei Lingyi this time, not only their own to thank him, the county governor Li Lianshui also want to thank him. This person if you still cannot get up. That is not a slap in his old face? Soon, Wei Lingyi was wheeled into the emergency room by the doctor's stretcher cart, and although he was injected with protein serum as fast as possible, the toxin still left him limbless and lazy. Other than Li Shaoqing, the other 4 quickly recovered. Li Shaoqing, on the other hand, was much more serious than Wei Lingyi because of the snakebite, lying on the bed in a semi-conscious state and still grunting. The doctor said that if Wei Lingyi hadn't sucked out the poisoned blood in time, she wouldn't have been able to be saved. Originally the snake venom is to attack the human nervous and immune system. This and dry to the fish pond drowned for so long, can survive are a not small miracle. Wei Lingyi because of the rescue, was arranged to the VIP ward. This time the ward than just Reborn that time is even better. The absolute cadres of the ward. A single door, exclusive courtyard, television, air conditioning and everything, and even a vertical refrigerator standing in the corner, independent bathroom. The nurse is the whole escort. 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wei Lingyi is still hanging water to brush the blood vessels. Since the hospital, this water has not stopped, because the limbs are weak. The nurses have helped him to end 4 or 5 times the urinal, which is more or less a little bit of him cannot let go, especially the people that soft as boneless little hand, but also let him accidentally hard as iron. Half a day to pee, embarrassed hate to find a crack in the ground. The key was that the other little nurse was deliberately teasing him and whistling roguishly, which made him even more helpless. Yo, Bureau Yang, Bureau Zhang, Bureau Yang. you guys are here? Wang Wei's voice sounded at the door. Old Wang, we won't say any more words of thanks. If you can use us in the future, just ask. Yang Yang's father, Yang Haoran, said with gratitude. Look at what you're saying. You're not being too nice, are you? But in the future, I can't help but really trouble you, the god of wealth, to allocate more money to our Nanshan. Ha ha, Wang Wei said with a smile. Yang Yang's father, Yang Haoran, is the deputy director of the finance bureau, and is a real deputy director, ranked in the top, hands-on kind of power. Good to say, good to say. Let's come in to see Wei, but also have to thank him for saving his life. At that time, that kind of situation, if it were not for Wei, our families can really not dare to imagine how serious the consequences are. Yang Haoran said gruffly. Several people are civil servants and are cadres. In order to keep their positions, the family is a child, which if drowned, it is no less than the sky falling. Inside please, Wang Wei greeted with a smile. He didn't leave on purpose. He knew these parents would come over to thank the ground, so he stayed here on purpose. And it was true. The four of them fishtailed into the room, and Wei Linyi was about to get up at the sight. AI, where's the benefactor? Lie down quickly, we are here to thank you. Don't get up. Zhang Jin hurriedly took 2 steps forward and pressed Wei Linyi down. Zhang Jin is Zhang Wenwen's father, the deputy director of the local taxation bureau, which is also more powerful. Dare not be, I just did my due diligence. Wei Linyi hurriedly waved his hand and said, at that time that kind of situation, as long as there is the ability, we'll go to do it. After all, it is 5 living lives. I've heard about the situation at the scene. It's just you, Mr. Wei. If it was anyone else, it would be good to save 1 or 2 at most. Yang Haoran said, I heard that you were exhausted at the time. Really thank you. After a burst of pleasantries, the 2 sides also recognized. Casual conversation. Yang Haoran asked in surprise, at that time, how could Wei be over there? Hey, don't mention it. I am also on a whim. Originally my mission is to publicize the rule of law report in Shangxi Village Primary School. Coincidentally encountered Su Chenglong looking for me to ask for directions. Said how to go to Nanshan Orchard. I gave directions, but my heart at that time has been anxious, because I know too much about that section of the road conditions, generally not the local people. Very few dared to drive up there. I was going to go in to get ready to lecture. It so happened that the old principal reminded me. Said this summer drowned a lot of students. I also immediately a thump. So the old principal with the leave, with the South Mountain Orchard to see in case of accidents. Did not think I just arrived at the foot of the mountain to see the car drove into the fish ponds, which is considered to be in the middle of the day has its own providence. Otherwise, Wei Linyi didn't finish his sentence, but several people understood what he meant. Indeed, if it wasn't for Wei Linyi's conscientiousness and responsibility to put off all the work and go over to see this, I'm afraid that all they would have been able to see would have been nothing more than a corpse. The 3 deputy directors glanced at each other and couldn't help but be secretly afraid, while at the same time looking at Wei Linyi with even more gratitude. For Wei Linyi spread no lies, there is no need to investigate. Turn back to a few children this side of a question. The cocoon. It is not difficult to judge him spread no lies. Of course, this is not the focus. The focus is a person dive into the water, from the car to save 5 people, which cannot be fake. This ability, to say that is not a special forces, even if it is a diving instructor to come, are not necessarily able to do. Soon, sent away 3 deputy director, secretary of the political and legal committee Su Gongcheng also came. Wei Linyi is a round of thanks. Words on Wei Linyi are promoted to reuse the meaning of the words. Si Wang Wei are some of the heart. Sent away Su Gongcheng. Wei Linyi finally looked forward to his longed-for Li governor. Governor, what brings you here? Seeing Li Lianshui, Wei Linyi was about to get up. The latter quickly stepped forward to hold him down, and said with a grateful face, don't get up. Today I came specially to thank you. If not for you, I really don't know how to do it. Li Lianshui's eyes were already red before she finished her sentence. It's all what I should do. I'm a people's police officer. Wearing this police uniform, protecting the people's property safety and life safety is my responsibility and duty. Wei Linyi said with a smile. That being said, I still want to thank you. Li Lianshui said gruffly and seriously. Li Shaoqing is not my daughter, but is more important than my daughter. Her father is a comrade in arms who has saved my life. He entrusted his daughter to me before he sacrificed his life. If Shaoqing didn't have you this time, I really don't know how I would have faced my comrade in arms. Therefore, I must express my most heartfelt gratitude to you. With that, Li Lianshui gave Wei Linyi a deep bow. The latter was in a hurry, at a loss for words, and in the end could only give Li Lianshui a military salute back very gravely, very seriously, and very standardly. This is the most standard military salute Wei Linyi has done since he retired from the army. Chapter 29 Li Lianchui's attention. The first time I stepped through the iron shoes, I got it without any effort.
Wei Linyi has always wanted to ride on Li Lianchui, this big tree.
After this time, finally is the realization of this goal successfully walked into the eyes of the governor of Li. Sure enough, opportunities are reserved for the prepared. Of course, this is also thanks to the memory of the previous life. If it is not known in advance of this accident, Wei Linyi is still in the Shanxi Village Elementary School to engage in legal propaganda report. Just Li Lianchui words outside the words filled with Wei Linyi's like invalued. That means almost directly tell him to do a good job. Back to the key promotion and reuse him. Send off Li Lianchui. Wei Linyi that is excited for a long time cannot be calm. The godforsaken Wang Wei burrowed out again from nowhere. Director. Why haven't you gone back yet? Wei Linyi looked at Wang Wei, who was carrying a lunchbox in his hand, and asked in surprise. I'm not going back and coming back. Let your sister-in-law to you boil the old hen soup, to your kid to make up. Wang Wei said with a smile. Your kid this time developed, saved a car of the second generation of officials, but also are the only seedling. Several leaders can be a commitment. The future of your business is their business. You want to not develop the kid are difficult. Speaking of this, Wang Wei couldn't help but be particularly envious, and even a little jealous and hateful. Why can't he meet this good thing? Saving the children of 5 leaders at once. All-powerful cadres. Where can he find this opportunity? Hey, director, you just see me save 5 people. You do not see that I almost also accounted for. Even if I have the physical quality of this special forces, are almost accounted for in the water. You say that in exchange for someone else. Can you do it? Wei Linyi laughed bitterly. At that time, the 5 children are leaders of the family. Save who does not save who. In case of saving out 3, hanging 2. That hanging shall not hate me. What you said makes sense. Wang Wei laughed bitterly. Indeed, putting his heart in the right place. If everyone else's children were saved but only his own child had problems, then even he would definitely not be comfortable. It was Wei Linyi who was so skillful and courageous that he saved all 5 people with one hand. Originally I was worried that after New Year's Day, you take over the Nanshan Institute will be difficult. Now it seems that the problem is not too big. By the time these relations casually make a little force, you are not 10 to 9. Wang Wei said with a smile. I wouldn't dare to say that. After all, the instructor's seniority is much deeper than mine. Wei Linyi said carefully. Although, Li Lianchui said to promote and reuse him. But after all, things have not been implemented. Who does not know what the next step will be? It is better to take care of the moment. Well, sister-in-law's chicken stew is really good. The flavor of both Wolfberry and Angelica is not too heavy. Just enough to cover the fishy flavor of the chicken. It's really just right. Wei Linyi sipped the chicken soup while praising it. That's a must. Drink it quickly. I'll go back afterward. Wang Wei said in a slightly tired manner. It's been a long day and a lot of work. The next morning, Lu Xiaoyu's phone called, questioning Wei Linyi was injured and hospitalized. Why did not tell her? Why didn't you tell her? By noon, people were killing the hospital. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you tell me when you were hospitalized? Lu Xiaoyu said with reddened eyes. If it wasn't for Su Jing telling her that Wei Linyi was hospitalized, she wouldn't have known. Not at all. After all, the two have had skin-to-skin contact. Lu Xiaoyu has already taken herself as Wei Linyi's girlfriend or fiancé in her heart, and as a result, she didn't even know when such a big thing happened. Hey, a little problem. Someone was bitten by a poisonous snake. I was just helping people suck the poisonous blood. I didn't expect to be a little hit, so I came over to hang some water. Nothing serious, so I didn't have time to call you to report the situation. Wei Linyi pretended not to care and said, he hadn't planned to tell Lu Xiaoyu. After all, such a little thing, not to say whether it's worth mentioning or not. Even if he told her, it's just adding to the trouble. You just don't treat me as one of your own, so it seems like I'm the one who's making a fool of myself. Lu Xiaoyu said arrogantly. No, absolutely no. I really did not have time. Yesterday afternoon to live in. Just a little thing on hand. Has been busy to more than 10 o'clock in the evening. I thought you also slept. I did not dare to disturb your rest. I guarantee that there will be things first notify you. Okay? Wei Linyi hurriedly softened and said, you are my wife. How is not their own? Bah, who's your wife? Darn it. Lu Xiaoyu pouted. Knock. Come in. Hey, Wei. Excuse me. This is my daughter-in-law specially boiled chicken soup. Take it to you to replenish your body. As a token of goodwill. Please don't refuse. Pushing the door in was Zhang Wen's father. Zhang Jin, who was carrying a lunchbox of chicken soup in his hand, smilingly placed it on the bedside table, talking with an expression that was called a joyful smile. Bureau Chief Zhang, how can this be a good thing? It's really too much to thank you. Wei Linyi hurriedly said with a smile. It's fine. The favor of saving your life is greater than the kindness.
Such a small amount of chicken soup can only be said to be a token of appreciation.
Do you taste good? If you like it, I'll bring it back to you tomorrow,
Zhang Jin said with a smile. At this time, where he still has the prestige of the deputy director of the local tax bureau, typical of a good father's glorious image, especially in the face of Wei Lin Yi, the person who saved the life of their whole family, but also grateful.
Really do not need, Zhang Bureau, this is enough. I'm not a big problem, simply lie down on the line,
Wei Lin Yi said with a smile.
Don't bother you, after all, your child is still not well, right?
Almost there, she's just choking on water, her lungs are a bit infected.
She'll be fine after hanging up the water, Zhang Jin said, pretending not to care.
That's good, that's good. I was afraid that they would have problems.
Now that I know that there's nothing wrong, I'm relieved,
Wei Lin Yi smiled and said.
What's the situation on Li Xiaoqing's side? Her side is okay, she's in the middle of hanging water treatment, but the person's spirit isn't too good, which is normal.
Zhang Jin nodded and said. The two of them chatted for a few moments before Zhang Jin left in a hurry. Then, the parents of the other two families also sent boiled soup one after another to Wei Lin Yi to eat and replenish her body.
Even the wife of Su Gongchang,
the secretary of the political and legal committee,
came to deliver a bucket of chicken soup, saying that she wanted to thank Wei Lin Yi for saving her life. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Wei Lin Yi, after all,
only a small amount of intake of some toxins,
in the case of timely treatment, quickly cured,
discharged from the hospital, and several other people have also recovered in the past few days. Only Li Xiaoqing had to be hospitalized for a few days because of the snake venom, but the person has already come to his senses, and apart from the weakness of the limbs and the person is relatively weak,
there is nothing too much of a problem. Interestingly, these days, Wei Lin Yi bedside chicken soup, pigeon soup, fish soup, turtle soup has not been broken. The parents of the 5 rescued children, one person a copy of the 3 meals a day. Not only Wei Lin Yi drink full of oil, even Lu Xiaoyu and bedside nurses follow the belly and waist, full of red light. In Lu Xiaoyu's words, you're not here to be hospitalized.
You're totally here to sit in the moonlight. The latter was also surprisingly speechless.
Still, the air outside the hospital is fresher.
Wei Lin Yi stretched his blocking waist and took a hard breath of fresh air against the sun.
Originally,
Wang Wei was going to send a car to pick him up, but Lu Xiaoyu was here and said she wanted to accompany him, so the latter decisively rejected the director's good intentions.
Hospitalized for 3 days, Lu Xiaoyu accompanied the bed with 3 days.
In addition to the necessary classes cannot be helped,
the other times are to stay in the hospital, and even the home did not go back. A look of a virtuous little wife, really make Wei Lin Yi happy. Sure enough, that getting it and not getting it are definitely two different concepts. Where to now? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Why don't we go check out the house? I don't know how the progress is going.
Wei Lin Yi thought for a moment and said,
have to find something to do, cannot just go back. These 3 days but to him suffocated enough. See, touch, the key is not eat. There is more difficult than this?
Brothers who have eaten meat know that if you don't eat the taste of meat for 3 days, you will be dizzy and have no strength.
So, his eyes darted back and forth, just thinking about how to take Mr. Lu to practice yoga and explore the mysteries of the origin of life. Alright, it just so happens that I haven't had the time to visit in the past few days, and I don't know where the renovation has gotten to. Lu Xiaoyu readily agreed.
Since the last time in her house relationship breakthrough,
Lu Xiaoyu Wei Lin Yi's house is very attentive. As soon as there is time to go over to see, this is very likely to be all her family belongings in the future.
The two were just about to leave when they were stopped by a voice from behind. Wei Lin Yi turned his head to look.
Ooh, it was Li Lianshui.
He hurriedly ran forward and respectfully called out,
Governor, are you boy well?
Li Lianshui smiled and patted Wei Lin Yi's shoulder,
asking affectionately. This time, after Wei Lin Yi saved Li Xiaoqing, Li Lianshui focused on letting people check Wei Lin Yi's information. Not only in the army is a talent,
when 10 years of special forces,
back to the local is a talent, keen insight, not afraid of sacrifice, coupled with good luck, one after another to obtain 1, 2, 3, though not as good as the army on the 1, 2, 3, the gold, but it also fully explains that he is a rare talent. The key thing is that Wei Lin Yi has only just been transferred to the industry for 2 or 3 months, a veritable little vegetarian, who is not stained by anyone, and is very worthy of cultivation. Thanks to the governor's concern, the body is twice as good.
If it was not at that time the force was exhausted, but also not to run to the hospital for 3 days.
Wei Lin Yi patted his chest and said with a smile, just be good, go back and work hard. The organization won't forget your merits,
Li Lianshui said with a smile.
Afterwards, Li Lianshui specially let people go to the scene to check the situation at that time, and let people test the difficulty of rescuing people. And in his heart, he understood that Wei Lin Yi could save 5 people in one breath,
which was indeed very difficult.
Please rest assured, Governor, I will work well and live up to the organization's expectations of me,
Wei Lin said as he stood upright and saluted again.
Good. I won't delay your little couple's date. I have something to do, so I'll leave first,
Li Lianxue said with a smile.
Goodbye, Prefect. Seeing off Li Lianxue,
Wei Lin then walked out of the hospital holding Lu Xiaoyu's hand.
That was the governor just now. Huh? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. Yeah, it's quite nice for people to talk, being so polite with you. He even specifically asked you to say a few words. Our director Wei has a future, Lu Xiaoyu said smilingly. It's alright, probably because I saved his niece,
Wei Lin said with a smile.
Isn't that what he wanted? Who'd be stupid to go into the water to save someone without some benefit? To risk their lives? I heard the little nurse say that the people you saved this time are all second-generation officials, Lu Xiaoyu said curiously. Well, are a few bureau deputy directors' children. Who would have thought? This car is all the official second generation. When I was afraid of problems, just specifically drive over to see. I did not expect, but also really a problem,
Wei Lin said with a smile.
It's good that I'm over there, or else there are 5 less official second generation in this world. Sometimes,
Wei Lin wondered how many people's fates he had changed since he was reborn.
Gambling arrest and shooting case changed the fate of the whole firm, this time to save people,
and then the original dead 5 official second generation.
Just do not know whether this wheel of history will be because of his series of behavior. Change the direction. Perhaps the world is not set in stone. Between the two of them talking and laughing,
they arrived at the Dawn Garden across the street from the first middle school.
Into the neighborhood, there is a row of garages. A few have been renovated. Installed a security door. Obviously, is the garage and storage room through? Renovated as a 1-bedroom to use. Wei Lin is also so engaged. All the way forward. The 6th garage is his garage. Inside the ceiling,
white and floor tiles have been done, and now ready to install the lights to do the cabinets and so on.
The overall prototype has come out. It is estimated to come back to a week. Almost get it right. It's going to be cold soon, so you can move in here and save yourself from the wind and rain every day,
Wei Lin said with a smile.
Who wants to live with you? Nasty, Lu Xiaoyu said shyly. The bad guys. You don't want to be good. Who said anything about staying with me? I work in Nanshan Town. I don't always come back a few times a month. I mean, this room is for you to live alone, Wei Lin helplessly said, a face of innocence. Innocent big eyes huffing and puffing looking at Lu Xiaoyu. The meaning is obvious. Where did you think of? It's weird to believe you,
Lu Xiaoyu said with a red face and no good manners.
Don't believe me, can't do anything about it. Anyway, the decoration is done. The key is given to you.
You love to live not. Wei Lin looked like he was injured after being wronged,
said arrogantly.
Aha!
After looking around downstairs, the two of them came back upstairs to room 602, where the plumbing, electrical and flooring had already been done, and now all that was left was the walls and roof, and there were no laborers working in the room, presumably because they hadn't been here today. The two men looked at each room.
Lu Xiaoyu was looking at the progress of the renovation. Wei Lin was looking to see if there is no one.
If there is no one, the lone man and widowed woman share a room. Plus the two men are in the heat of the moment. It is inevitable that they will have to As it turned out, there were really no laborers working in the room, so someone, thieving, tiptoed around and unlocked the door from the inside. Then, Chapter 30 honored to be promoted director. Time always slips away inadvertently. There is no murder occurred in the Nanshan Township Police Station. A peaceful, everyone is organized to go to work and leave work, do their daily work. The revitalization of the internet cafe is also on track. Almost 20,000 yuan of net income a month, greatly alleviating the economic crisis of the Nanshan Institute. And predictably, this year, the Nanshan Institute can usher in an affluent spring festival. In the blink of an eye, time came to New Year's Day 2001, the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, just 20 days away from the New Year. The cold wind was bone-chilling, but it couldn't stop the warm mood of everyone in Nanshan Institute in the slightest, and Wang Wei stood at the entrance of the police station with all of them, looking forward to it. Not far away slowly came 2 Santana police cars. Wang Wei immediately went forward to greet. Bureau Chief Wang, Director Gung, Old Wang not said it. Big cold days do not have to greet. Do not have to greet. Are their own people? Engage in these false head for what? Wang Zhangwo pretended to be unhappy and said, but the corners of his mouth raised high, indicating that he was still very satisfied with Wang Wei's attitude. That's right. The person who came is the Deputy Director Wang Zhangwo, who is in charge of the 4 southern towns, and Gung Kan, the director of the political office. In addition, there is an unfamiliar police officer behind him, a first-class superintendent of police, in his 30s, and it looks like it is also a small leadership level of feeling, except that Wang Zhangwo didn't introduce it, and Wang Wei just nodded his head and didn't ask many questions. This day, it's too cold. hurry up and go inside. A gust of wind blew. Duncan couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly urged, yes, 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 hurry into the house. The tea is ready. Has been waiting for the two leaders to come. Wang Wei hurriedly said with a smile. I do not blame him for groveling. It is because today the two leaders came with his transfer orders, belonging to the level of the Minister of Qinzai. From October there are rumors that he is going to be promoted. This wait and wait until New Year's Day to the transfer order over. The taste, only they can understand. The most critical thing is that during this period of time, the personnel of all departments in the county have not a small range of changes. Not to mention other things, the personnel changes within the County Public Security Bureau alone is a dizzying. Today, the security chief transferred to the Traffic Police Brigade. Tomorrow the director of this transferred to that town. The day after tomorrow the director of that town and transferred to this brigade. In short, the frequency of personnel changes. Even the personnel section chief is a little overwhelmed. Every day in order to figure out the new personnel recommended work, are more than a few handfuls of hair loss. Came to the conference room. The air conditioning are hit to 20 degrees. A cup of hot tea has been brewed, just waiting for the leaders to taste tea. Of course, those who can go to the conference room for the meeting are all official civilian police, auxiliary police that is not qualified. Sit down. Wang Jiangwo was the first to speak. He smiled and said, our intentions are clear to our comrades, so we won't beat around the bush. Director Gung, you come and read out the Bureau's personnel appointment letter. I see that our Wang Institute has already pressed on. Okay, Bureau Wang. Gung also smiled and said, first of all, I'd like to introduce you to a comrade. This one beside me is Comrade Zhang Liang, the squadron leader of the 2nd Squadron of the Security Brigade, who will soon be working at our Nanshan Township Police Station. With Gung introduction, everyone realized that this is actually a newcomer, not a leader of the Bureau. Did he come to take over Wang Wei to assume the position of director? Everyone couldn't help but have some drums in their hearts. Even Wang Wei was no exception. The candidates he had in mind were Li Sai or Wei Lin-yi, and that's what he recommended to the Bureau. As a result, at this time, Gung took out a file bag from his document bag, then opened it and took out the personnel appointment letter inside. According to the Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau Party Committee research decision, removed the Nanshan Town Police Station Director Comrade Wang Wei's director position, transferred to the City South Police Station as director work. Removed the Nanshan Town Police Station Instructor Comrade Li Sai's instructor position, transferred to the City North Police Station as an instructor work. Removed the Nanshan Town Police Station Deputy Director Comrade Wei Lin-yi's Deputy Director position, promoted to the acting Nanshan Town Director position. Appointed Zhang Liang, former captain of the 2nd Squadron of the Security Brigade, to serve as instructor of the Nanshan Police Station. Everyone listened to the appointment letter of the Bureau of the Party Committee are not a blank stare. Wang for the transfer of the City South Police Station is not something unusual. We have heard of it, but the instructor Li Sai, which does not say anything on the transfer of the City North Police Station to go, which is everyone did not think of. All instructors, but what conditions at the Nanshan Town Police Station? What are the conditions at the Changbei Police Station? Said to be a heaven and earth, not the slightest bit too much. The other north of the City Police Station instructor is a real deputy section instructor. Li Sai transfer over, directly on a step, and what to say? To say that today's biggest winner, not Wei Lin-yi as director, but Li Sai as the instructor of the city's northern police station, not only on a big step, the key is also transferred to the city, which is really envious of people also. Good, you old Li, it turns out that the one with the deepest hide is actually you. Wang Wei laughed and scolded. Hey, I'm shocked too. I didn't expect the organization to take me so seriously. Li Sai said smilingly, this word, as long as it is not a little cute, I don't believe it. To say that there is no catnip in it, that's really an old sow can get on the tree. That said, Li Sai since Wei Lin-yi became deputy director has been subconsciously treating him as a competitor. For fear of a careless, Wang for the director of the position was taken by him, so that period of time, Wei Lin-yi is always on the defensive mentality. But since Wei Lin-yi saved 5 officials second generation by himself, the worst of which is the daughter of the deputy director, in which the identity of the son of the secretary of the political and legal committee and the niece of the county governor Li Lianxue directly let him have a kind of suffocating feeling. This is still a fart defense, and the two sides are not in a class at all. To Wei Lin-yi now connections, background, merit, later to become his leadership that is the nail in the coffin. Now if you offend him, then even if he became the director, that later is also a director. Instead of this, it is better to make friends with Wei Lin-yi. How to have a fragrant love here. So, Li Sai simply find another way to look for relations, send gifts, in order to a good position, out of the Nanshan Township Police Station. But I can't beat it, but also hide it? I did not expect to seek an instructor of the police station in the north of the city. This is undoubtedly a surprise. Only,
what he does not know is that he can seek the position of instructor of the city's northern police station, but also thanks to the previous collective third-class merit and collective first-class merit,
as an instructor, naturally, is not a small achievement. Then there is Wei Lin, although he also wants to go up to the director, but his own family know their own business, just come to the deputy director or on probation. Talk about the director position. Of course, if he went to beg the secretary of the political and legal committee, Su Gongchang, it would definitely work. But he didn't want to waste such a big favor on this, so he didn't put it into action. But as the old saying goes, it's gold that will shine after all. Chapter 31, Receiving the Dust plus Adding to the Congestion. After reading out the appointments, Wang Jiangmo and Geng Kan took Wang Wei and Li Sai to the City South Police Station and the City North Police Station.
Liangcheng County side has a custom.
That is, the appointment is usually done in the morning. The latest cannot be pushed to the afternoon.
Otherwise would rather a day late to take office to try to a good omen.
As for treats, there is naturally plenty of time for that. Nanshan Town Police Station today can be described as a double happiness. Wei Lin, Deputy Director of the Joy of the Director of the Post, to reach the position of rank in line with the position. Instructor Zhang Liang originally served in the security brigade as the 2nd Squadron leader belongs to the high allocation unit level, then the police station instructor lower than a level, so to the Nanshan Police Station as an instructor definitely belongs to the high rise. During this period of time, because Wang Wei also knows that he is about to adjust his job. So for the business of the institute, not less than to Wei Lin, this time it comes in handy. He took over directly. Everything is organized. But then again, 2 gone and 1 coming. The Nanshan Town Police Station is actually equal to a reduction of 1 person, leaving only 5 official police officers, plus 6 auxiliary police officers. This number of people, to deal with the policing of the Nanshan Town, to be honest, it is still very tense. Plus, nowadays, the Nanshan Town Police Station, in addition to the county bureau allocation and the financial allocation of the Nanshan Township government, the revitalization of the internet cafe can also provide an additional income of 20,000 yuan per month, which makes the financial situation of the Nanshan Institute greatly improved. Even if you want to recruit 2 additional auxiliary police, it is also an easy task. In the afternoon, Wei Lin held his first regular meeting as director. First of all, let's welcome the instructor to our big family of South Mountain Institute with a big round of applause, said Wei Lin, who first applauded. The others naturally did not thin his face and applauded very enthusiastically. Zhang Liang also stood up politely and saluted in appreciation. Our precinct management is still in accordance with the original for the time being, and so on after the new year. If there is a need to change, then we will need to study, Wei Lin said. When he said so, the others naturally had no problem with it and all nodded in agreement. Then, Wei Lin introduced all the people present to Zhang Liang one by one, and then he booked a table at the big restaurant in the next town to receive Zhang Liang. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Hu, the owner of the town's central restaurant, was waiting in front of the door. Wei Shou, congratulations, many thanks to Boss Wang, today to receive our instructor Zhang. Boss Wang, you have to hold the strength to cook us a few good dishes, Wei Lin said with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Wei, I'll personally serve it, and if it's not good, don't pay a penny. Wang Hu patted his chest and assured, this is Instructor Zhang, right? I've heard a lot about you. My humble self. Boss Wang is polite. Zhang Liang nodded without saying anything more. When I came to the private room, the hot water on the table was ready. In addition, the liquor was Liangcheng Daku, the authentic grain wine produced by Liangcheng Winery, which was not too expensive, $38 a bottle, belonging to the middle-end wine. After everyone sat down, Wang Hu took 2 xiaosu and placed them on the table. Today is our Nanshan Institute's big day. A small tribute, a small token of appreciation, but also please leaders eat and drink well. Wang Hu said with a smile, not forgetting, at the same time, to take out his cigarettes and offer one to everyone present. This is the practice. Every time the 2 bosses of the Nanshan Institute change, Wang Hu will show a little, which is why every party must choose the town and the hotel reason. Will come to things. Wang Hu is also a person who understands, and after a few brief words, he withdrew from the private room, leaving the space for the people themselves. This boss is quite good at what he does, Zhang Liang said with a smile. Well, Boss Wang is our Mayor Song's brother-in-law. He has opened a restaurant in town for about 10 years, and his reputation is quite good, Wei Lin said with a smile. This matter wasn't a secret and could be asked at any time of inquiry, so he said it outright as a gesture of goodwill to Zhang Liang. It's not that he's afraid of him, it's mainly because he firmly believes that when the generals are in harmony, everything will prosper. And if there's someone always following you around stabbing you in the back, how hard would it be? Come on, let's all do one together. From now on we will be brothers who stir the horse spoon in the same pot. Family doesn't talk about two families. I hope that we can help each other and be united like when the king was there. Wei Lin, he said with a smile. Cheers. A crowd, very positively, raised their glasses and shared a drink. Zhang Liang saw this, also could not help but be shocked. Did not expect Wei Lin, a deputy director just on the throne, but has such a high prestige in the institute? It was completely obvious that everyone was genuinely cracking up. None of them were faking it or being disingenuous. So, Zhang Liang decided to put away his little mind and observe for a while. A simple meal at noon. Everyone is 3 or 2 wine. Warm body. Did not drink more, but also on duty in the afternoon. After eating, Wang Hu looked at Wei Lin with a smile and a desire to speak. Wei Lin is also a human savant, and with decades of life experience in his past life, he naturally understands that Wang Hu has something to say. Boss Wang, just say what you have to say. It's not like we're outsiders. He. Really nothing can hide from the fiery eyes of Wei. Is this Wei? Before Wang in this time, has been signing a list of hanging accounts. You see this? Wang Hu embarrassed said. You said something about money? Mr. Wang told me about it. What do you mean? Want to settle the bill now or? Wei Lin, he said smilingly, although his face was full of smiles, his heart was more or less upset. After all, today is his first day in office, and you are collecting debts? You're being presumptuous, aren't you? Hey, I can't trust you, Mr. Wei. It's okay to tie the knot whenever you want. You're not an outsider, Wang Hu said with a smile. Alright then, I get it. You organize the bill. Turn around and send it to the police station. I'll arrange for someone to settle the bill for you. Wei Lin nodded and said indifferently. Hey, then thanks to Mr. Wei, Wang Hu said with a smiling face, looking at Wei Lin Yi's faraway background, but his heart is a little anxious. Intuition tells him that his debt collection, a little offended by this young director. Boss, isn't it a bit too hasty for people to ask for money on their first day in office? Wang Hu's wife came out from the side and asked cautiously. What's the use of talking about this now? It wasn't you who flirted with it? Wang Hu said without a trace of anger. I just let you want, and did not let you want today, and again. Debt repayment, the natural thing. We have not stolen, not robbed. Afraid of what? Wang Hu's wife is not a good person. Direct hands on the waist, angry open the lion's roar. You're unbelievable. When a woman is in charge, the walls fall down and the house collapses. I'll just see how many more days this business can work, Wang Hu said with hatred. He actually wanted it himself, but he didn't expect Wei Lin to have this look on his face. So now in addition to the slip-up, he instinctively wanted to dump the pot on his daughter-in-law. Ha, man. Chapter 32 Lu Jian's Invitation. In the afternoon, Wei Lin had just moved to Wang Wei's office when the phone on the table rang. The red one. The director's office desk has 2 phones. White is the Public Security Bureau internal phone. Usually the county bureau or sister units to come to the internal phone. Red is the external phone. The main connection is the township government's phone. The township has something to do, is to play this phone in. Hey, hello, this is Wei Lin. Wei, the person on the other end of the phone said. Li Yongming, director of the Nanshan Township Party Committee office. The Township Party Committee and Township Government's great steward. The main unit-level cadres. Director Li, you're welcome, I'll be right over. Wei Lin said with a smile. Okay, then I'll make tea and wait for you. Li Yongming said with a smile. As the party committee office director, can Mixon the secretary of the mayor of the town stand between? That is absolutely all people fine level. Wei Lin thought he could not play with such a person, so his attitude towards Li Yongming is far away. Because of the noon drinking, although the amount is very small, but it is always a little taste, so Wei Lin hurriedly brushed his teeth and rinsed his mouth, which came to the town hall. The town hall of Nanshan Town is diagonally opposite the police station, which is only 50 meters away. Make your way lightly to the party office and knock on the door. Come in. It was Li Yongming's voice. Director Li, Wei Lin said with a smile. Wei Xiao, moving so fast, worthy of being a people's defender. Li Yongming said with a smile. Ha, Director Li is overpraised. Wei Lin smiled and said, by the way, what instructions does the secretary have for me? Director Li conveniently reveals some, right? I can also have a preparation. Hey, how am I supposed to know? But I guess it might be because of the family planning matter. Looking at the new year, outside the hiding and escaping should also come back for the new year. The secretary's meaning is probably to let the comrades of the police station and the planning office cooperate with each other to push this matter forward. Li Yongming whispered. Oh, it's this, then I have a bottom in my heart. Director Li, thanks a lot. Wei Lin instantly understood and had a bottom in his heart. The family planning policy, which began in 1982, has been implemented up to the present time. It is really difficult to implement this national policy in the Yinhuang country.
The traditional thinking that filial piety has 3 generations and that no one is more important than the next has ruled the common people for thousands of years. So how can it be possible to suddenly let them have only one child, regardless of the sex of the man or the woman? If the government won't let you have a baby, then you can have a baby in secret, run away to have a baby, fake a divorce and then get married again, and then have a baby. Anyway, anything that can be figured out will be done by someone. Came to the door of the town secretary's office. Li Yongming first walked in to report. Then he came out and called Wei Linyi in, and he himself retreated silently. Secretary Lu, you're looking for me. Wei Linyi stepped forward and saluted respectfully. Lu Jian, Secretary of Nanshan Township Committee, a full-level cadre, 48 years old. It is no exaggeration to say that, starting from an ordinary clerk, can dry to the Township Committee Secretary, which is already the ceiling of the ordinary people. Unlike some novels where the protagonist is the town secretary or mayor as soon as he appears in the scene. And the key is not having any background or backing, which is not a joke. A town. There may be 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 cadres of the main branch level, but the position of the town secretary is only one. Want to get to the top, said 1,000 horses across the log bridge? That is not an exaggeration at all. If you want to compete for this position, you can rely not only on the ability, but also the main network resources, behind the back of the mountain. Comrade Linyi is here. Please sit down. Please sit down. Lu Jian greeted Wei Linyi with a smile on his face and came to sit on the sofa in the parlor area. I have to say, the town secretary's office is indeed not the police station can be compared. The light parlor sofa are leather, unlike the director of the office of the surprisingly wooden. And look at your age. I'm afraid, then Wei Linyi's age is still big. Said it is an antique. Absolutely no problem. It's like this. Originally today Comrade Linyi on the first day of office should not bother you, but near the end of the year, the town's various tasks have entered the closing stage, but the completion of family planning work is difficult to say. The higher leadership for the town of Nanshan family planning work is very dissatisfied. Lu Jian rambled a long string of words, but the central idea is one, the planning office to go out, the police station to escort the good, if necessary, but also to go out to capture the people who dare to resist. This thing, Wei Linyi is familiar with. To be honest, in his previous life, he did not do a lot of work. To be honest, a little bit of aiding and abetting, but this is also his job. There is no way, from the initial do not want to go out, to later become accustomed to the infamous. Wei Linyi can be said to be from a white step by step into wearing the people's police clothing of the accomplices. This way down the psychological journey, only he himself know. Okay, Secretary Lu, I know what you mean. This matter I will arrange for the comrades in the institute to dock, when the time comes, and the comrades in the planning office to act together. Wei Linyi agreed with alacrity. Good. I know that Comrade Linyi is good. In the future there are any difficulties inside the institute, try to give me, can help you solve, I will certainly not say a word of no. Lu Jian patted his chest and assured, just he did not expect, the front foot just beat his chest, the back foot. Wei Linyi directly put forward a request. Lu Secretary, there really is such a thing. Originally I do not want to trouble you, but this situation really cannot afford to delay, so I still have to ask you to help. Wei Linyi pretended to be pitiful and said, you tell me. What is it? As long as I can help you, I will definitely help you. Lu Jian wanted to say that he was just being polite and courteous, but when the words came to his mouth, he held them back. It's like this, Lu Secretary, you also know, our original Wang and Li instructor in the time. There are 6 official police, now only 5 people left, so want to maintain good security in such a large township. That is really overstretched. Very difficult, Wei Linyi said with a helpless face. I've heard about this matter. But this is a matter for you to find the County Public Security Bureau to solve. It's useless for you to look for me, right? I don't have the police to send you there. Lu Jian helpless has said. I know, I mean to say, it happens to be also the end of the year, the busiest time. We all intentionally recruit a few more auxiliary police, when it is also not a small help. Wei Linyi said seriously, without a trace of a smile on his face, putting things in a very serious way. And the town secretary Lu Jian is a second to understand the meaning of Wei Linyi. Are 1,000 years of foxes, but also play what chatting, it's just money, isn't it? I don't usually see you guys so active when I ask you to work. However, considering that Wei Linyi is the director who just came up, since he opened his mouth, it is better to give some face more or less. Let's do it this way then. I'll add another $20,000 to your institute for next year's funding, but this money can't be given for nothing, you have to let me see hope. Lu Jian said, look at your mercenary look. Wei Linyi secretly spat in his heart, but his mouth did smile joyfully. Thank you, Secretary Lu. You please be well. Our police station is definitely a fighting team. Chapter 33 First met Xing Yaping.
from the town government out. Wei Lin Yi has more than 20,000 yuan of cash in hand. Although the money is not much, but Wei Lin Yi is very satisfied. Can ask for money is good. Mosquito legs, fly legs and so on. Although small, but also meat Originally, this money is Lu Jian wanted to drag the end of the year and then give. But Wei Lin Yi is not a little cute. If you don't give money to me, I have no one to give you use. The police station is so big, cats and small cats 2 or 3 cannot draw out manpower. I have no way. Lu Jian had no choice but to write a note directly to Wei Lin Yi to the finance section to receive the money. But as a result, his perception of Wei Lin Yi can be described as poor to a certain extent. But the good thing is that Wei Lin Yi is the public security system personnel, not to his management. However, Lu Jian was also secretly calculating in his heart how to give Wei Lin Yi to come up with a blow to solve the hatred of his heart. Just back to the door of the police station, I saw a man, a head of green skin, wearing a military coat standing there in fear. Not very old, but the waist plate as if not straight. When Wei Lin Yi to see the appearance, but could not help but be shocked. Grass, this is not that who? What's going on here? Counting the days, and rightly so, this guy should have just come out a few days ago. Shen Yaping? Wei Lin Yi shouted in a small voice. The latter turned his head to see that it was Wei Lin Yi in police uniform and hurriedly stood upright. Reporting to the leader. Shen Yaping reports to you. Don't be nervous, relax, relax. Wei Lin Yi smiled and said, what business did you come over for today? Reporting to the leader. I came over to get my ID card. Shen Yaping whispered. Getting an ID card? It's New Year's Day. It's not working. What's the use of you waiting here? It's so cold. Go in with me and drink a cup of hot water. Wei Lin Yi said with a smile. No need. Leader, I'll be fine here. Don't bother you. Shen Yaping waved his hand repeatedly. No trouble. Come in with me. Wei Lin Yi said with a smile, while pulling over Shen Yaping's arm and leading him inside. Just when Shen Yaping's one foot stepped into the door of the police station, how the other foot is not willing to step in. Shivering and shaking, full of fear, panicked, as if another step forward is the abyss. Wei Lin Yi saw the situation cannot help but sigh. This is most of the people from the inside out of the common problem. See the police will be afraid, and even some see the door of the police station will swing. Hear the sound of the police car siren. Urine can be incontinence, although a little bit of an exaggeration, but it really does illustrate a lot of problems. If you don't want to enter, don't enter. What are you afraid of? You wait for tomorrow and then come over. Get the ID card, don't go. My side of the recruitment of auxiliary police, to give you to keep a place, you temporarily first try, when there is a new way, and then go to do. How about it? Wei Lin Yi said. Me, as an auxiliary police officer? Leader, is this appropriate? Shen Yaping was as if he had heard something out of the blue, his face full of incredulity. What? Are you missing an arm or a leg compared to others? The fact that you can be released from it means that you are qualified for rehabilitation, that you are a normal person, an ordinary person, a legal citizen. What's wrong with being an auxiliary police officer? Wei Lin Yi asked rhetorically. Yes. It was as if 10 directions of heavenly thunder were instantly released in Shen Yaping's mind, and his entire mind was bombarded as if he was being bombarded all over again. Yeah, I've completed my sentence and passed my rehabilitation. What am I afraid of? No, you're a murderer. Even if you pass the rehabilitation, you're still a murderer. An auxiliary police officer is half a police officer. How can you, a murderer, be qualified to be one? This cop said you could, probably teasing you, and you believe him? He's just a youngster, not a big leader, and you believe him just because he says so? Stupid or not? For a while, in Shen Yaping's mind, two little people were there crackling and arguing. Hey, what are you waiting for? Hurry back, come over tomorrow to get your ID card. If you want to work as an auxiliary police officer, I'll leave you a spot. Hurry up and decide. This position is very sought after. Wei Lin Yi said with a smile. Hey, good. Shen Yaping didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Then without looking back, he flew back. Speaking of this Shen Yaping, he is also a poor man. 5 years ago, Shen Yaping returned from the army, was introduced to marry his wife, originally thought that life can live a beautiful, happy, Nihai his wife is not a serious person, after marriage and the original white moonlight hook, but often in the river station which have not wet shoes, once blocked in the home by Shen Yaping, uncle can endure, body cannot endure, Shen Yaping a bloodthirsty young man directly up to the dry, because of the veterans, physical fitness is still good, and his wife's white moonlight is not a vegetarian, perennial fights, the two were also evenly matched, played a half caddy, in your back and forth, Shen Yaping because of anger, underhand are under the dead hand, and his wife's white moonlight is because of weakness, do not dare to under the dead hand, a long time, naturally fell down, was Shin Yaping seized the opportunity, a knee-top crotch, directly to the dry waist, become the end of the 20th century, the first artificial eunuch. As a result, Shin Yaping was sentenced to 6 years in prison for the crime of causing serious injury by negligence, and because of his excellent behavior, his sentence was reduced in prison and he came out after less than 5 years of squatting. When he came out before New Year's Day, it was Zhou Lin who was responsible for docking him specifically, so Wei Linyi wouldn't have been able to remember him if he hadn't met him today. However, although Shin Yaping is out now, his wife divorced him 5 years ago, and his parents also passed away one after another under grief and anger because he went in. So now Shin Yaping basically doesn't have any relatives except for a married sister. And Shin Yaping's later life trajectory, Wei Linyi also have heard about it, because he had been in jail, so he was discriminated against. Shin Yaping basically could not find any serious work, even to go to the construction site, or bullied by the foreman. Rejection, and then he did not do it, do not rest, directly embarked on the road of mixing with the society, become Liangcheng County, a famous gangster, and finally fell in a crackdown, ending his ordinary and extraordinary life. And Wei Linyi looked at the back of this sad man who was about the same age as himself and honestly still sympathized with him, so he wanted to give him a hand. He himself had a chance to be reborn, but Shin Yaping didn't. His own rebirth and return to influence so many people, changed the fate of so many people, is not bad for him as Shin Yaping is not. The last life no one pull him a hand, this life let himself pull him a hand. It is not that Wei Linyi mother, but in his previous life he suffered too many bumpy experiences. Know that life has too much is not easy, can help to help, cannot help him will not be forced to help. Chapter 34 Dumping. Just returned to the office and sat down, before his but was hot. The instructor Zhang Liang came over and knocked on the door. Wei Xiao, busy? Zhang Liang said with a smile. Not busy, come, sit. Wei Linyi said with a smile. Good, I came over to find you for a chat, and from now on, we will be stirring horse spoons in the same pot, so if there is anything that we do that is not appropriate, please ask Wei to teach us more. Zhang Liang said with a smile. He put his posture very low, although Wei Linyi was 3 or 4 years younger than him. He was not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. The army on the transfer back less than half a year. 1, 2, 3 class merit to take all. The key is, to the secretary of the political and legal committee and several important county bureau leaders' family children have life-saving grace. This human relations can be scary, everything else can be ignored, but as a member of the public security system, as long as you hold on to the thigh of the secretary of the political and legal committee, then the future will not take off. Do not see Sheng Tian half-son of Qi Hall director to death or dead hug his old benefactor's thigh. Therefore, Zhang Liang thinks, temporarily keep a low profile is conducive to carry out the work. First observe Wei Linyi is what kind of style, and then decide what kind of attitude in the Nanshan Institute. If Wei Linyi cannot, he certainly want to replace, but Wei Linyi if very tough, and then he in his heart just, then the loss of the finger may be their own. Weighing the pros and cons, this led to Zhang Liang coming over to talk this time. Are their own people? As long as the task set out by the higher-ups is accomplished well, and the security of Nanshan town is maintained, nothing else matters, Wei Linyi said with a smile. Speaking of which, there is really an important work to be handed over to the instructor. The town Lu secretary asked us to cooperate with the police station and planning office to do a good job related to the planning office. This piece of work, you are responsible for it. How about it? Said to seek advice, but in fact, it is also the tone of command. As the director, to give you a task, you accept it or not. Zhang Liang could not help but sniff the corner of his mouth twitching. This job is not so good to do. The reputation of the Office of Planning has long been stinking the street. They cooperate with their work. This is not add up, but refusal was definitely not an option. Or else the relationship with Wei Linyi could instantly fall to the freezing point. Alright, Mr. Wei, I'll take care of this piece of work. Zhang Liang nodded helplessly. Planning Office of Family Planning. Under the hands of a gang of people. Demolition of houses. Pull furniture. Drag food. Without exaggeration, they are more bandits than bandits. Whoever family is overweight, caught by them, it is really a bad luck. In his previous life, Wei Linyi often followed the planning office of the gang action, and also must wear a police uniform. The beautiful name of escort, in fact, he has always had a feeling of accomplices, so especially rejected with the planning office of the gang to work together. It is just that now Zhang Liang came to the situation, and handed over to him to forget about it. To scold, let everyone scold him. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. By the way, our office originally only had 6 auxiliary police officers. I plan to recruit 4 more auxiliary police officers. If you have a suitable candidate on your side, you can recommend them. Wei Linyi said with a smile. What's it called? A slap in the face and a sweet date? Then thank you. Wei Xiao,
Zhang Liang said with a smile, although he knew exactly what Wei Linyi meant.
Zhang Liang couldn't help but be happy. There was no talk all night. The next day, Wei Linyi got up early in the morning, wash up, eat a meal, and drove a Santana police car to the County Public Security Bureau. Yesterday afternoon would have liked to come over, but the result was that the town secretary Lu Jian shouted over, delayed for an afternoon. Therefore, early this morning he came running, no other, to the director Lin Jijun and the deputy director Wang Jiangmo report work, but not really report work, mainly come over to be grateful and pat on the back. If you don't get acquainted with the leaders, how can you progress in the future? As soon as he entered the Public Security Bureau compound and parked his car, he encountered Xing Daolei, who had also parked his car. Morning, Criminal Brigade. Mr. Wei, long time no see. Congratulations, Xing Daolei said with a smile. Thanks a lot. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Wei Linyi said with a smile. That's a good feeling. How about choosing a date? How about tonight? Xing Daolei said with a smile. Alright, then I'll turn around and find a pavilion. Let's get together. Wei Linyi said with a smile. You're here? Report to the director about the work. In the future, the director's support is not indispensable. That's, Wei Bureau's side can go over and pay a visit when you have time. Before we had dinner, Wei Bureau was full of praise for you, saying that you didn't work as a criminal police officer. You lost out. Xing Daolei said with a smile. Bureau Wei overpraised me. Okay, I'll go to Bureau Wei's office later to report on my work. Wei Linyi said with a smile. By the way, what's Wei's generation? Are you and Bureau Wei a family? Xing Daolei asked curiously. It's really a family. Wei Bureaus are of the C generation, the same generation as my grandfather, and I'm of the Xian generation, a difference of 2 generations. Wei Linyi said with a smile. No wonder Bureau Wei is so appreciative of you. It's still family, Xing Daolei said with a smile. The two of them talked and laughed as they arrived in the public security building, and the police officers they encountered along the way greeted Xing Daolei one after another, and then looked curiously at what kind of god was this one who could walk side by side with Team Xing. Some of the sharp-eyed ones were able to recognize Wei Linyi, the newly promoted chief of the Nanshan police station, because they all remembered this first-class merit winner from the previous commendation meeting. Room 301 on the easternmost side of the 3rd floor is the director's office, and then to the west, in order, are the offices of the executive deputy director and a few other deputy directors. You go there yourself. I'm not going. Our criminal police brigade is on the east side of the 2nd floor. Come to me for tea later, Xing Daolei said with a smile. Alright, thanks to Brigade Xing. You're welcome, we're all on our own. Coming to the easternmost side of the 3rd floor, Wei Linyi gently knocked on the door twice. Come in. A familiar majestic voice came from inside. It was clearly Lin Jijun. Bureau Chief, Wei Linyi reports to you. Wei Linyi walked to the table, stood at attention, and then saluted with a very serious expression. Well, don't be polite. Have a seat. Our public security is different from the army. No need to be so serious, Lin Jijun said with a smile. Hey, get used to it, Wei Linyi said with embarrassment. How's it going? How does it feel to be the director? Lin Jijun said with a smile. Hey, that must be good. Wei Linyi giggled twice, then said seriously, but I also feel the pressure on my shoulders is a bit big. Used to follow Wang, under his hand to do the work, follow orders and listen to the command on the line. Suddenly let me stand in the forefront, command the whole work. To be honest, I'm still a bit unable to grasp it, but please rest assured that the bureau chief, I will certainly in the fastest possible time, do a good job now. I'm sure I'll do a good job in the fastest possible time. Good. What I want is your courage. Don't be afraid. Bravely go forward. When the sky collapses, there is a bureau to cover you, Lin Jijun said with a smile. Chapter 35 Visiting Zhang Tai. Bureau seat. You see our Nanshan Institute at a time gone 2 official police officers. A institute plus me an instructor. There are only 5 official police officers, and then remove a soon-to-be retired, an internal household registration police. Just 3 can take a hand of official police officers. Such a large town, can how to carry out the work. Wei Linyi said pitifully. Well, I know the difficulties of your Nanshan Institute, but there are difficulties to learn to overcome. Your next door Mashan town is not as good as you, but since you raised it, when there are new police officers over after the new year, I will prioritize replenishment to your Nanshan Institute. Okay, Lin Jijun said with a smile. Hey, thanks a lot then. It's still you, Bureau Chief. No wonder Mr. Wang often says, follow Bureau Lin and you'll eat 9 meals in 3 days. I kind of finally understand. From now on I'll fight wherever you point me? Wei Linyi said with a smile. Ha ha ha, this Wang Wei, when I meet him, I have to kick him twice. Lin Jijun was also amused by Wei Linyi's remark. Another chat for a while. Wei Linyi got up to say goodbye. Lin Jijun did not stay.
only that there are any difficulties reported in a timely manner. The bureau can be resolved to help solve the problem.
Out of the director's office, Wei Lin came back to room 302. The deputy director's office, of course, can be opposite the director of the door? Naturally, is the executive deputy director? The county public security bureau second. Zhang Tai. Some say the political commissar is second in line.
Zhang Tai is responsible for presiding over the daily work of the bureau.
Usually everyone works with him more. Knock, knock, come in. Bureau Chief Zhang.
Wei Lin pushed open the door and said softly,
Yo, Xiao Wei is here. Come in and sit down.
I still have some work here.
You sit down for a while. I'll be ready soon.
Zhang Tai said with a smile.
Alright, Bureau Chief Zhang. You go ahead.
Wei Lin obediently walked over to the sofa and sat down. Zhang Tai is 42 years old this year.
Has achieved the County Public Security Bureau Party Group Deputy Secretary, Deputy Director, commonly known as Executive Deputy Director, the ceiling and the main section level cadres. For this set, Wei Lin is not a fledgling brat, even if he did not experience in his previous life, but also heard a lot, so he was sitting down. A little extra action is not. His eyes flat in front of him, looking at the wall of the four big words virtue and carrying goods. The penmanship is strong and forceful. The font is tough and full but do not lose the sinews. A look is not from the hand of a famous artist, but also must be immersed in this road for many years by the master. The hand of a famous artist, but also must be immersed in this way for many years by the master. Oh, little Wei also knows something about calligraphy? Zhang Tai walked over at an unknown time and asked with a smile. No,
I practiced for a while when I was little along with my grandfather.
Wei Lin said modestly. In fact, which he learned as a child.
Pure and simple as the previous life in the town of Nanshan stayed too long.
What ambitions have been smoothed out after the laying down of the flat type of life opened up.
Only began to contact calligraphy.
Calligraphy this thing, skillful things, but not much, mainly by practicing. Wei Lin in the past life, not to blow powerful.
Practicing calligraphy of the burlap with a minimum of 3 houses so much.
After all, write a decade long, is also considered to be 10 miles of 8 villages famous cultural people. That's not bad. Nowadays they all write hard handwriting.
Very few people know how to write brush characters anymore.
Especially the young people of your generation.
Zhang Tai smiled and said,
Come on, how about this calligraphy? Comment on it. Then I'll make an offering.
Wei Lin did not excuse himself and said with a smile,
This character as a whole. The structural layout is very beautiful. Compact but not crowded. Left and right echo. Up and down in order.
The whole looks as if it was carefully laid out.
Dense and impermeable. The font is rounded and rich. The strokes are full, but the character does not lose the firmness of the bones. Strong and powerful. As the old saying goes, words are like people. If I'm not mistaken, the author of this piece of writing is a resolute, brave, thoughtful, and daring person. Wei Lin said seriously. In fact, he can just see a little skin, but definitely not as powerful as he blew. But the thought that it is Zhang Tai hanging in the office, that is also presumed to be a more desirable work for him. So more boasts it, there is always no problem. As expected, Wei Lin's compliments out. Zhang Tai instantly happy face full of smiles. It turned out, this piece of writing is Zhang Tai's own writing, so deliberately did not sign his name. Hanging in the office for several years, froze no one to see out, and even more no one to praise. Today met Wei Lin only counted in vain hanging. Overpraise, not even close. Not as good as what you said, little Wei.
Zhang Tai smiled and waved his hand.
Could it be that this piece of writing is your masterpiece, Bureau Zhang?
Wei Lin asked with a dazed look of disbelief.
What? Doesn't look like it? No. Wei Lin waved his hand repeatedly and said, I just didn't expect that such an excellent work was written by you. Of course, I don't mean to look down on you. It's just that, when I look at this piece of writing, I'm afraid that I can't write it without 10 or 20 years of work. This eye is really poison. From this I can see you kid is really have 2 brushes. My old man likes calligraphy. I was 24 years old before I began to practice calligraphy. So far has been 18 years. I started practicing when I was 24, and it's been 18 years now. If it wasn't for marrying your sister-in-law, who would have practiced it? But now I really like calligraphy. If I don't write a few times a day, I don't feel energized.
Zhang Tai smiled and said,
Come to our home when you are free. We can practice together. That feeling's good. When the time comes you have to guide me more. I've been putting this down for about 10 years. I just don't know if I can still see people when I write it. Wei Lin said modestly, just based on this eye power of yours, I don't believe you can't write good characters.
Zhang Tai smiled and said,
How is it? How does it feel to be the director?
Zhang Tai changed his words and pulled the subject back to work.
For the time being it's okay, it's just that the pressure is greater.
Without Wang in front of me to cover the wind and rain, I suddenly have a feeling of a mountain of pressure, but I believe in myself. I will definitely be able to serve as a good director, and will not give you shame, Wei Lin said confidently. It's good to have that confidence. Do a good job. I've got my eye on you, kid. Born to be a police officer. Zhang Tai smiled and said, when you encounter problems, report directly to the bureau. The bureau is your most solid backing. I'm sure I'll have to trouble you less in the future, Wei Lin said with a smile. Right, there's one more thing. I remember you are a special forces veteran, right? Zhang Tai suddenly asked. How's the marksmanship? How about the various training subjects? The marksmanship is alright. The other mandatory training subjects are fine. They have to be assessed every year. Why? Wei Lin asked suspiciously. This is not the provincial department is preparing to organize a province's police competition. I am raising manpower. If you are interested, I will report it to you, Zhang Tai said with a smile. Chapter 36, Multiple Grandfathers. A province-wide police martial arts competition? Is there a specific category for the martial arts program? Wei Lin heard a bright spot. This he knows not less heard in his previous life, only in his gross relationship is not. A county bureau only a few places. How to turn cannot turn him and, in his previous life from the police for so many years, Liancheng County has not been a police officer in a single project to obtain the top 3 results. Yes, this year is the first time in the province to hold the province's civilian police competition, is divided into 5 projects, respectively, the theoretical examination, rapid fire, hostage rescue, pursuit and assault and extreme overrun subjects. The theoretical examination is mainly examined in the commonly used legal aspects of the knowledge, such as the Public Security Ordinance, Chinese People's Police Law and the criminal law of the relevant common content. Rapid fire, the use of pistols and assault rifles, respectively, are divided into. Zhang Tai took out a pamphlet, which detailed the items related to this martial arts competition. For Wei Lin the most difficult is the theory of the test. This piece is his weak point. A lot of legal knowledge he knows, but do not remember all. Plausible feeling. As for rapid fire and extreme obstacle crossing, they were his best subjects. After all, 10 years of special forces were not for nothing. Looked at Wei Lin confident look. Zhang Tai also cannot help but fight, not as simple as you think. The same special forces origin can not only you light our Liangcheng County. There are no less than 10 people. Only you are recently discharged from the army. The bottom is more solid than they are some. And the entire Pengcheng city, 6 counties and 4 districts, small 5,000 police within the special forces of not less than 100 people. The province is 13 prefecture-level cities, which is 300 people, or just a lot more than less. In addition to the police academy graduated from the excellent police officers are not a few, and sparring, martial arts origin of the police, roughly calculated, almost 2,000 people to participate in the competition. Want to get an excellent ranking? Is not a simple matter. It's all about participation, Wei Lin said with a smile. Your kid's mentality is good. Zhang Tai laughed and scolded. Turn around and report you up. Let's first have intensive training in Pengcheng City Public Security Bureau. The preliminary round will be completed in the city bureau, and only 20 people will be selected to be qualified to go to the provincial hall to participate in the final round. I'll listen to you. Wei Lin laughed nervously. By the way, Bureau Chief Zhang, when will you attend the intensive training? Will it delay work? After all, I've just taken over Nanshan Institute here. It's early. I'll join the intensive training after the Arbor Day, and the finals won't start until May 1st, so there's still plenty of time, Zhang Tai said with a smile. That's a relief. From Zhang Tai's place out, Wei Lin and then came to the office of the Deputy Director Wang Jiangwo. Several directors, he and Wang Jiangwo is the most familiar. After all, often can see is also him. You kid do a good job. You can't disgrace me. I strongly recommended you in the beginning, Wang Jiangwo said with a smile. Thanks to Bureau Wang for cultivating and loving me. I will work hard to live up to your wise teachings. Wei Lin said firmly. You will see my performance in the future. No matter how things are done, the attitude must be right. I believe you. Your kid is not only capable, luck is also scary. In 2 years, you may become my leader then don't forget to mention me Wang Jiangwo said with a smile. Wang Bureau, you cannot joke. I the small director or a hand to promote, want to do to your position. Not a decade or 8 years is simply impossible. By then, you do not know has risen to which position Wei Lin said with a smile. Although he is now the director of the main unit level, Wang Jiangwo is only a deputy director of the deputy section level, but the administrative level is the level. The position is the position. Want to mix from the township director to the deputy director, in the middle of at least 2 grades. First of all, the director of the township has to be next to the urban area of the director, or the county bureau of the brigade leader, or both positions have to go over again, and then become a member of the party group, and then promote to the deputy director. This time is usually the deputy director of the last ranking. Wang Jiangluo in the County Public Security Bureau is basically ranked last. After all, he is in charge of the southern 4 towns are not very good. Mashan Town and Nanshan Town have a caddy. The new river town and the town of Tuchu is just like that. They are not particularly large police station, and the key is poor. Our poor institute. The help that could be offered to Wan was pitifully small. That's right, is to provide help to Wang Jiangluo. He is in charge of the southern 4 towns, so his credit, performance, are linked to the southern 4 towns. 4 towns develop well. His waist plate is hard. 4 towns are atrophied. This sub-district deputy director does not have much say. From Wang Jiangluo here out, has been close to noon. The last stop, responsible for the criminal investigation of the deputy director of Wei Xixian office. As you can tell by the name, this is the family. A meeting, Wei Xixian and he renewed the family tree. This Wei Lin Yi number. The previous life is not less involved in this, except that he is a small police officer. Want to rely on Wei Xixian? The deputy director cannot be relied on. But after the rebirth of the back, 3 times to rise to the director, which naturally came into the eyes of Wei Xixian. People are like this. When you can show your own value, you get more opportunities. You a poor, who dares to take care of you? From Wei Xixian's generation upwards for dozens of generations, and Wei Lin Yi is an old ancestor, so the two are also considered family. That is to say, Wei Lin Yi's 13th ancestor and Wei Xixian's 10th ancestor are the same couple, which is more or less far away from the relationship, but with the family tree in place, and indeed a family. Thus, Wei Lin Yi had to honestly call Wei Xixian grandpa. Well, it was more or less embarrassing for a 29-year-old director to call a 49-year-old deputy director's grandfather, but Wei Xixian was partial to recognizing this. There was no way around it. Your kid is losing money by not doing criminal investigation. Xing Daolei has talked about you in front of me more than once, wanting to get you into the criminal police brigade. Wei Xixian said with a smile, are the criminal brigade love? We know our own family. I'm not from the class. The blind cat meets the dead mouse only. If you really come to the criminal police brigade, not a disgrace. Wei Lin Yi laughed bitterly. You're modest. Excessive modesty is proud. But you now this chess move is also appropriate. Which can think of your kid luck is so good. Can save so many officials too? This time, if not Su's secretary personally sent word, this director how can not take your turn off? Wei Xixian said with a smile. Do a good job in Nanshan 2 years. Transferred to the county. You kid later than we are sure these old guys mixed well. He. It's not all thanks to Grandpa's promotion. Wei Lin Yi smiled and said, whenever you have time, I'll treat you to dinner. Dinner is even. When it's okay to sit at home. We are a family. The set of outsiders do not engage in. Wei Xixian said with a smile and waved his hand. Yes. Chapter 37 Dating Shopping. At noon, Wei Lin Yi was going to go, but Wei Xixian nonetheless pulling him not to let go. Said at noon in the bureau cafeteria to rub a meal. Taste the bureau cafeteria food how? There was no other way. Wei Lin Yi had to follow him around the bureau. During the meal, he also met Zhang Wenxiang, a trainee police officer, who was the one who first discovered Zhu Kahua, a Class A wanted criminal, in his previous life, only to be robbed, unfortunately, by Wei Lin Yi in this life. Seeing him again, Wei Lin Yi could only show an apologetic look, and the latter was puzzled by the look and couldn't get his head around it. From the Public Security Bureau out, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and Lu Xiaoyu's appointment to meet the time. The result of the birth was Wei Xixian delayed. By the time I got to the first school's prep bells had all gone off. Lu Xiaoyu that called a gas the small face pulled much longer. Do not want to take care of Wei Lin Yi. He. Sorry, I met a leader who had to stop me from eating together. That's why I'm late. I'll try to avoid it next time. Wei Lin Yi said with embarrassment. Do you have a class in the afternoon? I'll treat you to a movie. There are classes in the first 2 periods and none in the last 2. So at least I have to be able to leave at 3:30. Lu Xiaoyu said with a beep. That's just as well. I'll wait for you. Yo, Director Wei is here? A voice with 3 parts surprise and 4 parts derision rang out from behind, and without turning around, Wei Lin Yi knew that it was Ms. Su Jingsu. Hey, sister-in-law, you're laughing at me too? Wei Lin Yi said with a smile. How can it be a joke? You are much stronger than our old Wang. He was 35 years old before he became the director. You are only 29 years old. When you are developed in the future, don't forget to mention your brother Wang more. Su Jing said with a smile. Look at what you're saying, sister-in-law. You're not laughing at me. By the time I can be qualified to promote brother Wang, I guess brother Wang should have retired. If it wasn't for brother Wang's strong recommendation this time,
Where would I be? Wei Linyi laughed bitterly. Don't be modest. The fact that the other bureau leaders can promote you, that also means that your merit and ability are up to the point. Otherwise your brother Wan's recommendation would be useless. Su Jing smiled and said, by the way, when are you two planning to get engaged and married? I'm still waiting for the wedding line. What are you talking about? Mom Su, people haven't decided to marry him yet. Lu Xiaoyu immediately made a big red face. She didn't say anything beside her. How come the fire suddenly burned into her head? There is also this generation more or less a bit messy. Lu Xiaoyu called Su Jing Su mother. Wei Linyi called Su Jing sister-in-law. The results Wei Linyi and Lu Xiaoyu is also a boyfriend and girlfriend, which is more or less a bit messy feeling. Hey, you silly niece. Now standing in front of you is the director of the Nanshan Township Police Station. Solid unit level cadres. You do not grasp the hold, but a large number of people over to rob him. Su Jing said with a smile. Whoever cares to take it away. I don't care about him. Lu Xiaoyu said arrogantly. He, you don't rare me. I rare you okay. Wei Linyi said with a smile. Virtuous, Lu Xiaoyu said as he rolled his eyes. Alright, you youngsters still don't show love in front of me. I can't carry it at this age. Su Jing rolled her eyes helplessly. The youngsters nowadays, a little bit of voodoo are not speaking anymore. Mother Su Lu Xiaoyu pouted in disbelief. Why don't you two just go play? I'll help you with little use class. Su Jing said with a smile. Thank you so much sister-in-law. I'll treat you to dinner later. Wei Linyi brightened up and said with a smile. Good, I'll wait for you. Oh. Su Jing was not polite and directly agreed. Wei Linyi and Lu Xiaoyu had just stepped out of the office in front of them, and then Ms. Tan, who had been curious for a long time next door, came running over and asked, Ms. Su, is that the one just now Ms. Lu's date, or a director? Yeah, the newly appointed director of Nanshan Institute, Little Feather's date. I introduced him, Su Jing said proudly. The director of the Nanshan office? Isn't that your old Wang? Ms. Tan said in surprise. That's all old news. Our old Wang was transferred to the south of the city police station. Yo, transferred back to the city? Congratulations, Mr. Su. Mr. Tan said with a fake smile on his face. That Ms. Lu has climbed to the top of the ladder. I remember she's still a contract worker, right? If she marries a director, she'll be an official wife. And it's just a matter of time before she's transferred. It's not that exaggerated. Little Wei is just a small director. He doesn't have that much power. Su Jing smiled and said, oh, you get busy first, Mr. Tan. I'll go to 2 classes for little Fei. With that, Su Jing took her textbook and left the office. Okay, you're busy. Ms. Tan forced a smile. As soon as Su Jing left the office, Mr. Tan immediately took out his cell phone and found the number and dialed it. Little Wang, you that thing I cannot help. Mr. Lu climbed on the high branch. The director of the Nanshan Institute, cattle very. Yes, not too old. About 30 looks. Good. Really sorry. Good. As the new year is approaching, foreign workers are returning one after another. The street is getting more and more people. During this time, the People's Mall, Wanqing Market, and department stores are all crowded with people. The more people there were, the more lively it became instead. And Lu Xiaoyu loved this scene, especially on both sides of Elm Street. All are stalls, selling anything. Lu Xiaoyu all the way down, but also happy. Do you see this cute hat? Only to see that Lu Xiaoyu was holding a panda head hat in her hand. It was furry and comfortable, and when she put it on her head a wave of warmth came over her. Very cute. Buy it. Wei Linyi smiled and said, how much is this hat? You sincere favor. Give a $30. The stall owner took a look at Wei Linyi, a police uniform, did not dare to ask for more. This hat is his $10 of the price of goods. Sell 30. Tearfully earn 20. Not much, right? $30? Why don't you go rob? At most $15. Sell me to buy. Do not sell pull down. Lu Xiaoyu habitually neat cut in half and then say, oops, beauty, really cannot. I am looking at your husband is a police officer. Did not black you? This hat I $25 into the, just earn you $5. Earn a penny more I am a puppy. The stall owner swore, so, I do not earn you a dime. You $25 to take. Okay? I believe you a ghost. You bad old man bad. This hat how to see cannot be worth $25. Just $15. Sell or not? Lu Xiaoyu said firmly. Can't sell, really can't sell. The stall owner's head shook like a rattle. Forget it then. Don't buy it. It's not much to look at anyway. Lu Xiaoyu sniffed and immediately took off his hat, pulling Wei Linyi and turning around. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 5 steps. Hey, 15 on 15. Sell it. I'm too lazy to put it away again. A little loss is a little loss.
The stall owner said with a face of meat pain, that is, your boyfriend is a police officer. Otherwise what I said I cannot sell you ah. Chapter 38, Catching a Thief. Ha ha ha, I knew it. $15 will do the trick. Lu Xiaoyu laughed happily. My mom said, don't care how much the other party is asking for. Cut it in half at least. Our mom is so smart. Wei Lin, he said with a smile. Asterisk 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 you. Nasty. Lu Xiaoyu pouted. Help. Robbery. Catch the thief. A scream that rang out halfway down the street and everyone turned around, only to see a woman running and shouting at the same time. In front of a small yellow hair in his 20s, carrying a lady's bag in his hand, is running wildly all the way. The direction is exactly the direction of Wei Lin. The latter pushed Lu Xiaoyu aside with one hand and then greeted him. Small yellow hair named Du Qiqi, professional handbags 15 years, since childhood, followed the master to practice the craft of stealing wallets. Originally today's progress is not bad, but the owner of the bag suddenly turned around, a moment to find him, so under the annoyance of stealing a bag into the open robbery. But even so, he is not afraid. These days, see the righteousness of the people are not many, not to mention, his hands a bright knife is not vegetarian, who see, not heart first cowardly 3 ah. When Du Qiqi was running wildly with his life, suddenly, a man wearing a black coat appeared in front of his eyes was rushing head-on. Out of instinctive reaction, he directly rushed the knife over. Just before he reacted, he only felt that his body spun around in the sky, and then landed heavily on the ground, and his hand loosened up, and the knife had already fallen to the ground, empty-handed, plus an over-the-shoulder drop. Before Du Qiqi could react, her wrist was cool and that familiar feeling came at once. Grass, the man in the black coat is a cop? In an instant, he reacted. Hell. When did the cops come out on the street? He hadn't really noticed. At this time, not far away from the alley, the two yellow hairs as soon as they saw Du Qiqi missed, immediately wanted to rush out, but when they saw Wei Lin Yi's police uniform, they immediately dangled, and then shrunk back. It's not that you're not a brother, but you're just a bit too evasive. How do you solve this when you're in the hands of the police? Lying on the ground, Du Qiqi, do not feel the ground dirty, directly lying flat. He is also convinced. So unlucky thing, how was he encountered? Obviously stepped on the spot. No cops, where the did this come from? It's a pity that no one can hear Du Qiqi's heart anymore, and he can only mourn alone in self-pity. At this time, the robbed middle-aged woman also finally ran over, snatched the bag in the hand. The first reaction is not to check the bag of financial losses, but out of everyone's surprise, the bag swung up, ruthlessly smashed in Du Qiqi's head. Bang hurts to look at. As expected, Du Qiqi was smashed with an ouch, and then instinctively tried to dodge, but unfortunately, he had not yet climbed up, and was again smashed again by the swinging bag. Ouch dash. At this time, Wei Lin also reacted and hurriedly stopped the middle-aged woman with a hand. Comrade, calm down. Hitting people is illegal. Hoo illegal. It's not illegal for him to snatch my bag? I'm fighting violence with violence, the middle-aged woman said with a straight face. That said, it's up to us cops to handle him breaking the law. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to do it yourself, and you'd have to break the law if you injured him. It's not worth it for someone like that. Wei Lin said calmly. What? It's illegal to beat up a thief? What kind of reasoning is that? Only the officials are allowed to set fire, not the people? The middle-aged woman said with a straight face. This stoner is sparse. Big sister. He's a thief, not a state official. Wei Lin weakly explained. In his previous life, he was most afraid to face the wave of middle-aged women. Reasonable is really reasonable. Unreasonable that is really not martial arts. Even as a film police, they are also a great headache. Fortunately, at this time, Lu Xiaoyu, as his girlfriend, stepped forward and pulled the middle-aged woman over. Sister, just get the bag back. Don't get dirty with this kind of people. Right. Sister, you're right. This kind of garbage, who don't know how to make money when they have their own hands and feet, and have to fish for something crooked, should be dragged off to shoot targets. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and said, Sister, you're right. Lu Xiaoyu didn't expect the middle-aged woman to be so ruthless, but he still nodded in agreement. At this time, Wei Lin also pulled Du Qiqi up from the ground. Young man, what's wrong with doing something? Do you have to steal chickens and dogs? Du Qiqi glanced at him, eyes full of grudges, then hung her head and did not squeak. A question and no squeak kind of thing. Wei Lin is also lazy to talk more with him. Directly took out his cell phone to find the instructor of the City West Police Station Wei Yuan's cell phone number dialed over. Yo, Mr. Wei, what are the instructions? Wei Yuan's cheerful laughter came from the other end of the phone. A gift for you. I caught a thief on Elm Street. Will you send someone over to bring him back? Wei Lin said with a smile. That's a good feeling. What's your location? I'll be right over. Wei Yuan said with a smile. About 100 meters north of the Youth Road intersection. Be right there, Wei Yuan said with a smile. Not long after, Wei Yuan arrived at the scene with 2 police officers. As the City West police station was not far away, about 300 meters away, Wei Lin pushed Du Qiqi over, and then said with a smile, "This kid stepped on the point, did not step on it well, grabbed the bag and ran to me. TSK, this is not the door to the business, that's your luck. Usually this group of pickpockets are difficult to deal with. If you do not wear a police uniform, it is estimated that several people have already surrounded. We also have a headache. Arrested and released, released and arrested. There has been no way to root out. Anyway, you know," Wei Yuan said helplessly. "Everywhere there are unspoken rules. The jurisdiction of the West Side police station is not small, including a train station. Cannot be chaotic. Instead of chatting about this nesting topic, come to my place for a cup of tea?" Wei Yuan invited with a smile. "Forget it. I came out today to accompany my daughter-in-law. Next time, you guys are busy. We'll go first," Wei Lin said with a smile. "Alright then, you guys play, have dinner together sometime." Wei Yuan smiled and invited. "Okay, then let's go shopping again." Sending Wei Yuan off, the 2 of them continued to stroll around. As for the unlucky Du Qiqi, she was taken away by Wei Yuan. "This person is also an official?" Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. "The instructor of the City West police station, Wei Yuan. We're from the same family," Wei Lin said with a smile. "How long have you only been back? How come you know so many people?" "Hey, the world's police are one family. Besides, isn't it normal to know 2 people if you often have meetings together? Besides, your husband I am also considered more outstanding. People are not rushing to make friends." Wei Lin said narcissistically. *******Q. Chapter 39 The Party and the Thank You. Brothers who have been in love know that the days with their girlfriends always go by so fast. The time passed and it was dark. Wei Lin reluctantly sent Lu Xiaoyu home, and then ordered a clay stovetop, and then gave a call to Xing Daolei, Wang Wei and Li Sai in turn, asking the 3 to come out and get together. The world of adults only benefit gain and loss. There is no right and wrong. So since Li Sai took the initiative to transfer away, Wei Lin on the contrary, feel close to him up. After all, is an institute out? There is this fire in the future to where it is. The encounter is much closer than others. At about 7 p.m. Several people came together. Hoo, it's too cold. As soon as I get off the bus, I'm shivering, Xing Daolei said as he hauled a breath into his hand. You are just too weak. Wait for the mutton to eat more. I let Xiaowei specially order 2 of your favorite mutton eggs for you. It definitely meets your appetite, Wang Wei said with a smile. Screw you, I still need to make up for this body, don't I? I'm just wearing less. Unlike you guys, all of you are dressed like polar bears and don't mind covering up, Xing Daolei said with disdain. Oh, then at least we're not cold. You're cold means you're false. Don't be sophomoric. Sophistry is the truth, Wang Wei said without budging. The 2 are getting better, but the fighting is getting stronger. At this time, the waiter served a big bowl of sheep soup up, which is clearly visible. Round sheep eggs, delicate and round, a bone are not, and the chef's craft is good. A little bit of muck are not. Smell slightly chili oil lamb soup fragrance. A few people cannot help but eat their fingers. Wei Lin got up and gave Xing Daolei a full bowl, more than half of which was goat eggs. Team Xing, make up. For simple words almost made Xing Daolei's entire defense broken. I really don't need it. Well, yes, we all understand. You just taste the flavor, Wei Lin said in his serious manner. But the less he smiled, the more Wang Wei and Li Sai looked at him, the more they were happy. Their mouths couldn't close, but Wei Lin could not spare them, and gave the 2 of them a whole big bowl full of sheep eggs, not to mention how fresh and tender. We've all eaten. What are you eating? Wang Wei asked with a smile as he looked at the bottom of the bowl just to save some soup. He. I'm not married yet. I don't have room to put it if I eat too much. It's better for you guys to eat it. You eat it, Wei Lin laughed and said. Besides, it's not appropriate for me to eat this when I'm so bloodthirsty. That's a bit of a big hit for you, huh? Li Sai said slyly. I'm about as young as you are coming. You can pull it off. Hurry up and make up for it. When one reaches middle age, who doesn't know who? Wang Wei laughed and scolded. Mutton soup is mutton soup, flavor aside, but the piece of warmth is absolutely fantastic. Several people a person a bowl to drink. That body eats straight sweat. Xing Daolei is also rushed to take off the black cotton coat. By this time, the wood-fired jiaoduck chicken in the center of the table was ready and fragrant. Wei Lin opened the 2 bottles of Liangcheng Daku and poured a full cup for one person. 3 brothers, let's go one. To know each other is fate. Many thanks to the 3 brothers for their help and love for me in the past days. I wish the 3 brothers in the future. Step by step. The most crucial thing is to continue to cover me. Wei Lin said with a smile. Ha ha ha, you kid. In the past, you dared to say that you were covered, but in the future, you won't be able to be covered. Now we are almost the same. In the future, we can't help but say that a few of us will still have to be covered by you. Xing Daolei said with a smile. How is this possible? You're all rich and strong and in your prime. I'm a fledgling. How can I compare to your brothers? Wei Lin said modestly. Ha ha ha. In China, the dinner table culture has never been something essential to bring the relationship closer, and by mastering this culture, you can definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Over the course of the meal, it was clear that several people were a step closer than ever before, and it was the first time that the four had sat down to eat together as equals. People are group animals, and ganging up can be traced back to ancient times, so group warming is also all base. It was the same meal that set the stage for the next 10 years, the basic shape of the Liangcheng County Public Security Bureau, something none of the four men had expected. As he was eating, a knock sounded at the door, and a young man in his 30s wearing glasses probed in and looked over towards a few people, clearly brightening up when he saw Wei Lin. Wei Shou, it's really you. County Governor Li is next door, inviting you over for a drink. This person is not someone else. It is the County Governor Li Lianchui's secretary Zhang Yuan, Deputy Director of the County Government Comprehensive Office and Secretary of the First Section. Okay, I'll be right over. Wei Lin was first stunned, then hurriedly stood up and said. At first he didn't react, almost dangling to live. What is his identity? He is still very clear. He really did not expect Li Lianchui to eat next door, not to mention that people will invite him over. Arriving at the door, Wei Lin then remembered the identity of the young man in front of him, so he hurriedly apologized. Director Zhang, I'm really sorry, I was too nervous just now and didn't have time to greet you. Hey, we are all on our own. No need to be polite. Let's take our time in the future. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. AI, you said it. Wei Lin hurriedly nodded in agreement. Do not blame him for being a wimp. This is the secretary of the governor, commonly known as the invisible hand of the county government. Even if a lot of deputy governors have to be polite, not to mention that he is a small police station director. Knock. Yongwan knocked on the door of the next room, and the sound of coming in came from the house before he dared to open the door and enter. Boss, Wei Shou is coming over. Quickly invite him in. Before Li Lianchui could speak, the little girl next to him, Li Shaoqing, could not wait. Zhang Yuan saw Li Lianchui nod her head before she brought Wei Lin in. Hello Governor, Wei Lin from Nanshan Police Station reports to you. Once inside, Wei Lin hurriedly stood at attention and saluted again. Okay, don't be so serious. Outside, not in the unit, come over and sit down, Li Lianchui said as she waved her hand repeatedly. Yes, Wei Lin hurriedly found an end seat and sat down carefully. Just now I heard that the next door sounded like you. I didn't expect it to be true. It just so happens that I brought the children out tonight to take a break. It's fate that I can bump into them, Li Lianchui said with a smile. He. Yes, it just so happens that yesterday our director was transferred to the South Police Station of the city, and the instructor was transferred to the North Police Station of the city, and we didn't have the time to get a farewell banquet. And in the morning when I was reporting to the bureau, I bumped into Team Xing of the criminal police team, and made a date to get together in the evening. So hey, Wei Lin briefly said the origin of this gathering. Don't be nervous, it's not like I don't eat people. Ever since you saved our family Shaoqing last time, she has been thinking about you. It's just right to take advantage of this opportunity. She said she wants to properly say thank you to you, Li Lianchui said with a smile. Words did not fall tone. Next to Li Shaoqing stood up. Wei Lin brother, thank you for saving your life. If not you, I can really play finished. And I also heard that you in order to save me, he was poisoned by a poisonous snake to the poison. I am really sorry. I have been wanting to go to thank you face to face these days, but did not find the opportunity to take the opportunity to today. I sincerely said I really thank you too much. Saying that, the little girl even bowed deeply, and the latter hurriedly stood up, saying no. Chapter 40, Shin Yaping joins the auxiliary police. Wei you don't have to be polite. Our girl really should thank you properly, if it wasn't for your timely disregard for personal safety to help her suck out the poison. Now I may have to send a dead man to a dead man, Li Lianchui said gruffly. This thank you. You can afford it. Prefect, you are too kind. I just did what I should have done. It's really not worth your attention. Wei Lin laughed bitterly. Well, you don't have a burden. I'm a person who likes one to be one and two to be two. Go back and do a good job. Iron needs to be hard. As long as you are gold, it will always shine, Li Lianchui said with a smile and waved his hand. Okay, Prefect, Wei Lin said with a smile. That's fine, so I won't delay your gathering with your friends any longer. Xiao Zhang, add Xiao Wei's contact information, and if there's anything important during the day, You can contact me directly, Li Lianshui said with a smile. Okay, boss. Zheng Yuan nodded and called Wei Linyi out. In his heart at the same time, he raised Wei Linyi's status by another notch. This was someone who had entered the boss's eyes. Wei Linyi smiled and exchanged contact information with Zheng Yuan. Director Zhang, let's drink together sometime. Definitely. When you have time, I'll ask you out, Zheng Yuan said with a smile. As a secretary, Zheng Yuan does not have his own time. He must wait until the county governor Li Lianshui has nothing to do before he can get off work, so it is indeed more rare to want to ask him out. No problem. I'll wait for your news at any time, Wei Linyi said with a smile. Hitching a ride on Zheng Yuan's line is better than directly hitching a ride on Li Lianshui. After all, Li Lianshui's symbolic significance is greater than the actual operational significance. A lot of things are realized by Zheng Yuan, the secretary. Even if something goes wrong, he will also be allowed to take the blame, thus protecting Li Lianshui's majesty. Therefore, more often than not, Zheng Yuan's words were more representative because he represented Li Lianshui. Can't be a little something? Let Li Lianshui personally call with the following bureau unit or relevant person in charge of contact. This time the role of the secretary is reflected. Back in the private room, the three of them, Xing Daolei, were all looking at Wei Linyi with surprise on their faces. Wei Xiao, the governor is looking for you to go over for a face-to-face meeting? Wang Wei asked in surprise. That's the governor, the second most powerful person in the county. But don't make a fuss. What face-to-face is the last time to save a person's life? The governor's niece in the next door. Have to say thank you to me face-to-face, that's all, Wei Linyi said indifferently. And that's it? Are you floating? Lisbeth teased. No, absolutely not. Wei Linyi hurriedly waved his hand and said, after all, it's the governor, too far away from us. After a few days I guess I'll forget about it. What else can I do? If our bureau chief's daughter was saved by me, that's more or less the same, don't you think so? You can pull back. After saving a car full of official daughters, you're still gasping for air? Wang Wei said enviously. How many connections does this take? A whole 5 official daughters. A few people took a look at Wei Linyi so gained a bargain. Immediately began to join forces to pour his wine. Not long after, even though he had an amazing amount of alcohol, but also a little unable to carry it. In the end, all 4 were pretty much the same, so they found a hotel and each got a room to sleep in. And that was the end of it. Originally also thought of shouting Lu Xiaoyu out, but it was too late. Plus her home is really not close. Cycling sub also have to 10 minutes. So Wei Linyi discretion again and again. There is no call her out. Just the heart urgently waiting for the house decoration is good. Be sure to let her move over to live. By the time, there was no talk all night. The next morning, Wei Linyi just ready to drive back to Nanshan. The results of the county bureau office notice held a county-wide meeting on security and stability during the spring festival. The police station chief instructor all attend. Just do not have to go back. From 9:30 a.m. Meeting has been open to 12 noon. The meeting content has the title, mainly for the annual spring festival during the security issues as the theme of the meeting, the county towns of the police station and all units directly under the action to be taken to ensure that the spring festival in 2001, safe and stable. Secretary Lin Jijun personally attended the meeting, specifically emphasized that, whoever has problems will be removed from his post, and will not tolerate negligence of duty. Corpses. When these words came out, all the grassroots leaders were all tightened in their hearts, and they suddenly became a few points more serious in their attitudes. After the meeting, Wei Linyi and Zhang Liang returned to Nanshan town. Just to the door of the police station, I saw a man, wearing thin clothes, still shivering in the sun. Wei Linyi fixed his eyes. Not Shen Yaping, and who is it? Hey, Shen Yaping, what are you doing squatting here? Wei Linyi rolled down the window and asked with a smile. Hello Director Wei, I. When Shen Yaping saw Wei Linyi, first his eyes lit up, then his shivering mouth couldn't mutter any words. Say what you have to say. Manly, big man, what's a mother-in-law for? Wei Linyi said without a trace of anger. Director Wei, you said that you would give me a chance to be an auxiliary police officer. Is that true? Waiting for a good half a day, Shen Yaping only gathered enough courage to ask, just due to the lack of self-confidence, the voice to the back, almost small enough to be inaudible. Of course it's true. How's it going? You want to come over? Wei Linyi asked with a smile. Aha. Shen Yaping nodded vigorously, his eyes full of longing. He didn't know if what Wei Linyi said was true, but he really needed a job, because he had been in jail. He had looked for a lot of jobs in the past 2 days, and when people saw that he was a prisoner of labor, they all rejected him one after another, which made it especially hard for him. Thinking about the previous Wei Linyi to give him a chance to be an auxiliary police officer. To be honest, he did not believe in his heart, but there was a voice that told him to go and see. Anyway, there is nothing to lose. This voice has been urging him to come over, so after thinking about it for a long time, he decided to come. When he arrived at the police station, he casually chatted with the auxiliary police, and surprisingly found that the person who kept him was the director of the Nanshan Institute. And in an instant, Shin Yaping's eyes lit up. That's the director. He's not going to lie to him, is he? Well, even if it was a lie, what could he do about it? So, with the attitude of trying, Shin Yaping squatted under the sun in front of the police station, wanting to wait for Wei Linyi to ask, "Then come in with me." Wei Linyi couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. He just wanted to pull Shin Yaping a hand, because in his previous life, he knew that this person, first of all, the heart is kind, and secondly, very righteous, belonging to the kind of loyalty and righteousness, a little like the combination of Lao Mo and Yu Yongyi. You can go through life without activating such talent, but you can't go without it. You can't have a little trouble with anyone, can you? Parking his car, Shin Yaping followed Wei Linyi to the general office. "Ren Jie, Shin Yaping, will follow you from now on. Take him well, okay, director?" Ren Jie immediately nodded in agreement, waiting to find Sister Qian to give him to do the entry formalities. The collar equipment are given to him with all, especially the coat. Wei Linyi explained, "By the way, give you $200, count me to lend you. Go to buy a few sets of decent thermal underwear. Do a good job in the future." Saying that, Wei Linyi patted Shin Yaping's shoulder and said with a smile, "Yes, thank you, director." Shin Yaping nodded vigorously, trying not to cry. Since coming out of prison, besides his parents, Wei Linyi is the only one who treats him so well. Don't care what he plans for himself. It's just that he has one rotten life left. What's the harm in giving it to him? After Wei Linyi went upstairs, Ren Jie greeted Shin Yaping with a smile. "Come on, come in and sit down. You'll be one of us from now on." Good, thanks, Shin Yaping said with a nod. "What's your relationship with our director?" Ren Jie asked in a small voice. "It doesn't matter," Shin Yaping said truthfully, other than the last time he received his ID card. The two had met once. Shin Yaping couldn't remember when he had met Wei Linyi, so he could only be honest and say that he didn't recognize him. Ren Jie, on the other hand, is completely unconvinced. The director personally brought in the auxiliary police. "You say you two do not know?" Only thing Shin Yaping is not want to say, but he is not in a hurry. Anyway, in the future to often work in a piece of work, wait for the future familiar, naturally can figure out. In a flash, 10 days passed. The time has come to January 13th, 2001, the 19th day of the Lunar New Year, and there is no Lunar New Year's Eve this year, so there are still 10 days to go before New Year's Eve. Near the Spring Festival, outside the home of the workers have returned to the town is also a day more lively than a day. Usually sparse a few people on the bus station, is now also crowded, cannot be squeezed. The Nanshan office is now preparing for the New Year's Eve and holiday scheduling. In addition to its daily stabilization work, these are the days you look forward to all year round. The revitalization of the internet cafe into the waxing moon later. The income is also into a peak stage, where there is what overnight preferences. Row clock are not finished. 50 computers, basically full load operation, which day turnover is 1,200 yuan. Lu Xiaolin is also a master with a brain. Opened a small store in the internet cafe, selling some cigarettes, noodles and drinks. A month down, but also generate a lot of income. The business of the internet cafe is so good, it is not no one read, but since some people make trouble. After being arrested to the police station to enjoy the VIP treatment, the brothers on the road know that this internet cafe is covered by the police station. As long as it is not stupid, no one dares to come over to make trouble. Even, there are well-informed internet cafe owner Lu Xiaolin. Not only his brother is an auxiliary police, the eldest uncle is a formal civilian police, and he himself is the Nanshan Institute of the White Gloves. So even more no one will hit the revitalization of the idea of the internet cafe. Wei Linyi looked at the internet cafe side of the ledger. From the opening in October to now, just less than 100 days, the account has been nearly $80,000 in revenue, which still refers to the funds after deducting all the expenses. This shows that business is booming. It also shows from the side that the business of collusion between the government and business is the most profitable business. No wonder so many unscrupulous businessmen like to collude with officials from time immemorial. Chapter 41 Cooperating with the Program Office 1. Toward the end of the year, not only did the people who worked outside return, but the overgrown gorillas who had been on the run for most of the year also began to return home one after another. As the saying goes, if you have money or not, you go home for the new year. These gorillas, outside the hard work for half a year, a delivery, is a son is just, back to pay the fine, the new year, but gave birth to a daughter, that can be worried about a lot. A bite, a stomping foot, continue to work it, run on the next year. Zhao Liang is one of them. 3 generations of his family, It was not easy to marry a daughter-in-law. Had 2 daughters in a row, all in time for the most stringent family planning. The already poor family conditions even worse. This is not. Last spring, Zhao Liang's wife Li Hui pregnant. Before the staff of the office of the plan to come, the 2 ran out of the work to go. So the office of the plan staff naturally pounced on the empty. This is not close to the new year. Li Hui, holding the 3rd daughter of the just full month, followed Zhao Liang back. The young couple was so sad. Li Hui knew that her belly was not competitive, and she walked behind Zhao Liang, not even daring to raise her head in a careful manner. The young couple returned home in the dark, carrying their child, thinking that they could hide their every move from the attention of the village. They didn't realize that their every move was under the watchful eye of someone who was interested in them until they both entered the house. The next morning, staff from the Nanshan Township Planning Office arrived at Zhao Liang's doorstep. The one who opened the door was Zhao Liang's father, Zhao Daming, and as soon as he saw that it was a cadre officer, Zhao Daming's eyes visibly shrank, and a wave of panic involuntarily appeared on his face. "What's the matter, comrade cadres?" Zhao Daming forcibly stabilized his mind and forced a smile. "What business do we have? Don't you know in your heart?" The staff member at the head of the planning office, named Li Dong, asked in a cold voice, "Where are your son Zhao Liang and daughter-in-law Li Hui? Have them come out and cooperate with us. My son and daughter-in-law are not at home. They went out to work and haven't come back for over a year. Who knows where they went?" Zhao Daming tried to muddle through. "Cut the crap. Since we are here, that means we definitely have evidence. I hope you don't obstruct the law enforcement, or else the offense will be increased." Li Dong sneered coldly. "They wouldn't be so dedicated if they didn't have hard evidence to run around in this cold. My son, they are really not at home. They didn't come back at all." Zhao Daming still wanted to argue, but Li Dong simply did not give him this opportunity and directly led the people to rush inside. As he was about to enter the east room, a man rushed out of the house, and it was Zhao Liang. He did not come out, his wife Li Hui and just a month-old daughter is inside. This cold, coupled with the difference between men and women, how can allow this group of old men into the house? Good, Zhao Liang, you are indeed at home. Zhao Daming, what else do you have to say? As soon as Li Dong saw Zhao Liang, he was instantly energized. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with the reported information. Zhao Daming at this time did not know what to say, only bowed his head and admitted his mistake, and pleaded one way or another. "Leaders, raise your hand. Let us off the hook. Our family has 3 generations. If we don't have a son, how are we going to see our ancestors after we die?" Zhao Daming, what era is this? Your family has a throne to inherit? Do you have to have a son? Let you off the hook. We let you off the hook last year and your family had a 2nd child. We let you off the hook this year and you had a 3rd child. And now you want me to let you off the hook. Are you preparing for sustainable development? Li Dong said helplessly. Before your family had 2 children. The fine for the 2nd child is still $5,000 unpaid. This time your daughter-in-law has given birth to 3 more children. You should be satisfied, right? This 3rd child, according to the policy, the fine is 30,000 yuan, and another is that the sterilization surgery must be done. This matter is non-negotiable. What? 30,000? Why don't you go and rob? You should know better than us what's going on in our family. You can't even take out 300, not to mention 30,000. Zhao Daming glared and said angrily, "You know your family doesn't have any money, too, then why did you have so many children? Let them follow you and suffer?" Li Dong asked rhetorically. "This doesn't need to be in your hands, reincarnated into our family. Naturally we have to live our family's life. A son doesn't mind his mother's ugliness. A dog doesn't mind his family's poverty. Can it be any harder than the 3 years of natural disasters?" Zhao Daming said in a deep voice. "Can that be the same? Children are born to be nurtured, to be educated. Do you think that giving a mouthful of food is the end?" Li Dong said, "Whether you borrow or loan, I don't care how the money comes, but the fine must be paid in a hurry, and Zhao Liang and your daughter-in-law must be sterilized. Not your grandma's leg, I just don't know what can you do." Zhao Liang's fire came up, although he is already the father of 3 children, but after all, he is only 26 years old, young and vigorous. "Oh, I'm grumpy. What? You want to rebel? You are confronting the government. I want to see how you can play with me." Li Dong was extremely angry and laughed back. He had experienced too many things like this, but the one who dared to confront him face to face, he, Zhao Liang, was still the first. Rebellion on the rebellion. "Don't think I don't know on the damn you called Li Dong. Live in Nanshan Town Riverfront District, Building 1, Unit 1, Room 301. You have a son at home, huh? I'm not afraid of extinction. Today my words are put down here. I go with you to ligation. But you let me extinction. You do not want a good. I must let your family also extinction. Do not believe you try." Zhao Liang said viciously, his tone filled with determination. As soon as these words left his mouth, Not only did Li Dong's eyes shrink, even the staff members who followed him here had a creepy feeling. The work of the Office of Planning is not good, often besieged, beaten is a common occurrence, but by Zhao Liang's so blatant, vicious threat is really the first time. The point is, several people observed from his demeanor, tone and state, there is only one feeling, that is, he really did it. At that moment, several people were numb and looked at Li Dong. Li Dong at this time to say that he is not afraid that is false. This eyes, like the eyes of the wild wolf in the animal world, excitement with cruelty, let a person look at a kind of chilling feeling, but a few juniors are looking at him. Li Dong understand that he cannot wimp out at this time. If he wimped out, the future of the work will not be good. Then in the future, who still listen to their own? Are you threatening law enforcement? Can I understand that you are threatening me? Li Dong said with an ugly face. You can interpret it that way, I'm just warning you, believe it or not, try it if you don't. Zhao Liang also went out on a limb, try and pass away. Chapter 42 Cooperate with the Program Office 2. Born and raised in the countryside, Zhao Liang, who has shouldered the burden of the family inheritance since childhood, has the same feudalistic thinking as his father. How can he hold his head up without a son? Without a son, when he dies, who will hold a stick for him? Who will bury him? Who will burn paper money for him on New Year's Day? What kind of married daughter can come back to burn paper money for her parents? Even if you do, if your daughter can burn it, who do your grandchildren think you are? You'll still lose your lineage, won't you? Looking at Zhao Liang's death-defying attitude, it would be a lie for Li Dong to say that he was not afraid. Even if he subdued Zhao Liang, there was still a Zhao Daming next to him. Zhao Liang is dead. Can Zhao Daming spare him? Only 1,000 days to catch a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief? Therefore, Li Dong was also riding a tiger now. For a while, several people froze there, all looking at each other. What's wrong, Director Li? How's the job talk going? Wei Lin Yi's voice sounded behind him. Originally, the family planning work was given to the instructor Zhang Liang, but today the purchase of New Year's goods. Wei Lin Yi asked him to go to the county town to look for some doorway. More good things back to the comrades to have a fat chatter joyful year. It is not coincidental. Zhang Liang just left the front foot. The back foot of the Office of Planning came to the phone, said that there is a task. Please police station out of people to cooperate. Originally Wei Lin Yi did not want to come, but once I heard that it was Zhao Zhuang, the executor of the family of 3 daughters, but also not willing to cooperate with the family planning, it is possible to take coercive measures. Suddenly a jolt in the heart, thought of the previous life of the New Year's Eve extermination of the tragedy. The suspect is not Zhao. The family is also 3 daughters, because they have not yet given birth to a son, want to be sustainable. The result is the planning office of the people forced to invite to go to do a ligation surgery. So a moment of different ideas, into the dead end of his, on New Year's Eve carrying an axe to take the lead in arresting him to go to the ligation of the planning office staff of the whole family to hack to death. This case, which was a sensation at the time, caught him when Zhao Liang was still eating his last supper with his children. There was not the slightest panic, and when he was interrogated, he said calmly and with a smile on his face that he had lost the conviction to live ever since he had been GA, and that instead of muddling through life being bullied and scolded for not being able to lift his head up, it would be better to die a happy death with a bang. Thinking of the case, Wei Lin Yi's heart suddenly a burst of tension, for fear that the murder in the previous life, this life again, so he directly personally led the team. The Song Hu, Hua Bin, Ren Jie and Xin Yaping are rushed to the scene. Seeing the heavily armed Wei Lin Yi and the 4 auxiliary police, Zhao Liang's eyes visibly shrank, and he unconsciously brought a trifle of fear with him. Li Dong, on the other hand, brightened up and hurriedly greeted him with a bitter face. Director Wei, you're just in time. This is today's executor, Zhao Liang, who not only refused to fulfill his ligation obligation, but also spoke out of turn, threatening law enforcement officers and wanting to kill my entire family. Director Wei, you must decide for us, comrade police officer. You should not listen to his side of the story. This person where is the government staff, simply is more bandits than bandits. People bandits also know how much to rob how much. He is good, not only to rob now have, even the income of the next 10 years are robbed together. This is simply let a person cannot live. Zhao Daming is not a good person. Directly fell to his knees on the ground, hugging Wei Lin Yi's thighs and cried, originally the birth of a girl. Our family was fined 20,000, and this time to be fined 30,000. This is not to take our lives, right? In this year, it's not certain if we can save $3,000 a year, let alone $30,000. And that's not enough. They have to take people to be sterilized. Isn't that forcing them to die? Wei Lin Yi rushed to help Zhao Daming up. Uncle, you do not nervous. There is something to say. What? Crying what? Crying cannot solve the problem. We come to the door today is to solve the problem, not to intensify the conflict, right? Wei Linyi in his previous life often followed the staff of the Office of Planning behind the mix, but also seen a lot of this kind of thing. Threats, scolding, suicide, countless. For uncle this kind of situation, it is also considered commonplace, but there is no way. Work is work. The country set the policy. No matter what, they have to implement. Let's sit down and chat with the comrades of the planning office to see how things can be resolved. Violent obstruction of law enforcement that is illegal and subject to legal sanctions. So it's better if we don't do this stupid thing, right? Wei Linyi said with a smile. You are Zhao Liang, right? The young man is still young. Look long term. The future days are still long. Any longer than that, if there's no boy, it's better to die while you can. Zhao Liang said firmly. I know you're all in this together. Don't bully me too much or I'd rather die a fish. It's easy for you to die, but have you thought about your 3 children? You brought them into this world, and then you don't care about them? They are the precious assets that your wife left you only after she was pregnant in October and gave birth in a single day and suffered so much, and you just discarded them as if they were nothing? Wei Linyi asked rhetorically. Can you stand up to her? I'm sure I'm right for her. I treated her so well and ended up giving birth to 3 girls in one face. Isn't that putting me in a dead end? Zhao Liang cried. Ha ha ha, at a glance you're the poor kid who didn't go to middle school. Wei Linyi laughed and said with more or less disdain in his tone. Don't you know that it's not the woman who decides to give birth to a boy or a girl, it's the man who decides. And whatever seed he plants will blossom and bear fruit. Your wife always gives you daughters. This is not really her fault. If you want to blame it on your seed not working. Wei Linyi said with a smile. You're talking nonsense. How is this possible? Zhao Liang hadn't been to middle school, graduating from elementary school at the end of the 5th grade, and hadn't learned about this aspect of human reproduction, so he didn't quite understand how the gender of the child being born could have anything to do with boys. Traditional thinking has always been that giving birth to children is a matter for women's bellies. Where would I have thought that this has something to do with tadpoles? If you don't believe me, find a middle school biology textbook and take a good look. Wei Linyi said with a smile. So what? Blame the man or blame the woman? That's not the point. The point is that no one can stop me from having a son. Without a son, I'd rather die now. Zhao Liang said sadly. Blocking me from having a son is not good for me, and I won't let you guys have a good time either. No, everyone will be destroyed together. Don't you get too excited. What's the point of getting excited? Wei Linyi is also helpless, facing Zhao Liang, who was able to cut down all of Li Dong's family in his previous life. He is more or less a bit numbclawed, coupled with Zhao Liang's death-defying attitude and tone. Wei Linyi didn't know what to say. Chapter 43 Cooperate with Program Office 3. We so stalemate is not a way. The new year. I do not want to bring you all back to the police station. Uncle, find a room. Let's have a good chat. Wei Linyi said with a smile. Aha, okay. Zhao Daming couldn't figure out what Wei Linyi meant, and seeing how polite he was, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. So the group went to the hall of Zhao Daming's house. Sit down. What is the state of the concrete situation on our side? To be honest, I don't really understand. Uncle Zhao, let's just talk about the most basic policy. The family planning policy is an important state policy that is uniformly deployed by the state and implemented throughout the country. It's not aimed at any particular person or any individual, right? Wei Linyi asked with a smile. Zhao Daming nodded. It was time to say no. Even though he was just an old farmer, he still knew this. People on our side, or most people in the country, are more traditional. Our Chinese culture inherited for 4,000 to 5,000 years also tells us that there are 3 unfilial things and no descendants. And this descendant is the boy, also known as the jaw stick, right? If you have broken the jaw stone, you will be easily looked down upon, poked at, laughed at, and bullied by others in the countryside, right? Wei Linyi further guided him and said, right, comrade police. This is the word. My family 3 generations of single transmission. The old ancestors so many generations passed down from one generation to the next. The result you say to me this broken. How can I go to see the ancestors after this death? Zhao Daming said with a crying face. Well, yes, this point I and you are the same point of view. To be honest, our family is also. I have 5 aunts, but there is no uncle grandpa. My father is on his own. To my generation, that is, I am myself. If I do not give birth to a son in the future, then our family to me is also even a broken branch. Wei Linyi smiled and said, Uncle Zhao, you help me to think together. If I give birth to a daughter in the future, what should I do? Then it must be followed by birth. Zhao Liang said with certainty. But, my job has requirements. Family planning requirements. Public officials are only allowed to have 1 child. If I have a second child, I won't be able to keep this job. Although the official position is not big, it's just a small police station chief. But I'm still young. My goal is the director of the Public Security Bureau. Even if it's a vice director, in front of my child and my job. How do I choose? In fact, I'm also very confused. Uncle Zhao, Zhao Liang, can you give me an answer? Wei Linyi looked at Zhao Deming and Zhao Liang eagerly like a sponge seeking knowledge. This time, the master and the two are a little hesitant. The police station chief in their eyes has been very powerful. This is the future to impact the director of the Public Security Bureau of the people. In order to give birth to a child, to give up the opportunity to become a human being, as long as it is not stupid, we'll know how to choose. Comrade police officer, you're you, we're us, we're just little old people, not like you. Zhao Liang's brain turned quickly as well, immediately countering from his own condition. And that's true, everyone is different, so how can we say the same thing? That's true, but essentially there's really no difference. We're all choosing the one that's more favorable to us out of the two rights, aren't we? Wei Linyi smiled and said, then again, I just took a cursory look at our family situation, and we've already given birth to 3, right? Well, it's all the girlies, Zhao Daming said in shame. Good girl. I'm a person who always thinks that daughters are better than sons. My grandmother has 5 daughters and 1 son, but my 5 aunts are all very filial. My father, that's a long way off. Don't mention it. Wei Linyi laughed. This is all normalized stuff that he's talking about, and in rural areas, this is all part of a common situation. How could Zhao Daming not know that? But even though the child was ungrateful, he still wanted grandchildren. Let's not talk about whether to have a 4th child or not. Let's talk about the current situation. I've heard that you paid a $20,000 fine when you had your 2nd child. There's still $5,000 left to pay? Wei Linyi asked. Yes. Zhao Liang nodded. There's also a fine of $30,000 for having 3 children, which adds up to $35,000. This is not a small amount of money, Wei Linyi said in a deep voice. How much money can your family save in a year? On the premise of supporting these 3 children, can't save much money, Zhao Daming said with his head hanging down. Then how are you going to pay this fine? This money is paid to the state treasury. As long as the ticket is issued, can have to be paid. No one can give you a waiver, Wei Linyi said. Zhao Daming and Zhao Liang were both silent for a while. With the current situation of their family, the master and the two go out to work to earn money. It is already very difficult to save $5,000 a year. $35,000 It will take at least 7 or 8 years to pay it back. In fact, there is also a saying in our countryside called laughing at the poor but not laughing at the prostitutes. This saying is a rough word. People say that your family will laugh at you if you don't have a son, but have you ever thought about it? If your family is poor, people will laugh at you even more. Do you admit this? Wei Linyi further guided. Admit it. Zhao Liang nodded fiercely. It's good to admit it. Let's make a hypothetical. Let's say you have a 4th son, and the fine is unquestionable. Add another $30,000. That's a total of $65,000 in fines. Is that okay? See, father and son shook his head. Wei Linyi continued. Now the wage level is only about $400. You two counted $500 for you. A month can earn $1,000. Your family of 4 children to feed, to eat, to go to school, the expenses of human relations. For the time being, even if you 10 years can pay off the fine, the youngest children have to be in the 3rd grade, counting upwards. The 3, 4, 5, 6 grades, 1 grade, all to spend money, when the children are growing up to support 4 children to go to school. Your family eat it? The 1st grade is a time to spend money, and when the children grow up, to support 4 children to go to school. Your family can eat it? Can you send all the other children to school so that they can come down to work and earn money? If you do that, the whole village will know about your family's situation. Won't it be a shame? Knowing that your family is poor. Honestly, you can't even get your daughter married, let alone get a daughter-in-law. And then back 1,000 steps. 3 daughters to the time when they can make money down to make money, to provide for her brother, and then their own life in the countryside in the ground to dig food. This is what we as parents would like to see? Even if you work hard now and give birth to a big fat boy next year, and marry him and give him children 20 years later, by then, can you afford the bride price? Can you buy him a house? Times are developing. Now the bride price for marriage is basically $8,000 $10,000, equivalent to a strong man do not eat and drink 2 or 3 years of wages. By then, it is also similar. Alone a bride price of $200,000 to $300,000. You can get out of it? Urbanization is a big trend. Do you think children will still stay in the countryside in the future? They will have to buy a house in the city and become city dwellers. Do you have the money to settle your children in the city? If you don't buy a house, you won't even be able to get a daughter-in-law. So how can you continue your family's legacy? I do think so. If you can't give your child a superior living condition, it's better not to force him to be born and let him follow you guys to suffer. Wei Linyi said in a deep voice. And the assumptions I just made are all based on the premise that your next child must be a boy. What if the next child is still a girl? Continue to give birth? Continue to be punished?
Let the children who are born follow you in the family forever and suffer? When other children wear new clothes, your children don't. When other children eat good food, your children don't. When other children drive cars, your children don't. When other people's children eat good food, your children don't. When other people's families drive small cars, your family still doesn't have one. When other families have money, your family can only hover at the subsistence level every day, and you can't afford to be poor, so how can you make people look up to you? It's not scary to have no son, but 3 daughters, one of whom can be left at home to carry on the family line in the future. What's scary is the poverty of not seeing hope. I've said all I can say. You 2 men think about it, Wei Linyi said in a deep voice. As a passerby, Wei Linyi is very clear that after 20 years, children need to get married. Liangcheng County, the house is not expensive. A house of 1 million, the down payment of 35 or 60,000, plus decoration, almost 500,000, and then carry a 1 million mortgage, counting the interest. The bride price money of 200,000, a little bit not enough. 3 gold is considered to be less. Usually hardware, almost not less than 50,000, and a little bit of buy $100,000 of the car for transportation. Not too much, right? Roughly speaking, it's almost 800,000 or $900,000, and then counting the banquet wedding and whatnot. $1 million really can't be blocked. How much can the average family save in a year? Even small established families were a bit unable to carry it off, let alone a family like Zhao Liang. It's a toss-up whether we'll get a daughter-in-law by then. Zhao Daming and Zhao Liang were both silent for a while, and even the few people in the planning office were stunned by Wei Linyi's words of persuasion, and they were all silent there. Since ancient times, China is the social culture of laughing at the poor but not laughing at the prostitutes. If you are poor, where people look down on you, even if you have a son, so what? Usually, the 2 masters are thinking of having a son to continue the lineage. After Wei Linyi said so, they found that even if it is the continuation of the lineage, so what? When the time comes, the family is too poor to marry a daughter-in-law. The same is to be cut off, and the whole family has to suffer along with them. What's the point? Seeing that the 2 are a little bit moved, Wei Linyi continued to pursue. You know the fertility situation in the past few years. Every family has a boy. Celebrating is quite celebratory, but have they ever considered a problem? Every family is a boy. Where to find a daughter-in-law in the future? The difference in the ratio of men to women is too great, not to mention the distant. Let's talk about the present. There is not a 10 or 8 bachelors in that village, and it's no exaggeration to say that there will only be more in the future. When the time comes, the 3 girls in your family, whether they eat or not is not a matter of concern. If you marry your daughters, you think about it yourselves. Will you marry a rich man or a poor man? Besides, on the other hand, if you have a girl in your family, do you want to marry into a family like your own? Reasoning, this piece, Wei Linyi has not been afraid of anyone. Reasonable, unreasonable can still account for 3 points, said he. After this burst of his fact-based, future-oriented fooling around, Zhao Daming and Zhao Liang suddenly realized that it really makes sense to have such a child. What if the next child is still a daughter? Oftentimes, people take the bull by the horns, such as the matter of having a son and passing on the flavor. However, very often, the birth of a son may not be able to pass on the incense, which is the most painful thing. Xianyu's old village is not big. Create a myth, 180 households, more than 20 bachelors, all are after 90 seconds. Looking at Zhao Daming and Zhao Liang, both father and son, who were silent, Wei Linyi decided to add another fire to them. In fact, the ligation surgery is not a sterilization surgery. It is the principle of the man's vas deferens where the woman's fallopian tubes to cut off the closed, so as to achieve the effect of male and female contraception. If you go to some big city hospitals, in fact, you can also use some special materials to connect on the time, or can restore fertility. Of course, the premise is that you yourself still have the ability to have children. Fertility, we can't say all 80 years old, and then connected to still be able to have children. Really? Zhao Liang brightened up at the words. If I have a ligature surgery, I'll have a chance to recover later? That's for sure. Ligation surgery isn't castration surgery. You think? Wei Linyi was also speechless. In the past life, there are too many people who think that ligature surgery means that their balls are removed and they can no longer be a man, so they are very reluctant to do this, which is actually caused by the lack of publicity. In addition, if you couple agree to cooperate with the ligation surgery, regarding the fine, directorly, give a discount. After all, the fine is not the purpose. The implementation of the policy is. What do you say? Wei Linyi said with a smile. Since Wei Li Dong patted his chest and guaranteed, looked at Zhao Daming and Zhao Liang masters are still a little hesitant. Wei Linyi said, directorly, Uncle Zhao's family conditions are here. The penalty is more.
they really cannot afford it, so that the second child of the fine to let 5,000, the third child of this and then let 5,000, to make up a whole number, let a total of 10,000 yuan, okay? Director Wei, this is really difficult. I don't dare to give you a guarantee. I can only say that I will try my best to apply, okay? Li Dong said with a bitter smile on his face. I'm just a deputy director. There are leaders above me. Ha ha, I can see that Director Li has hopes of a high promotion at any time. Wei Lin smiled and said, I'll leave this to you. I believe in you. Then, he turned his head to look at Zhao Daming's father and son. What do you guys think? Why don't you two discuss it again? Zhao Daming and his masters looked at each other speechless, silent for a long time. Zhao Ming finally spoke up. Director Wei, we listen to you. This day of hiding in the east, I've had enough. And with more children, it's really too tiring, and it's not fair to us adults, or to the children growing up. Since you have decided, cooperate well with the comrades of the planning office. Make good money, don't be burdened. There will be a time when the policy will be changed in the future. Then, as long as there is money in your pocket, you can regenerate at any time. Now, just live the present day well before you say. Wei Lin, he said with a smile. As a born-again person, he knows that in another 10 years or so, not only will the second child be open, but the third child will also be encouraged. Unlike now, when there is a fine for having a second child. Chapter 44, Robbing the Marriage? Wei Lin also did not expect Zhao Liang father and son so good to be persuaded. On the spot decided to go to do ligation surgery. Li Dong look at the two people so give face, is also gritting his teeth to ensure that they must give them to save $10,000 out of the gratitude. Director, it's still you who's great. You took down this family in just a few words. Xin Yaping said with a smile. Oh, too much praise. By the way, you have to smile more. Do not always sad face, or also think that suffered much aggrieved like. Wei Lin, he said with a smile. Quite handsome young man. After 2 years to save some money and then find a daughter-in-law. This day has to be forward, not? Well, you're right. Xin Yaping nodded fiercely, just a slight hint of bitterness in his smile. Although sitting in jail for a few years, but Xin Yaping still cannot get over it, which is no way out of the matter. Let's just give it to time. The five were about to drive back to the office when the phone rang. Wei Lin opened it and it was Zhang Na. Wei Shangqi village Xiao Wangzhuang. Someone called the police and said that someone robbed the wedding. The scene is about to cause a death. Need to go to the police as soon as possible. Is it convenient for you to go over now? You're the worm in my stomach, aren't you? I'm just planning to go back here. Alright, I'll take someone over there. Wei Lin said helplessly. Hey, okay. Zhang Na said playfully. Soon, 5 people came to the village of Shangxi, all the way to the south, almost halfway to the hillside before coming to the small Wangzhuang. This Zhuangzi Wei Lin is really not unfamiliar. He has an aunt is married in this Zhuangzi. New Year's festivals came a few times to pick up the aunt back to go away to the mother's home. It was easy to find the spot because of the big red arch where the wedding took place. At this moment, the wedding scene could be described as a mess, surrounded by a full crowd of people who were eating, and in the very center, the groom, the bride, and their families were arguing there. Step back in time to 3 hours ago. Today is the day of Wang Yu's wedding. The 8-year-long love affair is finally going to usher in the joy of harvest. So Wang Yu's joy is self-evident. Only, his joy doesn't represent everyone, such as the bride, Flower Lotus. At this moment, she is just full of unwillingness to escape from here. That said, Wang Yu and Hua Lian is an elementary school classmate, is also considered a childhood friend, together on the junior high school later. Hua Lian's father died due to illness, leaving her mother to stay with her siblings. It is difficult to follow the high tuition, and this time, Wang Yu timely appearance. Hua Lian launched a fierce pursuit, and bear the cost of her living expenses and tuition. So Hua Lian and he talked about being friends and established a relationship with a man and a woman. Only, the good times are not always. Wang Yu's family is not rich. To provide for him one is already very tough. This is one more person. It is a little bit unbearable. So Wang Yu took it upon herself to drop out of school and earn money to support Hua Lian through high school and college. The latter was also filled with emotion. And after their senior year of high school, the two were engaged to be married. Now 4 years have passed and Hua Lian is finally graduating. So the two families discussed the idea of hurrying up and letting the young couple have a wedding and get married and forget about it. That's what led to today's wedding. Only they all didn't know that Hua Lian had received a higher education in school and had long since looked down on Wang Yu as a two-bailey. One of them is thinking of settling down in a big city and looking forward to a bright future life, while the other is thinking of earning a small amount of money and a small life with a wife and children. They are also increasingly at odds with each other because of their different three views. The most critical thing is that Hua Lian also has a boyfriend at school, and the two plan to get married after graduation. Who knows that the family rushes so urgently? Therefore, As soon as she received the news, Hualien immediately called her boyfriend Tang Li for support, and the latter lived up to his request, rushing over from the field in a hurry. Originally, he was thinking of taking Flower Lotus to elope, but the latter strongly disagreed. She thought she owed Wang Yu too much, and there were some things that it was better to say clearly in person. And so, on the day of the wedding, there was this scene before us. Wedding in progress. The ceremony will begin with the entrance of the newlyweds. Please ask all guests to take their seats and let's welcome the newlyweds together. In the romantic wedding march, the beautiful bride and groom hold hands and walk towards the sacred wedding stage. Do you, bridegroom, take Miss Flower Lotus to be your wife, to honor her, to love her, to care for her in poverty and in wealth, in health and in sickness, in good times and in bad, for all eternity? Do you? I do. Wang Yu shouted as her face turned red with excitement. Ha 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 ha. At once, everyone on stage burst into laughter. Miss Hualien, would you be willing to marry the gentleman before you, whether in good times or bad, rich or poor, healthy or sick? Will you do it? The MC then asked. Flower Lotus surprisingly remained silent amidst Wang Yu's expectant eyes. Miss Hualien, would you be willing to marry the gentleman before you, whether in good times or bad, rich or poor, healthy or sick? Will you? The MC couldn't help but stare and had to repeat himself. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was also very anxious and gave Hualien a wink, signaling her to hurry up and answer. The latter's face couldn't help but flash a trace of struggle, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the firm voice of a boy on the stage. She's not willing. The person she is willing to marry is me. The person who came was no other than Tang Li, the boyfriend that Hualien had talked about in school. He was seen striding onto the stage, directly squeezing the master of ceremonies to the side, and then standing in the middle of Flower Lotus and Wang Yu. You are Wang Yu, right? I've heard Hualien mention you. You're not from the same world. She's an upper-class person with higher education, while you're just a junior high school graduated punk. Mason, there's a world of difference between you, so I'm asking you to let Hualien off the hook, and give her her freedom, Tang Li said forcefully. Wang Yu was directly confused. The MC's CPU is drying up and smoking. All the relatives and friends on stage were dumbfounded as well. What kind of divine operation is this? It's the first time this has happened in the thousands of years since Liangcheng County was founded. Stealing a marriage? Stealing love? Third-party meddling? Holy, who the hell are you? Wang Yu's eyes instantly reddened, roaring like a lion whose home had been stolen. I'm Hualien's boyfriend and fiancé, and we've decided to get married as soon as we graduate from university, Tang Li said without fear. That tone, that demeanor, as if Wang Yu was the one who was the third party interrupting. Flower Lotus, what's going on? Wang Yu asked with a face full of incredulity. I'm sorry, Wang Yu. I've always treated you as my brother, my relative. I don't have love for you. Please let me go. Hualien was in tears, looking as if she had been greatly wronged. If Wei Linyi came early, it is estimated that he had to call out spicy eyes. This is not a proper green tea. Wang Yu sniffed and looked at Hualien incredulously. Don't joke with me. This is our wedding site. I'm not joking. I'm sorry, Wang Yu. I'm serious. I love Tang Li, not you. Hualien said word for word. Originally I wanted to just walk away, but I thought about how much you've given to me over the years, and I think it's better to make things clear. Wang Yu incredulously took a step back. The flowers in her hand directly fell to the ground. Her eyes were red and full of unbelief as she looked at Hualien. You don't love me. You didn't say so earlier? You don't love me. Why did you agree to get married? You do not love me. Why did you have to wait until this wedding scene to say? What did you do earlier? Hualien was startled by Wang Yu's frantic hissing and couldn't help but take a step back. Tang Li naturally took her into his arms, wanting to protect her. This action, however, greatly irritated Wang Yu, who directly made a flying lunge and knocked Tang Li to the ground with a punch. One is a construction site moving bricks, mixed with the workplace of the young boy. The other is the ivory tower has not graduated the senior student. The two sides are not even a quantitative opponent. So Tang Li directly by Wang Yu knocked to the ground, and then a fist punch without hesitation in Tang Li's face. Not the slightest bit of force. The hatred of taking a wife is not shared. The key is that Tang Li also ran to the wedding scene to snatch the bride. This is not the old man drinking arsenic looking for death. Hey, don't fight. Don't fight. You guys don't fight. Wang Lian hurriedly went to pull Wang Yu, telling him not to fight. Nay, at this time, Wang Yu has long been playing red eye. Simply do not listen. Pull all pull not open the kind. To Tang Li is a burst of output. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull it apart. Wei Linyi brought Ring Jia's 4 people below to eat half a day's worth of melons, and at this time hurriedly urged a few people to rush up. Stop fighting, all of you. Police. Xing Yaping and Song who rushed to the front and directly pulled the groom Wang Yu up. It was only then that Tang Li below slowed down, and had long since turned blue in the nose. Police uncle, I called the police.
I called the police. He hit me, Tang Li hurriedly greeted. Originally, before coming here, Tang Li has predicted the possibility of being beaten up, so first reported the false police, just waiting for the police to come to good rescue him. Only he did not expect the police to come so slowly, or did not expect the police to come also in the crowd to see the fun, not to protect him, so raw a good beating. Wei Lin Yi to wait for the two parties were pulled away, which slowly walked up to the stage. Hey, not to mention, in a previous life, or the first time to the identity of the police on this wedding stage. The feeling is not the same, huh? Police uncle, help, he's going to beat me to death. Look what he did to me. Tang Li took a look at Wei Lin Yi's arrival and hurried to sell his misery. Why did he hit you? Wei Lin Yi looked at him with a smirk and said in a deep voice, why didn't he hit anyone else but you? This was a question that Tang Li didn't even know how to answer. Could he still say that he was prying someone's bride at their wedding? Although he thought that he and Hualian truly loved each other, he also knew that the fact that he had done this was too unethical. A beating was inevitable, and he had brought the police here to find a way back for himself to get out of here in one piece, or else he was afraid he would be beaten to death by the heat here. Let me go. You guys let me go. Wang Yu also slowed down at this time, and reason took the high ground again. Once Wei Lin Yi nodded, Xin Yaping and Song Hu hurriedly let go of their hands. The latter straightened the clothes on his body, then looked at Flower Lotus. Is this what you mean? There was a moment of silence from Flower Lotus, as she too was speechless and didn't know what the right thing to say was. Okay, I get it. If you don't want to get married you can just say so. Why go to all this trouble? You go. Wang Yu actually said the words to let Hualian go, which stunned everyone around her, including Wei Lin. He did not expect him to be so generous. You're letting me go? Hualian asked as she looked at Wang Yu incredulously. Or what? Will you marry me? Wang Yu asked with a deadpan expression. Hualian shook her head vigorously. Then if you don't leave, are you still waiting for the banquet? Wang Yu laughed to himself. Can't let her go. What does our Wang family think we are? A middle-aged woman rushed up and said with a sad face. It's fine if you don't get married. All these years, our family fed you to high school and college, and as a result, we raised such a white-eyed wolf as you? The middle-aged woman said sadly to Hualian, spitting all over her face. The latter froze and didn't dare to say a word. Mom, let her go. Her heart isn't here anymore. Even if she marries her, she won't live long. Why bother? Wang Yu's voice was hoarse, with a slight hint of crying, and said helplessly, let her go can, but words to say clearly, or else today my old Wang family old and young relatives and friends are here. The whole village family relatives and neighbors are on the scene. This is not clear. My old Wang family in the future how to be based in Zaya Wangzwang? How can you get married? Wang Yu's mother said with a sad and angry face. Big brother, you go to Huazhuang and bring Hualian's mother here. I want to make it clear to him face to face. His old Hua's family is also a big family, but he raised such a thing? In-law's mother, no need to go. I've come by myself. A voice rang out from the crowd, only to see an old woman in her 50s, supported by a young man of 18 or 19, gasping for breath as she arrived on the stage. Mom! Hualian cried out in tears and aggravation. I'm not your mom. I don't have a mom like you. The old woman slapped Hualian's face hard and said through gritted teeth, how could I have such an ungrateful, white-eyed daughter like you? The latter was caught off guard by the whip, and the entire left side of his face instantly swelled up. Hualian's mother didn't bother to look at her. Instead she turned around, and with a plop, fell on her knees in front of Wang Yu's mother. In-law's mother, I'm sorry for my failure to teach my daughter. I'm here to make amends to you, for this matter today. It's our old Hua family that's sorry for your old Wang family. After saying that, Hualian's mom directly knocked her head hard on the ground and didn't get up for a long time. When Wang Yu's mom saw this, she was dumbfounded, even though she had 1,000 words to say. What else could she say when people were like this? And when Wang Wei saw Hualian's mother's stance, he secretly praised her. This old is not a good person. Chapter 45 Dogma. I can't be your in-law's mother. Since things have come to this point, there is no more possibility of our two families tying the knot. You don't have to do this either. Wang Yu's mother stepped forward to help up Hualian's mother and said in a cold voice, how our family has treated your family over the years. Everyone in the 3 villages and 5 villages knows, and I don't want to say anything more, but what your family has done is simply rubbing our old Wang family's face on the ground. No, big sister, listen to me, Hualian's mom hurriedly said. Only her words were interrupted by Wang Yu's mom before she could finish. Okay, you listen to me. So many years, I have been treating the Flower Lotus as my own daughter-in-law. My stupid son has even put his own school cannot, also want to provide for her. We persuaded how many times, but he always said, to the Flower Lotus flower is for his own daughter-in-law flower. Told us not to ask, always a family in the future. Wang Yu's mother said after a pause, so many years down, she Flower Lotus but never said a sentence does not like our family Wang Yu.
but where she said a word of no.
We cannot put the stove to this point, but you should not be 10,000 should not. In the wedding day, in the family and friends gathered under the stage, to give us a whole so,
this is not in the slightest put our old Wang family in our eyes.
Hua Lian, I would like to ask you, what exactly is it about our old Wang family that has wronged you, that you have to take such revenge?
When Wang Yu's mom said this, she was really in tears.
It is conceivable that after today,
his old Wang family will be famous,
and in the future, if Wang Yu wants to find a daughter-in-law again, it won't be so easy. No, auntie, I didn't mean it sincerely. I'm sorry.
Hua Lian cried like a pear, shaking her head repeatedly, stating that this was not her original intention.
Oh, since we have come to this point, want to ease is already no room. In that case,
all these years we spend on your flower family's money, let's not count the money.
Alone spend on you Hua Lian. A sum of money can be accounted for. This money you have to pay, or else today you don't want to leave this gate,
Wang Yu's mom said in a domineering manner.
After saying that,
she was only seen running towards the stage,
and in less than 2 minutes she ran back again,
with an extra thick ledger in her hand, which clearly recorded all the expenses given to Flower Lotus during the period from junior year to senior year,
with each and every one of them specially labeled.
Turn to see the last page of the time. Wang Yu's mother directly read aloud, from the New Year's Day in 1995,
until today,
our old Wang family spent a total of 100,000
yuan on your Hua Lian, in addition to the dowry money of 30,000 yuan. Meet the gift of 11,000 yuan,
silver and gold jewelry and a piece of almost 30,000
yuan, a total of 170,000 yuan. Come up with this money, you go away, not to come to the court, also have to get you in and sentenced. If you don't get this money, you'll have to go to court and be sentenced. Don't think you can just run away when you say you want to.
After spending so much money on our family, if you don't pay it back you're cheating on your marriage.
You're a fraud.
Wang Yu's mom crossed her arms and said with a straight face, the police are right here,
but if you say a word no, I'm going to call the police to arrest you.
Wei Linyi with a few auxiliary police are eating melon to see the fun,
but the results did not expect to lie down can also be shot.
Yes, this does constitute the crime of cheating marriage and fraud,
Wei Linyi said weakly. $170,000? Hua Lian's mom almost blacked out and fell head over heels.
It's really not that she wants to cheat.
Heaven and earth conscience this money, she really did not see a penny
Whether it is the bride price money of 30,000, or the meeting gift of 11,000,
the dregs of gold and silver jewelry she has not seen yet. She knows that her daughter is the old Wang family to feed up the university.
These years are also people to raise.
And what is the qualification to ask people to ask for dowry money? In her heart,
her own daughter has long been the old Wang family. I just didn't think she would dare to do such a thing that would corrupt the family.
Xiaolian, where's the money? Who told you to take the dowry money? Didn't I tell you?
I don't want a penny of the bride price, Hua Lian's mom said with a face full of anger.
Hua Lian bowed her head in silence.
Tang Li beside him, on the other hand, was full of panic and looked like he had done something wrong. Wei Linyi hid his eyes and knew that this kid had a ghost, so he secretly gave Ring Jie a color and told him to watch Tang Li and be ready to take him down.
Go ahead and say it. Are you really going to piss me off? Hua Lian's mom asked anxiously.
That's right,
sister. What are you doing? What's wrong with brother Yu? How good he is to you you are not unaware of. How can you do this? Hua Lian's younger brother Hua Yi is also blamed said. After the money is spent, when I work soon, I'll definitely return it to you. Wang Yu, give me some time, okay?
Hua Lian said pleadingly.
Spent it all? That's $40,000.
As soon as Hua Lian's mom heard that her daughter had spent the money,
she couldn't take a breath and almost fainted. Mom, how are you? Mom Wang Yu, it's only $40,000. I'll return it to you as soon as I get a job. Is it fun for you to make such a fuss?
Hua Lian said reproachfully.
It's no fun. Why don't you take out the money? Why don't you let your boyfriend pay for you? Doesn't he like you? Doesn't he love you? Let him pay it back for you.
Wang Yu said in a cold voice.
To this point,
where he still care about the heart of the unwillingness to give up.
Mom are personally on the battlefield meet. How can he again backstabbing mom? Let Flower Lotus a horse? Besides,
when Hua Lian took the initiative to snuggle up in Tang Li's arms,
his heart died, and if he hadn't been able to hold it, he would have hated to slice this pair of dogs to death. Before Hua Lian could open her mouth, Tang Li had already blurted out, how could I have money? Didn't I give you all my money? Hua Lian was instantly filled with surprise. When did Tang Li give himself the money? Obviously it was all himself who gave him the money, including the dowry money and the meet and greet gift, but as a result, now when it's time to use the money, you're using this for me?
Tang Li was also nervous and sweating coldly at this time. The original plan he was to directly take Flower Lotus far away, because Flower Lotus said that she especially understood Wang Yu, the latter would definitely let her go. Just did not expect Wang Yu was letting her go, but Wang Yu's mother popped up, which was embarrassing. As for the dowry money and meeting gift, there are 40,000 is not false, but Hua Lian is not all for him. He only got 30,000. All were invested by him to recharge inside the game, where there is still money. As for Wang Yu's 10,000, it was also consumed by their eating, drinking and waving during this period of time. Now that the money was mentioned, Tang Li was suddenly numb and in a cold sweat. Just as he moved back one step at a time, wanting to withdraw from the battlefield, he was pulled back by Renjie. Where are you going? Renjie had been watching him for a long time, and seeing that he was about to run, he immediately stepped forward. I have to pee. I want to take a leak. Tang Li made up a blind story in a hurry. Hold it for a while. It'll be over soon, Renjie said with a leathery smile. Tang Li was at a loss. On the other hand, facing the silence of Hualian, her mother couldn't hold back any longer, and came up and slapped Hualian's red face again. Where did you get the money? Hurry up to take out. How much compensation? Not enough. I give up this old face, borrowing or begging. Be sure to return this money to the people. Before the latter could speak, his face had instantly swollen, and Hualian's eyes instantly filled with tears in pain. Only at this time both her brother Wang Yu and her brother Tang Li had turned their backs on him. At this time, there was a hubbub on the stage, and a group of people crowded around a middle-aged man with a pointy high hat and a face of pot-bellied gray walked over. Eunuch, she is here. Look at this head and face of gray. I don't know where to pick up the dust. Ha ha ha. This is very common in rural areas and is commonly known as haunting. Usually, besides the groom's parents, there are also his aunts and uncles, and so on. Only, when everyone seemed to be smiling and looking at them with a puzzled face, a group of people were also at a loss for words, not understanding where they were wrong. A good person hurriedly told about the scene, and several young and old men, including Wang Yu's father, all caught fire and directly surrounded the stage. Wang Yu's father came straight to the stage and the iron hat on his head was thrown aside. Hua Lian, tell uncle what's going on, Wang Yu's father asked with an ironic face. I'm sorry, uncle. Hua Lian just hung her head, crying more than she could say. His father, since she, Hua Lian, is a college student now, she regards herself as noble and looks down on our son. Naturally this marriage will not work. Then let the old Hua family pay back all the food and drink over the years. Our old Wang family's money is not blown by the wind, Wang Yu's mom said in a deep voice. Well, this is naturally a matter of course. Sister-in-law of the Flower family, do you have any questions? Papa Wang Yu asked in a cold voice. There is no problem. Just ask the Wang family big brother one thing. Can you grace some time? Our family's situation you also know. A time really cannot get more than 100,000 it. Hualian's mom begged bitterly. Well, in that case, these years of living expenses we do not want. College tuition is 10,000 a year. 4 years 40,000. In addition to all the costs of high school, counting 20,000, a total of 60,000 yuan you give to pull down. In addition, since the marriage cannot be concluded, the bride price money and the money to meet the gift together with the money is also more than 40,000 yuan, as well as silver and gold jewelry or something else, is also worth 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. The money you have to give it to me, right? All the money together, also do not want. You give me a 12 million on the line, Wang Yu's father said helplessly. This is already his biggest concession, raising a daughter-in-law for someone for several years, only to have it fly away when he was looking at it? The key is still flying at the wedding site. The taste, only Wang Yu's father can understand. Seeing that Wang Yu's mom and dad had such strong personalities, seeing that if he didn't explain, he might not really be able to leave this place. So, she turned her head to look at Tang Li, with the intention of Tang Li's $30,000 out first, to muddle through the immediate past being. It's just that the latter know their own business, and the money is long gone, so where can they find it? So Tang Li directly twisted his face aside, not daring to look at her at all. Flower Lotus couldn't help but feel a pang of anger at the sight, but there was nothing she could do about it. But just because she doesn't say it doesn't mean everyone else is a cutie. Wang Yu's dad grabbed him with one hand. Do you have the money? Hurry up and get it out. Or do you know what kind of behavior you're doing? Extortion and fraud. Wang Yu's father wasn't sure exactly what crime it belonged to, so he said everything he knew. Tang Li saw the situation to struggle desperately. In a moment of urgency, he broke out. Why do you count me as a fraud? The money is given to me by Hualian. What has it got to do with me? As soon as these words came out, Tang Li immediately reacted, but it wasn't really easy to take it back at this point. Never mind how the money was given to you. This money belongs to our old Wang family, so hurry up and hand it over or I'll be rude to you, Wang Yu's father said in a deep voice. God knows how he earned this money back. In the construction site exhausted, a bead of sweat fell 8 petals. A month is only $1,000. Their family of 3 in the construction site to do a whole year. All save less than 30,000 yuan. The result is that you kid cheated away. Which can be done. Seeing that Wang Yu's father was going to hit someone, Tang Li was so scared that he wowed and hurriedly said, "Help! Help! Uncle Police! Save me!" Since Tang Li had called out to Wei Lin, it was definitely inappropriate for the latter to stand by and watch the fun, so he stepped forward and said, "Speak properly, don't make a move, otherwise even the reasonable will become the unreasonable." "But, comrade police officer, this situation at the scene, you've seen it, can we not be in a hurry? A good wedding, the result has become this way." Wang Yu's father, a 7-foot man, the pillar of the family, at this time also cannot help but aggrieved wet eyes. What a shame is that. In the future, how can their family hold their heads up in the village? This matter, we've already understood it. Now are you going to solve it on the spot, or are you all going with me to the office? Let's sit down and negotiate, Wei Lin asked. When he said this, everyone was silent. These days, going to the station was not a good thing. "Uncle Policeman, I'll go with you. I need you to save me and protect me," Tang Li hurriedly said. "I'm afraid they'll physically attack me." "You know how to be afraid? Why didn't you know fear when you came to the wedding to pry the bride?" Wei Lin for Tang Li's senses are not good. Perhaps because he did not take responsibility, perhaps sympathy for Wang Yu, or hate Tang Li's immoral behavior. In short, just do not like, so the attitude is naturally not much better. Just haven't found you to report the false police thing. You kid is not a good thing, Wei Lin said in a bad mood. The other girl gave you $30,000 to hurry up and take out, otherwise constitute the crime of fraud. It is not easy to say it, otherwise you kid to pay attention. Tang Li was directly speechless, but after hesitating for half a day, looking at Wei Lin still looking at him, he had to carefully say, "That money is spent." "What? Spent it all? How is that possible? That's $30,000, not 300. No one else had reacted yet. Hua Lian directly paved her way up, frantically shaking Tang Li's collar in a crazy frightening manner. Chapter 46 Mediation. Ren Jie and Song who rushed forward to pull the two apart. Hua Lian, on the other hand, asked with reddened eyes, "Didn't you say that you saved this money to start a business? How did you spend it all?" Tang Li was tempted to say, "You can believe a man's words?" At this time, the people on the scene also understood that this bride price money was given by Hua Lian to Tang Li, and the money was created out of Tang Li. Hua Lian's mom was so angry. "In my own life, I can't say I'm much more savvy, but at the very least, I haven't been lied to like this. How do you give birth to a daughter and become like this? This is $30,000 ordinary people now a month is only 300 or 400 a month. This $30,000 to not eat and drink to save 7 or 8 years, you just gave it away?" Thinking of this, Hua Lian's mom just felt a twinge in her eye. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she fainted. Mom, what's wrong with you?" Hanai hurriedly supported her mom and shouted anxiously. Flower Lotus saw the situation and hurriedly went forward to assist, but was opened by a flower leaf. "You give me a roll. Have not seen you like this, cannot distinguish between close and distant, growing up as a child." It was the first time Hanaha felt that this sister of hers was so stupid. Hua Lian was pushed to the ground at once, and Tang Li rushed forward to assist him when he saw this. "You lied to me, didn't you? You didn't spend this money right?" Hua Lian looked at Tang Li eagerly. Donnie's silence said it all. You. Hua Lian was shivering with anger, but she couldn't say a word. "Comrade policeman, is this a fraud, a marriage scam on their part? I want to call the police and sue them for marriage fraud. Sue them for fraud." Wang Yu's father can be considered to be sober on earth, very sensible to find Wei Lin to call the police. No, uncle, you can't call the police." Hua Lian got up from the ground at once and stopped Wang Yu's dad. Although she wasn't studying law, after all, she had gone to university and had seen enough to understand that once Wang Yu's dad succeeded in calling the police and the police intervened, both she and Tang Li would be in for a rude awakening. If not, it would even affect her graduation. Off to the side. "I treated you like a new daughter for so many years. If you had some conscience you couldn't have done this. You're a white-eyed wolf." Wang Yu's father directly pointed his finger at Hua Lian's forehead and said angrily, "Don't think that you're so great just because you got into a university. Without our family's support, you can't even go to school. You can't even catch up with the heat by eating. If you don't return the money today, I'll go to your school. I can't let you live well. I'd like to ask your university teachers how they educated you. You white-eyed wolf. If you can't be a good human being, even a high level of culture is useless." Don't, uncle, I'm wrong, I'm willing to marry Wang Yu. I'll give you 2 children, please don't be like this." Hua Lian knew that as long as she compromised, All her problems would be solved now. You're willing to tie the knot, but I'm not. Who knows how many times you've done the unseemly with this wild man, and you still want me to wear a cuckold for the rest of my life? Bitch, Won Yu directly retorted. If you don't know about Tangli, it's just a matter of time. Now that you know, you're not a dog licker, so you can go back to marrying a second hand? Bitch? Hualien looked at Won Yu with disbelief. Was this still a Won Yu who loved her and obeyed her? He even called her a? This was something she could never accept. She didn't even mind that he smelled like dirt. And he hates her? Don't act like you don't know who you are. You're my Won Yu's fiancé. We were engaged. And you're stealing behind my back? Where's your face? You're the only one from the Flower family? I'd like to see how your brother can still get married if this gets out. And whether the spine of your old Flower family is still straight or not. Won Yu said indignantly. It was just at this time that Hualien's mom had just woken up. And when she heard this, her breath didn't come out and she fainted again. Hualien was surprisingly speechless, seeing the scene situation into a stalemate. Wei Lin coughed, said, this matter we police station intervened. There is something to say or to the police station to say it. Since Won Yu's dad is going to call the police, as a police officer, he naturally can't ignore it. At this moment, Tang Li, who had called the police in advance, instantly regretted it. I was going to call the police to give myself a way out, but I didn't realize that I had made a bad move and got myself trapped. So, Wei Lin a phone call, and from the institute transferred 2 cars over, took everyone back together. South Hill Police Station Conference Room. Comrade Police Officer, our family has just one request. Just return the expenses for schooling and wedding engagement fees for these years to us. As for food and clothing and anything else, we don't want it. Wang Yu's father said directly. This is our biggest demand. Okay, so, Flower Lotus Mom, what do you say on your end? Wei Lin asked. We recognize this money, but we really can't get this money now, Hualien's mom said while shedding tears. The day before yesterday, the 2 families were as close as family. Today by the family of this ungrateful daughter to play off the hand, all of a sudden burdened with 120,000 yuan of debt, which can be how to pay it back. Can't get out, you also have to find a way. People engaged to give the bride price money, neat gift in gold and silver jewelry. These you first return over, almost half of it, the remaining half of you and then discuss to chant. Wei Lin said, this is the right thing to do. People give you to spend tuition, you can slowly pay back, or borrow money to pay back, but people give you real money. You can't in good conscience not even give this money. But Wei Lin Yi's words brought the topic back to the point of conflict. Hualien surprisingly handed over the bride price money and gold and silver jewelry to Tang Li, leaving only the $11,000 meeting gift, which has also been given to almost squandered in the past 6 months, and Tang Li got gold and silver jewelry all sold or pawned. In short, discounted, nearly 30,000 gold and silver jewelry, froze by him to sell less than 20,000 yuan. In addition, 30,000 yuan dowry was also all recharged into the game. So as of now, Tang Li pocket even $1,000 cannot come out. Wei Lin said the meaning of this sentence is aimed at Tang Li. For this kind of no people situation, but also take the initiative and people free love. Destroying people's marriage and family behavior of the people is the most disdainful. So from the very beginning, he has been intentionally or unintentionally targeting Tang Li. Tang Li is also secretly hate. He has been trying to avoid hate. Everyone cannot see him. But this police nothing to carry him out to mention. This is not a pit? Young man, I don't know what is the situation of this dowry money now. I don't want to care what it is. The current situation you also see. I hope you can take out this money and return it to us. Hualien didn't say anything. Her mother can't hold back. $30,000 is not a small amount of money. Don't care what kind of relationship this big boy has with Hualien. The money must be returned. Auntie, this money is really gone. I couldn't get it even if I wanted to. Tang Li said helplessly. He knew it was no good. So he wanted to elope with Flower Lotus first, and then come back when he made money later. But Flower Lotus wouldn't listen. Planted. Completely planted. Then what do you say? If you can't come up with this money, even if Flower Lotus is willing, I'm going to call the police to arrest you. You're committing fraud. Taking a step back. You're also considered borrowing money and not returning it. Hualien's mom said in a deep voice. We can't find you, but the police comrades won't spare you. Oh, not to mention, Hualien's mom is really not a good person. In the police station also know to borrow the power to fight. In the face of Wei Lin to threaten Tang Li, the key is quite good. Tang Li was really anxious. He looked at Flower Lotus with a panicked face. Flower Lotus, I really invested the money. I can't get it out. Can you help me beg Auntie to give me a buffer? When the proceeds come in, I'll surely pay it back with interest, and I won't lose a single penny. What's the use of you begging me? What can I do when things have come to this? Hualien said helplessly. Originally, She thought that as long as she talked to Wang Yu. As for compensating Wang Yu, she also had her own ideas, and when she had money in the future, she would give more money to Wang Yu in batches, and it would be considered as repaying the kindness for so many years. But she never thought that Wang Yu is good to her. The Wang family's good to her are all based on the premise that she is the Wang family's daughter-in-law. If she is not the Wang family's daughter-in-law, and people are not, why should they be good to her? So, things went straight and fast to the point of going to court, something Hualien never expected. You are still a student, no income and financial ability, we don't want to talk to you. Call your parents and let them step in to deal with this matter. Otherwise don't blame us for suing you to the side of your school leadership. You don't want to be unable to even get a graduation certificate yourself, and have to go to jail for the amount of time you have spent in jail, Wang Yu said in a cold voice. With these words, Tang Li was scared white, and next to Wei Lin Yi listening. Suddenly Hai Wang Yu a glance. The young man is good, the mind is mature. There is a Taishan collapse in front of the face without changing the color of the style. To put aside other people, this must not be looking for the death of tired crying cried out and he can still sit here and bargain sensibly. So it can be seen that the young man has also been through the storm, and has not been hammered in society Those who are able to stop losses in time are designated to be somewhat successful in the future. That's right, young man, this is no longer your decision to make. Hurry up and call your parents. Hualien's mom brightened up and chimed in. Donnie dropped his head straight down, not squeaking once he asked a question. So the scene fell silent again for a while. It must be said that in front of the interests, any relationship is very fragile. Hualien also eagerly looked at Tang Li, wanting him to contact his parents, or to find a way to hurry up and take out the money, and gold and silver jewelry and whatnot, and return them together to Wang Yu, so that at least half of her accounts can be alleviated, and then she can pay back the $60,000 later. Silence always cannot muddle through. Wei Lin Yi timely and added a fire. Tang Li, is your own say, or our police station to help you say? If Comrade Wang Yu alarm you, this behavior can be filed for investigation, then leave a record. Not only affect your graduation from college, and even affect your next generation of public service to join the military. You have to think clearly. Looking at Wei Lin Yi's hateful face, Tang Li really wanted to slap him across the face. Wei Lin Yi has been on the side to help poke fire. He is not a little cute. He's not a cutie, but there's nothing to be done about it. But now that it's come to this, there's no hiding from it, so he can only call his parents. Tang Li's parents are fruit sellers. The family has a small truck. Received a phone call from his son. Learned that his son and the police station also do not know what the situation of the Tang father and mother. Immediately rushed to the Nanshan Township police station, and so on. When they arrived, it has been 3 hours later. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening, and since both families were waiting in the conference room to deal with the matter, Wei Lin Yi could only work an extra shift. On duty tonight is Zhou Lin. Auxiliary police is Zhou Hailong and Lu Zhaochang. The three do not have anything to do, but also crowded in the conference room to see the fun. Properly a melon-eating masses. After Tang Dad and Tang Mom came to the police station, there was no use for Tang Li to speak. It was Wang Yu's mom and dad and Hualien's mom who said one thing to another to make things clear. When he learned that his own son even ran to other people's weddings to make trouble, but also to elope with the bride, Tang Dad resolutely drew out the 7 wolves on his waist, splitting his head and face as a swing. If it is not Wei Lin Yi and others in time to block, it is estimated that Tang Li can be beaten by his father into a paraplegia. Better to tear down 10 temples than 1 marriage. He's engaged, and you're still looking for a relationship. Aren't you a third party? The most important thing is, where did you get the courage to come to someone's wedding and make trouble? Are you afraid you'll be beaten to death? Then there was the mention of money, and once again Don's dad whipped out the 7 wolves, and this time there was no one to stop him. In less than a minute, a sniveling Donnie confessed all. What? The money was recharged to the game by you? The gold and silver jewelry was sold by you? The money was also spent? Tang Dad only felt his eyes go black, almost dying headfirst on the spot. He and Tang Li's mom get a small truck to sell some fruit. The wind blows the head and the rain hits the face, and he earns less than $20,000 a year at the end of the year, and the result is that you have a small game to bury $50,000. Dad, how are you? Don't scare me. Tang Li hurriedly held Tang Dad with one hand and asked cautiously. The slowed down Don's dad directly withdrew him a handful of times far away. Don't you call me dad. I'm not your dad. You're my dad. My living dad. You're screwing me over, said the dang 7-foot-tall man, crying and whimpering. To add to the prices in 2001, Liangchun County small laborers are paid 15 yuan per day. 450 yuan a month is already considered very good. Universal wages are 300 to 500 yuan. Skilled laborers on construction sites, such as Wang Yu father and son, are 800 to 1000 yuan, and fruit sellers are set at about 2,000 yuan. So 60,000 000 yuan money is really quite a lot. Also, earning 60,000 and saving 60,000 are two different concepts, especially for middle-aged people like Tang's dad, as well as children needing money for college, family favors, etc. It's really hard to save $10,000 a year. Chapter 47 New Year's Goods. In the end, Tang dad paid for Tang Li's behavior, and even borrowed and scraped together $60,000 to return to Hua Lian, who just as soon as she passed, gave it to Wang Yu. However, Tang Li has sort of fallen out with Hua Lian because of this, and even if he didn't, it's expected that his parents wouldn't be able to allow such a daughter-in-law into the family, and Hua Lian gave Wang Yu a note to pay back the remaining $60,000 within 5 years, notarized by Wei Lin Yi. Although Hua Lian's mother repeatedly pleaded Hua Lian and Wang Yu's wedding can continue, but Wang Yu's parents are dead set against it. A sentence Hua Lian's mother almost dry autism, your son is willing to marry your daughter such a girl as a daughter-in-law? That's right, normal people, who can accept such a girl? It's not too much to say that it's a watery woman. The key is still a white-eyed wolf who can't be raised. This is the reason why Wei Lin Yi favors Wang Yu's family explicitly and implicitly. The matter was dealt with, and the reputation of the Flower family was considered to be in bad taste. The whole Nanshan town did not use 3 days to spread all over the town. But the good thing is, this kind of thing is not delayed Wang family to find a daughter-in-law again. Hand in hand with 60,000 cash, ready-made full house problem is not big. Plus 60,000 IOUs. The key to the family is a family of 3 to make money. Such a family honestly, in the countryside are counted in the middle of the upper. Therefore, many matchmakers took the initiative to come to his door to help him matchmaking. The young man naturally will not worry about the daughter-in-law, which is naturally an afterthought. In the blink of an eye, the day came to the 28th day of the lunar month. During this time, because many workers have returned home, the big case is not, but the chicken skin of the small but also a lot of small things, a few mobile power busy feet. Sometimes manpower is too late to directly send auxiliary police out is also no way. Finally to the 28th of the waxing moon, all people cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. The warehouse can't afford to pile up the purchased New Year's goods, and everyone can't wait to send them out. Because of the resource feedback from the revitalization of the internet cafe, the Nanshan Institute is also considered to be well-funded. So Wei Lin Yi purposely asked the instructor Zhang Liang to go to the county to purchase supplies in large quantities, from food and oil to meat to fruits, as many as possible, and all of them are still a double portion. For example, 2 boxes of red Fuji apples, 2 boxes of tangerines, 2 boxes of oranges, rice, flour, are 50 pounds of a package of the same kind. The same as also 2 packages, and are purchased on the market the best grade, pork, beef, mutton, chicken, meat have. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Wei Lin Yi called all the people to gather in the courtyard of the police station, and all of them stood in a row, while Wei Lin Yi and Zhang Liang stood on the steps. Hello comrades, today is the 28th day of the Lunar New Year, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Let's have a simple meeting, mainly divided into 3 parts. The first part is to summarize the previous year's work, the second part is to arrange for the work during the Spring Festival, and the third part is to send out the New Year's Eve goods that everyone is looking forward to. Wei Lin Yi smiled and said, it's freezing cold, let's make it short. In the past year, our office was honored with 1 collective first-class merit, 1 collective third-class, solved the 8 gambling arrest and shooting case, 20 floating corpse of a young girl in flower season, capture the Ministry of Public Security a wanted criminal Zhu Kahua, 10 Nanshan Reservoir fishing corpse case. In general, our performance is still very dazzling, which cannot be separated from the sincere cooperation of the whole office. Here, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks on behalf of the Nanshan Police Station, and look forward to the coming year. We can all have a more excellent performance, Wei Lin Yi said with a smile. Clap clap clap, a strong round of applause. In the second part, regarding the organization of work during the Spring Festival, please ask our instructors to arrange it. Everyone welcome. Whoa, 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 good. Now let's make the following arrangements for the duty work during the Spring Festival. Tomorrow on New Year's Eve, I'll take Zhang Wei and Hua Bin on duty, and the day after tomorrow on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the director will take Rin Jie and Xin Yaping to be in charge of the duty. Zhang Liang said. Zhang Wei is an auxiliary police officer that instructor Zhang Liang arranged to come over, his own family's younger brother, and is considered one of his own people. Then the second year is Lu Pailan with Lu Xiaochang and Song Hu on duty. The third year is Zhou Lin with Zhou Hailong and Lu Xiaochang. The fourth year is Li Qian with Zhang Na and Hua Bin, and the fifth year is the director with Ren Jie and Xin Yaping. Finally, Zhang Liang asked, everyone has any different opinions or other things that need to be transferred to rest, you can come over to me? If there are no objections, in the afternoon, I will print out the duty roster, and everyone will be able to go to work as usual.
In addition, everyone's cell phone stays open. If there are emergencies, at any time, there is a possibility that you may need to come back to work overtime. Is there a problem? No problem, everyone said together. Those present were also veterans, so naturally there wouldn't be any problems. Good. The following we enter the next link. But also everyone has been looking forward to the link. Send New Year's goods. Wei Lin said with a smile. This year we have had a fat year. The institute has money on the account. I discussed with the instructor. In addition to more New Year's goods, red envelopes cannot be less. Oh, long live the director. Long live the instructor. As soon as they heard that there was a red packet, everyone couldn't help but cheer together. Even Lu Pailan, a nearly retired old dang, jumped 3 feet high. Red envelopes are a good thing. No one dislikes them. This time to send red packets. Wei Lin is also under the blood. The official police uniform 2,000 yuan red packets, close to their 3-month salary. Auxiliary police uniform 1,000 yuan red envelope, including Xin Yaping and Zhang Wei, are also treated equally, which makes the two people excited and happy, not only because of the money, but more because of Wei Lin Yi's recognition. Of course, Wei Lin Yi will not be treated poorly. He and Zhang Liang each split $3,000 for the holidays, to say no more, to say no less. This money, certainly not the internal public accounts of the police station, but the revitalization of the internet cafe and the small coffers earned, so that the account does not reflect. We can still fall into the benefits. Naturally, no one will have a problem. After the red packets began to share the New Year's goods. New Year's goods this piece. The official police and auxiliary police is the same as much. After all, there are not a few people in the institute. More than spend not much money. One by one are divided into several £100 of things. By riding a bike simply cannot take. Have asked Wei Lin Yi to arrange the institute's car to send home. In the new year, it was not good for him to refuse this unreasonable request from the big guys. So he agreed, and was greeted with another round of cheers. Send New Year's goods. Naturally, can not only give the police issued, the township government of a few chief officials cannot fall not. This is still wine for the special call over to urge. For this, Wei Lin Yi also specifically let Zhang Liang went to the county, purchased a number of cigarettes, wine and fruits, specifically to the township of a few party committee members to send over. As for the party secretary Lu Jian and Mayor Song Duanping side, naturally Wei Lin Yi personally over the next year, the police station funds, but also rely on them to allocate more it. In addition to the townships, there's also the county board's bureau chief, which can't be forgotten. How much you give away is not the point. The point is whether you give it away or not. Director Lin Jijun, Executive Deputy Director Zheng Tai, Deputy Director of Criminal Investigation, also known as his grandfather Wei Sixian, Deputy Director of the Division Wang Jiangwo and so on. As long as they know the leaders, they are inevitably polite and courteous. A day of shopping down, Wei Lin Yi's mouth are laughing numb, vaguely a little to the right crooked tendency, so that he slapped him back hard. Wei Lin Yi for the first time felt the director Wang Wei's hard work, not only to coordinate the whole institute, but also to deal with leaders at all levels, to compensate for the smile, which is really difficult. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Wei Lin Yi drove to Wang Wei's house, and he had just arrived home. Gee, why are you free to come over? Didn't go home. Wang Wei also had a tired face. He knew more people than Wei Lin Yi, so naturally, he was more tired than him this day after day. Which can go back so early? It's not you which has not yet come, Wei Lin Yi said with a smile. After all, it is my old leader, to give you some New Year's goods. Dare to accept it? It's not certain what others send, but you definitely dare to accept what you send. Just say how much you send, Wang Wei said smilingly. At the same time the hand movements do not stop. A pot of kung fu tea has been brewed. To Wei Lin Yi full cup. Well, a mouthful of the kind of cup. Is this stuff enough for anyone? Change the big bowl, Wei Lin Yi said with a smile. Asterisk 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 you. This is kung fu tea. You then you those crumbs? Cow drink ah. Wang Wei did not have a good mood to say. Ha ha ha, the latter could not help but laugh heartily. Drinking tea? Isn't that the effect you want? I'm speechless to you. By the way, where's your annual delivery? In the car outside? Wang Wei asked with a smile. How can I, those vulgar powder, can be worthy of you? To bring you the local specialties, revitalize the fruit of the victory of the internet cafe. After all, you handled, always have to let you also stay in the light is not. Wei Lin Yi smiled and took an envelope out of his arms, put it on the side of the table to go. Inside is 100 red boards. It's not appropriate. After all, I've been transferred. The fruits of the victory of revitalizing the internet cafe are yours and Nanshan Institute's. I can't have it, Wang Wei said and was about to return it. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Are you still a good leader? Wei Lin Yi said in an unfavorable manner. I'll go. Is that how it works when people leave? A good leader by you so whole, can be good to wear? Wang Wei laughed and scolded.
but Wei Lin said so. He did not insist. His hand naturally loosened. We're all on our own. Why are we still doing this? Besides, you are now the director. I am also the director. I can still give you a bribe? Wei Lin said indifferently. Asterisk 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 you. Have you drifted? Or I can't lift the knife? Both are directors. Can you compare the gold content of this director with me? Wang Wei laughed and scolded. Hey, almost, are the director, are the same. Wei Lin said with a smile. By the way, Secretary Su and County Governor Li sighed. You say I still have to show it? This thing? Wei Lin is also thinking for a long time. Really cannot get the idea. Before asking Wang Wei. Well, according to reason we this level, indeed too far away from them. You are now still a unit level cadres only, but you this has a life-saving grace of incense in, so this distance slightly closer again a lot of. You so, the best way is tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Take the time to make a phone call to pay tribute to the best. If you go directly, I'm afraid that the leaders do not have the time. Wang Fu politely said. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wei Lin nodded directly. He also thinks so, just a little indecisive. Listen to people to eat. He believes that Wang Wei will not pit him. The rice is ready. You two come over to eat. Su Jing's voice rang out in the outer room. Go, eat, taste your sister-in-law's handiwork. In the future your daughter-in-law follow your sister-in-law to learn properly. Absolutely guarantee you have a mouthful of good fortune. Wang Wei said proudly. Go. Don't talk nonsense. The king's wife sells melon you sell yourself. Don't let Wei listen to the joke. Su Jing said without any humor. Hey, how could that be? Sister-in-law. Brother Wang has been praising your great cooking skills in front of us for a long time, and I've seen it today and it really lives up to its name, just by smelling the aroma. I know that this meal is delicious, Wei Lin said with a smile. Ha, no wonder you were able to coax little feather into your hand. This mouth of yours, it fools people to death, Su Jing said with a smile. If you like to eat, come over often in the future. Sister-in-law will be happy to do it for you. Hey, thanks sister-in-law. I'll take that seriously then. After dinner it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Wei Lin hurriedly excused himself, because he still had one last stop to make, and if he had to ask who's home, it would naturally be Lu Xiaoyu's home. Two people to determine the relationship has been a few months. Lu father and mother also learned that their daughter talked about a police officer as a boyfriend, have long wanted to call to the home to meet, but Lu Xiaoyu has been embarrassed to let him come. So it dragged on, and Wei Lin, the hairy-footed son-in-law, hadn't even really been on the doorstep once. The car came under Lu Xiaoyu's house before Wei Lin called her. Wow, what time is it? Why are you here? Lu Xiaoyu asked excitedly. Missed you, so I came. The former took her into his arms as soon as he could, smelling the smell of seafoam in his hair, which was also so refreshing. Screw you, busy Lu Xiaoyu said gently. Well, busy all day, just mixed a dinner at Wang Shou's house. This is not combined. Sent a lot of New Year's goods. Send you some over. Wei Lin said with a smile. Gee, I have them at home, and our school gives out a lot of them. You take it home. Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly said. It does not matter. Our institute issued more. Things are double. I bring one to you, the other to take home. Cannot eat. Simply cannot eat. Wei Lin said with a smile. This time I specifically arranged for the instructor to go and buy the good ones. They are all high-grade things. Definitely better than the ones issued by your school. Hurry up and unload them at home for you. Alright then. I'll ask Xiaohua to come down and help. Don't get your clothes dirty. Lu Xiaoyu said. What a wonderful sister. She loves her brother. She loves him. She gives him all the work. So, while the young couple was there talking about love, Lu Xiaohua was alone, pouting and moving things into the house. And it was a ghostly one. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? The garage is all decorated. I've never lived there. Wei Lin whispered. That won't do. My parents are at home. If they find out, they won't scold me to death? Lu Xiaoyu said without a trace of anger. That's fine. Then when school starts after the new year, will you promise me to move over? Wei Lin said helplessly. In time. That won't work. We must say yes now. Chapter 48, meeting the old man for the first time. The two of them were chatting with each other, unaware that in the second floor window above their heads, two pairs of eyes were staring dead below. Is this the boyfriend your daughter has been talking to? It's a cop indeed, Lu's mother said. The young man is not bad looking. Worthy of our daughter, Lu's father said in a reluctant tone. Hey, just your daughter is good. You did not hear that this young man is not only a police officer, but also a police station chief. The key is still young. The future is boundless. Lu mother said helplessly. She did not know where her old man's courage. His own people know their own affairs. His daughter is just a small teacher. What can be bull? But his old man just thinks highly of himself, and always feels that his daughter is marvelous.
the best daughter in the world. There's no one else either. Seeing her own daughter and Wei Lin Yi in that reluctant part, Lu's mother suddenly opened the window and said, "What are you two doing?" This bellowing cry could startle the two downstairs, and both of them took a step back at the same time, keeping a distance of 44 centimeters, quite a bit of a feeling of wanting to cover up. "Stop hiding and bring it to the house." All saw it, Lu's mother said without a trace of anger. Her face looked angry, but in fact, she couldn't help but laugh once she turned her face. His father, how similar is this to when we were first discovered? Screw you, ours is the order of parents and matchmakers, they are free love. Can it be the same? Lu's father said quietly. The more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him, but the old husband was different. He looked at his son-in-law as if he were a thief. The more he looked, the more irritated he felt. His own hard work to raise the little cabbage just so by the pig arch. Think of all the heartache. He can finally realize why the old man was so not to see him. Yo, got caught? Then what are you waiting for? Go inside. Lu Xiaohua gloated. If eyes could kill, then right now Lu Xiaoyu's eyes could really lynch Lu Xiaohua. She wasn't ready for Wei Linyi to come to the house, and she was found out by her parents so hastily. Wei Linyi also did not expect to meet the parents so soon. Even if he was reborn back, he has not much experience. So, with some trepidation, the two went to the living room, where the older two had come down from upstairs. Looking at the gifts all over the living room, Lu mother is still very satisfied. In the end is the deputy director. Is the atmosphere? She still does not know Wei Linyi has been promoted to the post of director. Lu's father, on the other hand, had his old face drawn more than long and full of seriousness. Uncles and aunts, how are you? My name is Wei Linyi. Please don't be offended if I take the liberty of visiting. Wei Linyi smiled and took out a cigarette from his pocket and gave one to Lu's father. The latter hesitated, but took it. Come, sit down, Mother Lu greeted. Thanks, Auntie, Xiaohua, pour some tea for your brother Wei. Use you to get a good tea from the cabinet, Lu mother said with a smile. Got it, Lu Xiaohua agreed loudly. Only Lu's father looked like he wanted to say something, and the way he looked at Wei Linyi brought a few more points of displeasure. Wei Linyi nervously sat on the sofa, the feeling, more than the director Lin Jijun to talk to him to be more rushed. Little Wei how many people in the family? Lu mother said with a smile. 4 mouths, and a sister, Wei Linyi said honestly. That's quite good. How long have you known our girl? Lu's mother continued to ask. Little half a year. Wei Linyi continued to answer honestly. Only he didn't expect that Lu's mother turned the tables and asked directly. When do you plan to get engaged and married? That's jumping the conversation a little too quickly, isn't it? Mom, what are you talking about? Lu Xiaoyu said in disbelief. Although and Wei Linyi talked about a small half a year, but the two have not really talked about the matter of engagement and marriage, Lu's mother asked, but also really caught her off guard. However, she also looked at Wei Linyi with some hidden expectations, wanting to see how he would answer. I'm fine with all of it. It mainly depends on little you. If she doesn't nod her head, there's nothing I can do. Wei Linyi directly threw out the big black pot, firmly smashing it on Lu Xiaoyu's back. Lu Xiaoyu was surprisingly speechless, and could only stare at him viciously, spitting fenugreek in her heart. Ha, how did you guys meet? Lu's mother asked with a smile. Seeing that she was full of smiles, it was obvious that she was still satisfied with Wei Linyi's answer. I work at the Nanshan Township Police Station, and our chief's lover and Little Feather are co-workers, and she introduced them. Oops, you're talking about Mr. Su, oops, no wonder, Mr. Su's introduction is definitely right. Lu's mother was instantly relieved. For her daughter's middle school teacher, Su Jing, Lu's mother still believed in her, because her own daughter was able to work in the first middle school. Mr. Su also put in a lot of effort. Right, have you eaten? If you haven't eaten, I'll go cook something. It's freezing cold. Lu's mother instantly became 3 times more enthusiastic. Eat well, Auntie. I just ate at Mr. Su's house. I just got full not much longer. Wei Linyi said with a smile. Just eat for real, but don't fake it. You're all family. You're a family now? I haven't agreed yet. Lu's father next to him thought in a bad mood. His heart 10,000 times more upset. However, Lu mother in front of him, he is always 1,000 times forbidden, 10,000 times difficult, but also useless. Who let him talk bad? Commonly known as fear of the inside. The more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him, said Lu mother. She looked at Wei Linyi. That is in the hard eyes like, the corners of the mouth cannot help but rise. Mom, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoyu is also drunk. He is not unmarriageable. You old man to it? It's fine. Wei comes to the house more often when he has time. He's not an outsider. Well, Auntie, I will definitely come more often to bother. In fact, I wanted to come a long time ago, it's just that little you doesn't, cough cough, busy with work, didn't take the time out. In the future, I will definitely come more often to bother, please don't be too annoyed.
Wei Lin originally wanted to say that Lu Xiaoyu was not allowed, but the latter gave him a look that instantly made the words that were on the edge of his mouth to be held back again.
Lu mother see in the eyes, happy in the heart, it looks like the daughter and their own, also can be a little means,
or if this man does not care about,
in the future will not be on the sky.
Of course, to be overwhelmed by her own daughter, that also shows that Wei Lin really cares about her and really loves her,
which is the result that Lu's mother wants to see the most. Another chat for a while, of course, our Lu mother in the question, Wei Lin only need to answer on it. Finally in the way family ancestors almost be asked before the end.
Lu Xiaoyu really cannot stand it, so hurriedly urged Wei Lin go back to it. Lu mother this is reluctant to let him off the hook.
Why don't you not go back? It's so late, there's an empty room upstairs, stay there and go back in the morning?
Lu's mother said as she looked at the clock hanging on the wall.
How can that be? It's New Year's Eve, and people's families are still waiting for a reunion.
Before Wei Lin had a chance to speak, Lu's father decided for him. Looking at the latter's wary eyes, Wei Lin instantly thought of Lu's father's concerns, and in the midst of his warning look, he had no choice but to smile bitterly.
Uncle is right, I'd better hurry back, it's the new year.
Then take your time on the road
Lu's mother admonished, then I won't keep you.
Come to the house after New Year's to play
Okay, auntie, uncle, then I'll leave first.
Wei Lin said with a smile.
Slow down on the road, little feather, go out and see Way off. Lu mother said, hey, we'd better send little Way off together.
Where could Lu's father give the two of them a chance to be alone?
Now he was guarding Wei Lin even more than he was guarding the river. Right, Xiao Hua,
bring half of the things that your brother Wei brought, bring half of them back.
It's New Year's Eve, we can't let your brother Wei go back empty-handed.
Lu mother said with a smile. Not waiting for Lu Xiaohua to answer, Wei Lin hurriedly stopped her and said,
no need, auntie, they are all the annual goods issued by the unit, they are all double.
I'll take one over.
There is another one at home, how can that be? I can't let you go back empty-handed. Xiao Hua, go and bring the 2 bottles of mutai that your father treasured in the liquor cabinet,
and bring them back to your brother Wei for the New Year's Eve.
Lu's mother saw Wei Lin's firm attitude, which really didn't seem to be a fake, so she said to Lu Xiaohua, alright. Lu Xiaohua sniffed and immediately went to do it, while Lu's father's old face first reddened, then yellowed, and in the end, only a miserable white color remained. That is his collection of more than 20 years of Maotai wine,
has not been able to drink. I did not expect to be home to feed old lady to give away. Centaur pouting his family cabbage pig, how can he accept it? Just without waiting for him to speak, the mother tiger's eyes arrived, and in an instant, what was always 1,000 words only ended up as a sigh. However, the look in Wei Lin's eyes turned into an unprecedented vicious. It caused the latter to be puzzled for a while. From the Lu family out, it is already 11 o'clock at night. Wei Lin thought about it, or to go to the Dawn Garden to stay a night and then go back. So late, the road is not good, plus they also drank a little wine, so it is better not to drive. Of course, the main thing is that it's so cold at home, and he doesn't have air conditioning in his house, that going back to sleep and having to cover up with 2 big quilts is just overwhelming. It's better to enjoy a blessing when you can. The garage has been renovated for a month.
The formaldehyde odor inside is not strong,
basically dispersed almost. This also want to thank Lu Xiaoyu. Nothing to come over to help him ventilate.
Soak your feet, take a bath,
and lie down under the covers.
Don't mention how cozy it is. Taking out his cell phone, he called Lu Xiaoyu. Hey, home, so fast? Lu Xiaoyu asked in surprise. No, I'm at Dawn City Garden. I'm not going back tonight. I'll stay here for the night. You're coming, right?
Wei Lin asked with a smile.
You've got to be kidding me. Didn't you see my dad guarding you like a thief? Guess, can I get out now? Lu Xiaoyu said without a trace of anger. Hey, what do you think of our father? Isn't it good that I'm such a good son-in-law? Why are you still guarding me? Can I still eat you up?
It's still our mom who's good enough to give me such a good wine just like that. Wei Lin said with a smile.
Unbeknownst to him, at this time, Lu's mother was lying next to Lu Xiaoyu eavesdropping,
and Wei Lin is also a mistake. The mother of Lu a good burst of praise. Straight to hear the latter's heart is blossoming, only to praise Wei Lin as a good son-in-law. Asterisk 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 you are not aware of my father on his bottles of wine how precious. Your 2 bottles of Maotai but 76 years of Maotai, or I was just born that year. My uncle gave him, did not think that so many years did not want to drink, and finally cheap you. Lu Xiaoyu said, wow, there's such a thing? No wonder, when our mom said she'd give me the wine, our dad's face turned green and white, and anyone who didn't know would have thought the old man was performing a face turn. Ha ha, Wei Lin teased.
Asterisk 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 you. How dare you bury people? Ignore you. Hurry up and go to sleep. Go back early tomorrow. Lu Xiaoyu said. So you're really not coming? I'm all alone in the house.
This house is renovated is not for you to live.
Or come over to experience it? Wei Linyi said. No, really not. I have to sleep with my mom. Bye-bye.
Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly hung up the phone,
fearing that Wei Linyi would say something else about the tiger and wolf, and the latter also reacted to it.
Together with the phone porridge he just made with Lu Xiaoyu, was the other person naked? Unreservedly all listened in the ear? This is really, I don't know how to describe it.
Over here,
Lu Xiaoyu had just hung up the phone when she was pressed by Lu's mother.
Honestly, how far along are you two? Which step? We are just ordinary friends. Where did Lu Xiaoyu dare to admit it? She directly denied it. Anyway, as long as she didn't catch the adultery, she wouldn't admit it. Still tough? Take it to me to talk about how you met. From the beginning to the end. Confess from the beginning.
Lu mother said seriously.
Don't you know everything? I just don't believe that Lu Xiaohua could not tell you what he knows.
Lu Xiaoyu said skeptically.
How much can he know? A toad at the bottom of a well? I still want to hear from you. The person involved.
Lu's mother said with a serious face.
Where's the catch? It's just that Wei Linyi's top boss Wang Wei's lover is Ms. Su, and then Ms. Su and I's relationship you know. So she introduced me.
And so we met at first middle school.
So he bought a house right across the street from the first high school? It's about to be renovated now? Then it will be much more convenient for you to go to work in the future. It's just a short walk away. Lu's mother smiled and said. The young man is quite thoughtful. This house isn't bought especially for you, right? You're overthinking it. It was the first time we met. Who knew it would work out? Besides, the 8 characters haven't even started yet. It's a toss-up whether it'll work out or not. Lu Xiaoyu said. Bah, how can it not be? You also said, he became a director at a young age. So powerful people can be a few in the county? There are a lot of people who want to chase after him. You can grasp it.
Lu mother said with a cautious face.
Hey, if he can really be pried away, doesn't that just mean he doesn't belong to me? So what's the solution? Lu Xiaoyu said indifferently, but it was just a mouthful, and in his heart, he was already calculating when he would move over there, or else it wasn't really easy to say. He is a small teacher, or contract labor. Wei Linyi is already a positive unit-level cadres. If not unexpected, these 2 years will be able to solve the deputy section level. Then, chasing him is not 1 or 2 people. Without realizing it, Lu Xiaoyu unexpectedly had a strong sense of crisis. Chapter 49 New Year's Eve. Ancestors' Sacrifice. The night was silent, and early the next morning, just as the sky dawned numb, Wei Linyi drove back to his old home. By the time I got home, my grandparents were already up and were sweeping snow from the front door. Grandpa, Grandma,
Wei Linyi parked the car and shouted with a smile.
On duty again last night? Grandpa asked.
No, I went to the county last night to pay my respects to the leaders,
and came back from the county this morning,
Wei Linyi said with a smile. Well, it is time to go to pay an early New Year's visit.
Human courtesy has to pay attention to. If there is a little bit of failure to do so, it is a handle in people's hearts. Grandpa nodded and said, when I was young, my grandfather was the accountant of the brigade, and the secretary of the commune. The accountant, the director of each office are all acquaintances. Some relations are still very good, so I still know a lot about what happened on the shore.
Yes it is.
Come, I'll help you sweep. Saying that,
Wei Linyi took over the big broom and started sweeping the snow in front of the door. Wei Linyi's entrance is still quite spacious, the 2 yards together, so the door is also together.
Not counting the area of the road, the entrance alone is a small 200 square feet.
Usually parked 1 or 2 dozens of cars is no problem at all. While the snow is still melting in the morning,
hurry to sweep up all the snow, so that after a day or two, the land in front of the door will be dry. Otherwise it can be wet for a week or 2, or maybe, after the next snowfall, the whole winter will be muddy, and it is not known. A busy work. The door of the snow are clean has been 7:30 in the morning. The east has been bright. The sun hides in the clouds seem to pop up at any time. And for some time, the sound of firecrackers in other villages was incessant, and the strong flavor of the new year came on, which made people not very happy. Grandma and Mom cooked a pot of porridge, simply fried 4 small dishes, meat and vegetables. This is the breakfast. Wei Linyi took a tray of 5,000 ringing firecrackers and lit them in front of the door, and after they crackled, he began to eat. Big child, go and ask your sister to eat. 20-something big girl, always sleeping, who will you marry in the future? Grandma said in a bad mood. Good, Wei Linyi said helplessly. Unlike Wei Linyi's name, super difficult to write, probably the old man's conscience. To the daughter took a super simple name Wei Yi, harmonic only, nicknamed 1-1.
but called up more or less a bit of the meaning of taking advantage of people, so the size of Wei Lin Yi called her girl. Wei Lin Yi stood in front of the door of the West House and thumped the door a few times. Girl, get up and eat. The firecrackers are finished. Still not up? Brother, let me sleep a bit more. It's a rare winter vacation all year round. Wei Yi was obviously still awake and said sleepily, I don't have any problems, but I saw Grandma just looking for a broom, so watch out. Wei Lin Yi teased. I'll get up now. Wei Yi didn't hesitate to crawl out from under the covers. Grandma looking for a broom is not sweeping the floor. That is to whip. The key is really whip. From childhood, Wei Lin Yi and Wei Yi are grandmother brought up. There is a kind of love is engraved in the bones with a broom. Soon, the family of 6 gathered around the table and began to eat. Today was the 30th day of the Chinese New Year, and it was a rule that the family had to all sit together before the meal could begin. Well, Grandma's rules, if you want to challenge it, you can also try, but even the old man, nearly 50 years old, easily dare not challenge. Otherwise the old lady that is really dare to do it. Brother, the welfare of your police station is really not bad anymore. It looks like, when I graduate I also have to take a civil service exam high and low to be good. Wei Yi said enviously. Well, wait until you graduate. Wei Lin Yi nodded. His sister in his previous life on the test for several years of civil service, but each time is a written test over the interview but, to say that there is no catnip, that is to see a ghost. But the key is that in his previous life Wei Lin Yi has been nested in the Nanshan Town Police Station, was crushed to death, notorious for no future. Want to find someone to help cannot be found, so the test for a number of years, and ultimately Wei Yi can only give up the examination of the public, chose to go out to work, and now Reborn to return. If Wei repeatedly examined the public, Wei Lin Yi heart a little grasp, then even if the cheek to beg Su Gongchang or Li Lianchue, Wei Lin Yi also have to help his sister to get a civil servant's identity out. But this is all an afterthought. When the time comes, will you still be able to help when your sister takes the public exam? The old man asked. Not necessarily, we'll see when the time comes. We can't help now anyway, Wei Lin Yi said. The old man didn't doubt it. After all, he only knew that Wei Lin Yi had changed jobs and become a police officer. He didn't yet know that he had gotten mixed up in the position of the director. Usually Wei Lin Yi are living in the police station, rarely come back, never talk about work. Plus the old man with his mother in the field to do some small business, so really do not know he was promoted to the matter of wealth. Later on, hurry up and put up the spring festival couplets, then prepare something to go up the mountain to burn paper. Grandpa digressed. Well, I know, Mom, wait for you to prepare some of the various meats and get some snacks or something, Wei Lin Yi said. Okay. Compared to other townships, Nanshan Township has several large and small hills. The elevation is not 180 meters only, but after all, it is considered a small mountain. The county is only a few hills. So many people like to bury their old ancestral graves on the mountainside, and the closest to the small Wei Zhuang is the small Yellow Mountain, also known as the Yellow Dog Mountain. The old Wei family's old ancestral graves are buried here. Every New Year's Eve, is the whole village, young and old together, on the mountain to burn paper. The momentum is also considered to be a vast, very spectacular. Although Wei Lin Yi in his previous life is only a small police, but in the Zhuangli has been one of the few powerful characters. After all, small Wei Zhuang capable of not much. Civil servants are fewer and fewer. In addition to the next door family, a large family working in the civil service system, but also counted on him. After dinner, paste the couplets. In the past this work is the old man to do, but this year Wei Lin Yi back, the old man can finally retire from the second line. Command Wei Lin Yi and Wei two people to do that heart. Don't mention how happy. There is a feeling of 1,000 years of daughter-in-law has become a woman. Hey, in the past are the old man posted. Sometimes posting is not good. Grandpa still have to scold him twice. This year can be cool. You come back he quit, Wei Yi said. Last year on New Year's Eve was also scolded by Grandpa. Gaga happy. Looking at the old man standing there in a pleasant manner, his sister unmercifully exposed him. Hearing this, the old man instantly pulled an old face and turned his face aside. If someone else said this, he certainly did not agree, but his own daughter, properly his little nemesis, can only be subjected to. After posting the couplets, I heard a yell behind me. This is the sound of the horn on the mountain to burn paper. Living in the easternmost big grandfather will go from door to door to yell Junior. With him on the mountain to burn paper ancestor. The oldest generation. That is, his physical fitness is the best. Coupled with the ancestor of the matter is more importance to the ancestors. So every year it is he led the team on the mountain. As I said before, there are a lot of people's old ancestral graves buried on the mountain. So it's almost like one mound after another. And if you can't find it clearly, it's very likely that it will be burned to someone else's house, which is similar to sending a holiday gift to the wrong place. So it's really not okay to have no one with you. In his previous life, Wei Linyi lived to 57 or 88 years old. Froze, can only remember that a few major old ancestral graves, and the rest is also all rely on guessing. Carrying a bamboo basket, inside is the mother to prepare the fire paper, plastic flowers, plutonium and gold dollar, in addition to several kinds of meat, fruit snacks and a bottle of white wine, which is the standard of the annual ancestor worship. Wei Linyi followed behind the old man came over to join. A group of people hurried to greet. Although the old man in the village almost lived into a joke, but could not help but his life is good. Gave birth to a son to return to the army as a police officer. Gave birth to a daughter to get into the undergraduate university. In the small Wei Zhuang is considered to be their own cannot. The next generation line. In Xiao Wei Zhuang, he is considered a model of if you can't do it yourself, the next generation will be able to do it. Great grandpa, second grandpa, third grandpa, fourth grandpa, great grandpa, second great grandpa, great uncle, little uncle, big brother, second brother. Wei Linyi gave a good shout, then took out the small gong in his pocket and gave one to each person present. Well, Linyi is good. Well, Linyi has grown up. It's been so many years. Nice lad. Better than your dad. A number of uncles and grandparents look at Wei Linyi as a compliment. The latter can only compensate with a smile. That's life in the countryside. Linyi, you're a cop now? How is it? The one who asked was the youngest uncle Wei Chen, from the second grandfather's family, the old man's uncle and brother. It's okay, little uncle. Often working overtime. No big things, small things, Wei Linyi said with a smile. Well, it's better for you guys to serve the people. Wei Chen nodded and said with a smile. Hey, are all mixed rice? In fact, little uncle, you do not take the public examination is also good. The salary is high. People are also free. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Wei Linyi said with a smile. Wei Chen is a graduate of the Shijing Academy of Fine Arts Senior, studying interior design, drawings for people to engage in design. Annual salary of tens of thousands of dollars. The key is free. Do not have to clock in and out of work on time, as long as the required time. The drawings out on the line. Well, it's still good to have an iron rice bowl. Wei Chen sighed, but he was already almost 40, so if he wanted to take the public examination again, he was already past his age. Brother Linyi, you are now working as a police officer in Nanshan, so is it good for me to walk sideways in Nanshan town? A youngster came over and asked with a smile. It was Wei Xianwil. Good for you. Why not? When you're done getting beat up, I'll help you lock up the person who beat you up, but you can't fight back, huh? Otherwise it'll be a mutual assault, and both of you will be responsible. Wei Linyi said with a smile. When I didn't say that, Wei Xian will say sardonically. A line of people talking and laughing came to the foot of the mountain, a long way to see the two large mounds. A line of people in the big grandpa's leadership walked through, each person from the bamboo basket out of some fire paper, put together, lit, and then knelt down on the ground, kowtowed for loud head, shouted, the old man out to get money to spend. Oh, these two mounds are the common ancestor of the surname Wei and Xiao Wei Zhuang as well as the surrounding 3 to 5 mile radius, which can be traced back to the Great Migration during the Hangwu years of the Ming Dynasty, when it was the two brothers who moved from Dahuaishu to settle in Liangchun County, and then passed down this large family. Not to mention far away, there are 500 to 600 people in Xiao Wei Zhuang. Therefore, it is still good in the past. There is no family planning, and do not have to buy a car or a house. A daughter-in-law is a family, and then pass on the generations. Accidentally can be passed on to such a large family. Unlike nowadays, there are no more than 3 generations of poverty, and thousands of years of inheritance have been passed down, and then they are broken. Followed the big grandpa, around the small yellow mountain, until 12 o'clock at noon. Only this mountain full of old ancestors all burned paper money, and then hit the road back home. Along the way, there is an endless army of paper burners. There are nearby villages, there are also far away. In short, usually cannot come, but on New Year's Eve this day, how to come to the old ancestors to burn a handful of paper money, commonly known as paper burns the hearts. In fact, Wei Linyi has always had a thought, is it possible that if he burns more paper money to his old ancestors, they will be able to make a fortune in another world? Or perhaps his own past life of the children and grandchildren also at this time to burn some paper money, and then he in this world can also get the light. If in his previous life, he did not believe that people have souls and that people have reincarnation, then in this life, Wei Linyi is super convinced of this. Otherwise how can he explain his life all over again? Hey, Wei Shou, it's really you. You just came back from going up the mountain? A familiar voice rang out. Wei Linyi looked up and saw that it was Li Dong from the planning office. Gu, Director Li, you're also going up the mountain? Wei Linyi asked with a smile while pulling out his cigarettes and offering him a cigarette, and the latter did the same. Hey, smoke mine, smoke mine. After a burst of humility, the two men took each other's cigarettes, which pulled down.
Yeah, my family is far away and just came. You guys move pretty fast,
Li Dong said with a smile.
Well, with our proximity to home and the elders organizing to come, it's early every year. That's good. Your old Wei family is also a large and united family,
Li Dong said with a smile.
Hey, how much bigger can it be than your old Li family? The second largest family name in the country.
Wei Lin, he said with a smile.
Don't mention it. Big is big, not a family, can't continue together. Li Dong waved his hand repeatedly. Alright then, we won't keep you any longer. We'll go back first.
Wei Lin saw that everyone was waiting for him, so he hurriedly ended the conversation.
Okay, when there is time for a drink later, ha,
Li Dong said with a smile.
Yes, only after walking out a long way did the old man ask, do you recognize this son of A? Well, the plan ran. What's wrong? Wei Lin asked.
Often coming to our village to arrest people and pickpocket people's gates.
Not a good thing,
the old man said viciously.
This, Wei Lin cannot be picked up. After all, this is Li Dong's work. Their police station is not often mobilized to help escort well. In the future, if something happens in the manor, Lin you have to step in. After all, you are one of the few cadres in our old Wei family. Grandmaster Wei Yenyun smiled and said, our old Wei family has a big gate. We don't bully people, but we can't be bullied either. We have to be united. Aha, you're right.
Wei Lin nodded his head in agreement with a look of deep understanding. Going along with the words of his elders,
he still does, and one must be humble. But as for doing it or not, how to do it, that's another matter. Chapter 50 New Year's Eve. It was already 1 in the afternoon when I returned home, and Grandma had already taken out a large tray of firecrackers and spread them out, 10 or so meters long, half of which were large thunderbolts, the kind that explode with a boom boom. Hurry up and light the firecrackers for dinner, Grandma chided. Why did you burn them for so long? It's New Year's Eve, and your great-grandfather is netting fools, burning them all over the mountain. They're all old ancestors, so let's burn them. The old man smiled and said, my mother, are we going to get 2 more cups? That must be drunk. Our family's first reunion year this year. So Red, how can we not drink some wine?
Grandma said firmly.
Alright then, I'll drink with you, Wei Lin said. A crackle and boom later, the family had sat down at the table.
It's been more than 10 years.
Our family is finally having a reunion year, Grandma exclaimed. We're happy today, so let's all fill up and drink less. Happy, okay.
Wei Lin took out a bottle of Liangcheng Daku and filled it up for everyone one by one.
Here, cheers. After dinner,
Grandma and Mom started in bread dumplings. The old man went out to find someone to fight the landlord.
Rubbing mahjong, this is also the only entertainment in the village.
Wei Lin is accompanied by his grandfather to chat. The topic is naturally less than the 4 words of the family. Now Wei Lin work naturally do not have to worry about, but become a family is the biggest problem at the moment, and Wei Lin is now 28. After the new year are 29 years old,
and then do not get married, are looking for the second marriage. Grandpa, don't be anxious, I'm not talking about it, I'll bring it back to show you sometime.
Wei Lin said with a smile.
I even went to someone's home yesterday. He knew that his grandfather's greatest wish was to bag a heavy grandchild, but unfortunately in his previous life, sure enough, the grandfather heard talk, but also went to someone's home, suddenly came to the spirit, directly to a soul 3 consecutive questions. Where is the girl? How old is she? What do you do? Sure enough, gossip is something engraved in the bones of the Chinese people, regardless of men and women, big and small, old and young. Last night Wei Lin was mother-in-law only a burst of questions, asked him that a trembling, now being pressed by his grandfather to get to the bottom of the matter. Wei Lin couldn't help but feel helpless for a while, so he had to honestly give his grandfather information about Lu Xiaoyu's family situation. Teacher good teaching and educating people, when to bring the girl back to your milk to see, have long been looking forward to you to become a family. Grandpa said happily, in the past, we were worried about when you could become a family, and we can rest in peace after death. Unlucky, you can live a long life, which is so easy to do that. In the future still count on you to bring me a child.
Wei Lin said with a smile.
Hey, how many more days can I live? I'm 80 years old. I'm not going to die. I've earned 1 more day of life. Grandpa smiled and said, I also brought you a child. Now I don't even want to move. I have 12 cousins. I'm the oldest. The others have gone a little half. I'm still alive and well. What is there to be unaware of? Can that be the same? 1 person, 1 life. You're destined to live to be 100 years old.
Wei Lin said with a smile.
Hey, you don't know. People are getting older or suffering. It's not fun to be uncomfortable all over. Grandpa shook his head and said, by the way, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow,
on the 3rd day of the month to pick up relatives,
can you pick up the other little girl over for the day? I'll have to ask about this. I don't know yet. Wei Lin he didn't have a clue in his heart either. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and ask. It just so happens that your aunt and the girls are coming back on the 3rd day of the lunar month. It would be best if you could bring the girl back. Grandpa felt beautiful just thinking about it, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes became a little heavier because of the laughter. Alright then, I'll ask. Wei Lin he nodded and said, then took out his cell phone to call Lu Xiaoyu. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu finished lunch, is lying in the bedroom to play. The cell phone rang. It was Wei Lin he. Suddenly the corners of the mouth rose, eyebrows open smile. Hey, busy guy, how come you have time to call me? Hey, isn't there something to find you? Wei Lin he said with a smile. What is it? Say. Lu Xiaoyu was instantly a bit unhappy. Can't you find me if there's nothing wrong? Do you have time for junior year? Come to my house to play. Wei Lin he said bluntly. Lu Xiaoyu instantly went down. My grandparents want to see their future granddaughter-in-law. So, you know? Wei Lin he said with a smile. I don't understand. Did you tell your family? Lu Xiaoyu asked with instant petulance. Yes, our parents know. I had to come back to talk about it. Grandparents heard about it. Want you to come home as a guest. What do you think? Wei Lin he said with a smile. Well, then I'll think about it. Lu Xiaoyu said haughtily. What are you thinking about? I'll pick you up when the time comes. Wei Lin he said with a hammer. Aha! Lu Xiaoyu waited for this sentence. People are girls, must not be reserved. Besides, last night, Lu's mother's words still played a role. Wei Lin yi, which is only back for how long? When the director, but also frequently meritorious, the future is unlimited. Other than that, let's say that Wang Wei, already considered powerful, is also more than 40 years old before becoming the director of the Nanshan Institute, and Wei Lin yi is only 29 years old when he became a. No comparison. There is no harm. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyu was also afraid of missing out on a good man. When it's time to make a move, it's time to make a move. When it's time to make a move. But the thought of the third will be ugly daughter-in-law to see the in-laws. Lu Xiaoyu is also a burst of nervousness at a loss for words. Yellow flower girl on the sedan chair, the first time it. Wei Lin yi this side hung up the phone, and hurriedly reported the situation to Grandpa. It's done. I'll go pick her up on the 3rd day of the month. Hey, that's a good feeling. I have to hurry to tell your milk to go. The house cleaned up. Grandpa hurriedly got up and went into the kitchen. Then, the family began a chicken and dog cleaning. Even his sister Wei Yi is not peaceful, was asked to wipe all the windows of the house. Wei Lin yi also wanted to help, but the grandmother did not allow. Let him quickly go out to walk around, and more contact with the village contact. So many years did not come back. The village people are raw. Have to strengthen the contact. After all, distant relatives worse than close neighbors. So the latter went out on orders. In fact, the main gathering point in the village was the home of the eldest master Wei Yenyun, where he rubbed mahjong and fought the landlord. Although they also play money, but basically are within the scope of the law. A dime a who, not worth arresting the kind. A handful of down to $3-5 at most, even if they are reported, are not worthy of letting the police out of the way. Seeing Wei Lin yi come in, the group of people were first stunned, but they immediately reacted. Lin yi is here. Little general, bring your brother a bench. Good Lu. Wei Xian will hurriedly give up the bench under his buttocks. Wei Lin yi was not polite and took it, but he was not busy to sit down first, but gave another cigarette to a group of people, one person to be polite. Then this honestly sat behind the old man and watched him play mahjong. Lin yi, you are now working as a police officer in Nanshan office? Grandpa Wei Yenyun asked while playing cards. Yes, Grand Master. How's the date thing going? Should I introduce you to one? Moncler Outlet Store then said. You can't be serious. Rin Lin yi is a police officer. Can he still worry about his daughter-in-law? What good resources can you have? It's better to leave it to the junior general. The uncle next to him said with a smile. You know a ball. His aunt's grandmother's family, Irma's sister-in-law's cousin. Shijing University Key undergraduate graduated. Working in the county bank. Do not be too good. Oh, my own nephew. I can harm him? Wei Yenyun said unconvincingly. Hey, that's the master most love me. You with who will not pit me. Wei Lin yi hurried to give around stage, some time ago on a blind date to recognize is talking about it, and so this is not. You then introduce me. Wei Lin yi said with a smile. Talked? What for? Where are you from? What education? Wei Yenyun is also the sole 3 consecutive questions. Asked Wei Lin yi once again felt devastated. Aha, teacher. From the county. Teaches at the first high school. Oh, good teacher. Iron rice bowl. Just right for you. Once Wei Yenyun heard that it was a teacher, she nodded her head in recognition. After all, teachers and bank clerks are pretty much the same thing. Iron rice bowls. High-end careers. If it were any other ordinary profession, he would have had to persuade Wei Lin to change. Old Wei's family is not easy to come out of a civil servant. Very precious. To marry a daughter-in-law must be the right family. While chatting and rubbing mahjong, the time reached 6 in the evening without realizing it. Grandpa, Uncle, I'm leaving first, I still have to be on duty tonight. You guys have fun. Wei Lin looked at the time on his cell phone and got up to say goodbye. On duty? What kind of duty is this New Year's Eve? The old man asked in surprise. Tonight to tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. My shift. We have fewer people in the office. Rotating shifts, Wei Lin said with a smile. Alright then, be careful on the road. With this job, you can't even eat a regimental meal. The old man muttered irritably there, but his tone was more or less Versailles. Without further ado, I'll leave first, Wei Lin said as he was on his way out the door. Go on. Walked out of the Moncler outlet store door. Wei Lin can still vaguely hear someone say, I see Linny this child to play a small line, which when a few years back in the army, became a police officer, end up in the iron rice bowl. It is really promising, although it is the words of praise, but Wei Lin no. This word is to listen to. When he was forced to go to the army, these uncles and grandfathers do not seem to have a good look at their own, and now say, that is not all horse hindsight. When I got home and spoke to my grandparents, my grandmother was instantly anxious. You haven't eaten dinner yet? If you leave later, I'll give you some hot dishes to eat, or else you won't be able to buy any hot soup or hot water at this time of the year. No need, Grandma, not hungry. This has only eaten for not much longer. Not yet digested. Wei Lin hurriedly waved her hand and said, then you wait. I'll get you some 8 treasures porridge, milk bread and so on, to eat something when you're hungry at night, Grandma said uneasily, and then ran to the house to give him a good meal to clean up. Take out a pocket full of things into the car, and only then give up. Eat when you're hungry at night, don't carry on. Got it. I'm not stupid, Wei Lin said with a smile. That's what Grandma is, and she loves him with every fiber of her being. Aya, my brother, why are you at work again? You're doing a miserable job as a cop. You can't even have peace on New Year's Eve, Wei said helplessly. Screw you, I'm serving the people, Wei Lin said. Alright, Grandma, I'm leaving first, come back tomorrow night. A smoke to the police station. It is already 6:30, the sky is dark. The instructor Zhang Liang has returned to the county. Ran Jie and Xin Yaping also arrived. Looking at the two people full of red, a little bit of sadness at work or not, especially Xin Yaping, looking at Wei Lin's eyes have changed. That is a strong reverence. It is no exaggeration to say that Wei Lin even let him die immediately. He is willing. This year is the first spring festival he came back from prison. Just started back that time. He can't hold up his head in the village. These years his parents also because he went in and suffered from ridicule. Although the village people don't dare to say anything to his face, but behind the back of the naturally less finger pointing. But since meeting Wei Lin was arranged by him into the auxiliary police force, Xin Yaping's life ushered in a high moment. Even their village branch secretary, the village chief, see him will take the initiative to give him on a cigarette, cordial conversation. In particular, this time the New Year's Eve, the institute issued so many things, Wei Lin specifically let the police car for him to pull back, but also gave him a big face. This morning, the village branch secretary also specifically to his home to sympathize with him, to give him on the cigarette, around the 4 neighbors to see in the eyes, where there was the contempt and behind the back of the finger pointing, are full of smiles, just like a look of pride in him. He knew that it all stemmed from Wei Lin. Without Wei Lin, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have a proper job, let alone the current scenery. Therefore, he also secretly swore in his heart that he would sell his life to Wei Lin from now on, even if he had to go through fire and daggers. Ren Jia is also very happy. Who does not know Wei Lin into the Nanshan Institute? He is followed by him, and now in just a few months, Wei Lin became the director. He also just liked to become the auxiliary police team to speak very good Jia brother. Plus, this year's welfare treatment compared to the previous, that is also more than doubled. To Ren Jia hard to catch a back face, let him in front of his daughter-in-law to lift a good turn back. So the heart for Wei Lin is also very respect. Tonight the 3 of us are on duty. Tonight is New Year's Eve. Watch the New Year's Eve. Watch the Spring Festival Gala. After 12 o'clock, one of us will be on duty for 2 hours, and take turns to sleep. No problem, right? Wei Lin said with a smile. Hey, no need. You sleep on your own. The 2 of us, Yaping and I, will just be on duty. It's nothing big, so I won't bother you. Ren Jie said with a smile. That won't do. Let's be together. Together. It's so cold. It's easy to doze off. 2 hours is better. Be alert, just in case. Wei Lin said with a smile. The experience of his previous life told him to be careful, just in case. Although nothing usually happens on the first day of New Year's Eve, when it does, it's a big deal, so you should still be careful. Chapter 51, The Flower Country Estate Murder Case. Wei Linyi's idea proved to be correct. At 2 o'clock in the morning, when people were most sleepy, the ear-piercing ringing of the phone rang on the table. Hello, Nanshan Township Police Station. Go ahead. Wei Linyi picked up. 110 Police Receiving Center. Someone in Shanbei Village's Huaxiangzhuang called the police and said that they had killed someone. Please go out immediately. The young lady in the police receiving center said anxiously. Yes, we'll go out to the police right away. Wei Linyi's heart thumped, and his mind immediately remembered something that had been dusty for a long time. Go back in time to the Flower Country estate half an hour ago. New Year's Eve. Everyone is getting together to play mahjong is also considered one of the only two village people's leisure and entertainment. Huaxiangzhuang is no exception. The young and old who came back from the foreign workers all converged together and played not too big. 10 cents a hu. Can be bought or doubled. The highest is only 40 cents a hu. Just within the permissible range of the police station. Tonight, Huang Jianmen's luck is not good, so a night to play over. Did not buy, but play to this game. He gritted his teeth to buy on, but he said on the mouth to buy on the hands of the hand lesson action. Favoring this game he floated. Floating is the meaning of tripling the hu card. Normal fart hu 10 hu, bumper hu 11 hu, big bumper hu 12 hu. Floating is the triple calculation of 12 hu, that is, 36 hu, commonly known as 12 hu 3. This hand can be great. Basically can Huang Jianmen tonight lost all the money to win back. But the contradiction is here. Hua Yao is his opposite door, but did not admit that he has bought the matter. That he said on the mouth is not false, but lack of buy on the action. So do not admit that he bought on the matter. The difference between buying on and not buying on is another algorithm. Both of them are counted as buying on. Huang 136 times 4 is equal to 144 hu in this game. But Huang didn't count as buying on. He could only win 36 hu in Hua Yao. The difference is not a half a star. The other two are also all bought. So also very happy to see Hua Yao and Huang Jianmen fight. After all, they are the interests of mutual interest, which buy on and do not buy on the distance is very big. Who also do not want to lose more money is not. Surrounding the melon masses are also watching the fun. Where blindly uproar. Say cannot afford to play. Do not play a kind of words. In short, most of the people are biased in favor of Hua Yao. Why? Because the whole Flower Township Zhuang basically are surnamed Flower. They are also an old ancestor of the extended family. And surnamed Huang and surnamed Lu are only 4 or 5 families. Surnamed Lu is just. The next village are. Only surnamed Huang. Alone 4 or 5 families. Up to uncle 3 generations? In fact, it is a family, which is very difficult not to be bullied. So, Huang Jianmen and Hua Yao argued whether to buy on the time. The surrounding people naturally most support Hua Yao, which provoked Huang Jianmen angry psychology. These years, their family has not been bullied a lot. Today in the card table, so obvious things, but there are still people inverted black and white, which makes him really cannot accept. When he met Hua Yao's smug face, and then looked at the teasing of the surrounding people who seemed to be laughing, Huang Jianmen, who couldn't bear it any longer, took out the dagger he had bought earlier in his pocket, and directly rushed towards Hua Yao, and relentlessly stabbed into his chest. This scene can be described as stunned everyone present, who did not expect Huang Jianmen so just, which is still that the usual famous honest man. How can you rise up and pull out a knife and kill someone? Hua Yao also looked at Huang Jianmen with a face full of unbelief, then looked at the knife inserted in his chest, blood whistling out of his mouth, all the strength in his body as if it had been drained out of his body, and the whole person directly collapsed on the ground. Ah, murder! Huang Jianmen looked at the bottom of the unaffordable Hua Yao, for a moment also froze on the spot, his mind full of remorse. What is wrong with himself? How can a moment of anger killed the person? Others take a look at the condition of Hua Yao, are instinctively 2 steps back. Only Hua Yao's brother Hua Rong, shivering the first time to call the 120 emergency telephone and 110 alarm phone, which has the beginning of Wei Linyi to receive the road alarm center notification. When Wei Linyi rushed to the scene with Ring Jia and Shin Yaping, the scene was surrounded by people. Huang Jianmen was surrounded by people and didn't run away. As for Hua Yao, the person was already hanging. Wei Linyi specifically tried Hua Yao's pulse and heartbeat. Not at all. When the ambulance came late, the doctor used a small flashlight to illuminate Hua Yao's 2 pupils, directly shook his head, said that there is no need to resuscitate because the pupils have already spread. It's a nasty, big year, and it's making appointments. Wei Linyi was also speechless. He took out his cell phone and called the criminal police brigade captain, Criminal Dao Lei. At this time it was only 3 o'clock in the morning. What he was doing, it can be imagined. In a daze, Xing Daolei heard that a murder had occurred, and was so shocked that he sat up directly from the quilt, startling his wife next to him. However, when he heard that the facts of the case were clear, the suspect was at the scene and confessed to the crime, his heart was put back into his stomach. An hour later, Hinduli arrived at the scene of the crime with his men. Brigade Xing, why did you even come in person? Just arrange for a few random people to come over.
Wei Linyi smiled and exchanged pleasantries.
Hey, don't mention it, all of them are on vacation. These are also all called up by me from the nest. You say this New Year's Eve, how can it not be peaceful?
Criminal Dao Lei said helplessly.
Who says it isn't? Overexcited murder. I just briefly gave a statement to the scene of the people. The case is basically clear, but also the suspect was a moment of excitement. Failed to control their emotions. So overexcited murder. Wei Linyi said quietly. In the end, it's all about gambling. That's the matter of your police station.
Criminal Dao Lei was also an old man.
Naturally he instantly understood Wei Linyi's meaning. In the new year,
when such a big murder occurred, it was natural that something had to be done on the part of the police station.
Otherwise, when the time comes for the bureau to meet, it might not be a typical case, as the case is clear. Spent a few hours to the scene of the personnel to make a statement, and then the criminal Dao Lei with the horses and men back. Wei Linyi is also closed back to the police station. This a toss. The day has dawned. Only, Wei Linyi has just returned to the institute. Hot water has not had time to drink a cup, and was supported by a call from the 110 answering center. The first day of the year is destined to be a busy one. It's still Weisangjiang. It's New Year's Eve. Wasanga's gone, and the body's been pulled away. Huang Jianmen was arrested by the criminal police brigade without any news. Both are the backbone of the family, and now they are both dead and arrested, which is undoubtedly shocking bad news for both families.
Hua Yao's family and his sisters-in-law flirted with the family's young and old men.
Hit on Huang Jianmen's home.
Their old flower family gate big family
can still be bullied? Huang Jianmen's house is also very lively.
The four families of brothers are all converging here to discuss strategies,
just to be blocked by the flower family. The two sides unsurprisingly engaged in a tearing battle. The flower family is outnumbered and prepared, and the yellow family is outnumbered and forced to meet the battle. So the results speak for themselves, and all of the yellow family are forced to fight, and their home is smashed to smithereens. Fortunately, Huang Jianmen's youngest son is smart, in time to hide under the bed, called the 110 police. So, Wei Linyi had to take the men and horses out, but this time, he called Zhou Lin, Lu Pailin and a few at home all the auxiliary police back. As for the instructor Zhang Liang, people have just been on duty for a day. There is no longer notify him to come. 2 police cars whistled to. At this time Huang Jianmen home has been smashed a mess. Tables, chairs and benches, all of them are all over the place. Dishes and chopsticks are scattered all over the place. The Huang family are bruised and swollen. It seems to be no less beaten. And the flower family's young and old is not much better. Although there are many people, but the majority of the uproar, far from the unity of the Huang family. Although the win, but also a miserable victory. Once they saw the police came, some of the smart ones are beginning to want to run, but was Rinjie and Shin yapping to catch a square. Both of them were in a tizzy, tossing and turning from the wee hours of the morning. No end in sight? For those who dared to resist, both of them were met with a flurry of punches and kicks, showing no mercy. Wei Linyi also lazy to say anything more. Directly both sides are brought back to the institute, slowly dealt with, or turned back to them to go, or maybe still have to fight. The two sides, because of the death of the flower Yao, has formed a blood feud. So, the police station's 2 police cars froze 4 trips to pull all the people back. 2 interrogation rooms and a mediation room all filled with people. After a flurry of work, it was already past 10 in the morning. The whole institute is hungry. The key is full of street is not even a restaurant or breakfast store is open. That is, the supermarket is still open in the morning. Wei Linyi let a person go to buy 2 electric pots and frozen dumplings. Invited the whole institute to eat a meal of dumplings in the institute. Hey, in all these years, it's the first time such a big case happened on the first day of the year. Lu Pailin sighed as he ate his dumplings. Who says it isn't? Just because of $10 or so, 2 families are ruined. Is it worth it? Zhou Lin was also speechless. Hua Yao and Huang Jianmen they play cards are 10 cents a who. 4 are bought on the doubling, but is only 40 cents a who. 12 who 3 calculations. This game is only $14 or $15 of the winners and losers. The results of the Huang Jianmen came in. Hua Yao went down. Think about it is really ridiculous and pathetic. Mr. Wei, how will these people of theirs be handled? Lu Pailin asked. He was not asking about the manner of handling, but the degree of handling. Let's deal with it at the top. Detain him for a week. Kill the chicken to show the monkey. Otherwise we don't know how much trouble will follow. Wei Linyi said in a deep voice. This is said more or less a bit of revenge behavior in it, but Wei Linyi does not care. Who let these people big New Year's Eve to find them unpleasant? Since we don't want to have peace, let's not even have peace. Let's spend the year in the institution. Understood. Lu Pailin nodded in recognition. In addition, during the interrogation, list all the people involved in gambling this time, and deal with them one by one, leaving no one behind. and deal with them severely and seriously, Wei Linyi urged. No problem, Lu Pailin promised. At this time, Wei Linyi's cell phone rang. Open a look. Surprisingly, Wang Hu is the owner of the town and the Grand Hotel, the town mayor Song Duanping's brother-in-law. Hey, Wei, I am Wang Hua. This is not heard that our last night until now are working overtime. I specifically let the store's cook to our comrades to do a little food. Convenient to send you over?
Wang Hu's cheerful laughter came from the phone.
How can this be a good idea? Then thank you very much, Boss Wang. We are all at the institute. We can come over anytime,
Wei Linyi said with a smile. It had to be said that this Wang Hu was not only well informed, but also a man of the people. We all know that on the first day of the new year,
cannot buy things to eat?
He can think of their own advantages. Let the cook over to specialize in a dozen dishes to be sent to the police station,
which can be a real gift. Boss Wang, thank you so much, Wei Linyi said sincerely. New Year's Eve to eat dumplings is indeed no problem. But who has not 10 dishes 8 dishes to eat? Because of this case, a host of police auxiliary staff are called overtime. Wei Linyi is also a heart is very bad. Otherwise it would not have let Lu Pailin dead hand. But this time it's good. Wang Hu can be considered to pick up his urgent needs. Hey, to say this is out of place, or to thank you people's police, the New Year's Eve is not allowed to rest. I just do a little can do, Wang Hu said modestly. I'll be grateful if you can continue to take care of my family's business in the future. That's for sure. In the coming year, the institute's entertainment is still arranged at our town's Grand Hotel, Wei Linyi said with a smile. Last time because of Wang Hu Ruwashi looking for Wei Linyi to settle the bill. The latter mouth does not say anything. After the incident has not been to the town and the Grand Hotel, another to find a pavilion. Wang Hu is not stupid. Know the reason. So this is a positive remedy for the previous rift of the, although his brother-in-law is the mayor of the town, but Wei Linyi is not vegetarian. Face is given to each other. You want the mayor of the town to completely crush the director of the police station, or very difficult. Wei Linyi arranged for Ring Jie and others to bring the dishes in, although there are only 10 dishes, but the expensive portion is sufficient and the dish itself is hard. Wang Hu is also considered to be blood money. As for the money, Wei Linyi to give. Wang Hu and not stupid, death do not want, but also said the police and the public cooperation fish and water love of the high-end sentence. The former had to stop. 9 auxiliary police, 3 police, 12 people, 10 dishes froze, all full of large portions of food, full of sincerity. Master, the coming year's hospitality should still be placed in the town's central Grand Hotel. Eating people's mouths is soft, taking people's hands is soft. Ha ha, Wei Linyi said with a smile. Ha ha, okay. In the coming year also in their family booking, Lu Pailin said with a smile. This Wang Hu has approached me several times. How dare I let go if you don't promise? Ha ha, what about these people? They are all human beings, Wei Linyi said with a smile. After dinner on the start of the interrogation work, in fact, there is no good trial. Simply make a statement, and then sign and draw a pledge to provoke trouble. Sent to the detention center detention for a week, and another fine of 500 yuan per person. Can be a crowd of old flowers home of the young and old men's heartache and curse their own eaten and braced for nothing to do. Not only punished the money, which was locked up for a week in New Year's Day. Figure what? Chapter 52 The Old Man's White Moonlight. It took a whole afternoon to process everyone and then send them to the detention center in unison. As for the mercy of, when the lobbyist, is not no, but where Wei Linyi refused. In short, a word, who said it is not good. All give me to go to the detention center to spend the new year. In his previous life, Wei Linyi but personally experienced these people's ability to cause trouble. When our instructor Zhang Liang led the team to deal with this matter, in accordance with the usual, education-based, verbal sermons, but the role is not at all. These people how to fight still how to beat, almost made a human life. That's why Wei Linyi did not do anything, and sent them all in directly, saving the trouble of making a trip. Officer Wei, what's the situation at your Nanshan Institute? Zhang Qingwen asked on the other end of the phone with a depressed face. Hey, don't mention it, Zhang, we don't want to from the early morning until now. I didn't even close my eyes. The criminal brigade side of the major suspects sent you there, right? Wei Linyi said with a smile. That's right, sent over early in the morning. Murderer, don't be from your town? Zhang Qingwen said incredulously. Hey, don't mention it, just because of $12, a dead one in. Now send over the families of both sides. Fighting, just send you there to calm down, lest the New Year's out of chaos. Wei Linyi said. I'm really sorry to trouble you. You're welcome. Duty calls. I told you. Why send so many people over at once? Indeed should calm down a bit. These people, full of rice eat too much. Idle. Zhang Qingwen said with a smile. After the new year, I'll treat you to dinner. Mr. Zhen, Wei Linyi said with a smile. No problem. let's get together then. In the blink of an eye, to 6 o'clock in the evening, it should have been Lu Pailan's turn to come over to the duty, but in the morning called him over, so it is the same as he has been on a day shift. Wei Linyi directly arranged for him to go back to rest, and then he himself on a night shift, and then tomorrow morning to let him come to the day shift, and then tomorrow's night shift was handed over to Zhou Lin. In this way, in order to carry out in accordance with the original duty plan, the ones who accompanied him on duty tonight were Lu Xiaochang and Song Hu, and Rin Jie and Shen Yaping were also tired for the day, so they let them go back to rest. A night without words, there is no more moths. 7 o'clock in the morning, Lu Pailan came to take over the shift. Wei Linyi, this is off home. He had gotten into the habit, in his previous life and in his present life, of never thinking of spending a peaceful year at home as long as he was in the profession of a policeman. After all, it always takes someone to carry the weight of society's safety and stability. When I got home, Wei Yi ran over before the car was even parked. Brother, the front Chuan killed someone. Do you know? Wei Yi asked curiously. How can you not know that? It was I who called out the police, the latter said as a matter of course. Wow, really? I heard it was over $12. Really? Overkill at the poker table. Overkill? What's the difference between overkill and intentional homicide? Will it be sentenced to death? Wei Yi asked in surprise. Usually not. If you perform well, you can come out in 15 years or so. Wei Linyi shook his head and said, generally overkill or intentional homicide, where the circumstances are not particularly egregious, are 15 to 20 years in prison, and then those who do well in prison rehabilitation can usually get a 1 to 3 year reduction in their sentence, so most of them get out in 13 or 4 years. Of course, there are minus and plus. Wei Linyi met a good big brother in his previous life, during the period of reform through labor, all day long to retaliate against this, retaliate against that, would have been sentenced to only 15 years can come out, frozen added 2 times the sentence, added to the 19 years before coming out, go in when only 18 or 19 years of age, come out of the time has been close to 40, seriously out of step with the society, coupled with the sitting in the prison, the character of the aloofness, and the society out of place. A number of years have been he had not been able to integrate into life, and it was particularly difficult for him to live on his own. The point is, it's also miserable to report to the police station from time to time to report your thoughts. 15 years? Easy for you to say. How many 15 years are there in life? Wei Yi said contemptuously. That's why people can't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil and will surely harm oneself. Wei Linyi smiled and said, when you encounter things in the future, use your brain more and don't be reckless. Got it. Educate me whenever you seize the opportunity. Annoying as hell, Wei Yi said impatiently. Wei Linyi was surprisingly speechless. By the way, when are you going to pick up your sister-in-law? Take me there. Wei Yi immediately changed colors and said mildly, the quickness of the change of face is far stronger than that of the Shikang masters of face changing. What are you going to do? Making a mess of things. Be honest and squat at home. Wei Linyi balked. Just kidding, I just met my mother-in-law once. It's the right time to show off. What are you doing? To see me perform? Che, stingy, then you take me to the county town to skate around. Every day at home is no fun at all. Wei Yi said. Alright then, get up early tomorrow if you get up late, I won't wait for you. Wei Linyi threatened. Got it, don't worry, I definitely won't drop the ball at the critical moment. Wei Yi said confidently. Big kid is back, hurry up and enter the house. I'll ask you something, Grandma said hurriedly as soon as she saw Wei Linyi come back. What is it? So anxious? Wei Linyi followed his grandmother and entered the house. A wave of warmth swept across the face, and it was 4 or 5 degrees below zero outside the house, and almost 20 degrees inside, a difference of 24 or 25 degrees. Grandparents are too old to suffer from the cold, and suffered too much when they were young. Arthritis, old cold legs and so on, especially grandpa, serious osteoporosis of the bones and joints, so that he can't bear it when he encounters a cold day. What exactly is going on with the murder in front of Flower Country Manor? Hurry up and give me a good chat, Grandma asked with a gossipy face. It's just this. Wei Linyi asked with a stunned expression. I thought it was something stressful. Come on, what exactly is going on? Why did you arrest a lot of people? People are saying that it's surname Huang and surname Hua who are doing it. Really? Grandma asked curiously. Hey, it's not because of the matter of $12. Huang Jianmen and Hua Yao are playing cards on the table. The results of Huang Jianmen floated. Hua Yao dead deny. So after 3 words of intense collision, Huang Jianmen stabbed Hua Yao to death. A knife in the heart fossa, on the spot on the waist, and then someone called the police. I brought 2 people out of the police. People and the body were taken to the criminal police brigade to go. This kind of human life cases are dealt with by us, not too much to do. This kind of human life cases are handled by the criminal police brigade. We don't care too much, Wei Lin said. Then how can you still say that your police station has arrested all the people in? They old flower family members to people, face to face, are not good. All to the detention? Grandma asked. Hey, you don't know what's going on here. Hua Yao is dead. Their old Hua family is a big family. They're all bullies. When have they ever been bullied? So they had to take revenge. So, the old flower family organized to fight Huang Jianmen's home. Did not think people old Huang family less people, but unity, froze as a tie. This situation, we are also afraid of things big, not good, so directly involved in the fights are dealt with severely and seriously. In this way, they will not dare to move casually. Wei Lin analyzed the main reason of the matter in one breath, which made Grandma understand the details of the problem. Oh, no wonder so many people were arrested in one breath, Grandma said with a sudden realization. This old Huang family is also sinful. Such a mess. Speaking of the old Huang family, Wei Lin suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but show an odd smile on his face. Grandma, this old Huang family has almost become your in-laws, Wei Lin said with a smile, because the old man was 14 or 15 years old when the first love is the old Huang family's daughter. According to the generation age, it happens to be Huang Jianmen's sister. If you know that the mother's family have gone in, will not come to the old man to help? Think what you want. People just can't stand the Nendo. Wei Lin is thinking. The old man probed and you come out. I'm looking for you something. What's the matter? Come inside and talk. It's cold outside, Wei Lin said with some reluctance. You come out and hurry, the old man said impatiently. Okay. When I came to the gate, I saw a middle-aged woman crying that pear-shaped rain. The whole old man said something. Wei Lin's eyes lit up and recognized this person. No one else but the old man's first love, Huang Ming, Huang Jianmen's sister. This is your Auntie Huang, a good friend of mine, looking for some help from you, the old man introduced. They're all your own people, you have to get things done. Is that the real dad? That's how you sell him a favor? Hello, Auntie Huang, what can I do for you? I'll try to help if I can, Wei Lin asked. Huang Ming didn't know what to say, so he looked at the old man pitifully, his eyes full of pleading. Ahem, your Aunt Huang doesn't know what to say. I'll say it for her. You should know about the case of the murder in Flower Country Manor in the south, right? The old man asked. No, Wei Lin nodded truthfully. The one who accidentally killed was your Aunt Huang's brother. Because of this, a whole family of them have been arrested by the police station, and they can't even ransom them if they want to? You think of a way. When the old man said this, more or less a little bit of pretentious little mind, so to Wei Lin basically is the tone of command. I can't do anything about the murder. This can only rely on both families to talk about compensation, and then let the victim's family to issue a certificate of understanding, and then in the court's judgment can try to reduce the penalty, shorten the sentence, Wei Lin said helplessly. Who's talking to you about that? I'm talking about those people from old Huang's family, those who were taken in by your police station. When will they be released? The old man said without a trace of anger. Oh, you mean this? Then I guess it'll take a few days. It's been sent to the detention center. It'll take at least a week. Wei Lin pretended to have a sudden realization and said, a week? Such a cold day. Don't freeze out of a good. Can you help Auntie a favor? Get them all out. Should pay the fine, we pay the fine. How to deal with. Okay? Huang Min said anxiously. In fact, she has a little truth did not say. This time while the court has not yet tried. Have to hurry to trust people to find relations. Try to sentence less 2 years. But now a family of young and old are locked up inside. What the situation is not yet easy to say it. Therefore, Huang Ming desperately wanted the family to come back and sit down to discuss Huang Jianmen's future. Seeing Wei Lin did not agree. The old man that is more than Huang obviously all anxious. Pulled Wei Lin's arm and said, I do not care about others. Your Aunt Huang's favor you must help. Wei Lin wanted to ask, if you were so brave, aren't you afraid of a fire in the backyard? This is not a good idea. Yesterday, the detention center also called our office to say that there are too many people. This should be just settled. You let people out. I guess it's a little difficult to get Wei Lin said with difficulty. In the new year, who wants to toss Put your heart in the right place. Even Wei Lin does not want to toss and turn, or else he would not have sent all the people in. Once and for all. Only, his words did not fall tone. Over there Huang Ming once again pearly look at the old man. Do not say, this trick is really good. Sure enough, the power of the white moonlight is still quite sufficient. At the very least Wei Lin did not see how miserable it was, but the old man is obviously just very heartbroken. Spend what you have to spend, make a point of it, and release the man tomorrow. Can you do that? The old man said in a deep voice. At the same time, the eyes also kept giving Wei Lin a wink, meaning hurry up and say yes. Don't dilly-dally, don't be seen by your mom again later, when it's not good to explain. Unbeknownst to them,
At this time in the kitchen, busy mom has long noticed the scene outside the window, is from time to turn their heads to look at them for a moment, and then listen sideways, hoping to hear some. Wei Linyi pondered for a moment and said, I can only say that I'll try my best to do this matter. As for whether or not people give face, I can't say, that's for sure. As long as your side can be determined, we should get how to get, according to the rules. Saying that, Huang Ming took out an envelope from his bag. Looking at the thickness, it was almost $2,000 inside, and stuffed it to Wei Linyi. The latter won't pick it up. He's not even close to being as bad as you are. The old man also pushed the envelope back in a very gentlemanly manner, and said with a face full of impatience, Xiao Ming, do we still need this between us? Leave it to Big Kid, and make sure that all the people arrested in your family will come back tomorrow. The old man said with a big undertaking. Wei Linyi would like to say one thing. How about you come as the director of this detention center? Looking at Huang Ming's expectant eyes, Wei Linyi had no choice but to agree. Think of it all as a dream to pretend to be an old man. Behind, the old man and Huang Ming chatted for a while Wei Linyi was early to go back to the house. He cannot be this big light bulb. Unit people's good things, but against all expectations, he was dragged into the kitchen again by his mom. Who's that out there? What's the relationship with your dad? Mom interrogated with a wary look on her face. I'm not too familiar with it. It seems like the family of the suspect in the Huaxiang Zhuang murder case found their way to the house, Wei Linyi said in a half-truth. Suspects? Just that Huang family? It shouldn't be. Chapter 53, Secretary Su calls for an appointment. Coming out of the kitchen, Wei Linyi said a word to his grandparents and directly skipped out. Wei Yi see him to run, were willing to agree, crying and shouting to follow. No way. Wei Linyi had to take him with him. The two had just gotten into the car when they saw the old man being pulled into the kitchen by his old mom. And then the old man's heartfelt, defensive voice came out from inside. She's just my friend. Without saying a word, Wei Linyi took off with a kick of the gas. It's not quite right for us to run away like this, is it? Wei Yi asked with a bit of trepidation. Why don't I put you down and you go back to Persuade? Wei Linyi said with a smile. What kind of international joke is this, going back at this time of the day? Stirring up trouble? Wei Yi stared in surprise and retorted. Mom's temper. The two know very well. This time jealousy up. That attack is indiscriminate. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the old man's phone called. Hey, explain to your mom that man is here for you, not me. The old man's words were full of survival. Wei Linyi can guess out how the old man is explained. Nothing more than she is just my friend. Young and unintelligent when friends. This time people have something to do. Come over to find the son to help only. Yes it is. Mom, people are here to ask me for help. No, I have to make a trip to the county town to settle this matter. Otherwise it's not going to be easy. Wei Linyi explained. Nothing to do with your dad? Mom asked half-heartedly. Well, there's not much to it. Wei Linyi said affirmatively. Only this affirmative tone was a bit understated, because he really didn't know how much his mom knew about the old man and Huang Ming. Okay then, I know. Hang up, Mom said quietly. Wei Linyi sniffed and hung up the phone directly without saying a word. This kind of thing is really not suitable to participate in. As for the anger of the old mom, let the old man take it himself. He is not a good person anyway. On the way to Zhang Qingwen called again, invited him out for a drink. The latter was also full of promise. The two about in the first middle school south door of the miscellaneous fish restaurant. Is before Wei Linyi and Shi Haishan they ate the place. As for Wei Yi, he had contacted his classmates in advance and made a date to go shopping. Before leaving, Wei Yi also did not get off the car, just so pitifully looked at Wei Linyi, where the latter still do not know what it means. Straight out of his pocket, he pulled out $500. This counts as my New Year's money for you. He. Thanks a lot old brother. I knew you were the best. Wei Yi directly offered a fragrant kiss and then happily ran away. When Wei Linyi saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. A big girl in her 20s, acting like a child all day long. Only, this naivety can't be maintained for a few years. Wei Linyi secretly vowed to guard his sister well in this life, and not let her repeat the mistakes of her previous life. It's easier to drive a police car out, with the advantage that you can park anywhere you want, and there won't be any traffic police to put up a ticket, and you don't have to worry about anyone doing any damage. Wei Linyi parked the car toward the south entrance of the first middle school, and then dashed away. The guards in the gatehouse looked at it, and did not dare to say a word. If it were any other vehicle, you park it properly whisked away for you. When he arrived at the mixed fish pavilion, Zhang Qingwen had already arrived, and in addition, Wang Wei was surprisingly here as well. Wang Shou, why are you here? Wei Linyi asked in surprise. What? Only you are allowed to treat Mr. Zhang to dinner, but not Mr. Zhang to treat me to dinner? Wang Wei said with a smile. How could I?
Wasn't I still thinking of rubbing up against your house for dinner tonight?
Wei Lin, he said with a smile.
You can pull down. Have mother-in-law not go to my home for what?
Just now when you called old Zhang.
It happened that we were having tea together. Once I said it was your treat. I had to come over to accompany the scene. Wang Wei explained. Then you do have to come.
Wei Lin, he said with certainty.
You are not aware.
I came today specifically to find Zhang to help.
Yesterday just sent people into the detention center. Today there is no way, and have to get people out, who are not as difficult as me.
Wei Lin, he said, shaking his head helplessly.
What exactly is the situation? Wang Wei asked.
Hey,
don't mention it. It's ridiculous to say. On New Year's Eve, it's also considered the early morning of the first day of the year. Received the alarm.
Wei Lin, then the situation before and after the complete narrative once again. This is not. I begged for Zhang's help.
People are sent to the detention center to go.
This after the foot of someone on the door to the door.
And directly find my home, the key to this person or my old man's first love. He was the white moonlight. Heard something, the big package of commitment. Are promised. No way. I have no choice.
I can only brazenly come over to beg Zhang to help. I have no choice but to shamelessly come over to beg for Zhang's help.
Hey, you've got this thing going on. It's indeed a big flood that has hit the Dragon King Temple. Your family doesn't recognize the family anymore. Wang Wei teased. Screw you, immodest.
Wei Lin, he said in a bad mood.
Mr. Zhang,
I still need your help in this matter.
I'll drink to you.
Hey,
what's this about?
I'm sorry, we're all brothers.
It's just a matter of words. I'll call back and release them.
Zhang Xingwen said with a smile.
Then thank you, Mr. Zhang. I'm dry. You feel free.
Wei Lin, he smiled and drank the wine in the glass.
What do you call Mr. Zhang?
Biased.
I'm older than you. Just call me Brother Zhang.
Or Old Zhang is fine.
How many years of friendship between me and Old Wang? You were brought out by Old Wang, not an outsider.
Zhang Xingwen said with a smile.
Then I'll be generous and call you Brother Zhang.
Wei Lin, he smiled and said.
Brother Zhang, I'm honoring you. Hey, why don't you let me have a mouthful of vegetables to suppress it? Not as good as you young people.
This big mouthful of dazzle.
Can't bear it.
Zhang Xingwen mouth called cannot carry.
Hand but not slow. A mouth. 3-2 wine went down.
Old Zhang, your drinking capacity hasn't diminished,
Wang Wei praised. Hey, it's average. Not as good as when I was young. Now I can only have 1.5 pounds. It's hard to have more.
Zhang Xingwen said modestly.
That's good. I'm just over a caddy now. Drink to a caddy and a half. I guess I'll have to vomit. Wang Wei waved his hand. By the way, Wei, how is your drinking capacity? Haven't seen you drink too much?
The two of them drank more than once, but Wang Wei had never really drunk Wei Lin down. And every time it was him who got down first.
Hey, I'm not good at this drinking.
It's only 3 or 4 pounds. Wei Lin, he said with a smile.
This is really not his blow powerful. When the plateau training,
that is really 72 degrees smothered donkey is water,
or frozen to carry.
His alcohol is also practiced at that time.
Of course, its own talent is also good. 72 degrees of mulled donkey.
Wei Lin at most once drank 2 pounds. As for the common 52 degrees or 56 degrees of white wine,
usually 3 pounds of no problem.
If 42 degrees or 38 degrees of white wine,
honestly, he really don't know where his upper limit is. Asterisk 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 you are an animal, Wang Wei said without any humor. That's right, I agree. Zhang Qingwen also nodded and said, Liancheng County is close to Qilu Province, and Qilu Province,
the most able to drink this border. So Liancheng County this side does not say that everyone can drink,
but in general, the amount of alcohol cannot drink half a caddy of the amount of ordinary people are A2.
A caddy of the amount of often drink a caddy and a half of the problem is not too big. There is no 2 caddy of the amount of bad intention to say that they are masters. Wei Lin can drink 3 or 4 pounds.
More or less really a bit of livestock. You're all police officers. How can you defame someone's innocence for nothing? Be careful, I'll sue you for slander, Wei Lin said, pretending to be angry,
almost making himself laugh at the end of his words.
It was almost 1 o'clock after the wine and dinner, and it was New Year's Eve, and there was something going on at home, so we hurriedly dispersed.
Wei Lin drove on the car, around the west wall of the first middle school, has been driving to the north gate opposite the Dawn City Garden, or parked the car on the side of the road,
and then ran into the neighborhood. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu has been waiting for a long time.
He had just sent a message to ask Lu Xiaoyu to come over here and wait for him during dinner.
So as soon as he finished eating, he rushed over. Why are you here today? Didn't you say you'd pick me up tomorrow? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Hey, I miss you. A day without seeing you is like 3 autumns apart.
Wei Lin said with a smile.
Asterisk 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 you. Fooling around? Ghosts don't believe me. You must have come here to drink, and you reek of alcohol in broad daylight. It stinks. Get away from me.
Lu Xiaoyu looked at the big mouth that was close to sticking up and pushed him away without any good reason.
Hey, drinking and all that is secondary to finding you. Let's go watch a movie later?
There are still a few good movies in the Spring Festival slot, Wei Lin Yi asked with a smile.
Good, then let's go see Secret Agent Mystery. My girlfriend said that this movie is super funny, so it's just as well that we're going to see it together.
Lu Xiaoyu immediately said excitedly.
No problem, then wait for me to brush my teeth and go off the booze and we'll go. By the way, are you hungry?
I'll take you to dinner first,
then we'll watch a movie?
Wei Lin Yi asked.
It happens to be just after the mealtime.
He is full of food and drink.
But Lu Xiaoyu is not necessarily I ate late in the morning. I didn't eat until after 9 o'clock. I'm not hungry yet.
Just buy some popcorn later and bring some hot water,
Lu Xiaoyu said.
That's good.
Wait for me, I'll be right out.
Wei Lin Yi hurriedly ran into the bathroom to brush his teeth. Although he had a good capacity for alcohol and didn't feel dizzy or drunk at all, but after all, he had drunk 2 pounds of wine, and his mouth full of alcohol smelled bad. So in order not to let Lu Xiaoyu dislike him, so it was better to brush his teeth first. The movie theater is right across the street from the county government, which, these days, is a proper institution of awesome. After buying 2 tickets and a packet of snacks, the two snuggled into the movie theater and then found their seats, ready to kick off the viewing mode. As any young couple who has been to the movies knows, there are those who come to see the movie, those who come to eat the movie, and those who come to get drunk. Obviously, Lu Xiaoyu was the second kind, and from the moment he sat down, his mouth never stopped. Wei Lin Yi, on the other hand, was the third. From the moment he sat down and swept Lu Xiaoyu into his arms, those big, cold hands couldn't help but reach into the latter's clothes to look for a warm spring.
Don't get it, it's hard.
Lu Xiaoyu reluctantly twisted her body, resisting the aggression of those magic claws.
The latter, on the other hand, as if it were unheard of,
followed him like a shadow and held him even tighter in his arms. The young couples around them saw what was going on and followed suit. When he came out of the movie theater, Wei Lin Yi was still a little dizzy, and if you asked him what movie he watched,
he probably couldn't even say the name.
Just that much thought goes into sizing up my future son's rice bowl.
Just out of the movie theater, the two just wanted to go to find a place to eat something, drink afternoon tea. The phone rang. Surprisingly, the County Party Committee Standing Committee,
Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee Su Gongcheng.
Hey, Secretary Su, this is Wei Lin Yi. Wei, do you have time? Come and sit on my side? Su Gongcheng asked with a smile.
Yes,
I'll be right there. 10 minutes,
Wei Lin Yi said hurriedly.
Okay, I'll wait for you at home,
Su Gongcheng said with a smile.
Hang up the phone, Wei Lin Yi embarrassed said. You first to the home and wait for me, okay? I encountered a bit of an emergency on this side.
The Secretary of the County Political and Legal Committee, Secretary Su, suddenly looking for me.
It's fine, you go first, I'll just go back by myself.
You have serious business.
Get busy with serious business first,
Lu Xiaoyu said kindly.
Sorry about that then,
I'll go over first.
I'll come and take you to dinner later,
Wei Lin Yi said with a smile.
Well, go quickly, Lu Xiaoyu urged. By the way, I have gum here, chew a few more later, don't have a mouthful of alcohol breath. The leader is angry.
Alright,
got it, housekeeper,
Wei Lin Yi said with a smile.
I'll go first, come back as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, the family compound of the County Party Committee, Villa number 7.
Wei Lin Yi drove a police car, so the security guards at the gate simply check and release. If ordinary people or social vehicles, no leaders specifically greeted, simply not allowed to enter.
Knock on the door. Open the door is a young man, no one else.
It is Wei Lin Yi saved Su Chenglong,
Su Gongcheng's son,
but also the one who drove the car in the Fish Pond Warrior.
Big brother Lin Yi, you're here, please come in.
As soon as Su Chenglong saw Wei Lin Yi, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile on his face. For Wei Lin Yi, he still respected him. The gift of saving his life was greater than life. Only after experiencing the fear of death, he knew the benefits of living, and Wei Lin Yi was the one who gave him a second life. So Su Chenglong was very grateful to him.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Su Chenglong,
Wei Lin Yi said with a smile.
Came to the house.
Su Gongcheng is watching TV.
A look at Wei Lin Yi carried 2 bottles of Mao Tai, suddenly full of unhappy. Just come, what are you doing with the stuff? Bring it back later,
Su Gongcheng said without a trace of anger.
Secretary Su, this New Year's Day, pay a visit. How can I have time to proceed to come? Besides, this is not what I bought. This is my first time to go to my old father-in-law's house 2 days ago. My mother-in-law gave me, and it's still 76 years of Mao Tai. Are you sure you don't want it?
Wei Lin Yi asked with a smile.
Just came in a hurry,
and did not have time to buy things? It just so happens that there are these 2 bottles of wine in the trunk.
although not too reluctant, but Wei Lin still took it out. 76-year-old Mao Tai? You bring it over and I'll take a look, Su Gongqing said excitedly. Chapter 54, Encountering Wang Xiaya. Taking someone's hand is soft, eating someone's mouth is soft. The ancients honestly don't deceive me. Because of the 2 bottles of old wine, Su Gongqing was instantly a bit more eager towards Wei Lin. Wei how's the work in Nanshan? Are there any difficulties? Su Gongqing asked with a smile, just like an image of Wei Lin as himself. Thanks to Secretary Su concern, the work of Nanshan Institute are still normal and orderly. The only drawback is the shortage of manpower. Although this period of time and recruited 4 more auxiliary police, but still cannot solve the contradiction of the lack of police. After all, the auxiliary police do not have the qualification to independently go out to the police. Wei Lin honestly said, this is not only true for your Nanshan township, but also for all the townships in the county. But the good thing is that there is a group of police academy majors graduating every year. So when there are new police officers coming over after the new year, I'll help you make a greeting and add a little bit of manpower to your Nanshan Institute, Su Gongqing promised. Thank you, Secretary Su. Look at me. I'm too embarrassed. It's New Year's Eve. I'm still bothering you with these things. I'm really sorry, Wei Lin said with embarrassment. It's fine. I still appreciate this about you. Always putting the people first. This is what a people's police officer should do, Su Gongqing said with a smile. You flatter me, the latter said humbly. The 2 of them chatted for a while longer, and Su Gongqing suddenly said, by the way, I've read the list of people who will participate in the province's police competition this year, and there's your name. Yes, Bureau Zhang told me about this matter before. I happen to have just retired from the special forces and some of the skills in my hands were not yet rusty, so Bureau Zhang gave me a spot. Wei Lin said honestly. This is a good thing. The ranking is secondary. The key is to participate. But there is a point. Set training time. You have to practice well. I have a report on my side. It is your Lin Bureau to play up. In order to increase the police force of Liangcheng County and deal with emergencies handling ability, our County Public Security Bureau decided to set up this year Special Patrol Police Brigade. When the time comes to find an opportunity to bring you up, it is also not bad. The new unit, easy to get credit, Su Gongqing said solemnly. This statement, Wei Lin cannot help but brighten up. If he remembers correctly, Liangcheng County's Special Patrol Brigade is not the end of 2001 debut. Then so to speak, the formation of the time should be in August and September, coinciding with the province's police competition after the competition. If they can achieve a good result, it is natural to have the opportunity to come up. Thinking about this, Wei Lin also figured out what Su Gongqing meant. Nowadays, the county bureau is also considered a carrot. If no one in the case of retirement transfer, the following people, even if they have merit, but also very difficult to climb up. The whole official environment of the situation is a pool of stagnant water. Su Gongqing wants to promote him, but there is no suitable seat. Now the whole coincides with this opportunity as long as the approval is passed, by then will derive a large number of positions out. Wei Lin as long as to seize the opportunity to transfer to the county is not a problem. From Su Gongqing's house out, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Originally Secretary Su wanted to stay him for dinner, but Wei Lin thought that Lu Xiaoyu was still waiting for him to eat at home, so he hurriedly said goodbye. Back at home, Lu Xiaoyu was watching TV there with her beak, and when she saw Wei Lin come back, she didn't take care of her at all. The look was obvious. I'm angry. Come and coax me. Who made our little baby angry? Speak up and I'll go detain him, Wei Lin said with a smile. Humph, who else could it be but you? Lu Xiaoyu said without a trace of anger. Hey, I did not think of it. Well, I take you to eat delicious, to make amends, okay? Wei Lin hurried to soften the apology. Beauty, give a chance. Humph, it won't happen again, Lu Xiaoyu said arrogantly. It won't happen again. I promise. Wei Lin hurriedly promised. Okay now, let me take you to eat pizza. I just came from the west. There's a new pizza place over there. Let's try it. How about it? Okay, give you a chance, Lu Xiaoyu said. Wait and accompany me to the supermarket. Buy something. No problem. Not to mention going to the supermarket, even if it's up a mountain of knives and down a sea of fire. No problem at all. Wei Lin patted his chest and guaranteed. Asterisk you. A little immodest, Lu Xiaoyu said in a bad mood. Get up. I'll put on my shoes. Let's hurry up and go. I've been hungry for a long time. I've waited for 2. I can't wait for you. I also did not expect Secretary Su looking for me to chat for so long. In fact, my heart is also anxious. At home there is a beautiful woman like you waiting for me, who wants to talk to him, a half-life old man blind grinding. Wei Lin pretended to be helpless and said, Bah, net full of. Soon the 2 were at the new Pizza Hut on Construction Road, ordering 2 pizzas and feasting on them. In fact, Wei Linyi is also hungry. Noon light drinking went, did not eat much, the whole afternoon, the day is cold, has long been hungry, so, both of them are now in a state of hunger, and they both eat with a bit of a wolfish vestigial feeling. Hey brother, what are you doing here? A surprised voice sounded from behind. Wei Linyi did not turn around, just by hearing the voice, he knew that it was his sister Wei Yi who had come. Aya, this is your sister-in-law, right? She looks good. Wei Linyi really has a good eye. Wei looked at Lu Xiaoyu and praised her sincerely. Lu Xiaoyu was at a bit of a loss for words and shyness. Behave yourself. Don't mind her. My sister Wei Yi. She's a crazy girl, used to being wild since she was a kid. Wei Linyi spoke about her sister first, giving her a wink that meant don't scare your sister-in-law before saying to Lu Xiaoyu, hello, sister. Lu Xiaoyu said a little shyly. You too, sister-in-law. Wei Yi nonchalantly sat next to Lu Xiaoyu, who hurriedly sat inward to make room. You haven't said anything yet. Why are you here? Are you still going back tonight? Wei Linyi said without a trace of anger. Definitely don't go back. It's so late. Of course I'm here because I'm hungry, so I came over to eat something. Look over there. My classmate. Turn around, I'll go to my classmate's house to live. I won't delay your good things. Don't worry. Wei Yi revealed a lewd expression and said with a smile. Asterisk 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 you. Net nonsense. Wei Linyi said in a bad mood. Don't go stay at your classmate's house. I'll get you a room. How inconvenient to go to your classmate's house to stay on New Year's Eve. It's not like you don't have a place to stay.